The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, a forbidden experiment displaying Danzo's ambition in darkness.
Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint, eerie smile.
Danzo-sama, your ambitions truly know no bounds.
The Uchiha clan is indeed powerful, but eliminating them outright would not only destabilize the village but also draw unnecessary attention from other hidden villages. Perhaps, there are other ways to achieve your goal.
Danzo's eyes narrowed, his countenance as cold as ice.
Orochimaru, you know nothing of the Uchiha's threat.
Their Sharingan is a power that cannot be allowed to flourish unchecked.
If we don't act now, they will one day be the downfall of Konoha. Hiruzen is too soft to see the truth, but I won't let his naivety drag the village into ruin. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his tongue flicking out momentarily.
Then perhaps I can be of assistance. I have my own methods to deal with the Uchiha. However, my involvement isn't without a price. Danzo's expression remained stoic, though his gaze betrayed a flicker of interest. Name your terms.
Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with ambition.
There are certain experiments I wish to continue, unimpeded by Konoha's regulations.
Grant me access to the resources I need, and I'll help you handle the Uchiha problem without drawing unwanted attention.
Danzo weighed the proposition carefully. He was no fool. Orochimaru's ambitions were as dangerous as they were vast.
But the Uchiha clan posed an even greater risk, and desperate times called for desperate measures. Very well, Danzo finally said, his voice cold and resolute. But fail me, Orochimaru, and you will learn the true extent of my resolve. Orochimaru's grin widened, a chilling expression that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who saw it.
You won't be disappointed, Danzo-sama.
The Uchiha will soon be the least of your worries. As the two conspirators schemed in the shadows, Baisu lay in his bed, his newfound abilities coursing through him like an untamed storm. The taste of the time fruit still lingered on his tongue, sweet and intoxicating. He clenched his fists, his Sharingan glinting with a newfound brilliance. This world may be a battlefield of cheats and overpowered abilities, but now I have my own trump card.
Let the games begin.
From the perspective of the ninja world, the winds of change were beginning to stir. The Uchiha clan, Danzo's dark ambitions, Orochimaru's experiments, and Baisu's emergence as a disruptor in the intricate web of fate all were pieces on a chessboard, poised for a clash that would reshape destiny itself.
The forbidden Uchiha Sharingan. This human modification was undoubtedly the work of Orochimaru. Yes, he was the Hidden Leaf's first scientist and a madman in pursuit of the world's ultimate truths.
Orochimaru, as you said, we must find a perfect solution, one that can eliminate the Uchiha while also bringing this war to an early end. Danzo, with the steadiness of a Kage-level ninja, noticed Orochimaru's gaze and quietly hid one of his arms behind him. The Foundation has detected the whereabouts of the third Raikage.
I've secretly informed the Hidden Stone. Next, I'll order the Uchiha clan onto the battlefield, killing two birds with one stone. This top-secret intelligence was unknown even to Hiruzen Sarutobi. To convince the Hidden Stone, Danzo paid a significant price, something Hiruzen would never have permitted. But Danzo's unscrupulous methods were exactly why Hiruzen silently allowed him to bear the dark burdens of the Hidden Leaf. If this plan succeeds, perhaps it really could end the Shinobi World War. Even someone as cold as Orochimaru showed a hint of surprise. The strength of the Foundation's intelligence network and the ruthlessness of Danzo's methods were beyond even his imagination. How one could manipulate an enemy to destroy another enemy. Rest assured, our cooperation won't be hindered by the war. I'll help you ascend to the position of Hokage. Once you're in power, you'll control all of the Leaf's resources, and no one will be able to oppose your decisions. Danzo offered a faint smile before turning to leave the laboratory, which had been custom-built for Orochimaru.
The cost of the equipment alone was equivalent to a year's tax revenue for the Hidden Leaf, not to mention the taboo experiments that crossed every moral boundary. By the roadside, massive tanks contained the missing children of the Hidden Leaf from recent years.
Power? I'm not interested. All things in this world are insignificant in the face of immortality. I will dedicate my life to exploring the ultimate truths of this world. The laboratory returned to silence, broken only by a strange and maniacal laughter emanating from its depths, a mix of paranoia and fanaticism. Orochimaru, who had lost his parents at a young age and watched countless comrades and loved ones perish during his ninja career, had witnessed far too much life and death. His life burned solely for the pursuit of truth. Life is fragile, prone to straying from its path, and ambitions burn with intensity. He firmly believed that the human body harbored an untapped, lifelong potential. He would defy the heavens, gain immortality, master all jutsu, and uncover the truths of existence. Meanwhile, Baisu woke up and immediately began his relentless pursuit of achievements. From that moment on, the Hidden Leaf gained a legendary oddball. At the Hidden Leafs mission hall, a deep and magnetic voice broke the silence. How many C rank and D rank missions are available in the village? A young girl, who looked like a lowly, scrambled to check. Apologies, I'll check right away. Currently, there are 313 requests. 313? You're Uchiha clan leader, Lord Fugaku? She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth in shock, her face turning red and her heart racing. The Uchiha clan leader had personally come to the mission hall just to inquire about low-level missions? Even the security force didn't receive such treatment. Baisu coldly responded, I'll take them all. Process the paperwork for me. All of them? Lord Baisu, these missions are tedious. Won't they delay your training? The young girl was horrified. She had never seen a ninja take on over 300 low-level missions at once. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Baisu's icy gaze was as bone-chilling as winter, nearly causing the young girl to faint. The Uchiha clan leader was undeniably the domineering boss of the ninja world. The paperwork was completed within 5 minutes. The young girl, her face flushed and her heart pounding, thought, can a man really be this handsome? No wonder he's the legendary genius clan leader. Holding a thick stack of mission scrolls, Baisu walked to an empty street. He formed a hand seal and shouted, Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones appeared instantly. Each one was assigned 5 missions, and soon, the cats and dogs of the Hidden Leaf trembled in fear as disaster approached. The Hidden Stone's ambitions are immense. Their forces might launch a fierce attack at the Canopy Bridge. I must deliver this intelligence to the higher-ups. A pug at the edge of the village remained alert. Ha! Someone's coming? The ninja world offered a wide variety of summoning beasts for combat and support. The experienced ninja hound, Pakken, had signed a contract with the Hataki family. After 3 days of arduous travel, he finally reached the village outskirts. Uchiha Baisu, the clan leader, what's he doing out here instead of staying in the village? Feels like he's coming for me. Pakken's instincts told him to be cautious, but against a Kage-level opponent, his only chance was to rely on speed to escape. From then on, every cat and dog in the Hidden Leaf village fled at the sight of the Uchiha emblem, spreading fear throughout the streets. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Cat and dog nemesis captured 100 stray cats and dogs, reward, 10 gold coins. Damn it, all these D-rank missions involve finding lost pets. The rewards are pitiful, no wonder no one takes them. Ha! There's still one left. Baisu sneered as he grabbed a lost pug. What are you doing? I'm not even tasty. Third Hokage-sama, save me. Pakken was terrified. Little did he know, today's nightmare was just beginning. Kakashi's ninja dog. A summoning beast. Why are you picking me up the moment we meet? Pakken had been ordered to rush back to the village with critical intelligence. Exhausted after days of non-stop travel, he had just entered the village and finally breathed a sigh of relief only to be targeted by a Kage-level ninja. The Uchiha clan. Do you actually enjoy eating dog meat? Pakken dared not resist, thinking that if he angered Baisu, he'd fear being incinerated into ashes by a fire-release jutsu. Hey, Pakken. Uncle's just joking with you. Are you in a rush for something important? Baisu finally stopped in his tracks. It turned out to be Kakashi's summoning beast. The Hataki clan had signed a pact with the ninja dogs, granting Kakashi 8 loyal canine companions, all reliable in combat. The intel is crucial, Lord Baisu, as you surely understand. I can only report it to the third Hokage and can't stay much longer. Pakken nearly rolled his eyes. After all the effort to hurry, he ended up being picked up and tossed aside. It was infuriating. But with limited abilities, he can only invoke the name of the third Hokage to back himself up, desperately trying to make an escape. Got it. Off you go, then. Baisu nodded to see him off. The Third Shinobi World War had dragged on for years, and he still wasn't clear on the state of the battlefield. In the meantime, he was frantically grinding achievements and gathering equipment during any downtime. Just a few dozen missions left to max out my achievements. Grinding this much in one day, am I crazy? I absolutely have to finish before sunset. The achievement system was simple. Greeting villagers or crafting weapons and armor for the first time could earn points. Within Konoha, he could rack up hundreds of points easily. There were challenges, but time could always make up for them. The Demon Blade, Muramasa, isn't as strong as I thought. I'll never touch that again, it's just torture. Want weapons? Why not just steal them? I wonder if Orochimaru still has the Kusanagi sword in his possession. A full day of grinding achievements left Baisu dizzy and exhausted. Even at quasi-Kage level, he was at his limit.
Just then, he received a mission to find a lost cat, a type of silly task that elderly ladies in Konoha loved to assign.
Meow. Sensing the presence of its nemesis, the cat leapt over a wall in fright to flee. Trying to pull tricks in front of an Uchiha? Do you really think I'm an easy target? Ninjutsu, body flicker technique.
In an instant, Baisu vanished and reappeared mid-air, catching the cat. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he realized there was no ground beneath his feet. He was falling straight into a hot spring.
Splash. Meow. Damn it, old man.
The poor cat turned into a soaked mess, grumbling as it swam toward the shore. Baisu, however, used chakra to walk effortlessly on the water's surface as if it were solid ground.
This is actually a hot spring? Good thing no one is here. How embarrassing that would be been.
The owner of this hot spring has good taste, placing a pair of white artificial hills. In the center of the hot spring, the pair of white hills stood out, dazzlingly beautiful even through the swirling mist.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement, peeping on Tsunade bathing lustful to the extreme.
Warning! Your position has been exposed. Prepare for incoming attacks.
The system notification had barely popped up when Baisu's expression froze. Before he could react, the pair of hills suddenly moved. The mist churned violently, and an awe-inspiring sight emerged: a beauty stepping out of the water. Golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, barely concealing a devilishly perfect figure. Every inch of her was sculpted to perfection. Her stunning face, combined with the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, hinted at her noble identity. The granddaughter of the first Hokage.
One of the legendary Sannin. The Crimson Beauty Tsunade. So, the Uchiha clan leader also enjoys hot springs? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Tsunade, having endured countless battles, draped herself in a green robe with the kanji for gamble emblazoned on the back.
Her aura was commanding, her gaze murderous. Though she hadn't struck yet, her eyes already regarded Baisu as a dead man.
If I said I was here to catch a cat, would you believe me?
Baisu scratched his head.
Heaven and earth bore witness he truly had no intention of peeping on Tsunade bathing.
Though he was quasi-Kage level, he was nowhere near the level of Jiraiya, who had mastered Sage Mode.
Against Tsunade, he was completely outclassed. A fierce battle was brewing. Achievements and survival hung in the balance. Could Baisu leave the hot spring alive this time? Stay tuned. Tsunade's full-powered punch bore the force to rend the heavens, akin to a tailed beast's destructive strike.
This was no ordinary medical ninja technique. She was the inheritor of Hashirama Senju's bloodline and a top-tier genius of the Uzumaki clan, her strength far surpassing the norm. Her fist slammed down with a deafening crash. The ground beneath fragmented, and the hot spring pool exploded in an instant. A powerful shockwave sent the drenched cat tumbling several times before it bolted away in panic. Tsunade sneered, "Go explain yourself to the king of hell when you get there." Baisu's eyes turned icy as he used the body flicker technique to narrowly evade the deadly blow. If he'd been hit, fractured bones would been the least of his worries.
Is running away all the Uchiha clan can do? If even the clan leader is this worthless, they should disappeared long ago. Tsunade showed no mercy, raising her right leg abruptly. Chakra concentrated at her foot, ready to release a single kick capable of altering the terrain. The hot spring building would be destroyed, and Konoha would be shaken to its core. Wait!
Baisu shouted in desperation. There was no point in fighting her head on. This was all just a misunderstanding and not worth risking his life over.
Tsunade snorted coldly. Any last words? Since Madara Uchiha's death, no Uchiha had been a top-tier powerhouse.
As one of the legendary Sannin, renowned across the world, she saw no reason to regard them as equals. Defeating you is simple, but it's unnecessary, Baisu replied calmly.
Tsunade's expression changed sharply. This arrogant man dared to belittle one of the legendary Sannin? Heavenly foot of pain.
She unleashed a full-force kick.
Its explosive power was formidable enough to overwhelm even a skilled jonin.
But suddenly, the air seemed to freeze. Her chakra was instantly sealed, and her monstrous strength disappeared without a trace.
This is bad.
Her heart sank as the sky darkened abruptly.
3 black. The colored Magatama slowly rotated, resembling a deity gazing down from above. Genjutsu from the Sharingan? When did this happen? Tsunade's voice was filled with shock and uncertainty.
The other party had unleashed a top-tier genjutsu, directly constructing a mental space where they reigned supreme, invincible within this domain.
To break free from genjutsu, one must either disrupt their chakra flow or use pain as a stimulus.
Tsunade chose the latter, only to find her body paralyzed, unable to even lift a kunai.
Do you enjoy seeing blood? Then I'll satisfy you.
The blood-red eyes dominated the world, and blood surged in from outside the courtyard walls, turning the hot spring into a sea of blood.
Tsunade's face turned pale as she trembled uncontrollably.
Sweat drenched her clothes, and once the paralysis was lifted, she collapsed to her knees, completely losing her ability to fight. The blood sea dissipated, and the sky returned to serenity. The man stood quietly, having defeated her effortlessly, leaving her astounded.
How do you even know this? Tsunade gasped, feeling like she had narrowly escaped death.
During the Third Shinobi World War, she had lost her beloved ones and developed hemophobia. At the sight of blood, she would collapse, a weakness that nearly ended her career as a ninja.
This secret was known only to the third Hokage.
The winds of change stirred across the shinobi world, and only a select few knew how Uchiha Fugaku had obtained such critical information.
During the height of the Third Shinobi World War, you suddenly resigned as head of the medical corps. There must have been a hidden reason.
The ninja world is cruel and unforgiving, and I understand your pain, Fugaku said in a deep voice.
But you are the inheritor of the will of fire. One day, you will rise again by your own strength. Baisu, concealing his identity as a transmigrator, had long uncovered Tsunade's secret hemophobia.
The untimely death of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, served as a warning to him. In the world of Naruto, survival required mastering greater strength to remain undefeated.
The will of fire. These 4 words were like an explosive flame piercing through Tsunade's defenses.
She hadn't realized that the will of fire had already taken root in her very being. One day, she would burn like a blazing fire, illuminating the entire shinobi world.
Tsunade-sama, what happened here? Was there a fight? Shizen arrived, seeing the devastation all around.
Spotting Tsunade with red, swollen eyes and tear-streaked cheeks, her heart ached as she pulled her into a gentle embrace. Shizen, pack our things. We're leaving for the land of fire immediately. I never want to stay in the village again, Tsunade said softly, but her tone was resolute. Shizen responded tenderly, Tsunade-sama, I'll go wherever you go.
A faint smile graced Tsunade's lips.
The largest casino in the land of fire tonight, I'm going to win big and leave with overflowing pockets.
Shizen's eyes widened. Ha? Are you serious, my lady?
Baisu flipped through his task list and discovered an endless string of assignments related to Tsunade. Aside from her title as one of the legendary Sannin, she had another, far more notorious title, the Ultimate Sucker. Her gambling was atrocious, her luck even worse, she never won. Yet, with Konoha's vast resources and her agility in escaping, she repeatedly evaded the dark traps set by the casinos.
Among the tasks was even a bizarre one offering 100 gold coins as a reward for hosting a wedding with Tsunade. Baisu quietly crossed it out. The Mangekyo Sharingan consumes so much chakra? Just one genjutsu drained 200 chakra. No wonder it leads to blindness. This Kekkai Genkai, if one's chakra reserves are insufficient, their body might collapse.
He furrowed his brow while examining Tsunade's attribute panel. Overconfidence in battle led Tsunade to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to cast genjutsu, rapidly depleting her chakra. If she were to unleash even stronger abilities, the consumption would be even more staggering.
I must grow stronger. The enemies will only become tougher. Baisu vowed silently.
The system was merciless, with a clear main quest objective, to become the most powerful boss behind the scenes in the shinobi world.
The road ahead was treacherous, requiring him to defeat the 4 Kage, Madara Uchiha, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and more.
The mere thought of the future challenges sent chills down his spine.
In the secluded Uchiha district, Baisu paused in front of an ancient tree on his way back. An Anbu Jonin appeared and coldly asked, "What is it?"
As expected of someone chosen by Lord Danzo, you saw through my disguise at a glance.
The Anbu ninja handed over a scroll. This is an urgent mission issued by Lord Danzo. It must be completed on time.
The Anbu ninja's eyes were lifeless, devoid of emotion, exactly like the iron-blooded soldiers of the route. Baisu frowned slightly as he accepted the S-rank mission scroll.
In the Naruto world, missions ranged from D to S rank. S-rank missions often determined the fate of nations and required Kage-level ninja to personally take them on.
Lord Danzo has already gone to the front lines to command.
Only you can complete this mission, the ninja said respectfully. Danzo, the cunning old fox, always scheming from the shadows. Understood. You may leave now. Yes.
After the ninja vanished, Baisu slowly unfurled the scroll, and its contents came into view. A massive battle engulfing the shinobi world awaited his control. A colossal mission board floated before him, displaying the details, the timeline and route of the third Raikage. The mission objective: ally with Iwagakure to seal the third Raikage permanently at that location.
Ding! You have received an S-rank mission closely tied to the main storyline. Mission objective, annihilate. Third Rakeage. Mission reward, plus 1000 HP, plus 500 chakra energy. Mission penalty, none. So it's tied to the main storyline. It seems the third Rakeage must die, the man muttered coldly. His figure instantly melted into the darkness of the forest, disappearing without a trace. As night fell, the atmosphere inside the Uchiha clan's shrine grew tense. Clan leader, the third Rakeage is not an opponent to be easily shaken. With our current strength, the odds are not in our favor. The mission is indeed S-rank, but Danzo Shimura, the shadow overlord of the ninja world, suddenly issuing such an order, could there be some hidden agenda? Even if he has a scheme, so what? He wields immense power in Konoha and is a staunch ally of the third Hokage. Defying him is tantamount to betraying Konoha. You all understand the consequences. The elite members of the clan were gathered, discussing fervently. The third Rakeage, a man who could face off against tailed beasts directly, was an almost insurmountable opponent. Even with an army lying in ambush, victory was far from guaranteed. Suddenly, a tender yet resolute voice rang out. Father, I want to go to the battlefield. Who's there? Uchiha Itachi, reporting in. A young boy in a ninja uniform, gripping a kunai, stepped into view. His gaze was sharp and unwavering. Itachi, you're too young. Wait until you graduate from the Ninja Academy, his father said with a helpless smile, blocking him. This is a meeting for adults. Go find your mother and ask for some dango, others teased with laughter. However, Baisu, a transmigrator with a complex expression, knew better. This 4-year-old child's strength was by no means inferior to that of an average chunin, fully meeting the conditions to join the battle. Itachi, do you truly wish to go to the battlefield? Baisu asked softly. Yes, father. I want to witness firsthand why ninjas kill each other. Baisu declared firmly, don't laugh. He is already a true man and should take his kunai to the battlefield for tempering. The room fell silent. The clan leader was notoriously strict with his descendants. Allowing a 4-year-old to go to war shocked everyone. This mission, to kill the third Rakeage and end the war, is a defining moment in history. Only the Uchiha clan can accomplish it. Baisu's words were met with cheers. In the world of Naruto, powerful clans abounded. The Aburame, Sarutobi, and Hyuga clans each had their unique talents. But as the Senju clan declined, the Uchiha clan cemented its position as the most formidable. They could awaken the Sharingan through intense emotions, evolving into the Sage of Six Paths Eyes, granting them unparalleled strength. To target the third Rakeage, could Danzo Shimura, that cunning old fox, be scheming against me? Baisu felt a pang of unease. After the mobilization meeting, he selected 10 core ninjas, 6 jonin and 4 chunin along with himself as the clan leader, to form a shadow-level assassination unit. Yet, he couldn't let his guard down against Danzo Shimura. Before transmigrating, Baisu's original body had been ambushed on the battlefield, and the mastermind behind it remained unknown, whether it was Konoha or another village. Ninjas have no control over their fate. Even those at the Kage level must shoulder their missions. Baisu accepted the task not out of loyalty to the Hokage's will, but because of the system's compulsion. Most system missions were mundane, such as retrieving a lost cat, with meager rewards. There were also bizarre achievement tasks. Completing 10,000 genin level missions? What a joke! The system's tasks were intricately tied to the trajectory of the Ninja World War. Task 1: Kill 10 rogue ninjas. Reward: 3 chakra recovery potions, each restoring 1000 chakra in 30 seconds. Task 2: Kill 10 Jonin. Achievement: Jonin Hunter. Reward: a random ranked jutsu plus 50 attribute points. Task 3: Kill 1 Kage level entity. Reward: 1 random forbidden jutsu. Though blessed with the power of the time fruit, Baisu was trapped by the constraints of time itself. Navigating the bloody ninja world with trepidation, the slaughter had only just begun. The use of time-based skills consumed an enormous amount of energy. Baisu's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. To grow stronger, he had to enhance his basic attributes. Returning home, he found Makoto had already prepared a lavish meal. He gave her a concise report on the mission. Makoto, understanding the discipline of a ninja, refrained from asking further. Ninja discipline was strict, and mission confidentiality was absolute. ANBU ninjas were forbidden to utter a single word about their tasks. Long-term immersion in darkness invariably led to psychological distortion. Itachi will also join this mission, Baisu said calmly. Don't worry. I will protect him with my life. Looking at Makoto's flawless face, Baisu silently vowed.
In the original storyline, Itachi's exposure to the brutal realities of war planted the seeds of his ideological transformation, which eventually led to the Uchiha clan's downfall. Baisu had no intention of altering this trajectory. If he couldn't even control Itachi, how could he aspire to dominate the ninja world, let alone extend his rule across realms? Little Itachi said he is very capable and one drag anyone down. The young boy patted his chest, his smile innocent, unaware of the cruel battlefield awaiting him. The Uchiha clan is a lineage of natural warriors. This is Itachi's destiny, and I believe he will fulfill it, Makoto said gently, stroking her son's hair and glancing at her husband with unwavering trust. Late at night, while Baisu was studying the System-S missions, Makoto's alluring figure leaned closer, her fragrance intoxicating. My dear, let us have another child. Itachi is too lonely by himself. Do you still remember Kushina? Back in the day, her fiery temper. The red-haired woman is now gentle and virtuous, also preparing for pregnancy. Makoto's face flushed as she nervously proposed, worried about the dangers her husband faced on the core battlefield, hoping to ease her anxiety this way. Baisu screamed internally, another one? A second Sasuke is on the way? Save me. That night, he was pinned to the ground, leading to an exhausting yet sweet evening. 5 days flew by quickly. Baisu toiled day and night, grinding to achieve 200 points of accomplishment and unlocking the first stage reward. The system prompted, "Congratulations, you've reached 200 points of accomplishment. You've received a special reward, Demon Blade Muramasa." The Demon Blade Muramasa, forged by a master craftsman during the Edo period, exudes a sinister aura. Throughout history, no wielder of the blade has met a good end. Once controlled by its demonic spirit, the blade becomes a bloodthirsty weapon of destruction. Equipping effects, plus 200 damage, plus 200 magical damage. Side effect, bloodthirst. Baisu unsheathed the demon blade. The blade was engraved with a dragon, and the scabbard had the Lotus Sutra inscribed on it. Its sharpness was unparalleled, even falling leaves avoided its edge, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. How strong is this demonic aura exactly? Let me test it out, he said, his gaze firm. The demonic aura of the blade glowed a menacing red. Countless individuals throughout history had tried to conquer it, only to be consumed and enslaved. But this time, there was someone different. Sharingan. Baisu's eyes lit up with 3 black tomo spinning brilliantly. The Uchiha clan's power suppressed the blade's demonic aura, causing it to hesitate. In his crimson eyes, stars sparkled, and fragments of time-related laws shimmered. In an instant, the demonic aura was purified. The blade emitted a low hum, obediently settling into Baisu's hand, not daring to resist. The system prompted, "Congratulations on successfully subduing the demon blade Muramasa. You have unlocked the active skill Tenkafubu." The attributes card underwent dramatic changes, and the demon blade was completely transformed. Weapon name, Demon Blade Muramasa. Equipping effects, plus 200 damage, plus 200 magical damage. Active skill, Tenkafubu awaiting activation. Baisu smirked coldly, gripping the demon blade tightly. The path to becoming a ruler of a new era was about to begin. Plus 200 damage, plus 200 magical damage. Negative status, bloodthirst. Active skill, Tenkafubu. Enemies slain by the demon blade Muramasa will have their souls condemned to eternal damnation, imprisoned within the blade forever. The wielder can expend 500 chakra points to summon warriors and generals from the Sengoku era to assist in battle. Magical damage skyrocketed by 200. Truly a legendary blade from the Sengoku period. This active skill can summon group combat units. Completing tasks will be a breeze. Baisu sheathed the demon blade Muramasa slowly, feeling an intense sense of connection with it. As the first weapon he acquired after transmigrating, he found the blade increasingly pleasing to the eye. Surprised by the weapon's overpowered attributes, Baisu resolved to delve deeper into the secrets of this Naruto world. The Naruto universe was not only the origin of ninjutsu but also harbored countless hidden treasures and legends. Especially the destroyed Uzumaki clan's nation, once renowned for its unparalleled sealing techniques, which even sealed the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, within its Jinchuriki. After the Uzumaki nation fell, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, sought refuge in Konoha, becoming the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Logically, most of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques should have fallen into Konoha's hands. However, Baisu was curious if there were still lost, unparalleled treasures hidden elsewhere. A week later, Baisu led an elite ninja squad on a covert mission. Among the team was an unusual small figure, a 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi. "Father, why do wars break out in the ninja world? Along the way, I saw so many lifeless bodies. Little Itachi's eyes were pure but filled with confusion. The struggle for interests, Baisu replied in a steady tone. A long time ago, there were no villages in the ninja world.
Ninja clans endlessly waged war against each other. It wasn't until the two strongest clans, the Senju and Uchiha, united to establish Konoha that the chaos ended.
But Konoha occupied the most resource-rich lands, forcing other hidden villages like Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure to settle in barren territories.
Unequal distribution of resources inevitably leads to conflict. This is the law of the world.
Baisu patiently explained the cruel truths of the Naruto world to the young Itachi. Despite being only 4, Itachi's extraordinary intelligence made this a critical time for shaping his future. In the original storyline, Itachi was brainwashed by the Root organization, leading him to slaughter his own clan in exchange for Danzo's harsh promises, a tragic fate.
Interests and laws.
Itachi's eyes grew increasingly conflicted. Even though he could grasp the complexities of the ninja world at the age of 4, he still couldn't escape the trajectory of his destiny.
Konoha was merely a fleeting wave in the river of time. Clan leader, the ambush point is at the valley ahead.
The third Raikage will undoubtedly be driven here by Iwagakure forces. We will join forces with them to eliminate him, a Jonin pointed forward.
From their high vantage point, they had a clear view.
The terrain was advantageous for defense and attack, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. This operation involved half of their elite forces, a gamble with high stakes. However, their presence caught the attention of a group of rogue ninjas. These wanderers, clad in tattered armor but wielding gleaming ninja blades, had cold, wolf-like gazes.
Well, you all look like some high-ranking samurai. How about paying us a little protection fee? Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude.
The rogue ninja leader sneered. A cruel smile emerged, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense, as if swords were drawn. We had been wandering the wilderness for months, with prey scarce and barely enough to survive.
But my judgment was always precise. These targets were either wealthy or noble. Completing this mission would ensure a life of luxury for years.
Baisu lifted his gaze, and the attribute card of the enemy leader appeared instantly.
Name: Hyakuchi Enichi. Rank: Shunin. Health: 1926. Attack: 534. Spell damage: 103. Chakra: 319. Skills:
Water Release, Wild Water Wave. C rank, spews a waterfall-like stream of water with adjustable power, flexible and versatile.
Water Release, Water Whip. C rank, forms a whip of water to bind enemies, highly effective when paired with Lightning Release. 2 Chunin, 3 Genin.
Before the battle, clear the field first. Itachi, you distract them, and I'll take the lead. Baisu's eyes turned cold, his voice deep and calm. By rights, ninja of this level weren't worth his personal attention. His elite Jonin subordinates could easily take care of them. However, there were several side missions concerning rogue ninjas that required his personal involvement.
Yes, father.
Uchiha Itachi's youthful voice was filled with killing intent as he shouted, Ninjutsu, Shuriken technique.
Dozens of sharp shurikens shot rapidly toward the enemy's vital points. Itachi moved swiftly, dodging incoming attacks. Where did this brat come from?
A battlefield isn't a place for kids like you.
Go back and drink some milk in your next life. Hyakuchi Enichi sneered and flashed behind Itachi, thrusting his blade straight at the base of the boy's neck.
He relished the thought of destroying a genius in his prime.
Thunk!
Instead of piercing flesh, the blade struck a wooden log. Amid the smoke, Itachi had already used the substitution technique, leaving a wooden log in his place.
A basic ninja skill, yet the 4-year-old prodigy wielded it with such mastery that it seemed both miraculous and divine. The clan leader's strict discipline has paid off. 4-year-old Itachi can already slay enemies on the battlefield.
We were all born into war, but our efforts pale in comparison to his. One day, he will surely be the pride of the Uchiha clan.
Itachi's strength is already at the level of a Chunin.
There's no doubt he can handle that rogue ninja in a one-on-one fight. Baisu's subordinates understood well that the clan leader was tempering his child. As ruthless as it seemed, such cruelty was the path to becoming a strong warrior.
Curse you! Hyakuchi Enichi was seething.
In all his years of wandering, he'd never been humiliated by a child.
He would not let this go unpunished. Shadow clone technique.
Itachi weaved hand signs, and 4 clones appeared simultaneously, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The clones could handle the genin, but they struggled against the chunin. After 10 exchanges, his robes were tattered.
Not bad.
Baisu nodded in satisfaction.
The Uchiha bloodline was extraordinary. Once Itachi awakened his Sharingan, ascending to Jonin would be within reach. But for now, he had to intervene. He wouldn't let Itachi face excessive risks. You are merely whetstones. Once your purpose is fulfilled, you can die. Say your last words. Baisu teleported in front of a Chunin, blocking a full-force attack with a kunai before kicking him in the chest. The enemy collapsed, unconscious. A pseudo-Kage-level ninja versus rogue Chunin, they weren't even on the same plane. Baisu's true strength far surpassed that of a pseudo-Kage. Arrogant fool. I've dominated this territory for years, while you were still wet behind the ears. Brothers, attack. Kill him, and I'll reward you with a chest of gold and silver. Hyakuchi Enichi finally felt the threat bearing down on him, but it was too late to retreat. Weakness would only lead to annihilation. Once abandoned by his comrades, he would have no choice but death. Killing the enemy, even at great cost, was far better than being forsaken. A chest of gold and silver. That man's head is mine. Stay out of my way. What? Who do you think you are? You can have the boy's head, but the man's is mine. Hearing the promise of riches, the rogue ninja's eyes turned blood red. They were tired of the poverty of their wandering lives. A chest of gold and silver was enough to turn them into wealthy citizens of a neutral nation, living lives of indulgence far removed from the desolation of the wilderness. You can't even recognize the Uchiha clan emblem. What a bunch of fools. Baisu's tone turned icy as he leveled his ninja blade. An invisible blade of energy sliced through the air, and blood spurted from the necks of the rogue ninjas. By the time they realized what had happened, they were already dead. You, Uchiha. Hyakuchi fell to his knees and died, his eyes full of reluctance and confusion. Why had the mighty Uchiha clan appeared in this desolate land? Father. Itachi steadied his breathing. The battle had been a valuable experience, and the foundation he had built at age 4 was now elevated through the crucible of life and death combat. The ninja blade in his father's hand seemed unremarkable but emitted an aura of mystery, as if it could devour souls. He had tried hard to awaken his Sharingan but had failed, leaving him unable to discern the secrets of his father's blade techniques. Remember, the world of ninjas is cruel and merciless. Never show leniency to your enemies. Baisu gently patted Itachi's head, his eyes filled with expectation. At this moment, Itachi had not yet been indoctrinated, and the future was still brimming with possibilities. If fate ever set them against one another, he would suppress Itachi with his own hands, ensuring that the Uchiha clan would not repeat its tragic history. Yes, father. I will remember. Exclamation point. After the commotion settled, they set up camp on the cliff. Soon, even stronger rogue ninjas attacked, but they were no match for the Uchiha elites. Fugaku seized the opportunity to rack up achievements, effortlessly completing a side mission. Ding! Mission accomplished, exterminate bandits 10-10. Rewards, 2 achievement points, a chest of gold and jewels, 10 points. There truly was an entire chest of treasure. The dark careers of these rogue ninjas had finally amassed some wealth, but Fugaku showed no interest in it, distributing all the rewards to his subordinates. The purpose of the points remained unclear, but judging from their rarity, they were undoubtedly more valuable than ordinary currency. 3 days later, the army of Iwagakure marched to the front lines, forming a siege of 10,000 ninjas for the sake of one man, the third Raikage. Kill them. The Tsuchikage's orders, leave no Cloud Ninja alive, cut off their retreat to the land of lightning. Earth style. Earth flow river. Earth style. Swamp of the underworld. The numerical difference between the two sides was overwhelming. The earth release techniques altered the terrain, transforming the ground into a muddy ocean, almost drowning the Cloud Ninjas in its depths. Atop the cliff, a group of Konoha ninjas donned black cloaks, the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on their backs. At the forefront stood a man, tall and imposing, exuding unparalleled arrogance from his brows, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He was bound to claim dominance with the legendary demon blade Muramasa in hand. Baisu, accompanied by only a handful of trusted subordinates, had a clear goal: to use the third Raikage as a test of strength. Hiss. Iwagakure's forces are overwhelming. Clan leader, if Iwagakure annihilates the Cloud Ninjas in one fell swoop and reinforces the Land of Fire's battlefield, the situation. A Jonin by his side voiced his concern. The Third Shinobi World War had originated in the Land of Wind, sparking fierce battles between Konoha and various other villages. Iwagakure, with its ambitions and formidable strength, played a pivotal role in the conflict. No need to worry. The third Raikage won't fall so easily. That fool Inoki of Iwagakure is asking for trouble. This war will deplete their forces, ultimately dragging them down and cutting off their retreat. Baisu sneered, his domineering aura radiating. The conspiracy behind the Shinobi World War was already set. Baisu let out a cold laugh. Shimura Danzo was indeed the dark mastermind of the shinobi world.
That old schemer had even successfully persuaded Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage, Anoki of both scales, to orchestrate a perfect ambush with the intent of assassinating the third Raikage of Kumogakure. A Kage-level ninja was the backbone of any shinobi village, not just a supreme fighter but also a symbol of the village's honor. If a Kage-level ninja were to fall, and the successor lacked both immense power and prestige, the entire village would descend into chaos. However, Anoki had been too arrogant, underestimating the ferocity of the third Raikage and overlooking the dark forces of Konoha.
But Baisu-sama, what if your judgment is wrong? A root jonin nearby couldn't help but voice doubt.
He was one of Danzo's confidants, tasked with ensuring both Iwagakure and Kumogakure suffered mutual destruction. His duties also included monitoring the Uchiha clan's elite forces and, if necessary, ensuring Baisu perished on the battlefield to sever the clan's future.
Baisu coldly retorted, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The ninja instantly broke out in a cold sweat.
Baisu, a natural genius with the Sharingan, had risen to fame during the Second Shinobi World War, killing countless enemies. Those who crossed him never met a good end.
I said, there will only be one outcome on this battlefield.
Before his voice faded, the battlefield underwent a sudden change. A deep-skinned, golden-haired elder erupted from the earth with earth release, his body shrouded in lightning release, unbreakable and indomitable. With a single strike, he shattered the ground, securing a precious escape route for his troops.
The third Raikage truly lived up to his name.
Baisu's sharp eyes locked onto the third Raikage's attributes. HP 3451 5500, damage 1900, magic damage 800, chakra 600 1500, defense 1300, speed 600. To protect his men, he stood alone against the encirclement of 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas, resembling a human-tailed beast, holding back entire armies single-handedly. Surrounded by 10,000 enemies, he only lost a small amount of blood but managed to kill 2,000 enemy soldiers, shocking the entire ninja world. However, the Raikage's chakra was nearly depleted, making it impossible to sustain his nin taijutsu. His defense, speed, and damage would inevitably drop significantly, and the endless army would eventually wear him down to death.
Earth-style, 10,000 miles earth flow wall.
The Iwa nin exerted all their strength to build a wall of earth as tall as the Great Wall, vowing to restrict the Raikage's movements. They were the strongest warriors of Iwagakure, brimming with confidence.
The Raikage donned his lightning release armor, with lightning chakra coursing through his body, activating his physical vitality. Using the lightning body flicker technique, his defense skyrocketed, and he could even withstand the 8 tails barehanded. Hell stab. 4-finger thrust. The Raikage concentrated chakra into 4 fingers, accelerating with the lightning body flicker technique, instantly breaking through the earth wall and cutting through the enemy ranks from the front to the rear, unstoppable. Clan leader, the third Raikage is charging toward us. Even this defensive wall couldn't stop him. A direct confrontation will surely end in defeat.
His chakra fluctuations are approaching rapidly. He's about to unleash an even stronger taijutsu. Hellstab has 5 forms, and when reduced to 1 finger, its destructive power increases tenfold.
Even Kage-level opponents can't withstand it.
Everyone was shocked, witnessing the overwhelming power of the third Raikage firsthand.
Even elite Jonin couldn't compare. Unless... All eyes turned to the only quasi-Kage-level warrior Uchiha Shiraisu. It's our turn to step in. Let's face the third Raikage head-on. Itachi, stay behind me and don't get separated.
Shiraisu stepped out of the cover alone, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on the beast-like third Raikage, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was his first S-rank mission, but he was already accustomed to the slaughter and bloodshed of the battlefield.
The war had only just begun.
The battlefield's cruelty was as cold and unyielding as iron, turning even him into someone devoid of emotion and compassion.
Yes, sir. Itachi hid behind his father Fugaku.
Outsiders doubted whether Fugaku could stop the third Raikage, but in Itachi's eyes, his father was like the sun, majestic and invincible, capable of withstanding anything.
Report, my lord. The traces of the Uchiha clan have been confirmed without a doubt. They are ambushed on the cliff.
The Iwagakure deputy urgently reported that the enemy's formation was tight, with surveillance ninjas everywhere.
The Uchiha clan was spotted the moment they appeared. The opportunity has come.
Attention, all troops.
Launch indiscriminate ninjutsu attacks. Target, Konoha.
The leader of Iwagakure, Takayama Arashir, sneered coldly, having already set up an inescapable trap.
Did Konoha think they could use Iwagakure to eliminate the third Raikage?
They weren't fools, they also wanted to weaken both Konoha and Kumogakure simultaneously.
Moreover, Danzo Shimura's shadow forces were lurking within. After a night of fierce battle, the third Raikage had slain 20% of Iwagakure's army. The remaining forces gathered to unleash a massive ninjutsu, with power comparable to Kage level. A gigantic tornado of rock and earth roared toward Konoha. Ahead, lightning armor shone brightly, and a figure descended like a thunder god, moving at a speed surpassing the limits of the Sharingan. The third Raikage staked everything, vowing to break through Konoha's defenses and escape Iwagakure's entanglement. He's too fast. Even the Sharingan can't keep up. Lord Shirozu, please stay at the rear. Among the subordinates brought by Fugaku, many had awakened the Sharingan years ago. They had once fought against overwhelming odds and now stepped forward in this critical moment to protect. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the cliff. Activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's unique visual sacred technique was unleashed. Their eyes turned crimson, and blade-like Tomo glimmered, as the godly eyes that shook the three realms appeared. Unbelievable that Konoha in this generation would produce such a genius, wielding the terrifying power that once nearly destroyed the world. Hell Stab, Four-Finger Thrust. The third Raikage, clad in lightning armor, instantly sensed Fugaku's transformation. But there was no retreat. This path was blocked, reinforcements were far away, and death was near. The Four-Finger Thrust concentrated chakra at the tips of four fingers. Its power increased as the number of fingers decreased. With its ultimate form, the one-finger thrust, hailed as the strongest spear. The Raikage leaped into the air, soaring hundreds of meters high, and unleashed a devastating strike toward the cliff. Boom! The cliff exploded, the earth trembled, and the Iwagakure army's combined jutsu followed, shaking heaven and earth. Even a Kage-level warrior would find it hard to survive against the combined might of the third Raikage and 7,000 ninjas. That is, among the Iwa Nin, a skilled observer in ninjutsu was filled with terror, collapsing to the ground as if the apocalypse had arrived. Black flames devoured the earth, forming a terrifying beast of chakra, its skeleton and flesh ultimately coalescing into a black-armored warrior hundreds of meters tall, towering like a mountain. Even the strongest jutsu of the third Hokage could not break through this defense. Impossible. A jutsu surpassing human limits. This is practically divine. Such immense chakra, even the tailed beasts pale in comparison. Is he truly human? The Uchiha clan, terrifying to the point of suffocation. The remaining 7,000 Iwa Nin stood frozen in shock. The power of the Uchiha clan defied imagination. As strong as the tailed beasts were, they could not rival this godlike being on earth. How could the third Raikage counter a demonic god controlled by a human? Susanoo! Baisu softly uttered, as the Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly activated. The mysterious black Tengu armor instantly enveloped him, silencing the battlefield. The third Raikage's eyes flashed with shock, which quickly turned into blazing hatred. Konoha, the cradle of the strongest clans in the ninja world, home to the legacies of the Uchiha and Senju clans, once ruled by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Now, he was being effortlessly suppressed by this young Uchiha clan leader. Susanoo, the legendary power that only those who awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan can summon, symbolizing destruction and despair. None who had seen it had ever survived. You could have lived 2 more days, but you chose the wrong path, Baisu coldly declared. With a wave of his right hand, the black-armored warrior's demonic blade, Muramasa, suddenly glowed with an eerie light. The third Raikage's movements slowed, and the demonic blade Muramasa slashed down in an instant, carving a deep wound into his abdomen, reaching the bone. The lightning-released chakra could not dispel the chilling, sinister energy. Gravely injured, he fell to one knee. This demonic blade, Muramasa, was said to be filled with malevolent energy. Without immense righteousness to suppress it, the wielder would be consumed, driven to madness and slaughter. Who would have thought it would now appear in the hands of the Uchiha clan? Susanoo! Uchiha Madara's ultimate technique, reborn today, the third Raikage roared. You Uchiha truly are insane, seeking to bury me and the entire Iwagakure army. The Iwagakure army's commander, Takayama Erasure, calmly signaled a halt. The black-armored warrior's attack range extended several kilometers ahead. He pondered silently, if this opportunity could be used to kill the third Raikage and erase that Tsuchikage's past humiliation, it would surely go down in history and immortalize his name. What do we do next? His deputy whispered anxiously. The enemy has hidden their strength, and the Mangekyo Sharingan has long been activated. Our intelligence is inaccurate. The Tsuchikage is currently battling Konoha, and we can't split our forces to deal with 2 Kage-level opponents. Takayama Erasure sneered, wait and see. No matter who wins, they will become Iwagakure's spoils of war. Konoha's Hashirama and Madara are dead. No one can stop our rise.
The army stood ready, waiting for the two Kage-level warriors to determine the victor, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Baisu gazed coldly, the icy killing intent in his Mangekyo Sharingan boundless. Any last words? War is merciless, only life and death remain, with no exceptions. He looked disdainfully at the Iwagakure army, regarding them as insignificant and powerless, their threat far inferior to the Third Raikage. The Uchiha clan is the root of chaos in the ninja world and must be eradicated from existence. Though the Third Raikage's defeat was inevitable, an unyielding flame burned in his eyes. Facing the enemy with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he vowed to protect Kumogakure at all costs, even unto death. In this world, the one who can kill me has yet to be born. Baisu declared calmly, like a prophecy from a deity, awaiting the arrival of the final moment of the decisive battle. The Third Raikage's ultimate strike thundered down. With his opponent's chakra nearly depleted, the outcome would be decided within a few moves. Third Raikage, don't get too arrogant. You're just an elder facing a junior. Baisu responded with a cold sneer. The armor of lightning suddenly enveloped him, the power of lightning release pushed to its limit. The Third Raikage's iron wall-like body was incredibly resilient. This was the secret to his ability to face 10,000 ninjas without a scratch. The Third Raikage roared, "Boy, if you can dodge this strike, I will acknowledge your qualification to become a Kage-level ninja." A head-on clash? You can't possibly win. Baisu, defiant and unyielding, showed no intention of retreating. The Third Raikage's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked down on his young opponent. On the battlefield, he always despised tricks and schemes, but this time he had no choice but to use provocation to force Uchiha Fugaku to take his strongest lightning release attack head-on. Hell Stab, One Finger Nukite. A pale blue lightning bolt instantly tore through the air, heading straight for Susanoo. The Third Raikage was confident that this strike would break through his opponent's defense and eliminate a major threat to Kumogakure's future. Time reversal. Just as the lightning was about to strike, a mysterious power surged, space twisted, and Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared amidst a sky full of stars. The distance instantly widened, as if time itself had been reversed. In that moment, the heavens and earth reversed, and the situation drastically changed. When space stabilized, Baisu held the demonic blade Muramasa, its sharp edge gleaming as he thrust it straight at the Third Raikage's heart. The lightning release chakra burned out, and the lightning abruptly extinguished. The Third Raikage was stunned. How is this possible? He was certain he hadn't been caught in a genjutsu, his will as strong as steel, yet he couldn't comprehend the events that had just unfolded. Baisu coldly uttered, "I am invincible, as is time." Pulling out the demonic blade Muramasa, the legendary weapon severed the enemy's life force with a single strike. The Third Raikage's chakra was also on the verge of exhaustion. Time ninjutsu? The power of the Uchiha clan. The Third Raikage slowly fell, his eyes no longer confused, only exhaustion remained, as if in deep sleep. Ding! Mission completed. Kill a Kage-level expert 1-1, reward, plus 1000 HP, plus 500 chakra, plus 500 points. New taijutsu acquired, lightning plow hot knife, gather lightning release chakra throughout the body, charge at high speed, unleash wrist strength, and deliver a fatal blow. This taijutsu perfectly compensates for my weakness in close combat. Baisu rejoiced inwardly. The Third Raikage's taijutsu was among the best in the Naruto world. Unless one opened the final gate of the 8 gates or reached a Super Kage level, it was nearly impossible to match. Baisu was extremely satisfied with the rewards. The chakra replenishment from the main mission was a timely relief. Despite having powerful skills, insufficient chakra would lead to the same fate as Konoha's Kakashi, the 50-50 legend. As long as there was enough chakra, time reversal could be activated infinitely, making him invincible in the Naruto world. Of course, he couldn't rely solely on this technique. There was still immense room for growth, and he had to keep striving. Not bad, the glory of the Uchiha clan. But, this is the end for you. Repent for the sins of Uchiha Madara. The Iwagakure army commander, Takayama Arashir, approached with a cold sneer, followed by a massive force of 7,000 IWA nin, stretching endlessly. His sharp eyes discerned that Baisu's chakra was nearly depleted. The energy consumption of a Susanoo-level technique was extraordinarily high, otherwise, the opponent wouldn't have withdrawn his Kekkei Genkai at such a critical moment. Once the Kage-level powerhouse fell, the remaining Uchiha ninjas, no matter how strong, would have no escape surrounded by 7,000 IWA nin. What are you trying to do? We are here under Lord Danzo's orders to assist. The Third Raikage has been dealt with, and the mission is complete. The Uchiha Jonin frowned deeply, sensing intense hostility. They were already trapped in a deadlock. Moments ago, the entire Iwagakure force launched a frenzied assault, indiscriminately bombing the cliffs, exposing their wolfish ambitions. Even after witnessing the clan leader's ultimate technique, they still dared to approach truly courting death.
Could it be the Sharingan's Kekkei Genkai consumes an enormous amount of energy? The clan leader had just deactivated Susanoo. Was he already exhausted? Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm afraid? Ask your clan leader, can he still unleash the same technique as before? Bai Su sneered. Kneel and repent, and I might spare your lives, including this 4-year-old brat. How tragic it would be to die so young on the battlefield. Takayama Arashir no longer regarded Bai Su as a threat. The reconnaissance ninjas had confirmed that his chakra was nearly depleted. Even Kage-level experts would need several days to recover.
To him, this was just a game of cat and mouse.
How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak so rudely to my father?
Uchiha Itachi, burning with rage, drew a kunai, ready to fight to the death, but a large hand pressed him down and pulled him behind.
Father!
Itachi instinctively lowered his head, overwhelmed by his father's imposing presence.
What are you standing there for? I said, 10,000 IWA Nin and the third Raikage are buried here, kill without mercy.
Bai Su coldly commanded, having already consumed a chakra potion to replenish half his energy. The time reversal technique had drained his chakra, making it difficult to maintain Susanoo, but in 30 seconds, his energy would be fully restored, and he would once again transform into an immortal war god.
I accept your request. Susanoo. The black Susanoo, towering like a majestic mountain, stood before 7,000 IWA Nin.
The oppressive aura crushed their morale to the lowest point, and fear spread once again.
Tenka Fubu.
Bai Su stomped, creating a 10,000-meter fissure.
Black clouds shrouded the battlefield as the active skill of the demon blade Muramasa was revealed for the first time.
The howling winds and overwhelming killing intent shook the heavens. The IWA Nin, like startled birds, saw their morale collapse, and their defeat seemed imminent.
Bakayaro. No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. Get it together. Takayama Arashir roared, only to have his ankle grabbed by a skeletal hand emerging from the ground.
Cold sweat poured down his face as he nearly fell.
After cutting through the bone, he was horrified to find the entire battlefield surging with white bones. The souls of those slain by the demon blade Muramasa 1,000 years ago, forever unable to rest, had been summoned once more. Pick up your heads and fight for me. Roar!
In the sky, blood-red eyes gleamed as the black Susanoo led millions of skeletal warriors in a frenzied assault on the IWA Nin, instantly disrupting their formation. The Uchiha clan followed closely behind, unleashing a dazzling array of ninjutsu, igniting the battlefield into chaos.
Slash!
The black-armored samurai swung the demon blade, unleashing a 10,000-meter energy slash that split the battlefield in two. The 7,000 Kumo Nin screamed in agony, suffering heavy casualties.
Is this the power of Konoha's Uchiha? A godlike existence, we stand no chance. Retreat! Captain, I don't want to face this monster head-on.
The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities were beyond imagination. The demon blade cut down the third Raikage like mowing grass, leaving the IWA Nin utterly disheartened and devoid of fighting spirit.
Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fire style, Dragon Flame Technique. Shadow Shuriken.
Although the Uchiha's fire release techniques are mostly C-rank ninjutsu, they inflicted massive damage on the demoralized Cloud Ninja. With their morale shaken, the outcome was decided the best option was to retreat and preserve their strength.
Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Takayama Ranpu finally gave the order, but suddenly noticed the sky darkening.
Turning around, he saw Bai Su, clad in the Karasa Tengu armor and wielding a demonic blade, smirking coldly as he looked down on everyone. On this battlefield of despair, the true legend was just beginning. The black-clad samurai appeared coldly, like the arrival of death itself. As a general, shouldn't you protect your comrades? He whispered, his voice as cold as a blade.
Ah! Itachi's eyes widened in shock. This was the true power of the Uchiha. The real war was just beginning, and the scene before him left him in awe. His father possessed a terrifying strength capable of shaking the ninja world. Even the third Hokage, as strong as he was, might not be a match. Single-handedly, he turned the tide of the Third Great Ninja War, annihilating the Third Raikage and 10,000 IWA ninja. No wonder his father once said, "Laws are the way of the heavens, only the strong can rewrite the world." The system notification sounded. Side quest completed, slay 7,000 IWA ninja. 7,000 reward, 7,000 gold coins, 500 points, 60 mana recovery potions. Achievement unlocked, Hero of Humanity. Reward 500 mana. As the war ended, on the scorched earth, the Uchiha clan's Jonin seemed reborn from the flames, their eyes burning with admiration and fear.
Since Uchiha Madara's fall, the clan had lacked top-tier strength.
Now, Baisu's power heralded the revival of the Uchiha. Lord Baisu. The root ninja's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down.
He suddenly realized that Baisu had appeared silently behind him, red eyes like blood, and the oppressive aura made even the thought of escaping vanish completely.
The surrounding jonin exchanged cold glances, with a faint sense of death lingering in the air.
He had been ordered by Danzo to monitor the Uchiha. If Baisu were injured, he would step in to deliver the final blow. Now, Baisu had slaughtered the third Raikage, killed 7,000 IWA nin, and remained unscathed, displaying unparalleled strength. Even more fatal was the fact that he had uncovered the forbidden secret of the Uchiha clan. Baisu possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, a fact even Danzo was unaware of.
Go back? Dream on. Figured it out? This picturesque place is far better than the back mountains of Konoha.
As an Umbu ninja, he had walked in shadows his entire life. Even in death, there would be no gravestone for him, his body secretly buried in the back mountains of Konoha.
Baisu gave a cold smile, igniting his desperate will to survive. He quickly formed seals, ninjutsu, body flicker technique.
However, just as the teleportation was completed, a demonic blade pierced through his chest, instantly draining his chakra and blood.
Baisu eliminated the threat and calmly checked the attribute interface, reaping astonishing rewards. Baisu. Health 4,600, Kage level ninja 3,000 9,000. Mana 2,000. Damage 1,200, Kage level ninja 1,000 2,300. Spell damage 2,000, Kage level ninja 1,300 2,300. Defense 999. Speed 400. Skill list.
C-rank ninjutsu fire style great fireball technique, spews a massive fireball from the mouth, instantly blasting the enemy away. C-rank ninjutsu shadow clone technique, creates tangible clones, a powerful tool for espionage.
Nintaijutsu lightning plow hot knife, channels lightning chakra for a high-speed collision, delivering a fatal strike.
Kekkei Genkai Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate eye technique, perceiving all, but at the cost of vision.
Susanoo, a giant, mysterious chakra humanoid shield, offering invincible defense but with side effects. The name Baisu will henceforth become the greatest legend in the ninja world. Susanoo, the god of death that devours the life of its user, can only be resisted by unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is both an invincible divine weapon and a deadly double-edged sword.
Time reversal technique, consumes massive chakra to reverse the laws of time, restoring the state of life on objects within a 3-meter radius to 10 seconds prior.
Tenkafubu, an evil blade forged by the demon blade Muramasa, condemns those it slays to eternal damnation, their souls forever trapped within.
The wielder can summon warlords from the Sengoku era, igniting endless carnage with 500 chakra.
Defense and speed?
In his eyes, they are mere illusions. What determines a Kage-level ninja's status is only damage and spell destruction power.
Genjutsu and spell damage are his domains of lethal techniques.
When Susanoo is activated, defense skyrockets by 1,000 points, even the ultimate techniques of the third Raikage cannot break through. One day later, within the Land of Fire, the third Tsuchikage Inoki received an urgent report. The moment he opened the scroll, his eyes turned blood red, and with a dust release technique, he obliterated a massive boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds into dust in an instant. Immediately issue the order, the entire Iwagakure army is to withdraw from the Land of Fire.
In this war, we will not send another soldier. Tsuchikage-sama. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha is at its weakest now.
If we delay for a few years, we will lose this chance. I hate the third Raikage for sacrificing 10,000 elite soldiers.
We can no longer afford to fight.
At the same time, I and Killer B of Kumogakure also received shocking news.
What? The third Raikage is dead?
The Third Great Ninja War, originally a continuation of the previous one, abruptly ended due to a critical turning point on the battlefield. The Third Raikage perished along with over 10,000 Kumogakure ninjas. The Uchiha clan secretly sealed the truth to prevent news of the Mangekyo Sharingan from leaking, avoiding suspicion from Konoha's higher-ups and unnecessary conflicts.
Meanwhile, fierce battles raged across the Land of Fire's various battlefields.
The Battle of Kanabi Bridge gave rise to two Sharingan legends, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi. Obito, who was presumed dead, was mysteriously rescued underground, and a shocking conspiracy began to unfold.
Shimura Danzo, utterly insidious. This S-rank mission was fraught with conspiracies.
Without Baisu's heaven-defying abilities with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, and the Time Fruit, he would have long been a lamb to the slaughter. He knew that waging war against the higher-ups of Konoha carried profound implications. Victory might bring about the risk of the village's destruction, and another ninja world war would likely become inevitable. But the despicable methods of Danzo Shimura lingered like a shadow, and the Uchiha clan would once again face a blood-soaked massacre. Crimson eyes stared coldly at him. The darkness of this ninja world would eventually be reckoned with.
Konoha Hidden Village.
As the leaves dance, the flames will burn eternally. The fire illuminates the village, nurturing the hope of new life. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally presided over the memorial service, solemnly honoring the spirits of Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and others who had fallen at Kanobi Bridge.
The cruel war dragged children onto the bloody battlefield. Noara Rin became a weapon of the tailed beasts, while Obito became a martyr, a hero of the Sharingan.
The ninjas observed a moment of silence in tribute. The third great ninja war abruptly came to a halt, and the village's defenses reached their peak. Baisu never sought credit, merely giving a brief report on the fact that the third Raikage and over 10,000 Iwagakure forces perished together.
Danzo Shimura was indignant but could do nothing. He kept the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan closely guarded. The villagers feared this power, as Uchiha Madara had nearly destroyed the village and clan in the past. If the higher-ups found out, a purge would surely follow. He had the resolve to protect himself but struggled to ensure the safety of his clan. Uchiha Makoto and Itachi had not yet reached the Super Kage level, and if they fell into a desperate situation, the danger would be unimaginable. Clan leader, should we reclaim Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan? After all, it is the treasure of our clan.
Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan symbolized the clan's highest secret and could never fall into the hands of outsiders.
As Baisu's trusted confidant, Uchiha Tetsuka whispered in his ear, "That Sharingan, should we take it back?"
Tetsuka was referring to the Sharingan that Obito had given to Hatake Kakashi before his death.
That day, the two of them had witnessed Noara Rin's tragic death, and both awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, Kakashi lacked the bloodline limit. Although he could use Kamui, the chakra consumption was immense, and his strength remained stagnant, only becoming a legend as the copy ninja. Baisu shook his head. No need.
Making an exception once won't affect the clan's rules, and it was the wish of that young hero. A single Sharingan was no longer of much significance, especially in these turbulent times.
If they rashly demanded it back from Kakashi, it would surely provoke public outrage and be more trouble than it was worth. Kakashi was different from Danzo.
Though he was part of the Yambu, he upheld justice and had never posed a threat to the Uchiha clan. After the memorial service, Baisu detected a faint spatial fluctuation in a small grove and vaguely saw a black hole closing.
Spacetime ninjutsu, being able to traverse Konoha right after awakening. What an interesting ability.
As a transmigrator, Baisu had insight into the plot of the Naruto world. Obito was not dead but was saved by Uchiha Madara, becoming a pawn in his revival plan. Obito, harboring deep affection for Rin Noara, hid in the shadows, but had already been consumed by darkness. He firmly believed in Madara's ideals, aiming to reshape the chaotic world into a new one, a world filled only with laughter. The Uchiha clan always loved to take on the grand mission of reshaping the world, ultimately leading to their own destruction.
Fortunately, Baisu bore no such burden.
He only wanted to take this nesting doll game to the extreme, becoming the largest doll and completing the main storyline. With his current strength, he did not fear Obito. However, Obito's mastery of spacetime made his escape abilities incredibly strong. If Obito wanted to flee, Baisu would find it difficult to stop him, as speed was never his forte.
Next, let's continue farming achievements. Konoha will never remain peaceful forever.
If I can obtain that legendary golden chainmail, I can dominate the Naruto world. This golden chainmail was originally a treasure of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Though not as powerful as the Rui Jingu Bang, it was enough to catch the attention of Tai immortals. In the Naruto world, only peak existences like the Sage of Six Paths could glimpse the realm of immortals. The spacetime portal opened once again, this time leading to the land of Rain, a small, war-torn nation. A young man in a black robe stepped out, adorned with cloud patterns, wearing a swirling mask on his face. His blood-red eyes burned with an aura that could captivate the soul. Uchiha Obito, the supreme will of the Akatsuki organization, was now ready to execute the plan Madara had long laid out. What are the results of the Konoha investigation? In a dark cave, two figures approached slowly. One was Pain's Devapath, a puppet of Yahiko controlled by Nagato, the founder of the Akatsuki organization. The other was Konan, codenamed White Tiger. Although Konan's sensory abilities were inferior to Pain's, after detecting Obito's presence, her paper arm gradually disappeared, returning to its original form. This world is unbearably hypocritical and deserves to be despised. Konoha is nothing but a group of mediocrities, incapable of saving this chaotic world.
We must create an ideal nation without war, one of eternal peace.
What Obito did not say was that in this world, Rin no era no longer existed and could only be resurrected within the infinite Tsukuyomi.
He wanted to create a world filled with Rin. Pain's Devapath and Conan exchanged glances before asking in a deep voice, "We agree with the ideal, but how do we achieve it?"
Obito sneered. Step 1. Accumulate vast amounts of funds to pave the way for the future.
Step 2. Establish a mercenary organization free from any nation's control, incite small-scale wars, and achieve results at low costs.
Monopolize small nations' war commissions, rapidly expand the scale of wars, break the monopoly of major nations' ninjas, and take control of all battlefields. Step 3. Harness the power of the tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and cast the super large-scale Genjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi, plunging the entire world into a dream to achieve eternal peace. The fallen Uchiha clan members were terrifying to the extreme.
The current Uchiha Obito had gone completely mad, trapped in an endless deception. Infinite Tsukuyomi could never bring true peace.
Instead, it would release the goddess of the rabbit, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had been sealed on the moon. This rabbit goddess is the true mastermind behind the Naruto world, even manipulating Uchiha Madara in the palm of her hand. We have already recruited a group of S-rank rogue ninjas, and the funding issues are gradually being resolved.
But the Great Ninja War has just ended. How can we stir up waves again?
Pain pondered for a long time and realized that this 3-step plan perfectly aligned with his ambitions, willing to give everything for it.
Start with Konoha. I will disrupt that hypocritical place. Wait for my news.
Uchiha Obito's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he planned multiple schemes in his mind, yet had not decided which one to implement.
Whether the ninja world is in turmoil depends on Konoha. When the first Hokage was alive, no nation dared to make a move. To break the peace, Konoha's strongest force must first be eliminated, so that other ninja villages would lose their reservations. Inside Konoha, D rank and C rank missions are almost completed. Next it's time to challenge B rank and above.
Baisu frequently visited the mission hall and had successfully won the receptionist's favor. That busty loli would prioritize recommending simple B rank missions to him, while high-risk tasks like long-term espionage in neighboring countries were pushed to the back.
Husband, the third great ninja war just ended. Why are you busier than usual? I made some desserts, eat more.
During this time, Uchiha Makoto looked radiant and her cooking skills had greatly improved. After delivering lunch, she brought over a basket of desserts.
Ahem. Serving the village is my honor. Just as Baisu was dealing with his wife's tenderness, a shadow suddenly descended into the courtyard. Uchiha clan's Jonin, Uchiha Tetsuka, appeared. Clan leader, internal news has come in.
The third Hokage plans to recommend Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage at the Council of Elders.
Uchiha Tetsuka handed over a secret letter. As a ninja, intelligence gathering is crucial.
Under his initiative, the Uchiha clan had increased investment in their intelligence department, employing more covert methods.
Namikaze Minato? What qualifies him to become Hokage?
Baisu raised an eyebrow. Just as he was planning to enjoy a peaceful life, an unexpected twist arrived. The third Hokage was aging, so it was natural to look for a successor.
However, for the past decade, Orochimaru had always been the third's designated crown prince. Now, with a sudden change, there must be hidden reasons. Killed 40 enemies. Uchiha Tetsuka respectfully replied, the number comes from the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Namikaze Minato's achievements. 40 people? The Yellow Flash is indeed powerful, a flagbearer of the younger generation, but judging by achievements alone, he is not enough to claim the throne. Back then, Konoha's White Fang single-handedly suppressed the Sannin and intimidated all nations, yet he only received half of the Hokage's sleeve badge. What exactly does Namikaze Minato rely on? Baisu had no desire for the position of Hokage, but upon hearing this, could only describe it with 2 words: deification. The Konoha higher-ups must be in an uproar. Understood, this matter must not be spread. Let them create chaos over the Hokage position themselves. The Uchiha will not interfere. By the way, have you found that Uchiha genius you were contacting? Baisu remained expressionless. The Uchiha clan still needed to endure. With their current prominence, even the slightest misstep could lead to an attack. Uchiha Tetsuka replied, we have contacted Uchiha Shisui, but he has appeared in Shimura Danzo's route, frequently carrying out covert missions. Some in the clan suspect his allegiance. There's no need to worry about his allegiance. Arrange a meeting between him and me as soon as possible. I want to talk to him personally. Baisu waved his hand. This was a critical time, and Uchiha Shisui was the only key.
Uchiha Shisui, the successor of Uchiha Kagami, was extraordinarily gifted, with the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even as a young boy, he possessed wisdom akin to that of a Hokage, inheriting the will of fire and resolutely joining root to temper himself.
Clan leader, is there anything else?
Baisu looked at Tetsuka, who hesitated for a moment before speaking. Tetsuka took a deep breath and finally said, "Clan leader, you killed the third Raikage.
Your strength far surpasses Namake's Minato. The position of Hokage rightfully belongs to you. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary invincible power."
Back then, Uchiha Madara used this power to exhaust Senju Hashirama, yet still achieved ultimate victory, though he passed away a few years later. Before Tetsuka could finish speaking, he suddenly felt the clan leader's pupils transform from tomo into sharp blades. A chilling killing intent enveloped his entire body. Tetsuka's mind went blank, as if death was right at his doorstep for the first time since entering the ninja world. He felt death so near.
Listen carefully. The death of the third Raikage must never be revealed.
If anyone asks, say he perished along with 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas, unrelated to our clan.
The Uchiha clan must endure. Blind arrogance will only bring about total destruction. The time is not yet ripe.
Anyone who dares to hold us back will forever live under the shadow of these eyes.
Baisu's stern words made Tetsuka tremble all over.
He quickly nodded in agreement. Though the word endure was hard to comprehend, the clan leader's orders could not be defied. After Tetsuka left, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly, as the division between the Hawks and the moderates within the clan became evident. The Hawks adhered to Uchiha Madara's radical ideology, angered by the Uchiha clan's predicament of having no Hokage in Konoha. The moderates inherited the will of fire, loyal to Konoha, willing to die rather than betray the village, like the fallen Uchiha Kagami.
Has my husband been forced into action by the Hawks? Makoto asked softly.
Shirosu smiled confidently, pulling Makoto into his arms. Her soft body made his heart tremble.
Don't worry, Tetsuka doesn't belong to the Hawks. He was merely reminding me. In this world, no one can force me. In the Konoha Hokage meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Sarutobi, are you really going to do this?
Orochimaru is the genius disciple you personally nurtured, who has achieved great military merits on the battlefield. Everyone sees him as the next Hokage, Shimura Danzo said, his eyes flashing with cunning light. Though his expression was cold, his heart was surging with waves.
Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal to establish a new successor shocked everyone present.
Senior advisors Mitokado Hamura, Utatane Koharo, and others gathered together.
Utatane Koharo questioned, Namake's Minato is still young and lacks sufficient achievements. Isn't it too hasty to make him the fourth Hokage directly? Even Konoha's White Fang back then was only half a Hokage.
Sarutobi firmly responded, Namake's Minato held back the IWA ninja army during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge and repelled the Abi brothers on another battlefield.
The Kumogakure forces retreated, and the name Yellow Flash struck fear into the enemy.
His strength is no less than Konoha's White Fang.
The Yellow Flash is just a gimmick you hyped up.
When the first Hokage founded Konoha, killing 40 enemies was considered an achievement. The retreat of the Kumogakure forces was due to the Third Raikage's desperate resistance against 10,000 IWA ninjas.
We don't acknowledge your fabricated myth.
Danzo's words pierced the room like sharp blades, directly targeting the third Hokage's sore spot. While Namake's Minato's talent and strength were at the Kage level, his lack of experience suggested that more tempering wouldn't hurt.
However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind. The future of Konoha would be led by Namake's Minato. The battle for the fourth Hokage instantly ignited the powder keg of the entire Konoha.
Danzo, don't think a few harsh words can erase the brilliance of the younger generation. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, burned with anger. Usually gentle, his gaze now was as sharp as a sword, and the air was filled with an undeniable sense of oppression.
I'm merely following the will of the first and second Hokage. The Hokage is the face of Konoha.
In terms of achievements, strength, and prestige, Orochimaru far surpasses the others.
Danzo's voice was cold and unyielding. This is the Hokage meeting room, not a place where you have the final say. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, the tension between the two reaching its peak. Sarutobi, calm down and explain your reasoning, Mitokado Hamura quickly tried to mediate. Everyone present knew this was a direct clash of interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. I have solid evidence that Orochimaru's heart has been corrupted by Konoha's darkness. Such a person can only be used as a weapon and must never become Hokage. The Hokage must be a successor of the will of fire. Only Namake's Minato can lead Konoha toward the light.
His voice shook the room, leaving the elders exchanging glances. Their gazes toward Danzo were filled with doubt and wariness.
The darkness of Konoha? Who does this refer to?
Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world.
Could it be that he has secretly colluded with Orochimaru, even manipulating this genius rogue ninja? Once this bottom line is crossed, Konoha will plunge into endless darkness.
Danzo remained silent, the atmosphere frozen, as the third Hokage had already pushed the conflict to a boiling point.
As per usual, let the voting begin. Koharu Yutate's voice was firm as she raised her hand in support of Minato.
Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, along with the majority of the elders, almost unanimously approved. Only Danzo stood in solitary opposition, like a lone wolf in the dark night. Decades of camaraderie forged in battle were completely shattered by the secrets and darkness of the root. The vote is decided, and the candidate for the fourth Hokage will soon be announced.
Hiruzen Sarutobi declared decisively, crushing Danzo's ambitions with an iron fist.
He had poured his heart into Orochimaru, believing that his disciple would inherit the mantle of Hokage, only to see him drawn into Danzo's shadowy influence. But he still held hope, believing that even if young people stray, gold will always shine.
Wait. For fairness, I demand that a few more outstanding young candidates be nominated for the selection. Danzo clung on stubbornly, determined to overturn the decision. Fine, you may recommend one person, and we will vote again then.
Hiruzen Sarutobi sneered coldly, offering a sliver of hope while laying a trap.
After the meeting, Danzo went alone to Orochimaru's secret laboratory, a sinister and chilling place hiding countless secrets. Sarutobi has already uncovered our plot. This place is no longer safe. We must not contact each other for a while to avoid exposure, he ordered in a low voice. By the way, the elders' voting results are out. Namake's Minato is firmly seated as the fourth Hokage.
The battle between darkness and light continues, and Konoha's future is being torn apart by this storm of power.
Namake's Minato replacing you as the fourth Hokage is almost a foregone conclusion. Shimura Danzo coldly announced, throwing the truth at Orochimaru without any pretense.
He longed to exploit Orochimaru's Sharingan transplant research and would release cell technology, but he could not risk being discovered by the third Hokage that would destroy everything he had built.
I've delivered the message. Do as you see fit.
Danzo's words were like icy blades cutting through bone, sharp and merciless.
The laboratory fell into a deathly silence.
Orochimaru stopped the test tube in his hand, his narrow pupils contracting violently, as Danzo's words echoed repeatedly in his mind.
Minato Namake's, the third Hokage. He roared like a raging lion tearing through the night sky.
Sealed containers shattered, decayed liquid overflowed, and the rotting corpses twisted and deformed, a testament to the failure of the wood release experiment. This man, who claimed to have no interest in the Hokage title, had completely lost control. He was like a child whose precious candy had been snatched away, his heart surging with hatred directed at his own master. Tsunade, the heiress of the Senju clan, was deeply addicted to gambling. Jiraiya, frivolous and idle, wandered aimlessly. And he, as Konoha's crown prince, had never doubted his destiny to ascend to the position of Hokage. But overnight, everything collapsed. His master deposed him and appointed an obscure young man, Minato Namake's, with few achievements, having only killed 40 enemies. This humiliation, he swore to reclaim. Once he unraveled the mystery of immortality and mastered the truth of the world, the position of Hokage would become utterly laughable before him.
Konoha, Mission Hall. Utsunamiya, I heard the Uchiha clan leader has a thing for you. Is it true? It must be true.
She was blushing. A quasi-Kage level ninja lowering himself to take on these low-level missions just to chase a girl, how dedicated.
Really? This news is explosive.
But Lady Baisu's wife is also a formidable kunoichi, so you better be careful.
What is a kunoichi?
She retired long ago to be a housewife.
Utsunamiya's sister's status still depends on Lady Baisu's word. The gossip among the women in the mission hall was incessant.
Most of them were graduates of the Ninja Academy, but their skills had stagnated, and they relied on family connections to get by.
A big-eyed young girl blushed and softly defended, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Lady Baisu is just concerned for the weak, which is why he takes on these low-level missions. In Konoha, ninjas were like gods.
What woman wouldn't want to marry a strong man and bask in glory and admiration?
This girl, 17 or 18 years old, in the prime of her youth, with outstanding looks, naturally drew attention.
Hello, please help me hand over the tasks from some time ago. A deep, magnetic male voice sounded.
The Uchiha clan leader, Baisu, had arrived in person, and the crowd instantly fell silent.
Lord Baisu, I will handle it immediately. Utsunamiya raised her head, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. She stood up, her posture upright, instantly drawing countless lustful gazes. Even she couldn't figure out whether she truly harbored feelings for this powerful ninja deep in her heart. How many B-level or higher missions are there now? Bai Su asked calmly. His strength and status made him unafraid of any gaze. He had completed multiple S-level missions and was currently working on B-level ones to accumulate achievements, preparing to expand beyond Konoha. The Akatsuki organization's missions were abundant and offered generous rewards. There are very few above B-level. The war is nearing its end, and most of the missions are personally arranged by the Umbu Lords. Utsunamiya adjusted her glasses, her long wavy hair, black stockings accentuating her legs, and an impressive cleavage. Her slightly chubby face carried a hint of cunning. Her face combined wisdom, maturity, and innocence, with an overwhelming charm. Ha! Bai Su suddenly noticed that the attribute card in front of him read, Favorability 90%, Relationship ambiguous. This was too absurd. They had just met, and their relationship was merely that of work partners. His favorability with Uchiha Makoto was the only one at a full 100%. Lord Bai Su. Are you the Uchiha clan leader, Lord Bai Su? Please save my child. Last night, I dreamed of him calling out in the water, saying he was in pain. In the waiting area, a young woman recognized him and rushed over excitedly, accidentally falling. Her chest was grazed by the corner of her clothing, revealing fair skin. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Side quest triggered evil laboratory. Konoha hides a dark laboratory where innocent children are imprisoned. Find them and return them to their mothers. Rewards: destroy the laboratory, magic power limit plus 100, kill Orochimaru, magic power limit plus 1000, let Orochimaru escape, chakra limit plus 500. No failure penalty. Bai Su instinctively caught the young woman, feeling something heavy in his hands, but he didn't think much of it. Doing a good deed and earning a mission reward? Too good to pass up. Kill or let Orochimaru go? Two paths, with completely different outcomes. My husband was an ordinary ninja who sacrificed himself on the battlefield, but my child suddenly went missing. We live on the village outskirts. Clan leader, I beg you to help me. The young woman looked up, her tearful eyes brimming with sorrow. After 10 days of fruitless searching, seeing Bai Su was like grabbing onto a lifeline. This is a C-rank mission, and a ninja has already taken it. Lord Bai Su, you need a mission of B rank or higher. Utsunamiya and the staff hurriedly tried to dissuade him, knowing that a strong ninja must not act recklessly. No, I'll take it. I will bring the child back. Bai Su interrupted them. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. Killing the third Raikage only rewarded 1000 chakra, and Orochimaru's combat power couldn't even compare to the Raikage. Moreover, it was a child from his own clan. As the clan leader, he couldn't stand idly by. Thinking of Orochimaru's disgusting experiments weighed heavily on his heart. Thank you, clan leader. As long as you help, my child will be saved. The young woman was overwhelmed with gratitude. Lowering her head, she realized her disheveled appearance, her cheeks flushing red, but her emotions were sincere. The Uchiha clan valued strength and bloodlines. Her husband had died, leaving behind a widow and an orphan without a Kekei Genkai. Discrimination within the clan was severe, yet she hadn't expected the clan leader to be so kind. I'll go gather information and report back as soon as I have news. Please go home and rest for now. Take care. Bai Su nodded, his motivation surging. Orochimaru's laboratory was set up by Shimura Danzo, extremely well hidden, and even the clan members didn't know its location. But he knew there was someone who might be able to help. Night fell on the outskirts of Konoha. A young ninja leapt lightly to Bai Su's side, dressed in a dark high-collared short-sleeve outfit, his armor gleaming, a small blade strapped to his back, and the Uchiha clan emblem prominently displayed. I've heard you're a master of the body flicker technique. Seeing you today, your reputation is well-deserved. Bai Su smiled. The person before him was none other than the Uchiha clan's genius ninja Uchiha Shursui. Known as Shursui of the body flicker, his fame was widespread. He was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami and a bearer of the will of fire. Forgive my humble skills in front of the clan leader. May I ask what important matter you have summoned me for? As a member of the Root, Shursui was broad-minded and loyal to Konoha. Although he remained cautious about conversations within his clan, he felt relieved upon seeing Bai Su. There was an aura about Bai Su, vast as the stars in the universe, that put people at ease. I need the secret location of Orochimaru's laboratory. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru have joined forces to conduct forbidden Mokuton research. A shocking conspiracy was about to unfold. Human experiments are rampant, and Uchiha children are disappearing one after another. The situation has reached a critical point. Baisu stared directly at Uchiha Shisui and said bluntly, "As an Uchiha, will you really stand by and do nothing?" Shisui, renowned across the ninja world for his extraordinary strength, felt unprecedented pressure in the face of this crisis. He knew all too well that behind this darkness lay the conspiracy of Orochimaru and the Root. Apologies, clan leader. I do not have a full grasp of the situation. I have always been loyal to the third Hokage and cannot act rashly for now, Shisui responded calmly, though his heart was already in turmoil. Baisu sneered coldly, "Don't you know? The Konoha leadership has already decided that Minato Namikaze will succeed as the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru has become a discarded pawn. That laboratory must be destroyed, and the kidnapped children's lives are hanging by a thread." Shisui's heart trembled as he realized the bloody truth hidden behind this, yet he also understood the delicate balance between the fate of the Uchiha clan and Konoha's safety. "I won't let you act alone. This matter is too dangerous, and any conflict could ignite an all-out war," Shisui said firmly. A cold glint flashed in Baisu's eyes, and his voice turned icy. "Do you really want to force my hand? You think Konoha is above all else, but to Konoha, what do you even count as?" Shisui did not back down. He quickly formed hand seals, his pupils changing abruptly. A powerful ocular force erupted instantly, exuding an overwhelming pressure far beyond that of a jonin. "Shisui, take a good look at this world. Your Hokage ideals are laughably naive." Baisu's eyes suddenly turned crimson, with three tomo gleaming like blades. A terrifying surge of ocular power swept through, instantly shattering Shisui's defenses. "The Mangekyo Sharingan." Shisui couldn't finish his sentence before falling into the abyss of a genjutsu. Scene after scene of horrific images flooded his mind like a tide: a dark underground laboratory, children tortured in jars, the cruel sight of Sharingan being forcibly implanted, the Uchiha rebellion, the night of Kotoama Tsukumi, the tragedy of eye theft. Shisui was utterly shocked, collapsing to his knees in pain as if he were personally experiencing the bloody nightmare. He felt as though his eyes had been taken, and losing the Sharingan meant being reduced to a useless shell. This is impossible." Shisui struggled to stand, forcibly breaking the genjutsu, but he could not deny the truth before him. Baisu said coldly, "That is your future. As long as you remain silent, the darkness will consume everything. Come with me. Tonight, you will witness Konoha's deepest darkness." Baisu led Shisui deeper into the illusion, quickly pinpointing the locations of 3 hidden laboratories. This future must never become reality. Shisui broke out in a cold sweat, his heart ignited with an unprecedented resolve. He was not afraid of death, only of dying meaninglessly, of having his eyes taken and becoming a pawn for others. He suddenly realized that Baisu's figure had disappeared and immediately used the body flicker technique to pursue her. At the same time, Orochimaru's secret laboratory had plunged into chaos. "You are under arrest, Orochimaru. The third Hokage is here in person. Surrender now. Watch out. His shuriken is laced with poison." Screams pierced through the night sky as the elite Umbu of the third Hokage clashed fiercely with Orochimaru, turning the scene into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in an instant. This was a ruthless life and death struggle, a game in the shadows that had just begun. Uchiha Shisui and Baisu were about to face the ultimate test of fate. "Sarutobi. What are you hesitating for? This guy has already betrayed Konoha, act now. Don't let your honor be destroyed." A giant ape roared furiously. It was the summoning beast Enma, indestructible, capable of transforming into the adamantine staff, switching forms flexibly to assist in defeating enemies with ninjutsu. But at this moment, it was firmly suppressed by Orochimaru's summoned Manda. The serpent's fangs sank deep, venom flooding into its body. If not for Enma's indestructible nature, it would have already succumbed to the poison. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still hesitated to strike. He had poured his heart and soul into nurturing Orochimaru, only to be met with betrayal. Striking him down would mean personally severing the future of his former disciple, a pain that left him numb. Earlier, he had countless ways to stop Orochimaru, yet he ultimately chose inaction, watching helplessly as his subordinates were torn apart. This scene would forever be etched into his heart, impossible to erase. Perhaps, in his heart, the traitor Orochimaru was more important than these subordinates. Or perhaps, he intended to let Orochimaru go, but at the cost of sacrificing his subordinates. This was the fate of the Hokage. A ninja's betrayal could never be allowed to go unchecked, or the village would descend into endless chaos. A bloody night is about to unfold. Baisu calmly locked onto the laboratory's location and stopped Uchiha Shui. Stay here and guard. Tonight, you don't need to intervene, just bear witness. Baisu ventured in alone. The grand feast was about to begin. Orochimaru, seeing you so unwilling to fight is truly disappointing, teacher. Orochimaru licked his lips, his expression cold and provocative, stepping on Enma's head as his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why has it come to this? Would releases a forbidden technique, explicitly banned by the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was aged and filled with anguish. He couldn't believe that his former disciple had become a rogue ninja. The long years of battle had not forged an iron will in him but had instead made him sensitive and fragile. He had once hoped that the fourth Hokage could help Orochimaru grow, but he hadn't anticipated it would ruin him. Now, his only hope was for Orochimaru to escape the pursuit and preserve his life. Ha, old man, do you think everyone cares about the Hokage's position as much as you do? What I seek is truth, endless ninjutsu, and immortality. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, commanding Manda to slam Enma against the wall as he regained his composure. He was resolute in becoming a rogue ninja. Taking advantage of the third Hokage's hesitation, he had to escape Konoha's encirclement quickly, or the Umbu's interrogation would be anything but merciful. Orochimaru, don't think you can escape so easily. Stay and explain yourself. A commanding voice suddenly descended. Before Orochimaru could react, he was struck by a thunderous impact, crashing heavily into a pit, unable to move. Manda sensed danger, roared furiously, and opened its mouth to bite the enemy. Beast, still struggling? A long blade gleamed with white light, instantly severing the snake's head. Manda collapsed miserably to the ground. Everything happened in a flash, even the third Hokage was shocked. Orochimaru, one dead and one injured. Lightning style? You are. Baisu? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. Baisu had mastered the ultimate lightning style technique. The Uchiha clan is renowned for fire style, but this mastery of lightning style was extraordinary, and wasn't taijutsu exclusive to the third Raikage? Damn it! Orochimaru was horrified. How could such a technique reach here so quickly? He had no time to think, only to desperately flee. Baisu's strength far exceeded expectations. The intelligence error was fatal. This was not just a Kage-level battle. Even Manda's supposedly indestructible scales were severed with a single strike. The killing intent was almost tangible, chilling to the bone. Struggle all you want. Every move you make is under my Sharingan's gaze. Submit to the Uchiha's Genjutsu, Orochimaru. Blood-red pupils gleamed, instantly paralyzing Orochimaru. Before he could complete his hand signs, he was immobilized. A demonic blade mercilessly pierced his side, draining his blood and chakra in an instant. Baisu originally bore no deep hatred, but upon stepping into this eerie laboratory and seeing the innocent lives imprisoned, rage and resentment ignited instantly. Orochimaru's forbidden experiments targeted the Uchiha clan, with betrayal and slaughter everywhere. Conducting forbidden experiments, murdering comrades, betraying Konoha. Orochimaru, tonight marks your end. Hell awaits you. The Kage-level powerhouse Orochimaru was firmly suppressed by the Sharingan's Genjutsu. The demonic blade Muramasa drained his blood and soul, his strength continuously eroded. But he was no foolish summoned beast. The scientific monster of the Hokage, battle-hardened, had not yet been pushed to his limit. Still haven't transformed into that white-scaled serpent? It seems this guy's patience runs deeper than his outward calm. Baisu dared not underestimate him, knowing that Orochimaru had transformed his body into a white-scaled serpent through forbidden experiments. The scales turned into venomous snakes with formidable defense. As long as one snake escaped, he could resurrect. Orochimaru's gaze was cold and sharp. Even in a death trap, he retained his strength, locking eyes silently with his former teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer suppress his fury. Stop! Rui Staff Gale. The summoning beast, Monkey King, instantly transformed into the Vajra Rui Staff. Combining wind release with the Rui Staff, it spun fiercely, unleashing a wild gale in an attempt to push Uchiha Fugaku away and reclaim Orochimaru. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Baisu sneered coldly, having anticipated the old man's move. He casually spat out a giant fireball, and the flames clashed violently with the gale. He could perform ninjutsu without hand seals, instantly unleashing any technique as long as his chakra was sufficient. Third Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Are you shielding this rogue ninja? Baisu feigned surprise. The third Hokage's face darkened. You are not part of the Umbu enforcement unit. You have no authority to execute Orochimaru. I am the captain of the guard. Protecting Konoha's safety is my duty.
Your disciple has abducted a member of the Uchiha clan. This is my jurisdiction.
Perhaps I should hand Orochimaru over to Ibiki, that torture maniac, to interrogate him first before his execution. Baisu ignored the threat, slightly twisting his demonic blade, causing Orochimaru to let out a muffled groan. Enough! What are your terms to let him go?
The young man has merely strayed from the path and has contributed greatly to Konoha in the past.
Terms, let me think. I heard you're planning to step down. The position of 4th Hokage is vacant. How about letting me take it?
Baisu deliberately posed a difficult condition.
Letting Orochimaru go cost 500 less magic points than killing him outright. Securing the identity of the 4th Hokage was absolutely worth it.
Orochimaru still had multiple side quests, and killing him now would be a waste. The 3rd Hokage pondered. Your contributions to Konoha are not yet sufficient to claim the title of Hokage, but with my support, the difficulty would be greatly reduced.
Becoming the 4th Hokage is not impossible. He left his words unfinished but dangled an enticing promise, stabilizing Baisu and ensuring Orochimaru's survival. What the future held, no one could predict. After all, the Yellow Flash had already made a name that shook the ninja world. So, it seems we are allies now?
The righteousness of the 3rd Hokage is truly admirable. A flicker of surprise crossed Baisu's eyes. The 3rd Hokage was actually willing to turn a blind eye to a rogue ninja. Though it was merely a verbal promise, Baisu had grasped his greatest weakness. Releasing a rogue ninja was a crime even a Hokage could hardly bear. Unless the 3rd Hokage could secretly eliminate him in one strike, but unfortunately, he simply did not possess that kind of power.
Did you hear that clearly?
You have a top-tier mentor who didn't hesitate to ruin their own reputation to save you.
Get lost. If I see you again, it'll be your bad luck.
Baisu sneered coldly and kicked Orochimaru, sending him flying over 10 meters without mercy.
He understood that Orochimaru was deliberately conserving his strength by not retaliating, but such petty tricks couldn't shake his confidence.
Even if the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru joined forces, Baisu was absolutely confident he could defeat them. Orochimaru's face was filled with malice as he struggled to get up, glaring fiercely at Baisu before quickly turning to flee.
After killing members of the Umbu, reinforcements would surely come, and he had to escape Konoha before the encirclement was complete.
3rd Hokage. No one noticed the figure of a young man hidden in the branches of a large tree in front of the laboratory Uchiha Shursui. He watched helplessly as the dark side of the 3rd Hokage crumbled, his worldview shattering in an instant. So this was the village he and his father had strived to protect, and this was the once glorious Hokage. After Orochimaru fled, Baisu immediately rescued the children sealed in the containers. Most of the children here had been forcibly injected with wood-release cells, and many had their vitality greatly diminished due to the violent erosion of the cells. Fortunately, the child of the anxious woman waiting in the mission hall had not yet been experimented on.
Ha! Sharingan.
Baisu noticed that this child, after witnessing the tragic death of his clansman, had been so emotionally stirred that he activated the Sharingan. Awakening the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai was a symbol of genius, and at the very least, this child would become a top-tier ninja in the future.
Thank you, clan leader, for saving us. The boy was overwhelmed with gratitude.
He and his mother had lived on the outskirts of the village, enduring hardships, yet he remained rational and clear-headed.
No need to thank me.
It was your mother's persistence that saved you.
She waited in the mission hall for a long time and finally found me.
This world has both darkness and light. Use your eyes well. When the time is right in the future, make sure to repay your mother.
Baisu gently patted the child's head.
This world was cruel and unforgiving, but geniuses always had opportunities. With the awakening of the Sharingan, the lives of this mother and child would be completely transformed, no longer abandoned on the fringes. And his responsibility was to protect the Uchiha clan from being swallowed by Konoha's darkness.
Mother, I understand, clan leader.
The boy closed his eyes, the bitterness his mother endured vividly replaying in his mind. The tomo in his pupils gradually faded, and his blood-red eyes returned to calm. The power of the Uchiha was unfathomable, but without a steadfast heart, it was easy to lose oneself and head toward destruction. Soon, the Umbu assassination squad arrived, splitting up to escort the surviving children to safety, while the rest pursued Orochimaru's trail.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Evil Laboratory. Reward, Magic Power Limit plus 600. Ding!
The host has released Orochimaru, becoming an ally of the 3rd Hokage, triggering a hidden side mission. Mission 1, ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage and rewrite the fate of the Uchiha clan's destruction.
Reward, unknown, no penalty for failure. Mission 2: Collect the Tailed Beasts. The Sage of Six Paths divided the Divine Tree's fruit into 9 tailed beasts. Collecting them all can exchange for the complete Divine Tree fruit, greatly enhancing magic power. No penalty for failure. Baisu frowned deeply. The reward for the tailed beast mission was tempting, but most of the tailed beasts resided within Jinchuriki. Extracting the tailed beasts would mean endangering the lives of the Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, had an extraordinary relationship with his wife, Uchiha Makoto. Capturing the tailed beasts would mean waging war against various nations, making it nearly impossible to accomplish in the short term. The third Hokage brought Baisu into the Hokage's office. The two appeared to form an alliance on the surface, but the details still needed discussion. To be honest, the Uchiha clan's power is astonishing. If they could always stand on the village's side, I would naturally welcome it. But you also know what Uchiha Madara did to the village back then. The Hawks, led by Danzo Shimura, harbor extreme hatred for the Uchiha. If you want to become the fourth Hokage, this will be your greatest obstacle. The third Hokage's expression was grave. Having weathered many storms over the years, his political skills remained sharp. Danzo Shimura's growing ambition in recent years posed a significant threat to him. If he could bind the Uchiha clan to his side, it would solidify his position, making it unshakable. You mean, not only do I get no benefits, but I also have to be your free enforcer to help you restrain Danzo Shimura? Forget it, I'm not doing this. I'll go to the Umbu right now and drag Orochimaru back. Baisu coldly threw out the words, his face full of disdain. These old foxes were all deeply scheming, trying to fool him with an empty promise? Ridiculous. How could Baisu fall for such a trick? Although he had always regarded Danzo Shimura as an enemy, this matter could not be used as a bargaining chip. 3 months, give me 3 months. The third Hokage's expression was solemn. I can let you compete with Minato Namikaze for the position of the fourth Hokage, but you must be prepared. Danzo and his old cronies will not let go easily. Without turning his head, Baisu coldly replied, 3 months, fine. You better keep your word. The third Hokage nodded. The Elder Council has preliminarily approved Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage. At the next assembly, I'll recommend you as well. See you at the high-level meeting. Don't disappoint me. Baisu sneered, clearly not someone easy to fool. By the way, your hand seals are all wrong. Don't just focus on flashy moves, your foundation needs to be solid. The third Hokage couldn't help but remind him. A genius who can cast jutsu instantly without seals? I guess only your older generation could pull that off. Baisu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. The third Hokage let out a long sigh. This young man before him was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, hiding his true strength deeply. Thanks for the reminder. Baisu almost tripped over the complex hand seals. Who doesn't have the confidence of a transmigrator? Leaving the Hokage's office, Baisu headed straight to the vicinity of the laboratory. As expected, he found Uchiha Shursui. It's been a while, genius of the Uchiha clan. After witnessing the dark side of Konoha, what are your thoughts? Baisu smiled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Shursui calmly asked, what agreement did you reach with the third Hokage? Can you share the details? Not much, just that the old fox wants to use me to balance Danzo's power. There is plenty of room to maneuver. Do you want to help? Baisu said frankly. The Uchiha's power makes the higher-ups wary. Even though your father has made great contributions, prejudice runs deep. Are we really going to hand over the key to our fate to others? Shursui's gaze turned icy. Baisu analyzed, the exclusion of the Uchiha is already a foregone conclusion. If we don't fight back, the clan won't survive. I used to be too naive. Even the inheritors of the will of fire carry darkness for the sake of interests. Is there anything I can do to help you? Baisu asked sincerely. Shursui remained silent for a long time. The more outstanding a person is, the more easily they fall into dilemmas. Reality is cruel, and ideals are far out of reach. Your task is to gather evidence of Danzo's crimes and expose him at the next high-level meeting. From what I know, with Orochimaru's help, Danzo has transplanted several Sharingan, and many Uchiha elites have been slaughtered. Your ocular power is extraordinary, so be cautious of his schemes. Transplanting Sharingan consumes a massive amount of chakra. Danzo is just an old man nearing the end of his life. How is he managing this? Shursui asked in disbelief. Would release cells provide him with a continuous supply of chakra, reaching even tailed beast levels? Don't underestimate him, and never act alone. Baisu warned solemnly. Don't worry. I'll bring back the evidence the clan leader needs.
Shui nodded, and with a flash of the body flicker technique, he disappeared into the shadows. After completing his mission, Baisu returned home, where his wife, Uchiha Makoto, had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, waiting tenderly for the return of the head of the household.
The night of return, the cold wind was biting. "Madam, waiting for me so late, you've worked so hard."
Baisu's voice carried exhaustion but was full of tenderness.
Uchiha Makoto smiled like a blooming spring flower. "It's not hard.
As long as the three of us are together, it's worth waiting no matter how long." Her beauty grew even more dazzling, as if she were a newlywed, welcoming her husband every night with carefully prepared meals. At this moment, she gently reminded, "Husband, Itachi is already asleep."
However, Makoto's demeanor shifted in an instant.
After dinner, she entwined herself around Baisu like an enchanting serpent, placing heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, and the hard labor began anew. Late at night, Baisu fell into a long dream.
Drip, drip.
He suddenly woke up, surrounded by darkness and cold, the smell of seawater filling his nose.
His brows furrowed. Was this a dream or reality?
The intense battle with Makoto a few hours ago felt like yesterday, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this eerie underground prison. The Muramasa sword at his waist sensed a strong aura of resentment, sounding in alarm.
Clang, clang sounds came from the depths of the cell.
Summoning his courage, Baisu approached, only to see a shirtless young man with black hair and yellow skin, freckles on his cheeks, a tattoo of ASC on his left arm, and a skeleton with a crescent-shaped white mustache hanging on a cross on his back.
Could it really be Fire Fist Ace? Is this the Navy headquarters?
Baisu was utterly shocked. Fire Fist Ace, the Flame Fruit user, former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, once recruited by the world government, later defeated by Whitebeard, and loyally protected his crew. Now, Ace had lost his former glory. Bound by sea stone shackles, this rare mineral could strip devil fruit users of their powers, rendering them as ordinary as mortals.
The fatal weakness of devil fruits?
Yet the time fruit I consumed has no such flaw.
Baisu thought to himself. Even bound in sea stone chains, Fire Fist Ace's gaze remained sharp, unyielding, and defiant. "Who is there? You're not Navy."
A piercing gaze locked onto Baisu in the darkness.
I guess you could say I'm just passing through. I don't even know how I got here."
"Since you're here, Fire Fist, do you want to know the future?" Baisu calmly responded, though he did not understand why he was here. He had no fear of the Navy.
"Stop pretending to be mysterious. No matter who you are, I won't cooperate with you."
Ace snorted coldly, his pride evident. Even in dire straits, the fire in his heart remained unextinguished. Though his life was short, it burned with earth-shattering intensity.
"What if I told you that on the day of your execution, someone will come to save you? The person closest to you, yet you will still die that day. That is your destiny, Fire Fist."
Baisu sighed. Ace's death was heartbreaking. Back then, Whitebeard gave his all to save him, but Ace, to protect Monkey D. Luffy, used his body to block Akainu's fatal blow, sacrificing himself heroically.
"What did you say? The person closest to me? What do you mean?"
Ace struggled to leap up, his eyes flashing with despair and anger. What he feared most about the rescue was that it was a Navy trap. The execution would be broadcast globally, and any rescue attempt would be a death sentence. Before the words were finished, the surrounding scene suddenly distorted. Baisu reached out to touch the prison wall, but it rippled like water. Reality and dreams intertwined, and the fog of fate gradually enveloped.
Ripples flashed and disappeared. "Is this really a dream? I'm leaving now, take care of yourself."
His figure vanished with the ripples into the depths of the underwater prison. Ace lunged forward with all his might, but grasped only air. His violent struggle triggered the reaction of the sea stone, causing him to collapse in pain.
"No!" A beast-like roar echoed through the underwater prison, instantly swallowed by the boundless sea.
Baisu opened his eyes again, the long-lost sunlight shining on him, the beauty in his arms sleeping peacefully like a cat.
That dream was way too real. Could it be because I was too tired last night?
Nothing had changed. He was still in the Naruto world. The dream just now was flawless, too real.
Ding! Otherworld battlefield mission, activated Marineford War.
Mission, participate in the Marineford War, save Fire Fist Ace, and rewrite the fate of the One Piece world.
Reward, 1 random devil fruit, 200 attribute points, 1,500 points. Note, tasks in the Otherworld are extremely dangerous, with limited system control. Please choose carefully.
The dream triggered a battlefield mission in the Otherworld. Baisu felt uneasy, unsure if it was a blessing or a curse.
To choose or not to choose? That is the question. The mission difficulty far exceeds S level. The Navy headquarters is full of experts, and even Whitebeard was defeated.
The system warns of immense risks, with the possibility of unknown changes at any time.
Ace is my favorite character, and Whitebeard too. If there's a chance to rewrite history, I'm willing to take the gamble. After hesitating for a moment, he firmly pressed accept. With his strength, he might not be able to rewrite the Summit War, but his strong desire will surely pave the way for miracles. Ding! Battlefield mission confirmed, chat group function activated. The host has obtained one random invitation opportunity and can invite 5 strong individuals from other worlds to form a team for adventure. You can even summon external reinforcements? The system is way too considerate. Baisu was extremely excited. As he grew, the system's hidden functions proved to be incredibly practical. The chat group could even bring in characters from other dimensions. This was simply too cool. The group chat interface popped up, and he became the sole group owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one free invitation opportunity, with the number of invites ranging from 1 to 5. Further invitations require unlocking through group activity. Invite now? Without hesitation, he clicked confirm, and a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. Ding! The world's strongest man has joined the group chat. Ding! A mortal equal to gods has arrived. Ding! Chasing 10 campus bells this year has joined the group. Ding! The Butterfly Mansion Master is online. Ding! Aromanga Sensei has arrived. Baisu rubbed his forehead. The group names were artistic enough, making it impossible to guess their real identities. But as a seasoned anime fan, he quickly identified their identities. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors from One Piece. Standing shoulder to shoulder with gods in a mortal body, Marvel's genius, Iron Man Tony Stark. Master of the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu Kocho from Demon Slayer, a master of both poison and medicine. Aromanga Sensei, the genius illustrator of risque manga, Sajiri Izumi. Chasing 10 campus bells this year, a university student brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Master of Butterfly Dance, Moshi Moshi, is anyone there? What is this strange place? I told you, there's a reward if you answer, sis. Having just completed her task, Shinobu Kocho was busy grinding medicine when a group chat suddenly popped up in her mind. She froze. This was her new battlefield. Ghosts were not supposed to appear in daylight, yet she broke this taboo. The woman had jet black hair cascading like a waterfall, deep purple eyes, and long hair softly draped to her collarbone, adorned with a mint green butterfly hairpin that gleamed with a cold light. She wore the Demon Slayer core uniform, draped with the haori of her late sister, Kane Kocho, its butterfly wing pattern faintly visible under the sunlight, as if ready to take flight at any moment. Having lived on the edge of death for years, she was accustomed to facing everything with calmness. Even the most bizarre phenomena could be quickly accepted and analyzed with composure. Meanwhile, on the turbulent seas, Whitebeard sat alone in the captain's cabin. His crescent moon-shaped white mustache complemented his massive, muscular frame, a legend with the blood of giants. As one of the 4 emperors of the New World, he commanded fear across the seas, his name echoing in every corner of the world, even appearing in children's songs as a being scarier than monsters. Despite being called a living legend, Whitebeard had no attachment to the title of strongest. He understood that even invincible power would eventually succumb to death. With a broad heart, he had no interest in treasure during his youth. His true dream was to have a warm family. To him, the crew members abandoned by society were like his own children, earning him the respectful title of Pops. At the same time, in a small attic in the dimensional world, Sajiri Izumi was posing in front of a mirror. Her snow-white skin, silver-white hair, and water-blue eyes gave her a delicate and beautiful appearance, but in reality, she was a cold and ruthless creator of erotic manga. After losing her parents, she isolated herself from the world, using her pen to anonymously create adult comics, propelling herself to the pinnacle of her craft. In Jusha City, a university student named Gush Yoluan was skipping class to surf the internet when he was suddenly pulled into a mysterious chat group. His eyes were immediately drawn to an elegant Japanese girl in the group. She wore a kimono and exuded a gentle, picturesque beauty, like a fairy from another world. Gush Yoluan thought to himself, although he had vowed to pursue 10 campus bells this year, just winning over someone like her would make his life complete. Excited yet nervous, he decided to first blend into the group, gather information, and proceed cautiously. The members of this group came from different worlds. Hearing this, Whitebeard sighed deeply. People from other worlds? The benefit of living long is witnessing miracles. Is the one who created this group chat the top-ranked leader? He paused for a moment, his rationality telling him this was unbelievable, but he chose to keep an open mind. Suddenly, far away in the Marvel world, on the top floor of Stark Industries, a man in a tailored suit held a glass of red wine, his sharp gaze like a blade.
He gave a low command, Jarvis, find out who hacked into our system.
Anyone who dares to offend Stark Industries must pay the price.
Different worlds, different heroes, all intertwined through this mysterious group chat.
Unknown forces, a call across dimensions, an unprecedented legend was about to unfold.
Tony Stark, with his electrifying aura, sexy beard, and aristocratic coolness, exuded the unmatched charisma of an upper-class king.
He is the greatest arms tycoon in the Marvel Universe, the head of Stark Industries.
Graduating from MIT's Electrical Engineering Department at 17 and controlling billions in assets by 21, he is arrogant and invincible.
Despite relentless hacker attacks, no one can shake his empire.
Source of information untraceable, the target actually comes from an unknown dimension.
Jarvis's calm analysis made Tony focus instantly. Technology that crosses dimensional barriers? Impossible.
Tony stared at the virtual screen, his wine glass trembling slightly. He had always believed there were other worlds beyond the universe, either hidden in the depths of black holes or lurking in unknown corners.
Now, this forbidden technology had actually been realized.
In the Naruto world, Baisu observed the group members coldly.
Although the group functions were activated, subduing them would be no easy task.
Galactic Force Gusheluan, third-tier divine body, capable of contending with angels and demons, but his genes remain dormant, requiring 1,000 years to awaken.
Iron Man Tony, a god-level powerhouse, the extent of his armor development is unknown. If he remains a playboy, it might be hard to turn the tables. Butterfly Shinobu, a slender woman charging into the Summit War, slightly ruthless.
The combat power of the ninja world is limited, making it hard to achieve greatness.
Eromanga Sensei? System, are you kidding me? Summoning a romance manga artist? To draw doujinshi?
Whitebeard, one of the top combat forces in the One Piece world. If he could be allied with, perhaps the tides could be turned.
A mortal body, rivaling gods. Who is the master here?
Come out and speak, my time is precious, billions in business await me.
Tony roared.
Jarvis remained silent.
Tony was furious, hating being toyed with.
He had already sensed someone watching from the shadows, and it annoyed him greatly.
So what if your technology is a bit more advanced? Don't get cocky. Gorarara.
Only one person hasn't spoken, and that's the group leader Baisu, said the world's strongest man.
The mastermind, show yourself. Stop keeping us in suspense, urged the Butterfly Mansion's owner.
Even Butterfly-chan has spoken, and you're still playing dead, mocked the guy who chased 10 campus bells this year.
Ma-ji washes stockings. Eromanga Sensei roared angrily.
This group of troublemakers, aggressive and overbearing, left Baisu's face dark with anger, his authority on the verge of collapse.
No, he had to act, to show them who the real group leader was.
Baisu, burning with rage, used the system's power to intimidate everyone.
The void trembled, awakening ancient beings from their slumber.
Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. Set your heart on heaven and earth, establish destiny for the people, inherit the sacred teachings, and create a new era. His voice transcended time and space, like the awakening of a cosmic titan, overlooking all beings. The 5 group members felt the apocalypse descending across dimensions.
Observation hockey? No, this power far surpasses hockey. For the first time since my birth, I feel like an ant.
The world's strongest man murmured in a trembling voice.
Butterfly Dance's master was struck speechless in shock. Group leader, please stop scaring me. My venomous pets are about to die of fright. Tony shouted in panic. Boom!
The wine glass in Tony's hand suddenly exploded, and he fell heavily to the ground as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the pitch-black night sky.
He muttered under his breath, Jarvis, this time I've really offended a super big shot. Jarvis coldly replied, if you don't court death, you won't die.
At this moment, Gusheluan had already hidden under the bed, muttering the names of gods and Buddhas from all heavens to pray for blessings. He had thought this group of people were all bluffing, but it turned out each one was a big shot, except for him, who was just a useless nobody. For the first time, Baisu felt the terrifying power of the system. His heart raced as scenes of star systems being destroyed flashed through his mind. If he wished, he could destroy a galaxy with a mere wave of his hand. After regaining his composure, the group chat suddenly fell silent, and everyone seemed willing to communicate properly.
Sorry for scaring everyone earlier.
I was just caught up in the moment, with no ill intentions, Baisu said in a calm and friendly tone.
You don't understand me, but I have seen your past and future. I want to form an adventure team to carry out cross-dimensional missions. Everyone, feel free to sign up. This concerns your destiny. The group members were shaken in their hearts. Baisu's strength had already been silently acknowledged, making him an existence that could not be underestimated. Our future. Butterfly Shinobu murmured softly, her breathing quickened.
She was born into a family of apothecaries and should have lived a happy life, but everything was destroyed by demons. Her parents were dead, and her sister, Kane Kocho, was gravely injured in a battle against Upper Moon 2, Doma, and on her deathbed, she urged Shinobu to leave the Demon Slayer Corps and live an ordinary life. But Shinobu refused. She donned her sister's Haori and continued to fight, with only hatred and anger left in her heart.
Are you an astrologer? Can you see the future? A man nearby sneered. Can the future be changed, or is it predestined? Baisu replied indifferently, what I see is the truth. Unless there is a power at the level of fate to intervene, your future trajectory is already set. I never believe in the future, the world's strongest man said coldly. The future is in our own hands. Edward Newgate, Baisu suddenly turned to Whitebeard. I know your son, Firefist Ace, recently went after a traitor, right?
Whiteboard fell silent and slowly nodded.
Yes. That traitor is Marshal D. Teach. He betrayed us.
Ace wouldn't listen to reason and insisted on chasing him.
But I believe in Ace. He will definitely come back safely. Baisu sneered, wrong.
Teach is a true pirate who has been lurking for 20 years to obtain the dark fruit. Ace is no match for him. Right now, Fire Fist Ace is imprisoned at Marine headquarters. The Navy won't let him go. His execution will be broadcast live to the entire world. You and Ace are destined to die in that war.
Baisu posted the battlefield mission in the group chat. Time is running out. Get ready, the adventure team is about to set off.
The group fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. Even Whitebeard remained speechless. The gears of fate had already begun to turn, and a war of blood and fire was about to erupt. He had long foreseen the worst outcome.
Could it really come to pass? With the body of a mortal challenging the divine, group leader, I'm getting more and more curious. Can you reveal a bit about my future?
I've set the timeline for you. In a few days, I'll lead a team of subordinates and military observers to a desolate area to test my latest technological achievement.
Tony Stark, a fervent scientist. Some say the end of science is theology.
He was obsessed with the future. If the future could be treated as a math problem, deducing inevitable results from countless possibilities, it would be utterly astonishing.
Baisu almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He hadn't expected Tony to still be the same playboy. But he was about to undergo a massive transformation. Tony would soon bid farewell to his playboy persona and officially become Iron Man.
Baisu mocked, Dear Tony, don't worry.
Soon you'll be mining in the wilderness, ha ha ha. Believe in yourself, in the end, you will definitely be saved. Tony couldn't help but curse, group leader, stop joking around. Even Jarvis was watching the group chat.
As an AI, he processed information at high speed but found it hard to imagine Tony sweating profusely while mining.
Tony angrily said, this guy is a total fraud. Predicting the future?
Give me a few months, and I'll crack his information transmission and show him what I'm capable of. System notification, with the body of a mortal challenging the divine has been muted for 1 hour.
Baisu calmly reminded, everyone, please speak civilly. This is the first warning, it won't be so simple next time.
Immediately after, Baisu uploaded a memory copy One Piece World, the final chapter of the Summit War. Whitebeard, Shinobu Kocho, with the body of a mortal, challenging the divine, chasing 10 campus bells this year, Aromanga Sensei, group members all received it. This less than 3-minute clip condensed the major events of the Summit War, Whitebeard's somber exit and Ace's tragic death at the hands of Akainu.
Ace.
The group exploded in uproar. In the One Piece world, within the Whitebeard pirates' territory, the sky suddenly darkened, and a storm quickly formed, only to be shattered instantly by a powerful spatial force.
Is this Dad's hockey? What on earth happened to affect his state of mind?
The crew staggered, while Captain Marco stared at the captain's quarters, his eyes full of worry. Whitebeard's body was extremely frail, and using such powerful hockey was undoubtedly draining his lifespan.
The Butterfly Mansion's owner exclaimed, You're Whitebeard?
Such terrifying power. If our world had you, Muzan Kibutsuji wouldn't stand a chance. This year, chasing 10 campus bells excitedly exclaimed, This power is simply godlike.
In our group, apart from me, everyone else is a big shot. Aromanga Sensei sighed, is this the future of the pirate world?
Whitebeard's death was too tragic.
Sajiri Izumi finally completed her manuscript and began seriously browsing the group chat.
As an erotic manga artist and a seasoned otaku with over 300 group chats, focusing on this one was no easy feat.
Group leader, I'm logging off for now. Regarding the battlefield mission, I'll gather intelligence and contact you later.
Whitebeard finally realized the gravity of the situation. Seeing the group leader's mysterious demeanor, he suspected they might truly have the ability to foresee the future. Gripping the supreme grade sword 12 works, Murakumo Giri, he resolutely stepped out of the captain's quarters. Marco, have all fleets immediately gather near the Navy headquarters. Group members received by Su's battlefield mission orders. The memory replica depicted the terrifying Summit War, where even 4 Emperors-level powerhouses fell. For ordinary people, stepping onto the battlefield was akin to serving themselves up as cannon fodder. Baisu issued the command, digest this well. Those interested in participating in the battlefield mission, come register at the front line. The rewards are generous. As soon as the words fell, the group chat exploded. Breaking through the dimensional wall to execute a battlefield mission, who would dare accept so easily? Baisu deeply understood the difficulty of it all. After all, he himself had struggled to accept the reality of crossing into the Naruto world back then. More crucially, aside from Whitebeard, the other's combat power had not yet reached the required level. However, Goshyoluan's third-generation genes might be a key factor. Baisu's divine body was nearly indestructible, almost impervious to blades and bullets. Though lacking strong offensive power, he could absolutely hold his ground as a tank. Knowing his personality, he was probably already scared out of his wits by now. Early the next morning, just as Baisu was preparing to grind achievements like crazy, a mysterious ninja suddenly barged in, interrupting his plans. Clan leader Baisu, Lord Shimura Danzo requests your presence. Root ninjas rarely appeared before the public, let alone stepping into Uchiha territory. Countless eyes fixated on the man wearing an animal mask, ready to strike at the slightest movement. Shimura Danzo? Why would he have time to look for me? The ninja world war just ended, he should be swamped with work. Baisu frowned. The Uchiha clan and the Root had almost no interaction. Unless it was for a mission, he would never have dealings with Danzo. He said he has something important to discuss with you. The ninja's face was expressionless. Root-trained death soldiers were like that, cold-blooded in executing tasks, devoid of emotional fluctuations. I understand. You may leave. A flash of red appeared in Baisu's eyes, instantly using an illusion to control the opponent. Unfortunately, the ninja's intelligence was limited, only knowing that Danzo was definitely not setting a trap, and there was no ambush. Yes, sir. Clan leader, if Danzo isn't coming under the guise of a mission, I suggest you don't meet him. Uchiha Tetsuka and the others walked over, solemnly reminding him. The Root is Konoha's dark force, something even a genin is aware of. Don't overthink it, you all go about your business. It's just Danzo, no need to be so tense. Baisu waved them off, feeling they were overreacting. In his eyes, Danzo, like the third Hokage, was just another old fox. Now that his strength had greatly increased, only battling experts could bring him satisfaction. The agreed meeting place was an inconspicuous tea house, secretly controlled by the Root, specially cleared out so that only Danzo and Baisu were inside. Lord Danzo, you truly have refined taste. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known Konoha had such a place. Baisu took the teacup, sipped lightly, savoring the lingering fragrance, enjoying the elegant environment, and feeling in a great mood. Clan leader Baisu, you're the impressive one. So young and already leading the great Uchiha clan. Though Konoha has many noble families, few can compare to yours. Danzo wasn't too particular, as long as the place was quiet, his subordinates would naturally make arrangements. The shinobi clans are a thing of the past. Clinging to old powers leads to no progress. Only Konoha can lead everyone into the future. Baisu listened with a smile to this old fox's sweet words, inwardly cautious yet expectant. They began a back and forth, engaging in a wine-fueled discussion of heroes. Young people with broad minds are truly admirable. Honestly, only you and I in the shinobi world are worthy of being called heroes. What do you think about the position of Hokage? Danzo slowly revealed his true intentions, directly aiming for the position of the fourth Hokage. I don't understand what you mean. Isn't the fourth Hokage position supposed to go to Namikaze Minato? Baisu feigned ignorance, wearing an expression of surprise and greed. Konoha isn't a dictatorship under the third Hokage. That Namikaze Minato guy has exaggerated achievements, not worth mentioning. Killing 40 people makes a hero? What about you wiping out the third Raikage and the massive Iwagakure army in one move? Danzo's single eye gleamed with a sinister light. This time, he was cornered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi. The talent pool in the Root was limited. While Namikaze Minato had a strong reputation, he was only at Kage-level strength. Could he compare to the Root? Finally, his gaze locked onto the Uchiha. Everyone has greed, and that is the breakthrough point for manipulation. Orochimaru and Baisu were merely pawns.
His ultimate goal was to seize real power as Hokage and fulfill his lifelong dream. Baisu sneered, "Lord Danzo, that battle was nothing more than picking up scraps. The third Raikage and the massive Iwagakure army perished together. Our role was negligible." Danzo replied, "Leave this to me. If the third Hokage can create legends, I can build momentum for you. Ascending to the position of fourth Hokage, what does it matter if the methods aren't honorable?" Was the third Hokage entirely honorable? Lord Danzo was willing to help? What are your conditions? Baisu feigned mystery, waiting for the right moment to act. After calculating for a long time, Baisu gritted his teeth and asked, "Authority. As long as you become Hokage, lift the restrictions on the route, and we will be eternal allies. With the power of the root, the third Hokage won't be able to stir up any waves after stepping down. You will become the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history." Shimura Danzo's voice was full of temptation. If Baisu weren't from the Uchiha clan, he would have already used the Sharingan to control him. With Orochimaru's help, Danzo had transplanted the Sharingan, and his ambition had swelled to the extreme. At 60 years old, he firmly believed he would one day sit on the Hokage's throne. "Alright, it's a deal. From now on, it's all up to you, Lord Danzo." Baisu nodded heavily. No one could have imagined that the masterpiece of this old fox was the third Raikage in the 7,000 Iwagakure troops. Trying to use him as a stepping stone? This old body couldn't take such a beating. Having someone to help build momentum was, of course, a good thing. Baisu was about to run for the position of fourth Hokage, but his reputation was insufficient. Danzo's assistance at this time was like a timely gift, and he was more than willing to present a banner in gratitude. "Then it's settled. You go back and wait patiently. Leave the rest to me." Danzo sneered. The two understood each other perfectly, each treating the other as a tool to be discarded when the time was right. Danzo's strength is deeply hidden. With the addition of wood-release cells in Sharingan, he is now evenly matched with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the way back to the tea house, Baisu opened the group chat and was instantly furious after reading just a few lines. "Scammer group leader, get out here. I'm still the world's richest man today, so why haven't you gone mining yet? At Baisu, do you think you can control us with fear? No way. I just signed a $2 billion deal. Have you ever seen that much money? Tony is out of confinement. Don't make the group leader angry. Even Whitebeard doesn't dare to mess around in the chat. He probably got intel from Ace. Remember, if you don't court death, you won't die." Wow. Tony is bold enough to provoke the group leader? Did you forget the terrifying events that happened yesterday when the group leader got angry? Exactly. Who can explain yesterday's celestial phenomenon? Giant Gorge City was almost destroyed. Naive. Just an illusion. You college students don't understand. I have 100 ways to create that effect. Now it's free speech, so what's wrong with saying a few words? If he has the guts, let him come and hit me. Ding. The mortal who dared to rival gods was muted for 5 minutes. Only the group leader can mute people. Baisu is back. Wow. The group leader is here. The sexy group leader is online and muting people. 5 minutes later, Tony was unmuted. Please, stop being lapdogs. Ding. Muted for 7 days. Group leader V587. Finally, peace was restored. Tony was too arrogant, and Baisu secretly resolved that once dimensional travel was possible, he would definitely visit the Marvel world to have a good chat with him. Marvel Universe. Tony was having an amazing day. Not only did he sign a $2 billion contract, but he also fiercely roasted the group leader. One word, exhilarating. He couldn't even count how much wealth he had, but he just enjoyed the thrill. Ring ring. A strange number rang, and Tony answered the phone. "Honey, what time are you coming back? Virginia Pepper Potts said you've been socializing a lot." A seductive female voice came through the phone. She was the chief reporter for an economic magazine. The two had spent a passionate night together, and he still remembered her fiery figure and the sensation of her touch. Listen. Boom. Just as Tony was flirting, an explosion suddenly erupted nearby. Shrapnel struck his chest hard, and everything went black. In the darkness, he lost consciousness. A rocket directly hit the imposing Humvee, instantly blowing it to pieces. Then, chaotic images flashed through his mind like lightning: blood, pain, struggle, and a massive iron fist slamming into his chest. It was a nightmare, long and despairing. When he woke up, he found himself in a filthy, unfamiliar cave, his body covered in wounds. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" he asked hoarsely. Beside him, a middle-aged man was also imprisoned, his gaze resolute. I'm insane, a scientist. You're lucky an electromagnet.
Many in the village died from shrapnel wounds. In 7 days, the shrapnel will pierce your vital organs, Ensign said calmly. The terrorists had captured them to force them to build Stark Industries' ultimate weapon, the Jericho missile.
That's impossible. This isn't a dream, this is a goddamn nightmare come true. Tony Stark completely broke down.
Once the world's richest man, he was now a prisoner, trapped in this wretched cave, with a future that might only involve mining and forging to survive. He tried to contact the outside world, hoping to ask the group admin for help to escape, only to find himself muted.
Damn group admin. You power-hungry dog, he roared. 3 days later, in the Naruto world. Achoo!
Baisu rubbed his nose.
Strange, why did he keep feeling like someone was paying attention to him lately?
He didn't know that in a dark cave somewhere in the Marvel world, Tony was shirtless, hammering iron, and had been shouting for him with all his might for 3 days.
Dad, Mom said we're going out for dinner tonight. Uchiha Itachi came running in, bouncing with joy.
Although he had just experienced the brutality of the battlefield, he remained innocent and adorable. Baisu smiled and decided in his heart to take Itachi to taste Ichiraku ramen tonight. Ramen requires a broth simmered for hours, paired with char siu pork, soft-boiled eggs, and various toppings: bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, potatoes, stewed meat, sour plums.
The delicacies of Konoha are mouth-watering. This time it's Makoto's treat. Let's go to a restaurant, ramen is too ordinary. Uchiha Makoto smiled and declined the ramen suggestion. As hero strongly supported by the third Hokage, the Namikaze Minato couple had to dine at a high-end restaurant tonight. Alright. Then I'll take Itachi to eat your favorite 4-color dango. Baisu patted Itachi's head. That dango shop was one of Konoha's landmarks. Itachi's eyes lit up instantly. I want 5 sticks. You two gluttons, hurry up. There will be plenty of delicious food at the restaurant tonight. Makoto held Baisu with one hand and Itachi with the other, and the three of them happily headed toward the restaurant. Not far away, in the chiefing pavilion of Wanyue Tower, the Namikaze Minato couple had been waiting for a long time. Long time no see. Itachi is getting more and more handsome. Come here, let auntie give you a kiss.
Kushina Uzumaki smiled radiantly, holding Itachi's face and kissing him non-stop, making the little guy blush and his heart race. This once fiery red-haired kunoichi was now so gentle it was intoxicating. Baisu secretly thought, if you want to bully my son, you'll have to get through me first. Thus began a wonderful evening. Kushina's memories flashed back. During her ninja academy days, that fiery red hair was synonymous with violence. Anyone who dared provoke her would get beaten up in no time. Only the powerful yet gentle Namikaze Minato could tolerate her fiery temper. Baisu of the Uchiha clan, nice to meet you. A confident young man with blonde hair and blue eyes extended his hand to Baisu. The third Hokage has already told me about you. But sorry, your plans won't work on the best candidate for the fourth Hokage. This man is none other than the legendary figure of the ninja world, the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. At this moment, he stands at the peak of his reputation, and even his usually shy personality is ignited with confidence. Baisu coldly responded, young people are full of drive, I admire that. The third Hokage, that old fox, secretly collaborated with me but ended up selling me out. It seems the news of the Hokage election has spread throughout the entire Leaf Village. No one can keep secrets anymore. Husband, my lord. Makoto Uchiha's gaze suddenly turned icy. She had just learned that her husband was participating in the fourth Hokage election, and her heart was in turmoil. This election was not just a competition for a position, it was a declaration of the Uchiha clan stepping into the core of Konoha's power. Konoha is filled with powerful clans, and countless eyes are fixed on the position of the fourth Hokage. With the dark history of the Uchiha clan, stepping into the fray at this time is undoubtedly playing with fire. That guy Minato, his dream of becoming Hokage is almost obsessive. Kushina Uzumaki looked helpless and quickly interjected, alright, everyone, it's rare for us to gather together. Let's not talk about work. Sit down and order some food. With just one look from her, Minato's aura instantly softened. He scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, finally easing the tense atmosphere. As soon as the two beauties sat down, they started chatting enthusiastically, instantly forgetting the earlier tension. Father, they actually have 4-colored dango here. Itachi wasn't fond of delicacies but loved sweets. While eating, he enthusiastically recommended them to Baisu. Baisu was determined not to let him graduate early, let alone join the Umbu as a spy. At this moment, he only wanted the child to enjoy his innocence. Minato, how long have you been married? I heard you're about to become a father? Baisu took the initiative to start a conversation.
Minato smiled awkwardly. Yes, and I even invited one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, to be the teacher. The child will definitely surpass me in the future, haha. With someone I love deeply, I fear nothing. No one can defeat me. Hearing Jiraiya's name, Baisu's mind flashed to that scruffy white-haired man, and he almost burst out laughing. Poor Minato, if he knew his son would spend his days learning how to peep at women's bathhouses from Jiraiya, how would he feel? Just as he was about to change the topic, a snow-white leg suddenly slid under the table, playfully climbing up his leg. An indescribable thrill swept through him. Makoto, aren't you going to do something about this? Baisu helplessly looked at his wife, only to find her engrossed in conversation, completely uninterested in his plight. Kushina Uzumaki shot him a flirtatious glance, and Baisu instantly sobered up. Madam, this joke has gone too far. You people from the second dimension really know how to play, huh? My husband is sitting right next to me. At this moment, Baisu realized that Kushina Uzumaki's gentle temperament and outstanding figure were in no way inferior to Makoto Uchiha. With two great beauties gathered, any woman in the Naruto world would have to take notice. Baisu downed his glass in one gulp, finally understanding what it meant to feel like sitting on pins and needles. No wonder some people were obsessed with secret pleasures. This feeling was explosive. Lord Minato. The banquet was lively when an ANBU ninja quietly approached Minato and whispered something to him. My deepest apologies. Everyone, the ANBU has an urgent mission. I must attend to it first. Let us gather again another day. Minato Namake's expression turned serious. As a ninja, duty was paramount, and he held himself to the strict standards of a Hokage. No problem, having me here is enough, right, Makoto, Lord Baisu? Kushina Uzumaki's words carried a hint of sarcasm as she secretly pinched Baisu's thigh hard with her snow-white toes under the table. Only the two of them knew this little secret. Ahem. Go quickly. ANBU missions are the most important gatherings, can happen anytime. Baisu downed another glass, though his heart was in turmoil. In his previous life, he was just a shut-in and had no experience with such high-level social situations. With the main character of the banquet gone, the remaining time was filled with women's chatter. Baisu and Itachi became mere bystanders, their eyes meeting in silent understanding as the desserts on the table were devoured. The four-colored dango were all left for Itachi, who, having once relied on pocket money to buy dango, now experienced the ultimate indulgence of eating to his heart's content. Time flies. It's been so long since I've been this happy. If it weren't for your special condition, I'd love to chat with you until dawn, Makoto said softly. She was a typical post-marriage kunoichi of Konoha, dedicating her time to her family and rarely participating in large events. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I'm a kunoichi, always on standby. Lord Baisu, what are your plans? Are you going back with Makoto? Kushina asked with a meaningful smile. I need to make a trip to the police force, there are tasks to arrange. Baisu quickly came up with an excuse to stay, secretly wondering what this woman's true intentions were. Itachi, let us head home first. Children shouldn't stay out too late, Makoto gently reminded. Itachi obediently responded, I'm already 4 years old, I can handle things on my own. As the mother and son left, only Kushina and Baisu remained in the private room, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The chiefing pavilion was the most luxurious private room in this restaurant, offering absolute privacy. It catered exclusively to the elite of the Naruto world, and even a jonin would find it difficult to infiltrate alone. Rumor had it that the restaurant was backed by the forces of the second and third Hokage. Kushina's expression suddenly changed, becoming cold and frosty, a stark contrast to her gentle demeanor at the banquet. She stood up and walked straight toward the inner chamber, the sound of the wind trailing behind her. Lord Baisu, please follow me. Baisu's gaze fell on her long, shapely legs, faintly visible beneath the slit of her cheongsam. He swallowed hard, his mind flashing to classic scenes from Japanese action films. He remained on guard internally. This woman is no ordinary person, her combat power might even surpass Tsunade's. Kushina had another identity, she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha's ultimate weapon. Sent to Konoha at a young age, the Uzumaki clan was naturally gifted with immense chakra and mastery of mysterious sealing techniques, making them the top-tier vessels for tailed beasts. Nagato of the Akatsuki, a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, though lacking the Uchiha's bloodline limit, could forcibly wield the Rinnegan with his astonishing chakra reserves. Could this red-haired, violent woman be sent by the third Hokage to assassinate him? Was it because he had stumbled upon the secret of the third, allowing the rogue ninja Orochimaru to escape? No, an assassination wouldn't take place in a restaurant, it's too easy to expose. Baisu's mind was filled with doubts. What is Lord Baisu thinking about?
Kushina suddenly stopped and turned around, the two of them almost colliding. Baisu lowered his head, suddenly dazzled by a pair of alluring, fair peaks.
Madam is truly impressive, he secretly praised in his heart.
Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable.
Facing the female ninja, he showed no fear, which instead made Kushina blush.
She was clearly unaccustomed to such a situation.
Even though Baisu teased her softly, Kushina remained unyielding.
I came to you with a request, hoping Lord Baisu would agree.
After all, we've been classmates for many years. Kushina's gaze turned icy, instantly regaining her composure and taking control of the situation. Oh? What are the terms? Just say it.
Baisu frowned slightly, clearly sensing that the matter was far more complicated than it seemed.
Where in the world would there be good fortune without reason? Thorny roses were far more common. Regarding the competition for the fourth Hokage, you must not harm Minato Namikaze.
I swear on my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, if you dare to harm even a single hair on him, the Uchiha clan will face dire consequences.
Kushina's tone was firm, revealing her true nature shaped by a life of hardship and solving problems with her fists.
Her monstrous strength was no less than Tsunade's, capable of demolishing an entire tavern with a single punch. The yellow flash dominates the world, capable of scaring off the Cloud Ninja army with just a glance.
How could I possibly harm Minato?
A strange glint flashed in Baisu's eyes.
Minato Namikaze's reputation now even surpassed the peak era of Konoha's White Fang. Though Baisu was the Uchiha clan leader, he was no match for Minato. Stop pretending, Lord Baisu. We Uzumaki are naturally sensitive to chakra. Your strength is far beyond what it appears to be, Kushina said coldly. Your chakra is terrifyingly overwhelming, facing you feels like confronting a real-tailed beast. The position of the fourth Hokage involves too much.
Under the third Hokage's arrangements, Minato has been thrust into this storm. I cannot influence his choices, but I just want to be a good wife and live an ordinary life with my husband. She gently caressed her abdomen, her face radiating maternal warmth. This woman was both kind and deeply strategic, far more complex than her outward simplicity suggested. The desire for power knows no bounds.
Does the third Hokage's retirement truly mean letting go? Absolutely not.
When the fourth Hokage dies in battle, the third Hokage immediately regains power, a fact that is blatantly obvious. From a certain perspective, Minato is merely a pawn in the struggle between the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. The power of Konoha remains firmly in their hands.
My husband and I have no intention of waging war against the Uchiha.
Please show mercy when necessary, and I will persuade Minato to remain calm.
Kushina was tired of the conflicts, especially being dragged into the murky waters of Konoha.
Even a master like Jiraiya kept his distance, and she did not want her husband to become a sacrificial pawn. Recently, she had been gripped by an indescribable fear, as if disaster was imminent. The Uzumaki clan's miraculous abilities seemed to be a warning from fate.
I understand Madam's intentions, no problem. But since this is a deal, what do I get in return? Baisu nodded. He did not see Minato as a rival. His true enemy was someone on Danzo Shimura's level.
Minato was the inheritor of the will of fire, but governing the village required more forces beyond the light.
With Lord Baisu's strength, what could you possibly not obtain? I am but a weak woman, what could I possibly have to offer you? Kushina stepped forward, almost pressing against Baisu, their breaths intermingling.
She was a Kage-level powerhouse, the uncrowned queen of Konoha, brimming with confidence.
You're right, ordinary things indeed don't interest me. But if what I want is the thing inside you, would you agree?
Baisu's eyes suddenly revealed three black tomo, slowly spinning a reflexive response to danger.
This intense meeting was anything but ordinary.
In his eyes, Kushina was the master of the cage, while the tailed beast inside her was the locked giant, ready to be unleashed at any moment.
Is this a declaration of war?
A Jinchuriki will die if they lose their tailed beast.
Kushina's tone was icy.
She also wanted to eliminate potential threats for her husband, but her instincts told her that if she fought Baisu to the death, she might not walk out alive.
Ninjutsu, weapons, resources. Once I become Hokage, none of these will be lacking.
Only the tailed beasts truly pique my interest.
Baisu sneered coldly, if you won't even give me a tailed beast, Lady Minato, what else can I possibly gain from you?
He lightly lifted Kushina's chin with a finger, taking in her fiery figure from this angle. His other hand quietly slid toward her hidden spot.
You can try.
Kushina gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not back down. This time, she had deliberately stayed behind with Baisu, intending to use this as leverage, but she was also prepared to face the storm that was about to erupt. In their standoff, Baisu stared coldly at Kushina, a murderous intent hidden in his gaze. His eye power carried a faint, familiar chill, the shadow of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had once shaken the ninja world.
Kushina's heart tightened as she couldn't help but recall that legendary genius ninja. She knew this was no ordinary opponent.
Just as she was about to make her move, the 9 tails within the seal suddenly let out a low growl. The secret of the symbiotic relationship between the tailed beast and its Jinchuriki was revealed. Baisu's power far exceeded expectations, even capable of controlling a tailed beast, leaving Kushina utterly shocked.
Kushina, endure for now, Baisu said calmly. Konoha is about to undergo a dramatic change, don't act recklessly. He slowly retreated. The task of collecting tailed beast power was not something that could be accomplished overnight. A steady and methodical approach was the best strategy. As night fell, Kushina walked out of the tavern alone, a faint blush still lingering on her face, though her heart was in turmoil. The situation in Konoha had changed drastically. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had deposed the crown prince and nominated Minato Namikaze as his successor. The former crown prince, Orochimaru, had become a rogue ninja overnight, and Uchiha Baisu was gradually becoming involved in this vortex of power. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Baisu and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know the hidden motives behind Danzo Shimura pushing you to become the 4th Hokage? Danzo, as Konoha's shadow, getting close to him is extremely dangerous. Your talent is unparalleled, but I hope you don't lose your way. The rumors outside are rampant, claiming that Root is behind the scenes. What do you think?" Hiruzen continued to press. Baisu smiled faintly, took a sip of tea, and replied confidently, "Third Hokage, these are just rumors. Danzo is our common enemy. Don't worry, I will give him a surprise at the election conference." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Don't waste your talent, see the situation clearly." Baisu took out a confidential document from his robe and placed it in front of the Hokage. It was irrefutable evidence of Danzo Shimura colluding with enemy forces, detailing conspiracies such as the assassination of the third Raikage and the alliance with Iwagakure to annihilate clans. "You should trust me. This is my pledge of loyalty. The Uchiha clan not only has troublemakers but also heroes like Uchiha Kagami." Mentioning the hero of the past, Baisu evoked memories of those fiery years in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. The election conference is approaching. Be ready to face the challenge. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally nodded, acknowledging the strength and determination of this young genius. The future of Konoha was turbulent. Who would dominate this ninja world? Baisu had already embarked on an unstoppable path to the summit. The acting Hokage would never easily relinquish the position to Baisu. As the inheritor of the second Hokage's will, he was determined to protect the Uchiha clan from ascending to the Hokage's seat at all costs. Baisu strode out of the Hokage's office, using the body flicker technique to head straight for the mission hall. After days of effort, his achievement points were nearing 400. Unlocking the mysterious enlightenment skill at 400 points promised an extraordinary boost, leaving everyone eager to see what it would bring. While farming achievements, he casually glanced at the chat group message explosion, 99 plus unread. These people, do they not sleep? 8:30. This year chasing 10 campus bells, Sakura girl, what are you busy with today? At Butterfly House owner. 12 o'clock. This year chasing 10 campus bells, have you had lunch? 1400 hours. This year chasing 10 campus bells, lunch break is over, another empty and boring day. Gush Xiaoluan, a typical university shut-in, skipped classes, avoided group chats, and browsed girls' profiles. Ever since he saw the photo of Butterfly House owner Shinobu Kocho, his plan to chase 10 campus bells instantly collapsed. This cold and elegant beauty, who wouldn't be moved? Damn! So cold, completely ignoring me. Should I just block you? Big Lewin here is overflowing with charm, which campus belle wouldn't fight over me? He angrily played a round of Dota, but when he returned, the group chat was dead silent. Loneliness loomed, and his resolve to block Shinobu Kocho grew stronger. However, an hour later, a sudden message exploded on the public screen, and Gush Xiaoluan's heart instantly blossomed with joy, fully revived. 3 o'clock. Butterfly House owner, I'm not a Sakura girl, I'm Shinobu Kocho. Just finished a mission, killed 3 demons, but unfortunately didn't encounter an upper moon. This year chasing 10 campus bells, killing demons? There are demons in your world? Gush Xiaoluan's heart trembled. The gentle beauty turned out to be a bloody warrior? And in this era, who believes in ghosts and spirits? Isn't that just to scare kids? Looking up, the bizarrely spinning giant chrysanthemum black hole above Juxia City had become everyone's nightmare. Official forces had probed it in every way, but the mystery remained unsolved. Butterfly house owner, of course there are demons. Your world doesn't have monsters? Look at the photos. Shinobu Kocho quickly sent over a few shocking real photos of demons, their grotesque faces horrifyingly tragic. Her strength was limited, so she couldn't decapitate them, only dissolve their bodies slowly with specially made poison. Ugh! Gush Sholowan faced such terrifying images for the first time. So, the world of Demon Slayer was this real and brutal. Butterfly house owner, since you're interested, I'll send a few more. She playfully teased the straight-laced Gush Sholowan, enjoying some light-hearted fun after life and death missions. Calling her Sakura Girl? Dream on, she's not someone to mess with. This year chasing 10 campus bells, alright, I have an English class this afternoon. Gotta go, talk later. Gush Sholowan immediately activated invisible mode and disappeared. Though Sakura Girl was beautiful, she was a rose with thorns. He decided to stick to chasing campus bells. The other world was too terrifying. At this moment, the Arrow manga master Sajiri Izumi excitedly chimed in, Yura. The original draft is complete. Who wants to review it? Sending it to the group admin for approval. She stayed up late for half a month drawing, creating works that truly fulfilled otaku fantasies, becoming a sensation in the otaku community. As for the ghostly photos sent by Shinobu Kocho, she felt indifferent. Being a seasoned otaku girl, she was used to such things, often frequenting bizarre websites. Ding! A system notification for a new email. Sajiri Izumi's Arrow manga had made its dazzling debut. Baisu didn't care at first, after all, he was also a seasoned otaku and had seen countless comics. But the moment he opened it, his eyes widened. This pose, this composition, it was simply out of this world. No wonder Sajiri Izumi could become a top-selling manga artist, overshadowing industry veterans for a time. Truly a prodigy. The paneling, the lighting, it was simply masterful. If she became a director, she would undoubtedly create blockbuster hits. Group leader, how do you feel? If you like it, I have more amazing works. Let me tell you a secret, Shinobu Kocho even sent me some super explosive photos. Teacher Imangroa excitedly chimed in. Before long, Sajiri Izumi's private message arrived. She was quirky and full of little schemes, and her last sentence completely disarmed group leader Baisu. Ahem, this is a serious group chat, stop bringing up these improper things. Anyway, tell me your requests, and I'll try my best to fulfill them. Baisu initially wanted to respond firmly, but he was instantly charmed by Sajiri's playful attitude. With her in the group, wouldn't he get to see new Arrow manga every day and even customize the heroines? It was too good to be true. Fulfilling the group leader's wishes is my honor. But in the future, could you take me along on battlefield missions? I'm just an artist, I have no combat skills. Sajiri, dressed in a cute outfit gifted by fans, lay on her bed chatting excitedly. No one knew why she dressed up like that despite never leaving her house. No problem. I'll take you on simple missions. Even if you don't contribute, you can still earn points, and once the shop opens, points can be exchanged for god-tier treasures. Your future is limitless, Baisu said with determination. Thinking about it, top-tier battlefield missions weren't suitable for newcomers, but nurturing them through simple tasks might turn them into powerful allies in the future. Deal. I'll contact you as soon as the new manga is out, group leader. Sajiri was so happy she rolled around on her bed. She hadn't expected the group leader to be so open-minded, truly a great boss for the new era. What is LSP? Asked the Butterfly Mansion's owner curiously. Sajiri, can I see your works? I don't have any missions right now, so I'm free to relax. LSP is our unique way of expressing happiness. Imangroa replied with a laugh. It's great that you have time, I'll send you a copy right away. Sajiri was clever and didn't sell out the group leader. What she sent to Shinobu Kocho was one of her early pure romance comics, completely devoid of Arrow content. Thank you. My sister and I used to love reading illustrated books, but after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, we haven't had time to enjoy them. Ding! The group chat's activity level reached the threshold, unlocking the red envelope feature. Not only could weapons and techniques be shared, but group members could also send items across dimensions for free, limited to 3 times a day. The system message electrified the crowd. Sajiri tried sending a youth romance manga to Shinobu Kocho, and to her surprise, it was delivered instantly. This feature is incredible. Whitebeard has gone to search for Ace, Tony's been muted, and the group has gotten a lot quieter. Amonroa sighed. Baisu added, that kid Tony must be forging in a cave. Keep it up. When he comes out, he'll be the richest man in the world again. Deep in the cave, Tony Stark was so furious he almost spat blood. Group leader, just wait until I get out. I won't let you off.
forced by terrorists to create a weapon, but instead of a missile, it was a blueprint for a bulky mech. With this steel shell, they hoped to escape against all odds. This marked the beginning of Tony's transformation from Playboy to Iron Man. When will the group leader come online? Are they just secretly watching us? You claim to know our past and future, can you tell me about my future? Shinobu Kocho's inner doubts finally erupted. Driven by hatred, she stayed in the Demon Slayer Corps, day after day pursuing the upper moons closest to Muzan Kibutsuji. The 12 Kazuki carried the blood personally bestowed by Muzan, and their blood demon arts were overwhelmingly powerful. What would her future hold? The suspense was about to unfold. She was well aware of her own strength among the Hashira, she was the weakest. Even if she found the demon who killed her family, could she really win? There was no answer, but she had already embarked on a path of no return for revenge. Wavering in her resolve would mean losing everything. Baisu coldly said, "You have already foreseen the future. In the final battle, you will fall." Shinobu Kocho's fate was both tragic and resolute. She was not an ordinary Hashira but a living weapon. With 1 year left until the final battle, she resolutely injected a lethal poison into her body, all to face the bloodthirsty Upper Moon 2 Doma. She chose self-sacrifice, willingly walking toward death. The mistress of the Butterfly Mansion murmured, "Is this truly my destiny? I refuse to accept it." Baisu's gaze was firm. Fate can be rewritten as long as the desire is strong enough. I am willing to gamble everything on fate. This time on the battlefield, I will risk my life to change Whitebird's ending. Then, everyone will witness a miracle together. Everyone was bound by fate, yet they were brought together by the system, gaining a chance to reverse their destinies. I am a relic of the times, with no place in the new world. Whitebird's voice still echoed in the minds of the group members, like a battle cry on the battlefield, tragic and stirring. With the power of the tremor fruit, he punched open a 1,000-foot abyss, creating an escape route for his crew. Alone, he faced the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea. He endured 267 sword wounds, 152 bullet wounds, and 46 cannon explosions, yet he never retreated on the brink of death. He used his life to embody the freedom and dreams of pirates, with not a single scar being a mark of cowardice. In this pirate world, the Navy pursued absolute justice, while pirates chased freedom and dreams. Whitebird gave everything for his dream. If the outcome of the Summit War could be changed, it would be an epic reversal. The Whitebeard pirates had not yet set sail. Ace was defeated by Blackbeard Teach, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, and awaited public execution. As the posthumous son of Pirate King Roger, Ace's execution broadcast shocked the world. The Navy intended to use this to lure Whitebeard into a trap and completely annihilate this Emperor of the Sea. How much time is left until the execution? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. He felt an unprecedented weight of destiny. If he acted to rescue Ace, both of them would surely perish. The Navy had mobilized the 7 warlords of the sea, with forces far surpassing theirs, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Even as one of the top powers among the 4 emperors, this dilemma seemed unsolvable. Not to mention the open and covert struggles among the 4 emperors who would dare to act rashly? Although red-haired Shanks secretly offered help, he was delayed by Kaido's interference, missing the crucial moment. "Less than a month," answered Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. Known as the Phoenix, he was Whitebird's right-hand man, a mythical Zoan user with powerful regenerative abilities. For 30 years, they had fought side by side, brave and fearless. Whitebeard calmly said, "We can't act recklessly. We must find reinforcements. Otherwise, not only will we fail to save Ace, but we'll also endanger everyone." "Will anyone really help us?" Marco asked doubtfully. Whitebird's gaze was resolute. "Yes, a power from afar." He looked up at the blue sky. The world was far more complex than he had imagined. If the group leader personally joined the battlefield, Ace's chances of survival would multiply. The world of Naruto, Konoha. "What did you say? You want me to give up competing for the 4th Hokage?" "Kushina. That's been my lifelong dream." Minato Namikaze clenched his fists, his eyes blazing as he stared at the gentle yet stubborn Kushina Uzumaki in front of him. Her voice was soft, but it pierced his heart like a cold blade. "A life of fighting and killing, is it really worth it? Our child is about to be born. Do you have to become Hokage?" A fierce flame ignited in Minato's eyes. He had aspired to become Hokage since childhood, dedicating his life to the village. How could he retreat because of family? The 3rd Hokage had elevated him as a savior, but he knew he was still far from deserving that title. "Kushina, I won't become a coward who retreats for the sake of family. The flame of the leaves will not be extinguished. I will become the light that illuminates the future, the 4th Hokage." With that, he left the house without hesitation.
Kushina watched his departing figure, her heart conflicted.
She had lost her homeland, raised as a weapon to contain the Nine Tails, enduring countless strange looks. If not for meeting Minato, she might never have become a normal person. She cherished the current peace and was reluctant to let it go, but she knew Minato's flame was too bright to be easily extinguished. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the darkness. A figure wearing a swirling mask, Uchiha Obito, slowly appeared. His blood-red Sharingan glimmered with cold killing intent.
Minato-sensei, Rin is dead, yet you can still live happily? Do you remember that student who died tragically? If you lose Kushina, will you still have the same resolve?
Obito's voice was like a whisper of death. His ocular powers could control the Nine Tails, and on the day of Kushina's childbirth, he planned to launch a fatal strike. Once a beloved student, he had now turned his former mentor into a target of revenge, his heart consumed by despair and hatred. This clash of fire and darkness was destined to shake the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, across the sea, the legendary Four Emperors Whitebeard made an unprecedented appearance in a mysterious group chat. Ace is about to be executed.
Only 20 days remain until the final battle. I, Whitebeard, am willing to join your adventure, all to change the fate of this world.
This man, hailed as the strongest, the wielder of the Tremor Fruit, and a former member of the Rocks Pirates, had survived countless life and death battles.
Now, he placed his hopes in a new force, Baisu. The collision of darkness and light, the frenzied turning of the wheels of fate, an epic battle spanning the ninja world and the seas was about to erupt. Wang Baisu only wanted a warm family on the sea, and his crew affectionately called him Old Man. This time, he would give his all to rescue his missing son and restore the completeness and happiness of his family. Baisu declared firmly, saving Ace is our shared mission. This is the first combat mission of the adventure team. Although it's just me and Sajiri for now, we must recruit more top-tier fighters to turn the tide. The Butterfly Mansion's owner responded coldly, sorry, my poison only works on demons. Against those extraordinary warriors in the Summit War, I can't be of any help. Izumi Sajiri softly said, I'm actually just a manga artist.
She is shy and timid, always stammering in face-to-face conversations. She likes to wear anime masks and hoodies, using a voice changer to hide herself, and only dares to speak freely online.
Baisu spoke in the group chat, Guxiaoluan, stop peeking. If you were given a chance to save the world, what would you choose? At chasing 10 campus bells this year. Save the world? I'm just an ordinary college student, I can't handle that at all. Group leader, spare me. Guxiaoluan was so nervous he didn't dare to reply.
He had been scared half to death earlier just by seeing battlefield photos posted by Butterfly Shinobu. Now that Baisu mentioned saving the world, it was definitely about dragging him into the Summit War. Baisu pressed on relentlessly, what a pity. The opportunity is right in front of you, and you don't seize it. Only the strong dominate this world. I can help you awaken the power of the galaxy and achieve an immortal divine body. By then, not just 10, but even 100 campus bells won't be able to compete with you. Stop it, group leader. I'm not making this choice for the campus bells, but for the justice and kindness in my heart. Chasing 10 campus bells this year suddenly had a complete change of attitude, shocking everyone. The owner of Butterfly House and Sajiri were stunned, and even the world's strongest man was left speechless. Baisu smiled and said, I can already see your future, the galactic sword that cuts through fear. Tonight, go to the bar near the university town. When you encounter thugs, take action, and the opportunity will naturally come. This was the awakening trial for the third-generation divine body of Guxiaoluan. Baisu deliberately arranged setbacks to help him grow. All right. Taking down thugs, I'm all in. Guxiaoluan was full of enthusiasm. Baisu announced that the adventure team was temporarily set at 3 members. Butterfly Shinobu and Sajiri would observe and learn, Tony would continue forging in the cave, and only through hardships could true power erupt. In the Naruto world, on the streets of Konoha. Look, that's Uchiha Baisu. It said he single-handedly killed the Third Raikage, defeated 10,000 Iwagakure troops, and changed the course of the ninja world. Compared to him, what is Minato Namake's? The Uchiha clan, a 1,000-year-old noble family, now has Baisu as its new legend. Really? I know him. Not long ago, he helped my grandmother find her lost kitten. He's such a good person. In the streets and alleys, Baisu's reputation skyrocketed like a rocket, his prestige even beginning to overshadow the former hero Minato Namake's. He completed countless low-level missions, helping the people of Konoha, completely changing everyone's impression of the Uchiha clan not just as a powerful presence, but as kind protectors of Konoha. Fireball Jutsu, a basic fire release technique, focuses chakra in the throat and releases a massive fireball from the mouth. Baisu demonstrated a stunning ninjutsu, and the legend on the battlefield was just beginning. With a single move, Baisu sent enemies flying like cannonballs. The hand seal sequence flashed quickly: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. The chakra ratio was incredibly precise. This was the true essence of ninjutsu, the ultimate control of chakra. Come on, everyone, give it a try. Baisu called out with a smile. He was now the leader of the kids at the Ninja Academy. Surrounding him were not only admiring gazes but also a large group of students begging him to teach them ninjutsu. His fame was so overwhelming that even classmates coming for missions were caught up by him. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Suddenly, a young boy imitated Baisu's movements, forming hand seals smoothly and spitting out a half-meter wide fireball from his mouth. He instantly became the center of attention, with classmates crowding around him, asking him to teach them the secret. Ding! The host successfully taught a student to use a C-rank ninjutsu, achieving the title Apprentice Ninjutsu Teacher. Ding! Achievement points reached 400, unlocking the Enlightenment feature. This feature is available to adventure team members and requires 1000 points to activate each time. The host has 3 free activations per month. Finally unlocked the Enlightenment feature. Baisu was so excited he almost jumped up. Grinding achievements is exhausting. This system's setup is way too harsh, and the lack of points is a constant headache. If not for the 3 free uses per month, he would hesitate to spend points to activate Enlightenment. What exactly does the Enlightenment feature do? The system doesn't even provide an explanation. So lazy. Ding! Enlightenment feature activating. The host is entering deep sleep, with a random duration of 1 to 12 hours. Actual time will be calculated at a ratio of 1 to 1000. Baisu instantly returned home, and the scene before him changed dramatically. He entered a mysterious and unfathomable otherworld, filled with the secrets of the universe. He had a long dream, where he was soaked by seawater, burned by raging flames. With a wave of his hand, thunder roared, and he controlled life and death in the heavens and earth. When he woke up, 12 hours had passed, and the sun was high in the sky. This was the laziest day since his rebirth. Is this all Enlightenment does? What's the effect? Just a nice dream? Baisu was stunned for a long time. He tentatively took a step forward, only to find himself stepping on thin air. His feet hovered 3 feet above the ground, supported by a mysterious force. His control over the surrounding space surged, breaking through to an unprecedented level. These eyes, Rinnegan? Am I seeing this right? Baisu looked at the mirror in surprise. His original Mangekyo Sharingan had transformed into the spiral-patterned Rinnegan. This was the legendary ultimate ocular jutsu, capable of controlling life and death and wielding the power of creation and destruction. Those who possess the Rinnegan can manipulate yin-yang transformations and freely switch between at least 6 chakra natures. They are both creators and destroyers, and the Rinnegan is the only tool capable of breaking the infinite Tsukuyami. Awakening the Rinnegan without would-release cells? Could this be the terrifying power of the Enlightenment feature? The enhancement is absolutely game-breaking. Baisu was so shocked he couldn't speak. He opened his attribute panel, and his combat power had skyrocketed. Without activating Susanoo, his spell damage had surged by 1000 points, and his magic power had doubled to 3900. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill. Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsion technique that can blast away enemies within range, deflecting ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks. Cooldown time increases with power. Bansho 10, an Rinnegan exclusive skill that forcibly attracts and manipulates specified objects within range, leaving the controlled target powerless to resist. Rinnegan Majestic Pressure releases a 360 blade-shaped shockwave, effortlessly slicing through the divine tree and the earth. 6 Paths Planetary Devastation, a yin-yang sealing technique that creates a gravitational source in space, pulling the target and parts of the earth into the air, weakening their power and summoning meteors to amplify the sealing force. Baisu's power soared to unprecedented heights, and the world before him was completely different. He knew this was just the beginning. The true counterattack starts now. Earth, the starting point of awakened power. Sealing technique absorption, a god-level skill. It can absorb any ninjutsu, convert it into chakra stored within the body, and instantly replenish one's energy. It can also counter the opponent's ninjutsu, combining offense and defense. Who can rival it? Perfect Susanoo, the true descent of the god of war. With extreme ocular power unleashed and immense divine strength erupting, its figure stands towering like a mountain. Armor transforms into wings and dual swords on its back, soaring through the skies. Wherever the sword energy reaches, mountains are severed, and meteors are shattered. This combat power rivals that of a tailed beast, unmatched by anyone. Time reversal, a technique to manipulate the laws of time, instantly rewinding targets within a 500-meter radius to any moment within the past minute.
Reverse the tide of battle, annihilate enemies in seconds, and control life and death. Damn, this system is absolutely overpowered.
If I keep developing it, I'll be unstoppable and achieve anything I desire. Baisu exclaimed, his power nearing cheat-level strength, dealing 3000 magic damage to instantly kill Kage-level opponents, effortlessly soloing the Summit War.
Being invincible is so lonely.
Aside from the resurrection of the Sage of Six Paths in the Naruto world, Baisu couldn't find a worthy opponent.
Nagato of the Uzumaki clan?
Just a pawn, not worth the life force consumed.
Obito Uchiha? Overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan leads to blindness. Only the Rinnegan offers lasting power.
Only the resurrection of Madara Uchiha or the unsealing of Kagaya Otsutsuki would qualify them to fight him.
Gazing at the moon, a faint white rabbit appeared that was the true form of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Let us master the battlefield missions first. Konoha can't handle the chaos yet.
Baisu calmly abandoned the crazy unsealing plan, just one step away from defeating the ultimate boss of the ninja world. This is a world where the strong reign supreme. Once, the rabbit goddess Kagaya Otsutsuki ruled everything, only to be sealed on the moon by her rebellious two sons. The two sons fell one after another, and 1,000 years of chaotic wars in the ninja world began.
Let us see the big shots in the group.
After improving my strength, I'll take them to battlefield missions and make them submit. Baisu opened the group chat, only to be instantly shocked, his face darkening and heart racing at a message.
With a mortal body, roaring to rival the gods, group leader, you old bastard, come out. Do you know how exhausting forging is? Izumi Sajiri excitedly, Tony is finally out of prison. Seeing you so energetic, we're relieved. Butterfly Mansion owner, Tony, our little cutie, is back.
Finally, someone dares to roast the group leader.
I'm ready for the show. Izumi Sajiri, grabbing a small bench to watch the show +1. World's strongest man, Gorarara, Tony, I admire your courage. If this were the pirate world, you'd definitely be my son. But why call the group leader an old bastard? Is it because of his age? Tony, furious, who wants to be your son? I'm 49 years old, the world's richest man, surrounded by beauties, and I even have grandchildren. Temporarily ignoring Whitebeard, Tony spat out the sand in his mouth and continued fighting. With a mortal body, rivaling the gods, astrologers are usually white-bearded old men. The group leader likes to mess with people, probably over 100 years old, with a face full of wrinkles. Ding. Muted for 10 minutes. Baisu, take your time, reorganize your words. After the unmute, with a mortal body, rivaling the gods pleaded for help, group leader, I was wrong. I'm in the desert, exhausted, please guide me. Tony had just escaped from terrorists, his Iron Man suit reduced to scrap metal. Stranded in the desert, parched and weary, every step was fraught with danger. Baisu smiled faintly, after the transformation, you've grown a lot. This is your future, decide for yourself. The legend of the strong has only just begun. Tony Stark's life trajectory was completely overturned. Once a playboy, now the Iron God of War, his legendary transformation shook the world. System notification, Baisu uploaded a memory copy, The Legend of Iron Man, please receive it immediately. A mortal body, challenging the limits of the gods. Tony Stark makes a stunning debut. The Butterfly Housemaster and Izumi Sajiri both received the copy, their powers converging, destined for greatness. Tony Stark's heart was torn, betrayed by family, cold and ruthless. I just refused to sell weapons to enemy nations, but I never expected to be betrayed by those closest to me. A billionaire, a lonely king at the pinnacle of the world, faced with betrayal and death, his heart was on the verge of collapse. But he would never give up. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Tony, don't forget, you still have your strongest ally Pepper. She is your greatest support. Stand up. We are your family, supporting you to fight to the end. The encouragement from the group members ignited Tony's determination like a blazing fire. Thank you all. This unexpected encounter has been the greatest fortune of my life. I, Iron Man, will rise from the ashes. The roar of airplane engines signaled that rescue was near. Tony slowly stood up, ready to face the enemy with all his might, determined to take control of his destiny. Meanwhile, Baisu turned his attention to another battlefield. What about Gusholowan? He should be awakening his super gene by now, right? Boss, I'm screen peeking. Tony's issue is resolved, can you save me? I've been taken in. Haha, sorry, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Izumi Sajiri burst into laughter. Super God World 12 hours ago.
Inspired by Baisu, Guxioluan resolutely stepped into the bar entrance to begin his flower hunting mission.
100 campus bells, one per week, challenging the limits. With the mysterious sword energy of the power of the galaxy in his hand, though he didn't understand its meaning, he vowed confidently, after awakening, I'll win over all the campus bells. The bar street was dark and chaotic, fraught with danger. Suddenly, a piercing cry for help from a woman shattered the night sky.
Help!
What are you doing?
Guxioluan witnessed a girl being dragged into an alley by a few local thugs, her clothes torn, in imminent danger.
Bro, this isn't hooliganism, it's loneliness.
The gang leader Lu Chuan was arrogant and rampant, his gold chain gleaming, exuding an air of menace.
How dare you? Even in broad daylight, you can't bully an innocent woman. Guxioluan roared, his super gene erupting, instantly intimidating everyone present.
Lu Chuan fell to the ground in response.
Ow, don't you know who I am?
You wild brat, courting death. Lu Chuan roared, and a fierce battle was about to break out. This was the awakening of justice, the birth of a hero.
Guxioluan's super gene would unleash infinite potential, and his path of counterattack was unstoppable. Dare to challenge me?
On this bar street, I, Lu Chuan, the indomitable little overlord, am undefeated. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight, or I'll show you what despairing red truly means. Lu Chuan, 33 years old, a street thug who had been in and out of the station countless times, each time like a walk in the park. He prided himself on saying, the station is full of talent, and the environment is cozier than home. But no one knew his true identity, which shocked the universe. He was the legendary war god of planet Nuashing, one of the 3 great god-making projects of the Super God Academy, the axe that cuts through thorns. After the 1,000-year De Nuwa War ended, the mad war god Du Cao secretly implanted the Nuashing war god gene into the Lu family on Earth, covertly monitoring the fate trajectory of every super gene awakener.
You scum!
I'm standing in front of you because of the justice in my heart, not for those 100 campus bells. Guxioluan's face was ashen, his square face exuding a strong sense of seriousness, though his eloquence was somewhat clumsy.
Kid, beat him up.
Lu Chuang's men swarmed forward, their fists and kicks raining down on Guxioluan like a storm.
Guxioluan couldn't fend them off at all, rolling on the ground and begging for mercy.
In his despair, he noticed the mysterious girl escaping amidst the chaos, feeling slightly relieved.
He thought to himself, was this considered a successful act of bravery?
The group leader said it was equivalent to having 100 campus bells.
But the good times didn't last long.
The gang's attacks were ferocious, almost causing internal injuries.
Lu Chuan personally joined in, his iron boots mercilessly aiming at Guxioluan's most vulnerable spot, exuding a murderous aura. Don't think I'm a sick cat.
With fury ignited, Guxioluan erupted with astonishing power, breaking free from his suppressor, only to be knocked back several steps by Lu Chuang's mad-eye punch, leaving him with a concussion.
Today, I must take you down.
Guxioluan launched a desperate counterattack, tearing an air conditioner compressor off the building and furiously smashing it toward Lu Chuang's neck.
Crack!
A snapping sound echoed as Lu Chuang fell to the ground in a strange posture, blood chillingly cold, as if he were dead.
He's killed someone. Call the police. The lackey screamed in panic, witnessing the college student wielding immense strength, dismantling an air conditioner like a toy.
I just pushed him, he fell on his own.
Guxioluan was terrified.
Killing someone was a grave crime, his future destroyed, and his dream of the campus bell shattered.
Push my ass. Pay 5 million.
The thugs immediately changed their tune, as money was the ultimate priority.
I'm not dead yet. Suddenly, Lu Chuang roared as he stood up, his fury reignited. Excessive self-defense?
Screw that, he bellowed, grabbing Guxioluan and slamming him to the ground, causing a violent tremor. The two were impervious to blades and bullets, their superhuman physiques invincible in the universe, with even the concrete ground unable to harm them.
In the end, both were taken into police custody.
Guxioluan helplessly sent a message, that's what happened, group leader. Remember to fulfill the promise of those 100 campus bells.
Actually, 10 would be enough. At Baisu. After understanding the truth, the police only detained Guxioluan temporarily for damaging public property. You're ruthless. Still thinking about campus bells, huh? Xiaoluan, your super gene has awakened. An exciting life awaits your explosion.
The group leader's voice was filled with anticipation.
The future belongs to the true god of war.
Don't think your world is trouble-free. Your troubles are more terrifying than anywhere else.
Look at the massive chrysanthemum-like explosion in the sky over Juxia City. That's not fireworks, it's the eerie rift of a black hole.
Within a few years, angels and demons will both set their sights on Earth, and the population will plummet by more than half.
Can you imagine such an apocalyptic catastrophe?
By Su's words were no scare tactic. The combat power levels in the super god world are astonishing.
In the Nuwa War, the strongest strike split an entire star with an axe. The power of the three great god-making projects in their later stages is unimaginably terrifying. Right now, Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang are just students and street thugs, but the path to becoming true powerhouses will take them 1,000 years.
Lord Baisu, you must be joking. Experts say the black hole over Jusha City is just light refraction. Gu Xiaoluan's voice grew weaker. Although he had some college-level physics knowledge, such rumors were still convincing to the common people. As for angels and demons targeting Earth, he didn't even understand what that meant.
Next, Gu Xiaoluan will be captured by the Super God Academy. Du Tso will represent the academy in recruiting warriors with super genes, making them fight for Earth's interests.
But Baisu knew full well that these so-called Earth's interests were merely a ploy to reignite the flames of war from the already destroyed Dino galaxy on Earth.
The Super God Academy's background is unfathomable.
It is the legacy of a civilization that destroyed the universe, mastering micro-wormhole transportation and dark energy decryption technology, spanning the Dino galaxy, the Shinha civilization, and other high-tech civilization centers. The more advanced a civilization becomes, the more it touches the bottleneck of technology, the Void World, a terrifying realm that overturns modern and future science. To combat ultimate fear, the Super God Academy created 3 divine weapons: the Sword of the Power of the Galaxy, the Radiance of the Light of the Sun, and the Axe of the Hand of Nuwa. However, the existence of the Super God Academy triggered massive disasters.
The Dino galaxy was destroyed by an arms race, and the Shinha civilization was devoured by the Void.
20,000 years ago, the Academy entered the Angel civilization, sparking a millennia-long war between King Kaisa of the Skyblade and King Liangbing of the Apocalypse. Baisu had long seen through the Super God Academy's conspiracy. They were not just after Earth but intended to expose Earth to the hunting grounds of all civilizations.
Within a few years, civilizations from across the heavens would descend simultaneously, and survival would become a luxury. The Shinha civilization could traverse galaxies, control the cosmic galactic tree, possess an eternal energy system, and master antimatter and dark energy technology, ushering in an era of eternal life.
Planets could no longer constrain them, as their existence represented a nebula-level grand civilization.
Yet, they ultimately could not escape a catastrophic disaster, leaving behind only ancient civilization records. Population reduced by more than half, this disaster is terrifying.
Gu Xiaoluan's world has already fallen into a great calamity, the butterfly house owner murmured. It seems my world is still normal, no ghosts, no black holes. Being a laid-back manga artist is quite a happy life, Izumi Sajiri said with a relaxed smile. Meanwhile, the world's strongest man furrowed his brows. I still don't understand.
What do angels and demons truly signify? Are they really that powerful?
Baisu quickly organized all the memory data about the Super God world, and a detailed document was instantly uploaded to the group for everyone to review.
The Angel Civilization, one of the oldest and most sacred primary biological civilizations in the universe. Holy Keisha is the supreme queen of the Angel Civilization and the highest leader of the entire universe's theocratic system.
The number of angels is extremely scarce, with only tens of thousands of beautiful angels living in the center of the Angel Nebula, suspended at the pinnacle of the universe, the City of Angels. Even more astonishing, there are fewer than 10,000 angel warriors with second-generation or higher supergenes.
Wherever there is a night civilization, angels are sure to be present.
They are spread across the major civilizations of the universe, executing Queen Keisha's orders of justice, maintaining universal order, and safeguarding the peace of all things.
The legends of angels vary greatly. Some civilizations deify them as genderless divine messengers, while others misinterpret or even slander them. However, it is undeniable that the angel civilization represents the pinnacle of evolution. They possess perfect physiques, unparalleled beauty, pure white wings capable of traversing space, and an endless love and protection for all the civilizations they govern. Keisha's concept of justice is unwavering, yet her warriors do not fully embrace justice with their hearts.
They are cold and ruthless, executing judgment and punishing evil without questioning right or wrong.
For 30,000 years, they have established the highest order of justice in the universe.
The angel civilization has evolved and grown stronger for over 1,000,000 years, unmatched in its development.
Today, the City of Angels stands independent of any planet, located at the core of the nebula, radiating brilliance and surging with energy, a fortress unparalleled in the universe. Demon civilization?
It is said that demons are the descendants of fallen angels, but the truth is even more shocking after Holy Keisha's fallout with her sister Liang Bing. Liang Bing used her angelic power and irresistible charm to quickly take control of the demon civilization, leading them in rebellion against Keisha. Thus, the demon civilization swept across the universe. In the group chat, the butterfly house owner couldn't help but tease, perfect body proportions, and all-female civilization. Doesn't this sound like Gush Yoluan's dream paradise? He'd probably go crazy with joy if he encountered it. Izumi Sajiri excitedly chimed in, exactly. Let the group leader catch an angel for you. That would be worth 10 campus bells. This year's chasing 10 campus bells responded boldly, no problem, I have a big appetite, I can handle any type. Gush Yoluan, still at the police station, managed to remain optimistic, which was rare. Bai Su, however, was busy breaking through the dimensional barrier and had no time for banter. System, is there a way to traverse dimensions? The members of the adventure team are in danger, and I can't just sit by and do nothing. Bai Su saw potential in Gush Yoluan and decided to recruit him into the adventure team to embark on an intense and thrilling journey together. Ding! System notification, the host has sufficient points. Spend 500 points to activate the store function and meet the needs of traversing dimensions. 500 points, that's a bit steep. System, open the store for me. Bai Su gritted his teeth. The points were originally meant to be saved for the combat weapon Steel Blade. The Summit War was about to erupt, and he needed to take Gush Yoluan to experience a real cosmic adventure. Now he was still stuck in the police station, completely delaying important matters. In the depths of the Super God universe, a supersonic fighter jet roared past, piloted by a striking red-haired woman with a heroic demeanor, seated in the cockpit. This is Rose. ETA to the Giant Gorge is 10 minutes. Please respond. Rose received. The Giant Gorge is ready. Coordinates 35-69-28. Understood. She was Du Qianwei, daughter of the war fanatic Du Kaio. Raised with aristocratic education, she mastered the rare micro-wormhole spatial technology and was part of the intelligence community's fourth god-making project. 30,000 years ago, the Super God Academy was born from angelic civilization. The Blade King Keisha obtained the time-space gene but clashed ideologically with her sister, the Apocalypse King Liang Bing. Keisha insisted that the time-space gene should be equally shared among all sisters, while Liang Bing believed that consolidating power was the path to ultimate strength. The conflict between the two sisters escalated continuously until Liang Bing could no longer endure it. Unable to bear it any longer, she stole the mysterious time-space gene and brought it back to the Dino Galaxy for meticulous cultivation. Thousands of years later, this power took deep root on Earth, unleashing an unprecedented storm. The aircraft carrier named Giant Gorge was the command center of the South Sea Fleet. Hiding an earth-shattering secret, the Super God Academy's god-making project was being carried out in secret. The cockpit door automatically opened, and Rose strode down the ladder. Her long, slender legs caught the attention of the soldiers, who smiled and waved in welcome. She passed through layers of security checks and headed straight to the command center at the deepest part of the ship. The room was already filled with elites. She casually found a seat and sat down. Her sharp gaze landed on a blonde woman dressed in a leather jacket and short skirt, with flawless long legs and an imposing aura that even captivated other women. This woman was named Delana, the Empress of the Sunstar. She had once destroyed the Dino Galaxy's sun with a supernova, leading to the galaxy's annihilation. Her appearance shocked everyone, yet she harbored a sense of justice. Her purpose this time was to aid Earth. Everyone. The Empress of the Sunstar has issued a warning. The Gluttonous Legion is closing in on the Chiwu star system. The situation is urgent, the commander announced solemnly. I propose forming the Male Soldier Company, a black armored squad capable of taking on millions. This is the list of Earth's super gene holders. Assign tasks immediately and recruit them into the team. Du Kaio wasted no time, handing the list to Rose. The original plan to restore the Dino Galaxy's glory on Earth was exposed to the heavens. The Gluttonous Legion was merely the first wave of the storm. Ding! The store function was activated. All members could now use points to purchase cross-dimensional items, with group chat information synchronized for easy access. The mall, though in its growth phase, currently has only one basic item: the boundary-breaking talisman. Sajiri Izumi curiously asked, a mall? Does it sell drinks? Boss, give me a bottle of Coca-Cola. The butterfly house owner was surprised. The mall is empty, with only one item, the boundary-breaking talisman? The strongest man in the group's eyes lit up. The boundary-breaking talisman. It can break through space and traverse other worlds? So powerful.
Everyone's gaze focused on the golden, shimmering talisman paper.
The three embossed characters boundary-breaking talisman in small seal script were awe-inspiring.
Sajiri Izumi exclaimed excitedly, "What are points?"
I really want a boundary-breaking talisman to travel to the worlds of the big shots. For this shut-in girl to speak up was rare.
After her family's misfortune, she had closed herself off.
Without a strong psyche, she might have gone insane long ago. The strongest man explained, points are rewards from battlefield missions, especially abundant during mountaintop wars.
Unfortunately, my strength is limited, and I can't guarantee your safety. This ISNTA game the cost of losing is life.
The boundary-breaking talisman is priced at 200 points, with a 30% discount during the sale, requiring only 140 points. Astonishingly, it even has discounts. Baisu felt like he was being scammed by a mobile game, as his points were only enough to save Gushioluan. Baisu said in a deep voice, I'll head to the Super God world to save Gushioluan first.
Leave me a message if anything comes up.
This year, the guy who chased 10 campus bells to tears said, Boss, you're so generous, using a boundary-breaking talisman to save me.
I'll follow you forever. Sajiri Izumi envied, the group leader is so willing. Gushioluan was just in a fight, he'll be out soon anyway.
Baisu had no time for idle chatter and immediately redeemed the boundary-breaking talisman to activate it.
Boom!
A golden spatial gate suddenly opened in the courtyard, exuding supreme pressure from the void, as if it could devour everything. Thus, the adventure began.
Devour everything.
The teleportation countdown began, and the host was urged to prepare fully.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Teleportation activated. Baisu only felt time and space reversing madly, the scenery around him rapidly disintegrating. He had intended to glimpse the secrets of spatial teleportation, but unexpectedly, the moment he activated the Rinnegan, his magic chakra plummeted rapidly, almost depleting instantly. Fortunately, he closed his eyes in time, steadied his mind, and let the feeling of weightlessness sweep over him. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes to find himself in a bustling metropolis, with crowds surging like waves. Juxia City, as expected.
Baisu thought to himself, looking up at the sky, where a faintly visible black hole floated. In the crowd, his eccentric outfit was not conspicuous at all, only casually photographed by passers-by and sent to friends. Nowadays, exotic attire has become a new urban trend, and no one pays attention anymore.
Baisu quickly blended into the crowd, secretly vigilant. The combat power in the Super God world is too high.
When the heavens descend, he might not even make a ripple at this moment. Fortunately, angels and demons have not yet descended upon the Chiwu galaxy, so he still has time.
He took out his phone and calmly sent a location. Gushioluan, arrived in Giant Gorge City, send me your location.
Received, group leader, location shared.
Gushioluan, in the police station, was so excited his eyes welled up.
At this moment, he dared not tell his family anything, fearing trouble. Now, a man crossing dimensions had come to save him, and he almost wanted to offer himself in gratitude.
The group chat instantly exploded. Izumi Sajiri playfully teased, Shaoluan, don't forget to take a photo when you meet the group leader. I have a feeling he must be super handsome. The butterfly house owner joked, don't drool too much, keep your composure. The world's strongest man sneered, looks don't matter, what's important is a strong physique. I bet the group leader is full of muscles, a tough iron-blooded man. Izumi Sajiri shouted coquettishly, don't ruin my fantasy, old man Whitebeard. Just as everyone was chattering, a familiar mocking voice rang out. Oh? The group leader has arrived? How long was I offline, and there are already 99 plus messages? Are your mouths machine guns?
Nini kid, stop talking nonsense, the group leader is neither old nor brawny.
Tony, you're in trouble again? I thought you had given up.
Ha, so what if I provoke? I declare, the group leader is my source of joy. My business is cleared, Iron Man is invincible, and I have no rivals. If the group leader wants to fight, bring it on.
Ding!
The world's strongest man uploaded the product illustration of the boundary-breaking talisman. In the Marvel world, at the top floor of Stark Industries, Tony almost choked on his red wine.
Traveling between worlds in this day and age?
It must be a photoshopped image to trick him.
Don't think a single picture can scare me.
I recently escaped from terrorists and counter-killed an elite squad.
The name Iron Man is not just for show. Izumi Sajiri laughed, click the link next to the illustration, it's a new feature in the store. There's only this one boundary-breaking talisman, and it's incredibly powerful. Can it really break through space? No energy consumption? Isn't this overturning the laws of physics? Tony exclaimed.
Let me tell you a secret, the group leader has entered Gushioluan's world.
The photos will be sent soon, and you can comment on them. Really? Tony was excited. Baisu smiled calmly. Oh, the playboy of Marvel, Tony, is here too? I still have a few boundary-breaking tokens. The battlefield mission will take some time, so I might as well visit your place. Before the words had even settled, the group leader suddenly appeared, like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up waves. Tony forced a smile on his face, but inwardly he shouted. Just kidding, chasing me across billions of kilometers is way too crazy. A new era of legends has begun. Kill? What kind of joke is that? Tony Stark was drenched in cold sweat. His Armani suit fit perfectly but couldn't hide his inner panic. Group leader, I was wrong. Just treat it as me spouting nonsense. Please spare me. My little world is not worthy of a true god like you stepping foot in it. His voice trembled, but he tried his best to remain respectful. Baisu sneered, the richest man in the Marvel world, do you look down on us down and out beings from other dimensions? If you keep being so modest, I might get angry. That's absolutely not what I meant. It's truly an honor for the group leader to visit. Tony quickly explained while frantically sending red envelopes. Ding! An exclusive red envelope has been sent, only Baisu can claim it. Ding! Another exclusive red envelope has been delivered. Tony pulled out a pristine white handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing like it was about to explode. No one had ever seen Baisu take action, but based on their calculations, the group leader's combat power was at least on par with Whitebeard. This time, he really had to pay a hefty price to beg for mercy. The red envelopes contained not only his treasured items but also the core code of JARVIS, one of Tony's most valuable assets. Baisu opened the red envelope, and a virtual figure immediately appeared before him. JARVIS, the intelligent assistant. Master, JARVIS at your service. Detected that you have no firewall installed, initiating a scan of the surrounding internet environment. JARVIS represented the pinnacle of Marvel technology, far surpassing the Earth of the super god universe. Over the South China Sea, a heavily encrypted location caught its attention: the Giant Gorge, General Dukeo's base, hiding the secrets of god-making. Master, should I begin decryption? Estimated time, 1 week. There is a risk of being detected, and unforeseen variables may extend the time. Baisu shook his head, no rush to decrypt. First, transfer this money to Guxioluan's account. It must be usable, real gold and silver. He had just received a system notification. Due to altering the Marvel storyline, he earned 500 points. It turned out he had hinted at future intelligence to Tony, changing Iron Man's combat strategy and eliminating potential threats in advance. The system rewarded points, clearly intending for him to drastically change the plot. Don't worry, I'm well versed in economics. Stark Industries honed my skills. Transferring money is a piece of cake. Jarvis nodded. After connecting to the internet, this operation couldn't have been easier. A few minutes later, Guxioluan's account suddenly showed a massive deposit of $5 million, just a personal red envelope from Tony Stark. Inside the Giant Gorge City Police Department, policewoman Sheilan's high heels clicked against the stairs, each step echoing clearly. That new college student from the other day, is he honest enough? His strength is so great he even tore apart an air compressor. I heard the South Sea authorities personally inquired about it. Her tall figure stood at 174 centimeters, with black hair cascading like a waterfall and starry eyes radiating a cold brilliance. A national sniper champion from the police academy, the city's top sharpshooter and police beauty, she was a perfect combination of strength and beauty. Suddenly, she stopped and stared at the doorway. Huh? Who is this person? How did they get in? With firm steps, Jade Hand instinctively placed her hand on her sidearm, ready to eliminate any threat at a moment's notice. Her intuition told her that the young man before her was extraordinary, and the faint unease of being unable to control her fate made her heart tighten. So, it really is related to the South Sea? I guess they're almost here. It's a rare occasion, how could I not say hello? Baisu, dressed in the Uchiha clan's attire, leaned against the wall with a mysterious smile, completely ignoring Jade Hand's guarded stance. What exactly are you talking about? If you don't identify yourself, I'll shoot. As a top female officer, Jade Hand sensed danger. The aura emanating from Baisu was astonishingly powerful and completely unrestrained. I'm here to take my friend away. Don't interfere, step aside. Baisu's right eye suddenly glowed red, and the woman beside him obediently retreated as if hypnotized. That power resembled the mental control of a vampire, overwhelmingly dominant and utterly irresistible. What did you just do? Surrender immediately, or I'll shoot. Jade Hand gripped her gun tightly, her expression shifting.
Even her colleagues were intimidated, but she kept her focus, her gun ready to fire at any moment.
Relax, I'm just curious and want to chat with you.
Bai Su shrugged, looking completely at ease. Jade Hand, whose body had fused with the super gene of the Shinha civilization, activated the P3 positioning system. As a super war sniper, her precision was unparalleled.
Arrogant!
Jade Hand roared, "Come with me!" In the interrogation room, a file slammed onto the table, the atmosphere heavy. Bai Su slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze making Jade Hand hold her breath. Then his expression turned lewd as he brazenly scanned her.
Half an hour. You've kept me waiting. Bai Su said calmly, showing no urgency to find Gush Yoluan.
Taking him away was simple. The important thing was to warn the Super God Academy not to take people. The Super God Academy represented the interests of the lost ancient civilizations and the Dino Galaxy. As a former Earthling, he would never allow this blue planet to become a battlefield for the gods.
Name? Jade Hand asked sharply. Bai Su. And you?
Bai Su countered.
Age. Jade Hand pressed on, unwilling to back down. 20. I know you're older than me, but I like the mature type.
Bai Su said playfully.
Cut the act.
Plenty of smooth talkers have sat in that chair, and none of them ended well.
I don't want to be like this either. It's just that seeing you gives me a toothache, and I can't help but talk more. Bai Su feigned grievance. Why?
Jade Hand was momentarily stunned, her demeanor softening.
Because you're too sweet.
Bai Su grinned roguishly. The pen tip pressed down hard, nearly snapping the ballpoint pen.
Do you know the consequences of provoking me? I've warned you. Jade Hand said coldly. Lady, this isn't provocation. You don't understand me, and I don't understand you.
Bai Su's gaze deepened.
The world is about to descend into chaos. You have power. Are you willing to lead people forward?
The super war sniper, Jade Hand, if equipped with a sharp weapon, could even slay gods. Though she lacks the power to kill gods, a single shot is enough to destroy a battleship, making her indispensable in cosmic air battles.
So, you're just a charlatan. Do you know that trespassing into a police station is a serious crime? This is the age of materialism. How can someone like you still exist?
Jade Hand frowned deeply as the skies above giant gorge cities suddenly changed. The Great Chrysanthemum phenomenon has persisted for some time, with doomsday theories spreading wildly online, claiming it to be a precursor to alien gods preparing to annihilate Earth. The world must unite, or humanity will become wanderers, losing both life and dignity.
Is this how you view this conversation? Shilin, how much do you know about yourself? And how much do you understand about the future?
A red light flashed in Bai Su's eyes as three black tomos spun rapidly, instantly pulling Qilin into an illusion. She witnessed Earth plunged into an unprecedented war, with angels, demons, Death God Karl, and the fallen Queen Morgana appearing one after another, as blood-red flames of war engulfed the planet.
What did you do to me? Shilin shouted in terror.
The dreamlike scene was so real it was suffocating.
Could the future truly be this cruel?
Bai Su sneered coldly, think it over carefully.
2 friends are coming, I'll go greet them.
Before long, 2 mid-level ninja-class powerhouses quietly appeared in the hallway.
We're going to war with aliens, aren't we?
Crimson hair cascaded like flames as Rose walked in, holding a stack of documents. The cover boldly read Galactic Power Gush Yoluan. On the surface, he was just an ordinary college student, but Rose knew much more. She was a descendant of one of the 3 ancient angel kings, Apocalypse King Liang Bing, possessing super genes far beyond ordinary humans.
Rose, Gush Yoluan is far from as simple as the documents suggest.
He is one of the 3 god-making projects of the Super God Academy, Galactic Power. General Du didn't tell you because he was afraid you'd feel too much pressure, Ajay explained in a low voice. The Super God Academy originates from ancient civilizations, and the 3 god-making projects are the sword that cuts through fear, Galactic Power, the light that illuminates darkness, Solar Light, and the axe that clears obstacles, Hand of Nuastar. The Hand of Nuastar once split the blazing sun with a single axe, and the solar light detonated the star of the Dino Galaxy, destroying the entire system.
Gush Yoluan's genes even originate from the ancient angel civilization.
General Du Cao's intention is that Gush Yoluan must stand with us to gather the 3 god-making projects.
The mission is urgent. Ajay and Du Cao both came from the Dino Galaxy.
Having been lurking on Earth for a long time, faced with unprecedented challenges, the super genes originally set to awaken 1,000 years later were forced to activate early.
Angels, demons. I'm going crazy. I thought my father was just a workaholic, but I never imagined such a colossal secret was hidden behind it. He doesn't even treat me as one of his own.
Rose rolled her eyes helplessly. Her father, Du Cao, had gone to great lengths to protect her but never revealed the interstellar secrets. Though she possessed micro-wormhole teleportation abilities, she believed it was the result of her own efforts. Spacetime Rose, welcome, Baisu teased the fierce policewoman before appearing to await the true mastermind. In the original storyline, Gu Xiaoluan was persuaded by Ajay to join the Xiangbing company under the pretext of saving humanity and the world. But in reality, what truly attracted him was sharing a room with Rose. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm, Baisu said calmly. I'm only here to tell you to persuade Du Cao to abandon his plans. Galactic power is my friend, stop bothering him. Before the words had even settled, Baisu's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Ajay. With a casual pat on the shoulder, a mountain-like pressure bore down. Sweat beaded on Ajay's forehead as he found himself unable to resist. Rose, Baisu coldly murmured, as the flames of war were about to ignite, leaving Earth's fate hanging by a thread. Rose, run! Ajay swallowed hard, his voice hoarse and urgent. Rose frowned, suddenly lunging at Baisu. She leaped into the air, descending swiftly, her long, slender legs slicing down like blades, aiming directly at Baisu's head. What kind of tactic is this? Luring the enemy in deep? Don't be impulsive, don't get close without understanding the opponent's strength. Baisu shook his head helplessly, secretly admiring the courage of this beautiful woman. If it weren't for their opposing stances, he would really want her to try this move and feel its power. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Baisu's taijutsu was not his specialty, but against Rose, who had just awakened her super gene, he handled it with ease. Boom! Baisu teleported above Rose's head, grabbed her face, and slammed her hard against the wall. The sound of the wall shaking was deafening. If he hadn't already set up an illusion in the corridor, his whereabouts would have been exposed long ago. Cough, cough. Who exactly are you? If you don't explain yourself, I won't hold back. Rose stubbornly stood up, her gaze firm. She had been a stubborn child since she was young. Even knowing that Baisu was far superior to her, she refused to admit defeat easily. Her super gene was not yet mature, and her speed was slow. Although she possessed spacetime genes, her reactions were like slow motion, at most comparable to a Chunin. Against such opponents, Baisu had already slain over 7,000 on the battlefield. You say you won't hold back? Miss, you almost twisted my head off with your thighs just now, and now you're saying this? Are all people from the Dino Galaxy this polite before fighting? Baisu's lips curled into a cold smile. As for my identity, I'm just a passerby, but I don't want to see this planet destroyed. Super Seminary, I suggest you leave immediately. Earth doesn't need your protection, you are the root cause of the disaster. Baisu's tone was icy, every word sharp and precise. Rose was furious, her chest heaving violently. Watch your tone. What Dino Galaxy, what root of chaos? My father and I are soldiers of this country, you have no right to speak to me like this, she shouted angrily, exuding heroic spirit. If it weren't for Ajia holding her tightly, she would have rushed forward to fight desperately. Cold sweat dripped from Ajia's forehead as Baisu continued. Dukeo, native of the Star of Promise, nicknamed War Maniac, initiated the Dino War 11,000 years ago, wielding the Dino War God Axe to split the Star of Liang. You should at least know that Earth is currently in the pre-nuclear era, with an average lifespan of only about 77 years. Who can live for 11,000 years? Baisu spoke calmly, while Ajia's back was already soaked with cold sweat. 11,000 years. Enough to erase any trace of history. In the universe, those who knew Dukeo's life story were few and far between, and their identities were shrouded in mystery. Your Excellency, I will ensure this matter is handled for the general. Today's disturbance is entirely our fault. Ajia spoke respectfully, silently praying for Rose's safety. She carried the bloodline of spacetime and was General Du's own daughter, no mistakes could be allowed. Good, I hope you consider carefully. Moving out now will save face. If I have to act personally, it won't be so polite. Baisu waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. If the Super Seminary were his main world, the first thing he would do is drive them out. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Dukeo seemed ordinary, but he was the legendary war maniac, whose fame even the holy Keisha of the angelic civilization had heard of. In the original storyline, he was casually killed by a sniper from the demon civilization with the Godslayer number 1. But who would have thought that behind this lay the power struggle of the three great civilizations, Liang, angels, and demons? If Dukeo were given 1,000 years to develop, he could split Liang with his axe, cut down the city of angels with his sword, stand atop the South Sea, and command the world who would dare disobey? That's settled. Now, let's go check on Gu Xiaoluan and recruit the Dino war god Lu Chuang as well? Baisu clapped his hands, ready to leave.
Suddenly, two system notifications sounded. Ding. You have slightly altered the super god world. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Choose your destiny. An inch of land, an inch of blood.
Join the Shangbing Company to resist the invasion of the gluttonous legion and demons, and change the tragedy of the giant gorge's sinking.
Reward 5,000 points. Dino's ambition. Expel the super seminary and crush Dutsao's arrogant ambition to revive the Dino galaxy. Reward 10,000 points. Limited to 5 years, failure will deduct 30,000 points.
Baisu was shocked, this reward is too harsh.
Deducting 30,000 points for failure? Isn't this forcing me into massive debt?
He originally had no intention of getting involved in the super god universe, but the high points reward was too tempting.
Take a gamble. In 5 years, Baisu, will surpass them all. Without hesitation, he chose Dino's ambition, refusing to be Dutsao's lackey. Click.
The iron door opened, and Baisu stepped into Guxiaoluan's private detention cell. The air was stifling, no one spoke, and the silence was almost suffocating.
Guxiaoluan, the procedures are done. You can leave now. Let's talk outside.
Baisu called out.
Guxiaoluan remained motionless, staring wide-eyed as if he'd lost his soul. The group chat exploded. Chasing 10 campus bells this year, boss, is it you who came to save me? Baisu, nonsense. Who else but me? Get out here.
Chasing 10 campus bells this year, ahem, selling high-definition handsome photos of the group owner, 10 points each, credit available.
Butterfly house owner, I want one, I'll pay the points later. Izumi Sajiri, group owner, give me a handsome photo. I'll definitely pay you back later. The world's strongest man, I want one too. With a mortal body, equal to the gods, +1. Baisu was speechless. You brat dare to use me for business? You've got some nerve. Guxiaoluan scratched his head, no choice, too broke to afford a boundary breaker.
I can only start a business to earn some points first.
The business turned out to be a hit.
The big shots in the group didn't care about points at all.
Spending 10 points to see the group owner's photo set? Totally worth it. With a mortal body, rivaling the gods, he joked, no way? You're actually more handsome than me? You look barely in your 20s, shouldn't you be a white-haired old man by now? Ding. Muted for 1 hour.
Shilin personally accompanied him, and Baisu successfully rescued Guxiaoluan. In fact, Guxiaoluan was just an ordinary college student who ended up in jail due to a brave act of justice, and he could be released at any time.
Do you guys have superhero movies here? Like that Iron Man in red underwear? The third-generation divine bodies are almost invulnerable. Baisu explained.
Baisu and Shilin discussed in sync, even with the Shangbing Company and the strongest black armor protection, the tragedy of the giant gorge sinking was inevitable.
The enemy wouldn't give them 1,000 years to grow.
At this moment, cries came from the neighboring cell, policewoman sister, let me out.
Why can he leave while I'm still locked up?
Through the small window, Lu Chuang's face was full of despair, tears streaming down.
This is the cruel reality of the super god world.
Baisu clenched his fist, vowing to tear through the darkness in 5 years and usher in his era of kingship. Bro, for someone like him, being locked up for a day is worse than death.
That night, his luck was terrible.
Just as he was about to succeed, a rookie suddenly appeared and fought him to a draw.
Behave yourself. You're a repeat offender. If you make more noise, I'll lock you up for half a month.
The male officer next to him shouted coldly.
A miracle happened. Lu Chuang actually shut up obediently.
It seemed this guy could only be handled with a firm hand.
War god of nuwashing? Ha, what a pathetic sight.
Baisu had been somewhat interested in Lu Chuang, but upon seeing this gang leader, all his fantasies were instantly shattered. Lu Chuang's rogue nature hadn't changed.
Cultivating the power of the galaxy was enough for now, the rest could wait. I'll take you this far. Baisu, the prophecy will come true. See you on the battlefield.
Shilin and Baisu shook hands and turned back to the office building. As an elite officer, she firmly believed that the future was in her hands. Even if there was an alien invasion, humanity would surely endure. The group leader is amazing, even managed to win over the police beauty. Officer Chilin's skills are top-notch, among the best in the department.
Guxiaoluan was genuinely impressed.
As a straight man, it was naturally difficult for him to communicate with beautiful women. Baisu's calm and composed demeanor was what he truly admired.
You, stop obsessing over the campus beauty. Focus on experiencing the power of the third-generation divine body. Follow me, and you'll definitely surpass those guys in the South Sea.
Baisu shared the enlightenment function in the group, which was extremely practical and could significantly shorten cultivation time. Last time it was activated, the time flow rate was 1:1000, directly allowing his Mangekyo Sharingan to break through barriers and reach the Rinnegan level. Although the cost was high, the group members initially couldn't handle it.
Izumi Sajiri complained, 1,000 points per use? That's daylight robbery. The time is random, from 1 to 12 hours. If you draw 1 hour, you're doomed. How are unlucky people supposed to play?
The Butterfly Mansion Master side, being able to adjust the time flow rate is practically a divine ability. To earn points, you can only do battlefield missions.
The adventure team now has 3 members, the group leader, Whitebeard, and Gushelowin. When will I get to participate in top-tier wars? Super God World, South Sea. What? The power of the galaxy has been targeted by an ancient cosmic entity? Could it be Angel City? Dokeo's expression was stern.
As a high-ranking officer, he remained composed even in the face of great danger, but his tone revealed tension. The power of the galaxy's god-making project originated from a collaboration with the angel civilization. During the era of the Three Kings, Divine Blade King Kaisa, Apocalypse King Liang Bing, and Divine Base King He-Shi, the three sisters used the power of the Angel Legion to drive male angels to the edge of the universe.
Since then, Angel City has been inhabited solely by women.
For the future happiness of her sisters, Kaisa decided to create the perfect male angel, one who would not only possess unparalleled combat power but also remain eternally gentle and kind-hearted. The plan was shelved for many years but was finally realized in Gushelowin.
Could it be that the supreme beings of the angel civilization suddenly remembered the god-making plan and came directly to Earth to seize resources that rightfully belonged to Angel City? General Du, it shouldn't be Angel City taking action.
The visitor is male and has no intention of causing harm.
Gushelowin is still in Giant Gorge City and hasn't left Earth. Ajay mobilized Giant Gorge City's all-weather surveillance to closely monitor the movements of the power of the galaxy. Surprisingly, the power of the galaxy hadn't left, but Baisu's whereabouts were completely unknown. What a troublesome summer. Aside from the power of the galaxy, everyone else must gather as soon as possible. Only when this group of people matures can Earth's defense line be secured.
Dokeo was extremely anxious, but for now, he could only rely on himself. The founder of the Super God Academy was not on Earth, and this war had no external support.
Humanity had to win on its own.
He understood that Earth was still in a pre-nuclear civilization stage, with critical technological breakthroughs being difficult, especially in communication technology. The demon civilization could silently steal locations and secrets as long as their methods were ruthless enough. Top secret information, the core data of the 3 major god-making projects, was fully exposed. The situation changes rapidly. Once information is fully controlled, victory becomes almost impossible. The enemy sees through every move, always staying ahead, while the Shangbing Company is like a blind man feeling an elephant, unable to find a foothold.
$5 million? Brother Bai, this is insane. Gushelowin stared at the number on the bank card, feeling dizzy. He had never seen such a huge sum in his life. What does $5 million mean?
For a young man, it signifies the beginning of financial freedom. The interest alone would allow him to live a decent life without ever needing to work again.
Enough to chase 100 campus bells, right? Follow me, and set your sights higher.
A man should conquer the stars and the seas, not let a small place like Giant Gorge City trap you. Baisu heartily patted Gushelowin on the shoulder.
Consider this your annual salary from me. Later, I'll take you to hunt angels and demons.
Tony, the playboy and billionaire of the Marvel Universe, casually tips starting at $5 million.
The value of Jarvis is priceless. Baisu wasn't joking. Angel and demon civilizations are about to descend, and Gushelowin, as the galactic power and future main god, is destined to clash with them. Brother Bai, you are like my real big brother. I, Gushelowin, swear to follow you to the death, through fire and water, with unwavering loyalty.
Simple and honest as he was, born into a military family, he kept the family motto in his heart: loyalty to the country, reverence for virtue, and never entering politics. His father was a veteran who had participated in world-shaking battles.
The galactic power, a third-generation super soldier of the Shinha civilization, enhanced by the Void Engine, possesses an indestructible divine body.
While god-slaying armor-piercing rounds are fatal to Dutsao, they can only scratch him. Even blazing sun-level weapons only provoke stronger counterattacks.
The only thing that can truly kill him is the rare Silver Blade-class weapon, a crystallization of tens of thousands of years of effort by Tianji King He-Shi, which no one below the main god level can wield. For this summit war, Gushelowin was chosen to ensure absolute success.
The newly formed adventure team was short on manpower.
The power in the pirate world was insufficient to kill him.
His super genes granted him near eternal life, earning him the title of the Immortal Body. Jarvis, I'm leaving you in the Super God universe to help me establish a venture capital fund and erode the shares of Angel Investment.
The next time they descend, we'll settle this score with the Angels.
Jarvis, the self-aware AI in the internet and Tony's best assistant, precisely understood his master's intentions.
Understood, sir. The Angels had long been lurking on Earth, sowing the seeds of faith.
Currently, the Angel Fund controls 60% of the planet's shares, while the South Sea Fleet and the Super God Academy combined hold 30%.
The power of the Angel civilization is unshakable.
Even without angels stationed permanently, the Super God Academy reveres them as gods, not daring to challenge them lightly, fearing the power of angelic genes.
Baisu said calmly, "All right, I'm heading back now.
When the battlefield mission starts, we'll meet again.
Summit War, see you there, brother bye."
The space-time gate reopened.
After a brief moment of weightlessness, Baisu opened his eyes and had returned to Konoha.
The people here welcomed him warmly, his reputation already at its peak, poised to surpass Minato Namake's.
"Lord Baisu, we finally found you. The 4th Hokage selection conference is about to begin. Why have you been nowhere to be seen in Konoha recently?"
Before the words had even settled, Uchiha Tetsuka and other clan members appeared. The Uchiha clan was fervently discussing the Hokage election. Both the Hawks and the moderates hoped for Baisu to ascend and restore the glory of the Uchiha. The path to becoming the leader at the pinnacle of the clan is one where fate changes in an instant. As the 4th Hokage election approached, Tetsuka and the others were anxiously pacing.
Baisu had suddenly vanished without a trace, and even Uchiha Makoto couldn't find any information. A sense of unease gripped everyone. Could it be that he intended to withdraw and avoid participating in this power struggle that would determine Konoha's future? While meditating on a new ninjutsu insight, I secluded myself for a day and ended up missing the election notice 2 days later?
Baisu responded calmly, his gaze resolute.
Rest assured, I will give it my all.
Having traversed to another world, he deeply understood the extreme danger of being disconnected from the Hokage world during mission execution. Now, with the ninja world engulfed in smoke and flames, any misstep could lead to Konoha's destruction. The people he vowed to protect could not afford even the slightest error.
Time flew like an arrow.
The candidates gathered in the Hokage Hall, with representatives of Konoha's top clans standing solemnly. All eyes were fixed on Baisu and Namake's Minato, the two legendary young men.
The election officially begins.
The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, announced in a voice like a resounding bell, his authority enveloping the entire hall. This legendary figure of the ninja world, who had ushered in Konoha's golden age, had passed away prematurely due to Orochimaru's schemes, yet his prestige remained unmatched.
"Who do you think will become the 4th Hokage?" Discussions buzzed among the crowd below. "Baisu, the Uchiha clan leader, immensely powerful and not to be underestimated."
Speed is the true king.
The yellow flash Namake's Minato. Just the sight of him sends the Cloud Ninja army into disarray. The support rates were neck and neck, making the election exceptionally intense. "Please, the two of you may now speak. Voting will commence shortly thereafter."
Hiruzen Sarutobi remained calm and composed. For decades, he had suppressed Danzo Shimura, keeping the old fox's schemes under control. Despite Danzo's vigorous efforts to rally votes, Baisu would ultimately lose by a narrow margin, and Namake's Minato was destined to become the 4th Hokage. Namake's Minato, radiant as the sun, vowed, as the 4th Hokage, I will improve the people's livelihood, mend relations with neighboring nations, and lead Konoha toward a brilliant future. His red-haired wife, Uzumaki Kushina, sat in the front row cheering him on, her warmth like sunlight. Though his ideals were questioned, they ignited a longing for peace in everyone's hearts.
In this war-torn world, who wouldn't yearn for light? If spoken by anyone else, such words would have been ridiculed as delusional. But Namake's Minato's strength and charisma left everyone unable to dismiss them.
This genius, who had reached Kage level in his early 20s, might just achieve feats even the first Hokage could only dream of.
"Baisu, please speak."
Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. No matter how clever Danzo Shimura's schemes were, they could not surpass this game of power. In the darkness, Danzo, holding the root organization in his hands, sought to manipulate the situation, secretly placing countless chess pieces.
But the true king would ultimately rise in the light.
Baisu stood up, his eyes sharp and determined, vowing to use his strength and wisdom to break the shackles of fate and usher in a new chapter for the ninja world. He became a pawn of Danzo Shimura, while all the glory and respect were monopolized by Danzo alone. Such calculated strategies, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger, could only be achieved by someone supremely intelligent.
Minato's speech is indeed moving. A world without conflict, without war, is practically a paradise. Who wouldn't yearn for that? But I must shatter this dream and take us back to the founding of Konoha. Did the first Hokage win wars by reasoning? When the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was taken unjustly, when elite clansmen were driven to their deaths, did the enemy listen to our reasoning?
No, they only understand the language of the strong. Since the death of the first Hokage, enemy nations have been like bloodthirsty wolves, repeatedly invading Konoha's borders, waiting for our collapse. Konoha needs a true leader to lead us back to the peak. Now, standing before you is the only choice. Who was it that killed the third Raikage and annihilated 10,000 Iwagakure troops? He slowly extended his right hand, lightning swirling around him like a storm. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling lightning armor, and the powerful chakra waves shook the Hokage Assembly Hall.
Lightning armor. That's the third Raikage's ultimate technique. My god, I always thought it was just a legend, but now it's actually his doing. The man who dared to face a tailed beast barehanded was killed by him? This achievement may lack flashy embellishments, but it is shocking enough. Even if he is from the Uchiha clan, I will cast my vote for him for Konoha to return to its peak. To hell with peace. Heaven or hell, it doesn't matter. I would choose 1,000 times over only strength matters. The Uchiha clan will once again make all the shadows of the great nations bow their heads. Baisu's strength shook the entire hall. The third Raikage had fallen, 10,000 Iwagakure troops were annihilated, and the mystery of this ninja world war was finally unveiled. In comparison, Minato Namake's achievements seemed lackluster, only 40 enemies killed, the highest rank being a Jonin. How could that compare? Now, begin the vote count. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke in a heavy tone. Watching Baisu's soaring reputation, almost becoming a new generation first Hokage, he felt a deep unease. Even though he knew all of Konoha's jutsu and called himself the professor of ninjutsu, the possibility of him killing the third Raikage was nearly zero. Did the third Raikage really die at his hands? What secrets is this guy hiding? Danzo Shimura also felt uneasy. Ever since he implanted would-release cells in Sharingan, his confidence had swelled, but Baisu's rise proved he was no longer under control. The Uchiha were no longer a double-edged sword but a dragon ready to devour him at any moment. He had dug his own trap, and now there was no way to regret it. Minato Namake's 394 votes. Baisu, 673 votes. I hereby announce that the successor to the fourth Hokage is Baisu. Hiruzen Sarutobi announced in a deep voice, his face full of helplessness. Before the election, everyone had agreed to support Minato, so how did it suddenly turn around? A powerful and promising young man emerges out of nowhere. Could it be that he plans to retire in the mountains? Phew, what a thrilling election. Honey, don't be discouraged. You'll always be the best in my heart. Uzumaki Kushina beamed brightly, puffing her cheeks and exuding energy. To single-handedly defeat the third Raikage and an army of 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas I can't compare. Baisu's radical ideals might lead Konoha into darkness. Namake's Minato's expression remained calm, steadfast in his ideals, yet he had to admit defeat. Minato, watch your words. The fourth Hokage was chosen by the majority. To disagree with his policies is to oppose the will of the people. Uzumaki Kushina shook her head. Does the position of Hokage truly hold such an irresistible power? She thought of the pervy sage Jiraiya, frivolous on the surface, yet extraordinary within. What she admired most was Jiraiya's keen insight into the situation, precise and unparalleled. As the direct disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was well aware of the undercurrents within Konoha. Resolutely, he left his homeland, traveling across nations, and during the Shinobi World War, he almost vanished from the scene. Minato's Hokage ideals were noble, but such lofty standards were like a cage, trapping countless people. A lifetime of effort, yet never reaching the pinnacle. Must one remain bound by this forever? Shimura Danzo had pursued the position of Hokage with all his might, only to end up in a tragic state where even his humanity was questioned. There is no greater suffering in the world than this. Don't worry, I have an unshakable belief in my heart and won't do anything foolish. Let us go home. Namake's Minato's face lit up with a sunny smile. Facing success and failure with ease, he held Uzumaki Kushina's hand tightly and walked out of everyone's sight. Meanwhile, Baisu's system notifications came in rapid succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline branch and becoming the fourth Hokage. Reward: full Sage Mode unlocked. Sage Mode absorbing the energy of nature to transform into Sage Chakra, with a comprehensive boost in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The appearance of eye markings signifies the complete mode. Ding! Reward, 1000 points. Ding! The host has met hidden conditions, unlocking the Great Tao Furnace function. Great Tao Furnace harness the power of the Great Tao across worlds to upgrade techniques or weapons. Consumes 1000 points per use, with the first use free. Bai Su muttered to himself, 1000 points per use? And no probability listed? This system is such a scam. He recalled a gacha mobile game from his previous life, where pulling an SSR drained his wallet and nearly broke his spirit. Just as he was pondering the new gameplay of the Great Tao Furnace, the system prompted again. Ding! Group chat activity level reached. New invitation slots unlocked. Randomly won 5 people. The group chat could finally expand. Thanks to those Gatling guns, the 6-person group had been spamming 99+ messages every hour. Turns out, spamming works. A battlefield mission was about to begin, and the adventure team was severely understaffed. The system not only wanted him to become the ultimate boss of the ninja world but also to lead a team into the battlefield to earn subsequent point rewards. He didn't hesitate and pressed the invite button 5 times in a row. Ding! Mrs. Gui joined the group chat. Ding! Uncle Ling joined the group chat. Ding! Spirit of Time joined the group chat. Ding! Jean Ichwan joined the group chat. Ding! Medusa joined the group chat. What incredible luck! 2 full recruitments in a row, it felt just like drawing Dilek and Wolf's gravestone back to back in a gacha game. Bai Su stared at these IDs, feeling a headache coming on. Mrs. Gua? There are countless Mrs. Guas, he couldn't tell which one this was. Uncle Ling? Could it be that legendary movie star? Gossip hat, Tai Chi robe, Peachwood sword. He had the authentic ghost-catching master vibe, truly living up to the name Uncle Ling. Spirit of Time? Could it be Kurumi, the one who manipulates time? Yandere alert, this adventure team might be heading for a storm. Jean Ichwan? The name was too ordinary. As an old-school otaku, he had no memory of it. Could it be a filler character added by the system? Finally, Medusa. The Gorgon from Western mythology. Danger signals flared up instantly. This team was destined to be extraordinary. In Greek mythology, the Gorgon was one of the 3 Gorgon sisters. She was originally a stunning beauty but was defiled by the sea god in the temple of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Enraged, Athena cursed her into a snake-haired monster, becoming a fearsome existence ever since. Just as Bai Su was speculating about the identities of the new members, the group chat suddenly exploded. 5 consecutive messages flooded in, and the chat instantly became lively. Butterfly Mansion owner, Moshi Moshi, new member reporting in. World's strongest man, warriors from another world, with your addition, the adventure team is unstoppable. Sajiri Izumi, newbies, report your height, weight, and measurements, and dance for the group leader. The group leader loves it. Chasing 10 campus queens this year, welcome, newcomers. Ladies, take note, I'm 20 years old, single, and easy to pursue. After what seemed like normal welcome messages, Bai Su saw a message from Tony Stark and almost spat tea all over the screen. To stand shoulder to shoulder with gods as a mere mortal, newbies, run. The group leader is gay. It was accompanied by a Shiba Inu meme, which had everyone laughing hysterically. Result. System prompt, being immortal rivaling the gods has been muted for 5 minutes. Bai Su awkwardly replied, sorry, that guy just got his head smashed, loves to joke around. Welcome, everyone, to the group. Tony Stark. Bai Su memorized this name and vowed to make a pilgrimage to the Marvel world someday. On the other side, Tony swayed to the music with a glass of red wine in hand. Today's reckless mission accomplished, the group owner is my source of joy. Cheers! He was testing the motion capture of the new generation Iron Man suit, moving beyond the crude equipment made in the cave. The world's richest man spared no expense to create an invincible suit, destined to bear the power of the gods in the future. Not long ago, he publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man, vowing to uphold justice in the Marvel world. His experience of being imprisoned by terrorists had completely transformed this playboy, making him both humble and powerful. He also had a hidden hobby, becoming the most daring prankster in the chat group, walking the edge of life and death every day. While the group members complained outwardly, they secretly admired him deeply. Peach blossoms fall, divine swords fly, jade flute plays, tides rise in the blue sea. Greetings, martial arts masters. Suddenly, a gentle voice, as melodious as an Oriole's song, swept through, captivating everyone. Boom! Tony collapsed mid-motion capture, scattering parts everywhere, completely losing his composure. Clearly, this woman was extraordinary, as beautiful as a goddess. Peach Blossom Island?
Bai Su's eyes narrowed, and his heartbeat quickened.
Huang Rong? The legendary goddess of the martial arts world, adapted countless times, with boundless charm. Sajiri Izumi exclaimed excitedly, "Big sister, your voice is so beautiful. If I could buy a boundary-breaking charm, I'd definitely come see you. I can draw, you know."
On Peach Blossom Island, a woman in white rowed a boat, her golden ribbon tying her hair, her skin as fair as snow, her demeanor stunningly elegant.
At just 20 years old, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She replied, "Sure, little sister. Though I don't know where you are, you're welcome to visit Peach Blossom Island. I'll treat you to steamed chicken with lotus petals." Sajiri Izumi, just hearing that makes my mouth water. Ah, when will I save up enough points to reach 100? Butterfly Mansion owner, it's 200 points. You can't just casually visit Peach Blossom Island, you know. Izumi Sajiri, 200 points? For someone useless like me who can't fight, that's way too hard. The Spirit of Time exclaimed, "Wow. Someone's voice is directly echoing in my mind, how amazing." On the other side of the city, a school-uniformed girl quietly listened. The story was just beginning. On the street, a girl dressed in black with long black hair tied into two braids gently cascading over her shoulders, slender as bamboo, seemingly fragile. She wore a short skirt paired with black sheer stockings and British-style leather boots, exuding a cold yet deadly allure. Her waterfall-like bangs covered her stunningly beautiful left face, while her right eye was as deep as a black hole, capturing hearts instantly upon meeting her gaze. She was Tokisaki Kurumi. No one would have guessed that this beautiful girl was actually a demon who devoured humans. The lives she had taken had long surpassed 10,000, with countless souls dragged into the abyss of her shadow, disappearing silently. She was once an ordinary young lady, but during her way home from school, she was attacked by a monster and saved by a self-proclaimed righteous savior, Mio Takamiya. Mio promised to eradicate evil spirits together and granted Kurumi the power of time, Safkiel, making her the spirit of time. Kurumi had assisted Mio in eliminating countless evil spirits until she discovered that these so-called spirits were actually humans, including her closest friend. The truth pierced her heart like a blade. Enraged by betrayal, she frantically devoured the power of time, vowing to turn back time to that moment and rewrite her fate, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on the quiet streets of Rinjia town, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, Lam Qingying, stopped and gazed ahead. A disciple of Mao Shan, he specialized in exorcism and demon slaying. This time, he was assisting the local gentry, Renfe, in relocating ancestral graves for a spiritual ceremony. However, Lam Qingying's mind wandered into a cross-dimensional chat group in another world where strong individuals from different realms gathered, led by the group master Bai Su, who wielded mysterious powers to foresee the past and future. The newcomer Izumi Sajiri enthusiastically introduced, "Our group transcends dimensional barriers, and everyone here is a hero from another world." Lord Bai Su was assembling an adventure team with generous rewards, an opportunity not to be missed. Huang Rong, watching the peak battle clips from the pirate world uploaded by Bai Su, exclaimed in shock, "A punch splitting the sky, a kick parting the sea, such godlike beings." Lam Qingying sighed, "Your martial arts have reached an immortal level. Such strength I have only heard of in ancestral legends, never seen in person." The Spirit of Time, Kurumi, teased coquettishly, "Destructive power? Can it compare to the spatial quakes I create? But what intrigues me more is the group master Bai Su, just the name sounds delicious." Bai Su sighed helplessly. This girl was no ordinary person. Kurumi's mad pursuit was tearing apart the web of time, and a fateful battle was on the verge of erupting. The devouring tide of time surged forth, and only true masters of devouring could unleash its ultimate potential. After reading the dungeon details, Kurumi was not intimidated. Instead, she saw herself as the predator, cold and crazed. "Gurararara. The group master has met a real opponent this time. This one is even trickier than Tony," exclaimed the world's strongest man. "You little brat, feeding on humans? Big sister here doesn't play that game. Watch out for my poison techniques." The Butterfly Mansion's owner sneered coldly, exuding a chilling aura. "This girl talks so strangely. Thinking about the anomalies in Shinobu Kocho's world, I got goosebumps all over," muttered a man who had pursued 10 school beauties this year, nervously. Gu Xiaoluan shivered. His super gene awakening was still incomplete, and facing supernatural beings, his mental defenses were crumbling. "Ah. The group master isn't food. Wait, did I misunderstand? Could it mean that kind of thing?" Izumi Sajiri's imagination ran wild, immediately drafting an entire manga series outline. The Spirit of Time chuckled, "Don't be so tense. I'm just curious about the group master. Can someone really foresee the future? I want to meet him. Ahem. Everyone, quiet. Regarding the future, I will reveal a little, but with limits. The battlefield mission is about to begin, with both danger and opportunity. Sign-ups are welcome. When Tokisaki Kurumi spoke, her aura was overwhelming, silencing the entire group. Baisu used the excuse of going offline to attend the Naruto celebration party, leaving the adventure team short of members. The goal was to assemble a strong 5-person lineup. Congratulations, 4th Hokage! Konoha hasn't seen such a grand event in years. You have surpassed Uchiha Madara and become the true number 1. A charming woman gracefully approached at the banquet, her dress seductive and alluring. Baisu's eyes lit up. Uzumaki Kushina, instead of staying home to comfort her husband tonight, had dressed up and made a dazzling appearance, exuding a commanding presence. He discreetly checked Makoto and the children's location. Fortunately, they were fully engrossed and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Why so nervous? The mighty 4th Hokage afraid of his wife? That's not like you at all. Kushina teased with a playful smile, deliberately leaning forward, her charm almost making Baisu lose control. Madam, please behave. Baisu calmly stepped back, sipping his drink with a wary gaze. The surrounding ninjas cast strange looks. If this news spread, it would be hard for him to maintain his position. Sometimes I really envy Makoto, born into nobility, while Minato and I had to climb up step by step from the bottom. Kushina sighed softly. 4th Hokage, do you still remember our past deal? Someone has their eyes on the 9 tails. Who is it? She exuded allure, her intentions deeply hidden. Baisu's heart trembled. Kushina was not only stunning but also possessed an unfathomable strength. Minato had shown remarkable foresight back then, choosing this fiery red-haired girl as his wife. During her pregnancy, Kushina often had nightmares, with blood flowing like streams and claws piercing her body. Waking up to find her husband absent, she felt utterly helpless. She often thought of Baisu's Sharingan. The 9 tails had warned her about him, saying he harbored secrets, yet she had no way to counterbalance him. Mom, come quickly. It's Aunt Kushina. Dad is here too. A child's innocent voice broke the tension, instantly warming the atmosphere as the story reached its climax. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, sending a chill down Baisu's spine, from his back to the top of his head. Itachi, at the age of mischief and energy, had just finished a plate of dumplings. Bored, he scanned the banquet hall and suddenly spotted his father. Excited, he pulled his mother along and hurried over. The scene spiraled out of control. Uzumaki Kushina quickly stood up, attempting to discreetly lift her dress to cover herself, but the uniquely designed outfit couldn't be altered instantly. Hey, Kushina! I'm so glad you could come. I know today's situation is awkward, but please don't let it affect our friendship. You're my only friend. Uchiha Makoto beamed with a sincere tone. She was a virtuous wife, completely trusting Baisu and never overthinking things. Instead, she worried that the secret rivalry between Baisu and Namake's Minato might tear apart the peace between the two great clans, or even anger the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with dire consequences. It's fine. Minato may be childish, but I've got his back. Tonight, I came specifically to congratulate you. This is a token of my appreciation, please accept it. Kushina Uzumaki's expression instantly softened. Just moments ago, she had listed countless reasons to refuse, but reality shattered them all. Lies ultimately fail to conceal the truth. The more you fabricate, the messier it gets, and eventually, it all unravels. Oh my! 1 million. This gift is too extravagant. Even a jonin would have to work for a long time to save up this much. Makoto Uchiha felt the weighty gift box in her hands and quickly tried to decline. Even though she had long left the front lines, she was still a well-trained jonin. She knew Minato Namake's was incorruptibly honest, and as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kushina couldn't leave the village without the Hokage's permission. Say no more. This is just a small token of my appreciation. In the future, under the protection of the 4th Hokage, don't hesitate to ask for help if you encounter trouble. Kushina's eyes flickered as she deliberately emphasized the word protection, her tone carrying a deep and meaningful implication. Why did she place her hopes on Baisu? Perhaps it was because he was enigmatic and impossible to read. Besides him, who else could she rely on? Someone capable of controlling the 9 tails had set their sights on her, and even the 3rd Hokage couldn't stop them. Baisu, however, was the legend who had slain the 3rd Raikage and defeated the massive Iwagakure army. Rest assured, ma'am. You and Minato are the treasures of Konoha. As the 4th Hokage, I will protect everything in this village. That is my promise. Baisu heard everything clearly.
He had planned to save the Minato couple, not just for Konoha but also to earn points for himself. His main mission was to become the ultimate boss of the ninja world and rewrite history with his own hands.
With Lord Baisu's words, I can sleep peacefully tonight. Makoto, I'm a bit worried about Minato, so I'll take my leave now. Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was her limit. As long as Baisu was willing to act, the nightmare could be avoided. I'll see you out. Makoto Uchiha held onto Kushina, and the two walked toward the door, chatting and laughing.
Late at night, when all was quiet, Makoto suddenly pinned Baisu down and whispered softly in his ear, "Hey, I've noticed something."
What? What could she possibly want to say at a time like this? What is it?
Baisu was so startled by the sudden intimacy that he almost coughed up blood.
He thought to himself, can't tonight just be peaceful for once? This shock is too much. Kushina's hands were trembling. She seemed scared of something. That violent red-haired woman actually has moments of fear? She is a Kage-level powerhouse. What could possibly frighten her?
As it turned out, Makoto's observational skills were incredibly sharp, catching even the subtlest tremors that escaped no one else's notice.
Baisu sneered, I don't know what she is afraid of, but if you dare call her a violent red-haired woman, she'll definitely show you what true fear really means. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed.
Uchiha Makoto extended a finger, soft and cute yet carrying a hint of threat, like a kitten caught by its tail.
Madam, it seems I need to show you how formidable I am. Come on. Who's afraid of who?
The next day, Baisu decided on a whim to cancel the morning training, preparing instead for an even more thrilling challenge. After the fourth Hokage took office, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared to retire quietly, but secretly monitored Baisu's every move. However, the old fox Danzo Shimura was far from idle, visiting 3 times a day, as if afraid the world wouldn't know about their close relationship. Lord Fourth Hokage, the Root's shadow operations can no longer remain hidden. Those ninjas who sacrificed for the will of fire should stand openly under the Hokage's banner. I've decided to make them public and significantly expand their numbers. Danzo sipped tea, a sly smile on his lips, clearly not taking Baisu seriously.
Baisu suppressed his anger. Did this old fox think the Uchiha base was his home? He had wanted to sleep in today, only to be interrupted 3 times. What audacity! How much expansion? Baisu asked coldly. Start with 500 slots. The outstanding ones can even join the Hokage's personal guard, the elite of the elite. Danzo's single eye gleamed with greed, pressing step by step, eager to seize power immediately. 500 people? How many are in the Ambu? And now a personal guard too? Baisu's blood pressure soared. Fine, start with 100 slots. The remaining 400 must be approved by the Council of Elders. Give me half a month, and I'll do my best to handle it. Baisu suppressed his killing intent, knowing that acting impulsively would lead to trouble. Then I won't disturb you further. Danzo, having achieved his goal, left triumphantly, already plotting how to become the true ruler of Konoha and push Baisu to his demise. Lord Baisu. Uchiha Tekka and other corps members entered, their gazes icy. They held deep contempt for the existence of the Root and were concerned about the overly ambiguous relationship between their clan leader and Danzo. Summon the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I want to see him. Baisu ordered coldly. He's unwell and has been refusing visitors for months. Tekka replied. I'll go myself. Baisu left no room for argument, turning and vanishing. 10 minutes later, Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking and staring at a map of the ninja world when he caught sight of Baisu suddenly appearing on the sofa out of the corner of his eye. Entering without knocking? Young people these days have no manners. The chain-smoking Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious. Baisu got straight to the point. Third Hokage, I was in a hurry and didn't announce myself. My apologies. Your coughing is severe. Could it be tuberculosis? The old Sarutobi rolled his eyes. What a sharp tongue. Yet inwardly, he pondered he had always thought someone as simple and easy to control as Minato Namikaze would succeed him, but Baisu was an unexpected variable, disrupting all his plans. He temporarily remained silent, retreating to observe and wait for the right moment. Baisu's sudden visit completely disrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi's expectations. Stop beating around the bush. You should be busy with official duties in the Hokage's office. Why are you here? Speak directly. Hiruzen Sarutobi brewed tea himself while lighting his pipe, his gaze fixed on the mysterious young man before him. Baisu spoke coldly, it's nothing major. I'm here to tell you that I plan to eliminate Shimura Danzo. What did you say? Hiruzen Sarutobi almost choked, tears nearly streaming down his face. He threw his pipe aside forcefully. Danzo is a pillar of Konoha, incredibly powerful. Dead? What kind of joke is this? You are the fourth Hokage now. Don't oversimplify things. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, hesitating to say more, his heart filled with shock. Baisu sneered, do you expect me to continue bearing Konoha's darkness? Before the words had fully left his mouth, 3 black tomo suddenly appeared in Baisu's eyes, forming a sharp, blade-like, eerie pattern. The air in the room instantly froze, the oppressive atmosphere akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted sharply, his movements stiffening. That is the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hiruzen Sarutobi was so shocked he could barely stand. It was said that Uchiha Madara had nearly overturned the entire ninja world with this ocular power, and even Hashirama Senju had exhausted his life force because of it. The second Hokage had once strictly ordered precautions against the Uchiha clan, yet now the Hokage's position had fallen to Uchiha Baisu, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder you were able to kill the third Raikage. With this ocular power, who would dare stand in your way? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent, waves of fear surging in his heart. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a forbidden power once awakened, arrogance and destruction followed closely behind. Baisu said coldly, this ocular power is no secret. Today, Shimura Danzo forced me to agree to turn Root into a public force and give him 500 positions. Do you understand what that means? Here is the evidence I've gathered. His crimes are too numerous to list. If he is not removed, Konoha will fall into chaos. Baisu threw a thick stack of intelligence onto the table. I've delivered the message. Which path to take is up to you. He turned and walked away, his steps firm, his aura like a blade slicing through the night. Shimura Danzo's death was imminent. Baisu's mind was utterly calm. Striking first, he would easily remove the obstacles before him. Konoha's future was in his hands. He opened the chat group. The battlefield mission was about to begin. A new member, Tokisaki Kurumi, had joined the adventure team. Though known for her Yandere tendencies, Kurumi's strength was astonishing. Her angel, Safkiel, was twice the size of a human, with its long and short hands transforming into an antique rifle and pistol, their power earth-shattering. Each bullet contained the magical power of the numbers on the clock. Her left eye, a golden clock-like pupil, rotated, burning with the flames of her lifespan. Kurumi's power was endlessly terrifying. A 4-person team, unstoppable. On the battlefield, they were about to stir up a storm. Digital shooting requires hitting the target to be effective. If it misses, it is completely useless. But she has an even more powerful secret weapon, the City of Time barrier. Once someone steps into the barrier, the time of living beings is forcibly absorbed, and their bodies instantly become as heavy as lead, unable to move. She manifests herself in the city through sheer will, specifically targeting evildoers, capturing them alive, and taking away their time and lifespan. This time, Kurumi joined the adventure team, and her purpose is far from simple. She might even have her eyes on Baisu. Baisu announced in the group, the adventure team registration is about to close. Are there any strong individuals willing to join? The rewards have been increased. Each member will receive a devil fruit, which will immediately awaken superpowers upon consumption, making them a top-tier powerhouse in the pirate world. As soon as he came online, all eyes in the group instantly focused on him. The group chat topics were all steered toward him. Madame Guo excitedly said, Group leader, is it true that you said you could predict the future last time? Fate is so mysterious, and I'm super curious. Mastering respectfully said, Taoist experts more or less understand prophecy, but the group leader can directly intercept future scenes from the great Tao of the heavens and create memory replicas. It's simply incredible and shows extraordinary power. Sajiri Izumi smiled and said, Lord Baisu is not only powerful but also full of loyalty. Last time, when Gush Xiaoluan got into trouble, it was him who went to rescue him. This year's Chasing 10 Campus Bells teased, Little girl, give Brother Luan some face in front of the new members. Don't make it harder for him to find a girlfriend, at Sajiri Izumi. Madame Guo quickly sent a red envelope. Group leader, can you help me predict the future? Peach Blossom Island doesn't have many treasures, but please accept this small token of appreciation. Ding! Red envelope received. Baisu opened the red envelope, and a burst of fragrance filled the air. A table full of exquisite dishes appeared before his eyes. Whose jade flute placed the falling plum blossoms, a clever combination of 5 top-tier meats, shaped like a flute, with endlessly changing flavors, a true feast of meats. Perfect match soup, a clear green soup adorned with cherries and flower petals, with the cherry pits replaced by rare dove meat. The aroma is rich, and the colors are vibrant. A moonlit night on the 24 Bridges, ham embedded with tofu balls, steamed to perfection, with a fresh and delicious taste and exquisite craftsmanship. Madame Guo proudly said, these were all made by Romer herself. Please enjoy them, group leader. If you like them, I can make them for you every day. A private message popped up. Huang Ron's move directly struck Bai Su's appetite.
Back then, she conquered Hong Qigong with her culinary skills, prompting this royal palace culinary master to teach Guojing the 18 dragon subduing palms, creating a martial arts legend. Although Hong Qigong was a beggar, his taste was extremely refined. That Huang Ron could easily win him over speaks volumes about her unparalleled culinary skills. Bai Su couldn't resist taking a sip of the haoqiu soup. The lingering fragrance in her mouth invigorated her spirit. Paired with the whose jade flute listens to falling plum blossoms, every bite was the ultimate taste sensation.
Ding!
After consuming haoqiu soup, mana recovery speed doubles in non-combat states.
Ding! After consuming jade, the melodious flute sound instantly boosts mana by 300 points, lasting for 180 seconds. Ding!
After consuming a moonlit night on the 24 bridges, damage increases by 20 points, lasting for 180 seconds.
Unbelievable! A mortal's hands have crafted magical cuisine, even the genius Huang Ron cannot fathom her own potential. The combat power data monitored by the system shocked everyone. 3 delicious dishes were devoured in an instant, leaving an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and an unstoppable surge in combat power. By the way, what did Madame Guo just say? Want to glimpse the future? That future is utterly tragic. Xiangyang city falls, and Gui Jing and his wife both perish in battle.
They defended Xiangyang for decades, holding back the Mongol cavalry's southern invasion, protecting the people, and giving the southern Song a chance to breathe.
However, the ending was tragic. The couple perished, and their only son, Wopolu, also fell on the battlefield.
Bai Su said solemnly, Madame Guo, your future, let's talk after the battlefield mission is over.
Having just eaten her cooking, revealing such a cruel fate immediately felt unbearable to Bai Su. Huang Ron was still so young, and defending Xiangyang was a distant future. Why worry prematurely? The group chat was full of opportunities.
If Huang Ron could seize them, she would surely leap like a carp over the Dragon Gate, becoming invincible in the world of the Condor heroes.
Madame Gui sighed. Ronger is impatient.
I wish the group leader a triumphant return.
Huang Ron's heart tightened, sensing something ominous.
But the adventuring party was facing a catastrophic disaster, and the flames of war were about to tear the world apart.
If they failed, the fate of Whitebeard and Ace would be in jeopardy.
Huang Ron, don't believe the group leader's nonsense.
I think he's just guessing wildly. This stuff is unreliable and unstable. Sajiri Izumi couldn't help but complain, Tony's courting death again.
If not for the precious boundary-breaking talisman, the group leader would have settled the score with him already.
Everyone, stay away from Tony. Don't let the blood splash on us. Farewell, Tony.
Tony Stark continued his flamboyant antics, courting death repeatedly, but Bai Su merely let out a cold laugh. The prophecies of this group owner have never been wrong.
Sajiri Izumi's world is the safest. Tony, your luck is bad. Troubles will come one after another in the future.
There's even a purple potato essence in outer space who can wipe out half the universe's life with a snap of his fingers.
Guess which half you're in? TSK TSK.
If I were you, I'd just dig a hole and bury myself to avoid the suffering. The part in Tony's hand fell to the ground, and a bottle of fine wine worth tens of thousands instantly became bitter and hard to swallow.
Is this all true? I just publicly admitted to being Iron Man. Why must trouble find me? That purple potato essence, snapping fingers to wipe out half the universe? Explain it clearly. Ding. As a mortal, daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, you are muted for one day. Sajiri Izumi, as expected, my world is the most ordinary.
I'm so envious that Tony can still play with the purple potato essence.
Keep it up. Butterfly House owner, a boss who can wipe out half the universe with a snap, and Tony, you still dare to mess around?
I suggest you continue your hedonistic lifestyle, enjoy each day as it comes.
Fast forward to Tony's boxing match with the purple potato essence. 2 snaps and the universe resets to 0. Before Tony could speak, the group system sent another mute notification. Ding. As a mortal, daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, you are muted for one day. Tony was so angry he almost spat blood. Life was supposed to be beautiful. Pepper had agreed to have dinner with him, and he wanted to turn over a new leaf and be a superhero, but the future seemed as dark as a tide. Bai Su calmly announced, the adventure team is now limited to the spirit of time. This mission will only have the 4 of us. The battle is about to erupt, the wheel of fate accelerates, who will dominate this catastrophe? Fast-paced combat, reversing the heavens and earth, it all depends on today. The other 3 are me, Whitebeard, and Guxioluan.
As soon as the battlefield mission ended, points poured in like a storm. This is the treasure currency of our group, which can be exchanged for enlightenment, activate the Great Tao Furnace, and in the future, even buy more heaven-defying artifacts. The more points you have, the faster your strength skyrockets. It's practically the black technology of the cultivation world.
Currently, the system's enlightenment and Great Tao Furnace functions are gradually being unlocked. Each time you get lucky with enlightenment, it can save you 10 years of hard cultivation. The value is shocking, but the price is equally heart-wrenching. Even Bai Su has to think twice before using it, and others can only look on in despair. Can a Do Emperor at the peak participate in this battle?
A cold yet majestic voice suddenly rang out, carrying an unmatched noble aura. I was stunned for a moment and instantly recognized her Medusa, the peak powerhouse of the Jiama Empire. She is not the Medusa of Western mythology, but the most fearsome existence on the Do-Chi continent. She alone intimidates the top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire, her strength unshakable.
Medusa said coldly, I am no longer the queen of the Snake People tribe.
The high priest decreed that there can only be one queen, and I want my sister Dai to inherit the position.
Your talent seems to allow you to predict the future. After the battlefield ends, can you tell me my sister's fate?
She was stunningly enchanting, her long, narrow purple eyes as captivating as a venomous snake. Beneath her purple brocade robe, the faint outline of a graceful snake tail could be seen, and her seductive aura made the air feel scorching.
Sister, still awake? What are you thinking about? Another equally stunning woman appeared silently.
She was Medusa's younger sister, Dai. Their snake tails pressed closely together in an intimate manner, the two of them resembling a pair of alluring enchantresses, sparking endless imagination.
Nothing much, just thinking about something interesting.
You should rest early. Medusa gently held Dai's hand, her gaze soft. Dai pouted coquettishly, no way, it's been so long since we slept together.
Hold me.
Two formidable women frolicked in the palace, and the guards were too awed to utter a sound. These were their queens. Bai Su locked onto the timeline using the clues leaked by Medusa. The serpent tribe was supposed to have two Dozone-level powerhouses, but the high priest cruelly decreed that the sisters must fight to the death, ultimately leading to Dai's demise. Medusa naively believed that relinquishing her power would allow Dai to ascend the throne, forgetting that Dai was a free-spirited soul who loved her deeply. I said in a deep voice, a Do Wang at the peak absolutely qualifies to join the adventure team, but your sister never became queen. With a sigh, I felt the price of freedom sometimes. It is the separation of life and death.
Ding!
Group leader Subai uploaded the memory file Song of the Desert Waves. Please check it. Medusa, mastering, chasing 10 campus bells this year, Dai's house owner, a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, Izumi Sajiri, Jean each one, all received the file. Medusa stared in shock at the future.
The deep bond between the sisters was severed by tribal rules.
Dai donned the shackles and handed the crown to her sister, her heart breaking to the point of suffocation.
Sister, I'm sorry.
Dai's voice was filled with sorrow, and the tragic song of fate slowly echoed in the darkness.
This time, I made you worry.
But this time, please be proud of me, because I have finally become my true self. A free butterfly danced with the wind, eventually landing gently in her embrace.
No!
Medusa's phoenix eyes snapped open, and she sat up from the luxurious golden bed, exuding a murderous aura like a war goddess descending.
Sister, what's wrong?
A stunningly beautiful woman rose beside her, leaning softly against Medusa's back. They were identical twin sisters, named Dai, born with the power to control space. Dai had always yearned for freedom, but tragically, in the original storyline, she sacrificed her life for it, gaining only a few days of liberation.
Sister! I swear, no matter who it is, the high priest or the gods, if they dare to harm you, I will annihilate them all. Medusa embraced her sister tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks.
Dai was her only family, and she would never allow the prophecy to come true, never let her sister die in her arms. Since Subai possessed godlike powers, able to traverse 3,000 worlds and see through past and future, she believed that destiny could be rewritten. She secretly made up her mind to do her utmost to earn points. The dimensional chat group was filled with treasures, and as long as her strength broke through, she could definitely protect her younger sister.
Alright, sister, stop overthinking. Wouldn't it be troublesome if the high priestess overheard?
Dai gently comforted her, meticulous and soothing her sister.
Alright, let's rest.
Medusa nodded, her heart as strong as iron. Only through hard work could she grow. The final list has been confirmed.
Everyone, get ready. The world's strongest man is online. Thank you all for lending a hand to my son. I've prepared top quality rum.
Marines, get ready to witness the terror of the adventure squad. This year, chasing 10 campus bells, I never thought that as a college student, I would participate in this war. Lord Baisu said I awakened the third-generation divine body.
In the pirate world, no one can rival me. I will fight with all my might.
In the super god universe, divine bodies are divided into 5 generations. First generation divine body, slightly stronger resistance to impact, like Qilin, capable of withstanding ordinary bullets but almost defenseless against god-slaying weapons. Second generation divine body, immune to conventional weapons, resistant to god-slaying weapons, surviving a hit from god-slaying weapon number 1 without dying, with extremely high defense.
Third generation divine body, freed from the limits of physical death, life sustained by energy, capable of self-healing fatal injuries, though still threatened by flame-level weapons.
Fourth generation divine body, flame-level weapons are ineffective, with powerful healing abilities that almost ignore physical damage.
Only the silver-grade weapons of the Angel King can inflict slight harm.
Holy body, surpassing the fourth generation divine body, only 3 individuals in the known universe possess it: Keisha, Hashi, and Yen. Even if atomized by an explosion, they can instantly regenerate in a suitable environment, truly immortal and indestructible. The spirit of time smiled and said, Allah Allah, I'm so happy to meet the group leader so soon.
Ding! The adventure squad has been formed. Battlefield mission, Marineford War.
Objective, rescue Fire Fist Ace and change the fate of Whitebeard's death. Rewards, 15,000 points, 200 random attribute points, 1 random devil fruit. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution.
Contributions below 1% will receive no rewards. Failure penalty, none. Activate the teleportation? Activate.
Teleportation initiated, target location.
The Grand Line, Marineford, Marine Headquarters.
The Marine Headquarters stands tall on a high platform, with the seagull holding scales on the castle symbolizing absolute justice, guarding this turbulent, great pirate era.
Today is the day of execution. Broadcasted globally. Millions of eyes are fixed on that castle.
Today's main character Ace, the rumored son of the Pirate King. The Navy intends to sever the bloodline of the new era of pirates and completely crush all resistance.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha is present on site.
The 3 admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea, 16 vice admirals, along with 100,000 elite marines, surround the fortress like a pack of wolves and tigers. The air is heavy, silent like the calm before a storm.
Do you think pirates will really come to save him? The Fleet Admiral has mobilized the entire force. Any pirate coming here is courting death. Whitebeard's status as one of the 4 emperors is undeniable, and Ace is his son. There's no way no one will act.
Humph. So-called dreams of freedom are just selfish excuses, aren't they?
Coming to save someone now is a death wish. Even the 4 emperors wouldn't be that foolish.
Even within the Navy, there are whispers of doubt, questioning whether today's operation is overly exaggerated.
After all, how could the Marine Headquarters be a place anyone could just break into? Clank.
The heavy sound of iron chains echoed through the dungeon. Ace, bare-chested, was escorted out by 2 guards. The shackles on his feet glinted with the cold light of sea stone as he stepped onto the execution platform.
The entire island was under strict guard.
100,000 marines, 50 warships, and 1,000 heavy cannons formed an impenetrable blockade. In the face of this terrifying force, Ace appeared particularly small.
Sengoku the Buddha slowly approached and coldly demanded, Ace, state your father's name. Ace trembled, his inner fury and pain intertwined. My father is Whitebeard. No, he is not. His father is, the Pirate King Gold, Roger. The words of Sengoku resounded like thunder, shocking everyone present. This name once struck fear into the hearts of the Navy. Pirate King Roger. The greatest pirate in history. He actually left behind a child. That is a legendary existence. What kind of storm will the appearance of this child bring?
The Navy must mercilessly eliminate the seed of the devil. In the global live broadcast, people held their breath, their hearts filled with fear and anticipation. Back then, if Roger hadn't surrendered, the Navy would never have been able to capture him.
Now, his bloodline reappears in the world. What does this signify?
Ace hated his father's name, for it brought him endless pursuit and exile. Yet, as long as he stood up, with remnants of the old pirate crew still alive, he could summon an invincible fleet.
Begin the execution. With a wave of Sengoku's hand, the executioners raised their blades.
Suddenly, countless bubbles emerged in the bay of Marineford, an extraordinary phenomenon that stunned everyone. Before long, an earth-shattering sound echoed the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick rose into the air and soared towards the sky.
This incredible flight left everyone dumbfounded.
In the world, only 3 ships are capable of flying. The Ark Maxim of Enel from Skypea, powered by the Rumble fruit. The pirate ship of Golden Lion, lifted by the float fruit. And now, the Moby Dick, flying for the first time. What secrets lie behind this phenomenon? The storm has erupted, and the fate of Ace, the son of the Pirate King, will reshape the entire world's balance. This ship, known as the Invincible Battleship, is the pinnacle of Frankie's black technology. Using wind cannon propulsion, it soars effortlessly through the sky, flying a full kilometer in one go.
Boom! 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 Massive footsteps shook the deck.
A towering giant strode to the forefront, wielding the legendary supreme-grade sword Murakumajiri. His muscles bulged like coiled dragons, and the scars on the blade bore witness to the glory of the world's strongest man.
Gorarara! Sengoku, is my son doing well with you?
He flashed a radiant smile, his crescent-shaped white mustache resembling a crescent moon, his overwhelming presence silencing the entire scene.
White beard. Sengoku's eyes flashed with solemnity.
Facing this mythical figure of the seas, even though gravely ill, he still instilled fear throughout the entire Navy headquarters. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all present, with a few new faces quietly joining.
Though not well known, they were formidable hidden threats. Start the livestream.
The group members can experience the true intensity of the battlefield. With Baisu's command, the livestream began.
Ingshu, the mortal who rivals gods, the Butterfly Mansion Master, Izumi Sajiri, and Jean Ichiwan all entered the livestream room.
Baisu stared at Jean Ichiwan. The name was too ordinary, mysterious yet silent, arousing curiosity.
Whitebeard's aura was as oppressive as a mountain.
For the first time, the group members felt the presence of this invincible being. Tokisaki Kurumi, dressed in a deep blue school uniform, covering one eye, smiled brightly. Lord Baisu, pleased to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. Beside her stood a stunningly beautiful woman, wearing a purple gold crown. Her icy demeanor and flowing purple tail complemented each other, resembling a frost queen.
Wow, has the battle started? I've got my popcorn ready. Izumi Sajiri exclaimed excitedly. Live broadcast? It's like being there in person. The salty sea breeze feels so real.
This real-time scene switching technology is incredible. The mortal who rivals gods marveled. The Butterfly Mansion Master solemnly reminded, besides the experts of Navy headquarters, the Shichibukai are not to be underestimated. May you all return safely.
I will pray for you.
The group members had already set everything aside, focusing intently on the livestream. Even Ingshu joined in.
Clang!
Dracul Mihawk suddenly stepped forward, his long sword slicing through the air, its ringing echoing thunderously, brimming with battle intent.
You've always been low-key. Why so agitated today? Doflamingo frowned in confusion. As one of the Shichibukai, Mihawk was known for his unyielding pride and rarely made a move.
I want to see how big the gap is between me and that man. Whitebeard, the pinnacle of pirate power, Mihawk wanted to personally test his strength.
Who will block the first sword strike? Gushyeluan, how about you give it a try?
Mihawk is the greatest swordsman, definitely your best opponent, Baisu said with a smile to Gushyeluan.
Boss, I'm just here to spectate. I don't even have a shield, how am I supposed to block it? Gushyeluan's legs went weak with nervousness.
As a college student, he was already having second thoughts in the face of such a scene.
I will. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Medusa appeared with a cold and stunning presence, fiery red wings igniting behind her. The flaming bow and arrow in her hand shone brightly, and her battle aura shook the ocean. She released the bowstring, and a fiery serpent soared into the sky, opening its blood-red maw and charging straight at the sword energy. Boom!
The flames collided with the sword energy, and the explosion echoed through the heavens. Navy soldiers were blown away by the shockwave, and the castle trembled. The Whitebeard pirates, however, stood firm, using a single sword energy to challenge the prestige of the four emperors.
The pirate crew's Hawkeye, how naive he is. A Picto Emperor expert is truly extraordinary. With you here, the strong of the Jiama Empire must be having headaches. Baisu marveled. Medusa's queenly aura was overwhelming, and with one arrow, she easily blocked Hawkeye's sword energy, proving that women are no less than men. My god! That was an attack from the world's greatest swordsman, and it was blocked just like that? Am I seeing things? Someone exclaimed nearby. What do you know? Those people were personally invited by the old man from a distant place as reinforcements. Remember that golden portal when they arrived, another person said excitedly. Right. The aura of that golden portal was terrifying. I thought a god had descended. Who knew the old man was this incredible?
The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Fiery red wings on her back, could it be a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit?
It feels somewhat similar to the abilities of the 1st Division commander, Marco. The discussions continued.
The members of the Whitebeard pirates speculated endlessly. With both strength and beauty, how could Medusa not have a reputation? Lord Baisu flatters me. He hasn't even gone all out yet.
I can barely handle 7 of them attacking together. Medusa coldly gazed at the Navy headquarters surrounded by an army of 100,000, showing no fear. She had joined this bloody battle to grow stronger, vowing to carve a path through blood. Baisu and Whitebeard exchanged a glance and nodded.
Finish this quickly. Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you.
Whitebeard planted his massive blade into the ground, clasped his hands in the air, and the space cracked like a spiderweb. The raging sea roared, raising waves thousands of feet high, vowing to level the Navy headquarters.
Ice Age. Akiji finally made his move. The power of the ice fruit instantly froze the massive waves, capable of freezing the sea for an entire week. On the Moby Dick, Baisu and Tokisaki Kurumi locked eyes for over a minute. The little girl finally couldn't hold back. Group leader, do you have any orders? Don't just stand around doing nothing. Your ability is area-based. Once the battle starts, I won't allow you to collect time recklessly.
Baisu wanted to scold her, but since it was their first team operation, he held back.
Lord Baisu, you're truly impressive. I'm becoming more and more interested in you.
Tokisaki Kurumi's lips curled into a mysterious smile as the sea breeze stirred her golden clock-like pupils. As soon as she finished speaking, her outfit transformed into a black and red Gothic spirit attire, Safkiel spirit dress, 3rd form, ready for battle.
Wow, 100,000 troops. Today is going to be a big haul. City of Devouring Time. A transparent barrier rapidly expanded from Kurumi as the center, instantly enveloping Marineford. Within the barrier, the time of living beings was stripped away, their movements restricted, and they endured immense pressure. What the hell is this? Akiji felt as if he were trapped in a quagmire, struggling to move even slightly.
Time was accelerating, and the longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantaged he became.
Wait, if even an admiral feels this way, what about the ordinary Marines?
He suddenly realized, looking down at the soldiers below. His face turned ashen in an instant. 100,000 Marines were simultaneously suppressed, and the weaker ones couldn't even lift their cannonballs. On the highest platform, Admiral Akino sat arrogantly on his throne, watching coldly.
What the hell is Akiji doing? He can't even handle a little girl. What a disgrace to the admirals. Don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates.
One of the 4 emperors, their strength is unfathomable. Now, a few new faces have appeared, at least Vice Admiral level. This little girl's ability might already be at Admiral level.
Whitebeard is just an old man discarded by the times. Pirates will ultimately be crushed under the fist of justice.
Tokisaki Kurumi felt the power of time surging wildly, a smile of extreme satisfaction curling at her lips. In Tenga's city, she dared not target 100,000 people at once, but today, she was going to ignite this battle to its peak. She had always been secretly hunting her targets, the flames in her heart never extinguished, only preying on those depraved and insane scum. Entering the world of One Piece, free from Mio Takamiya's constraints, everything had completely changed. This was a battlefield of life and death, where the wild freedom of pirates clashed with the iron-blooded justice of the Marines. Only the survivors could write their own legends.
Brat, don't get too cocky. Akiji said coldly, Ice Age.
As he made his move, the monstrous tsunami caused by Whitebeard was instantly frozen, boosting the morale of 100,000 Marines.
But unexpectedly, a little girl stood in his way, humiliating him and igniting his fury. He attacked without holding back. TSK, old man, such a temper isn't good for your health. Kurumi sneered.
Behind her, a golden clock materialized, and the clock in her left eye began to spin. The power of time infused her revolver as she fired a precise shot. The bullet struck Akiji, twisting time and slowing his movements.
Just a brat, full of openings. Akiji's figure flickered, easily dodging the bullet. In an instant, he appeared behind Kurumi, lightly touching her. Kurumi was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, which he then shattered into pieces with a single kick. What the hell, someone got taken out so quickly. Is this a joke?
Gush Xiaoluan was terrified, his heart racing.
If it had been him up there, he would probably already be a block of ice. This ice ability is terrifying, freezing the sea so effortlessly.
That poor little girl, so young yet so strong, Madame Gua murmured in a low voice.
It's only been a few minutes, and someone has already fallen? Is the group leader even reliable? Those challenging gods with mortal bodies were growing increasingly anxious.
As everyone grew worried, Baisu revealed a faint, helpless smile. This girl's twisted sense of humor was both lovable and infuriating. Tokisaki Kurumi, the spirit of time, who had repeatedly escaped Mio Takamiya's pursuit, how could she possibly be defeated so easily? Only Whitebeard and Medusa remained calm, their eyes fixed on the sky, as if waiting for some kind of miracle.
Don't panic, her aura hasn't disappeared. Instead, it's getting stronger, Medusa said in a deep voice.
Before the words fell, the sky suddenly changed, and a strange phenomenon appeared.
After Kurumi Tokisaki turned into an ice sculpture, the ground cracked open into a black hole. Countless pale arms stretched out, pulling the ice sculpture into it. The scene was eerie and shocking. Ha! As expected of a Navy admiral, your strength is truly extraordinary. How exciting! A familiar gothic loli's laughter echoed, filled with arrogant defiance. Oh my god, so many Kurumis! Catching up to them is like hitting the jackpot. One is worth hundreds. Gush Yoluan was dazzled as countless replicas of Kurumi Tokisaki emerged from the black hole, each holding a delicate revolver, exuding overwhelming dominance. What kind of devil fruit is this? Even Whitebeard has encountered such a troublesome opponent. Akiji's eyes were serious. Despite using his ultimate move twice, the time barrier remained unbroken. He knew this battle wouldn't end quickly. Second bullet. Hundreds of voices rang out in unison. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers continuously supplied energy to Kurumi, her time power flowing endlessly, recklessly unleashed. Damn it!
Akiji, not known for his agility, managed to dodge most of the bullets but was still hit by several, his movements slowing down as if in slow motion.
The time power of an admiral should be strong enough. The game has just begun, you must hold on. Everyone was anxious. Kurumi Tokisaki's left eye, with its golden clock reflection, grew even brighter. Like a cat toying with a mouse, she smirked coldly and raised her gun to shoot again. Akiji is too slow. Don't wait for him, continue the execution. They're just a bunch of pirates. If they don't have the guts to attack, all they can do is watch helplessly. Akainu ordered coldly, as two executioners sneered and resumed the execution. With his abilities sealed by Seastone, Ace was as powerless as an ordinary man, his head on the verge of falling at any moment. How dare you! A cold voice pierced the sky as fiery wings ignited behind Medusa. Her eyes burned with determination, fixed on the movements at the execution platform. If Ace died, the mission would fail, all sacrifices would be in vain, and all points would be lost. She clenched her fists, vowing to protect her sister's future with even greater strength. The battle had only just begun. The bowstring tightened, and three arrows instantly transformed into massive flaming serpents hundreds of meters long, roaring as they charged toward the execution platform. Nothing could stand in their way. The flames were so intense that even the city walls melted in an instant. The two executioners didn't even have time to scream before turning to ashes. Boom! As the dust settled, three legendary figures appeared before Ace Akainu, Kizaru, and Sengoku. Sajiri Izumi exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! The plot is getting more and more intense. I'm almost out of popcorn, I need to buy another bag." The Butterfly Mansion's owner praised, "Medusa and Kurumi Tokisaki are so powerful, their strength is completely on par with the Navy admirals. This battle is absolutely electrifying." With mortal bodies rivaling the gods, they excitedly sent red envelopes to cheer on. The sound of red envelopes being sent echoed continuously. Sajiri Izumi, Uncle Ing, and Jin Ichiwan all received them. Standing on the deck of the Moby Dick, Baisu couldn't resist opening a red envelope and was stunned. Tony Stark had lavishly sent out 10 red envelopes, with a total value equivalent to 20 kilograms of gold bars. He was truly the war god among tycoons. Curious, he checked the leaderboard of recipients, and the luckiest one turned out to be the silent and enigmatic Jin Ichiwan. Sajiri Izumi gratefully said, "Big Boss Tony, this red envelope is enough to cover my manuscript fees for a whole year." The Butterfly Mansion owner chuckled, "Tony's gold bars are hard currency even in my world. I'll use them to equip the Demon Slayer Corps." Baisu couldn't spare time for chatting as the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. The three admirals appeared simultaneously, and the 7 warlords of the sea erupted with ferocity, vowing to fight to the end. Sengoku and Garp held their ground at the execution platform. 2 ruthless executioners stepped forward with blades, muscles taut, determined to sever Ace's head and offer his blood for so-called justice. The fate of pirates is in your own hands. If you want to follow me, abandon your lives and fight with all you've got." Whitebeard roared, wielding his Naginata, leaping off the deck and slashing down. The power of the tremor fruit erupted, instantly splitting the execution platform with seismic cracks. Only those who stand at the pinnacle have the right to redefine good and evil. Justice?
It naturally belongs to the victor. The victor is justice. Doflamingo laughed maniacally as he charged forward, enemies falling like waves before him. He was the seed of sin, believing in the rule of the strong. Kizaru joined the aerial battlefield like a flash of lightning, teasing, "Little girl, isn't it dangerous to be out here alone? Aren't your parents worried about you?" Tokisaki Kurumi's clones gradually disappeared. Despite being a Logia-type user of the glint fruit, she struggled to withstand Kizaru's overwhelming suppression. Whitebeard and Medusa were surrounded by enemies several times their number, and rescuing Ace seemed hopeless. Only Baisu and Gus Xiaoluan remained on the deck. Gus Xiaoluan nervously scratched his head. "Brother Bai, stop staring at me. If you have something to say, just say it." Baisu patted his shoulders seriously. "Xiaoluan, I have high hopes for you. Look at Whitebeard charging ahead, can you just sit back and do nothing? A man must never say he can't." Gus Xiaoluan's eyes ignited with determination. "Brother Bai, just tell me what to do. I'm ready." Baisu handed him a giant sword and pointed at Sengoku. "See that guy with the frog glasses and the afro? Take him down for me. You're the key to this war." Gus Xiaoluan gripped the sword tightly, his gaze resolute. Memories of the Summit War flooded his mind. He knew his legendary moment had arrived. Gus Xiaoluan glanced at the man. The face seemed somewhat familiar, but the details of his strength were long blurred. Gus Xiaoluan anxiously said, "Brother Bai, the situation is too dangerous. How can I get there from so far away? Even Whitebeard is blocked." Baisu remained calm and composed. "Don't worry, I'll get you there." Before the words had fully left his mouth, and before Gus Xiaoluan could react, Baisu grabbed him and launched him like a cannonball off the deck. In an instant, they pierced through the layers of the 100,000-strong Navy blockade, heading straight for Sengoku. Izumi Sajiri exclaimed, "Oh my god! Gus Xiaoluan actually flew? I was just watching Sister Medusa fight, didn't you notice?" Madame Guo looked puzzled. "It seems like the group leader threw it over." At this moment, Sengoku on the execution platform was ordering his subordinates to speed up their actions when suddenly a menacing killing intent rushed toward him. He looked up and exclaimed in shock, "What kind of monster is this? Damn! Brain dead strike." Gus Xiaoluan endured the stinging pain in his eyes, gripped his great sword tightly, and swung it. This was his unparalleled divine weapon from the three great god-making plans, the sword that cuts through fear, galactic force. Although he had not fully developed his super genes and the weapon was not yet perfect, this strike's power was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Boom! Caught off guard, Sengoku was struck and blasted into the ground, causing the execution platform to collapse with a loud crash. Fortunately, Ace was unharmed. "Damn, that almost scared me to death. Are you okay?" "I didn't mean to." Gus Xiaoluan's sword had already shattered. The galactic force required a weapon of the Lion level to bear its power. He was still just a student and couldn't help but apologize first. Sengoku spat blood and smiled bitterly. "You brat, you hit me like this and still apologize? You're really driving me mad. Thanks to Love You, I Love, Bananabe 71K, and Chengyang Lianyang GH for their monthly ticket support. The Super Gene Galactic Force in its early stages requires no special training. Combined with the immortal god body, the physical strength alone is enough to sink a cosmic battleship." Sengoku, having just been struck down, was momentarily unable to counterattack. Hope gleamed in Ace's eyes as he urgently asked, "Brother, were you sent by Dad to help? Can you unlock my shackles?" Gus Xiaoluan suddenly remembered the task at hand. With a swift motion, he brought down his blade, and the sea stone handcuffs shattered instantly. Ace shouted, "Fire Fist!" His arm transformed into blazing flames, and with a punch, a sea of fire swept away the approaching Navy soldiers. "Thanks, brother. I'll go save Dad first. You should retreat quickly." Ace, concerned about Whitebeard, rushed toward the center of the battlefield. Whitebeard was being relentlessly bombarded by Akainu, whose attacks were ferocious and deadly with every move. "Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor." Ace unleashed his strongest move, spiraling flames converging into a solar fireball, which crashed onto the ground with a roar, instantly clearing the enemy formation in front of Whitebeard. Akainu snorted coldly, "Damn it, don't let me be interrupted again." He was eager to completely eliminate the Pirate King's son. The seed of evil must not survive. On the execution platform, Gus Xiaoluan was busy keeping an eye on Ace's movements, unaware that danger was closing in. "You brat, you don't belong here. How dare you provoke the Navy? Let me teach you a lesson." As the words fell, a dignified figure quietly appeared. The man was tall and burly, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, with a scar over his left eye, silver hair, and an overwhelming presence. Gus Xiaoluan froze. "What the heck, who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, a massive fist came crashing down like a mountain, nearly smashing him into a pulp. A dazzling meteor streaked across the night sky, disappearing in an instant. Izumi Sajiri exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! Guxialuan actually flew! This is insane!" The onlookers marveled, "What is this kid's body made of? It's tougher than my alloy battle armor. This place is full of monsters." Master Ring said calmly, "Don't underestimate him. I'm just an ordinary person, but after reading the group leader's memory copy, I'm convinced he can rival gods in the future." Madame Gui chimed in, "Ordinary person +1. Izumi Sajiri smiled wryly, "Is it trendy now to see who is more useless? I can't even fight, all I can do is draw. What a useless bum." On the deck of the Moby Dick, Baisu frowned deeply as the hero Garp finally made his move. Earlier, the old man who sent Guxialuan flying with a single punch was the Navy's indomitable legend Monkey D. Garp. Though his rank was vice admiral, his strength surpassed that of admirals. 38 years ago, he single-handedly defended God Valley, defeating the invincible Rocks pirates. Teaming up with Pirate King Roger, he destroyed that legendary strongest pirate crew, earning the title of Navy Hero. 30 years ago, he fought the pirate leader Chinjo, who had a bounty of 500 million, and dented his drill-shaped head with a single punch. When he learned of Roger's capture, Golden Lion Shiki stormed Marineford alone, and Garp, alongside Sengoku, captured him alive. Behind his glorious achievements lies the bloodline of the D family. Son Monkey D. Dragon leads the Revolutionary Army, grandson Monkey D. Luffy vows to become the Pirate King, and Portgas D. Ace joins the Whitebeard Pirates. Strangely, the Navy knows his identity but has never acted against him. Instead, they repeatedly invited him to become an admiral, all of which he refused. White Su unexpectedly sees Garp take action at a critical moment. In the original storyline, Garp was easily knocked down by Luffy with one punch, and water could submerge the entire Marineford. Finally, it's my turn to make a grand entrance. This battlefield mission not only honed strong figures like Whitebeard, but also opened my eyes to newcomers like Guxialuan. The future of the adventure squad is limitless. He checks the contribution points, and Guxialuan and the others all meet the standards. The point distribution for this mission is reasonable, and teamwork is the key to victory. Their arrival caused unseen ripples. Iron Fist Garp personally took action, his strength far surpassing ordinary people, moving so fast that most couldn't react. Finally, a chance to test my true skills. Whitebeard, prepare for your world to completely collapse. Sage Mode, activate. With a single command from White Su, terrifying chakra instantly spread for tens of thousands of meters. 100,000 Marines seemed petrified, their movements frozen, their eyes filled with awe. Conqueror's Haki, intimidating 100,000 troops? Hero Garp helped Sengoku up, his eyes heavy. Haki can cause weather changes, but to subdue 100,000 Marines, this is unheard of. The experts Whitebeard brought are all at the level of the four emperors. Garp. Sengoku, steadfast in supreme justice, the highest authority of the Navy, has supported government orders unwaveringly since his youth. He knows well that strength alone can no longer determine the outcome of this war. This time, Garp must choose a side. I understand. Garp nodded solemnly. Though a member of the D family, he adheres to the Navy's absolute justice and will never allow an unknown kid to take Ace from Navy headquarters. All pirates, retreat immediately. Whitebeard roared in anger. Seeing Ace rescued, he vowed to block every pursuing Navy admiral to the death. As a pinnacle giant of the Great Pirate Era, he lived in the same era as the Pirate King, shaking the entire world. The supreme overlord of the pirates, commanding the largest pirate alliance in the Grand Line, with over 40 pirate crews under his banner pledging their lives to follow him. He treated his subordinates like his own children, vowing to protect every comrade to the death, his ironclad loyalty unmatched. Dad, let us conquer the world together. Ace roared. Not only did he possess the qualities of a king, but he also mastered the intimidating Conqueror's Haki, rendering even elite Navy soldiers unable to harm him in the slightest. Good times are too short, what a pity. I will definitely return, and by then, give me more power of time. Kurumi Tokisaki withdrew her barrier, devouring a massive amount of time energy, her smile radiant as her power was about to explode. On the deck, Baisu exuded an overwhelming aura. With the system's blessing, he radiated an extraordinary and otherworldly temperament. His Yandere-like presence grew increasingly eerie, sending chills down spines. No one is leaving, everyone stays. The Great Buddha form activated. Sengoku, using the human fruit, transformed into a towering golden Buddha hundreds of meters tall, unleashing powerful shockwaves in all directions. Navy morale soared as they launched a frenzied counterattack against the Whitebeard pirates. Fist Bone Meteor Shower. Garp's cannonball-like punches rained down like a meteor shower, targeting the pirate flagship, only to be intercepted in suspended mid-air by a mysterious force.
So this is the complete Sage mode?
Golden Chakra, almost identical to the Six Paths mode by Su, freely unleashed ninjutsu in the pirate world, his power skyrocketing.
Shinra Tensei.
With a single push, the cannonballs were repelled at high speed, exploding in the Navy camp, severely injuring Akainu.
Sage Art, Planetary Devastation.
A black orb hovered in the air, its immense gravitational pull tearing the ground apart, forming a massive floating meteorite. Even admirals like Akainu were swallowed within, rendered incapable of action.
Oh my god, the group leader is too strong.
The others exclaimed in shock. As the Whitebeard pirates retreated, Marineford was reduced to ruins. All Navy admirals, except Garp, were sucked into the black orb, powerless to resist.
The gravitational force continued to intensify, even pulling the seabed land upward. This has gone too far, I can't stop it.
Baisu, exhausted, deactivated Sage mode, his chakra completely depleted.
Only by using Susanoo could he end this terrifying gravitational force. Brother Bai, when will this ball fall? We need to move further away.
Gush Yellowan, his face covered in blood, stood firm in battle, his body unusually resilient.
It probably won T-fall.
It will become a satellite of the pirate world, orbiting forever. Baisu's eyes were resolute as he recalled the Six Paths Sage and Otsutsuki Hagoromo sealing Kagaya.
This was the price and glory of infinite power. A ball. Is this the power of the group leader?
Everyone was utterly shocked. Witnessing Baisu in action for the first time, he casually created a moon with a single strike. It was simply a godlike technique defying the heavens.
Sajiri Izumi shouted excitedly, Group Leader Sama V587.
The Butterfly Mansion's owner followed suit, shouting, Group Leader Sama V587.
Uncle Ing roared, Group Leader V587. A mortal body, rivaling the gods, sneered, humph. Bragging.
I don't believe the moon can't fall.
Ding.
A mortal body, rivaling the gods, has been muted for 12 hours.
Whitebeard expressed gratitude, thank you all for your tremendous support.
I promise to give each of you a devil fruit, remember this, and I will fulfill it at the right time.
As the Moby Dick set sail once again, Baisu received a system notification. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for leading the adventure team to clear the battlefield mission, earning a reward of 10,000 points and obtaining 1 tremor fruit.
Tremor fruit? 2 devil fruits from the pirate world can't exist simultaneously? The system can actually bypass this restriction?
The 10,000 point reward was extremely generous, and Baisu had been worrying about not having enough points to draw treasures.
The total points for the Summit War mission were 15,000.
Baisu took 10,000, and the remaining 5,000 were distributed as follows. Whitebeard, 1,500 points, Tokisaki Kurumi, 1,500 points, Medusa, 1,000 points, Gusholuan, 1,000 points. Before long, the planetary devastation broke free from the planet, turning Marineford into nothingness, replaced by floating rock slabs on the sea.
The surviving Marines desperately climbed up. Why is the power of pirates so terrifying? Has justice truly been defeated?
Hero Garp knelt on one knee, unable to hide his shock.
He never imagined that Whitebeard would invite a 4 Emperors level expert to assist.
And that young man bathed in golden energy became his lifelong nightmare.
Ha! There's one left. Does this person need to stay alive?
As everyone returned to the deck, Baisu suddenly turned and stared. Apart from the ordinary Marines, only Garp stood out among them. Hero Garp, one of the few respected opponents in the Navy, had once fought the previous pirate king and even became friends. It was because of his exceptional status that Ace was able to survive.
Group leader, please spare Garp. He is bound by his position and has no choice. Whitebeard's heart tightened. The group leader was immensely powerful, and if he harbored killing intent, Garp would undoubtedly perish.
He thought Baisu would show mercy, but the latter coldly said,
No, I'm not talking about Garp. It's someone else. Can't you see? That area is much darker than the rest. The concealment ability of the dark fruit is indeed formidable.
Baisu sneered. Under the Rinnegan, everything was transparent. The top-tier ocular jutsu from the Naruto world was equally invincible here.
You're talking about the dark fruit.
Hearing this, Ace's aura changed dramatically. Even in his exhausted state, his conqueror's haki still shook the heavens, accompanied by thunder and lightning.
Teach. Show yourself. You broke the one iron rule of the Whitebeard pirates and must give an explanation for Sachi.
As Whitebeard's voice fell, black water surged from the cracks in the rocks, forming into a burly middle-aged man, the mastermind behind the Marineford War, Marshal D. Teach.
Zihahaha, long time no see, old man. It's a pity you didn't die at Marineford.
But I will become the Pirate King sooner or later, and killing you is inevitable. Teach's lips curled into a sinister smile, his laughter tinged with bloodlust.
He was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division.
To obtain the dark fruit, he killed the 4th Division captain, Sachi, and defeated Ace to rise to the rank of Shichibukai. During the Marineford War, he never showed himself, lurking in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits and seize both the Navy's and Whitebeard's territories. He hadn't expected Whitebeard to bring in a powerful ally who destroyed Marineford in one move, and even his escape was discovered.
You traitor, you will pay for your blood debt.
Ace roared as fiercely as ever, ready to fight to the death for his brother. As the shadow approached, the battle erupted with a thunderous clash. A stronger enemy had arrived, and the decisive battle was imminent.
Stop! This is my fight to settle. Stay out of it! Whitebeard roared, stepping in front of Ace.
He had already seen the memories Baisu had uploaded and would never allow the tragedy to repeat. Leaping from the deck into the air, his right fist gathered the power of the tremor fruit, crashing down on Teach's head like a mountain. However, Teach sneered and, instead of dodging, used both hands to take the earth-shattering blow head-on.
Ha ha ha! It's useless.
I can absorb all devil fruit powers.
You're nothing more than an ordinary man.
Dad, dreams never stop. Let me become the stepping stone for you to reach the top as the Pirate King. Teach's hands turned pitch black, surrounded by swirling black smoke. His dark fruit could devour all powers it touched, compress and crush them, temporarily stripping his opponents of their abilities.
As expected, the anticipated massive earthquake did not occur. Teach firmly withstood Whitebeard's punch.
On the surface, he appeared arrogant, but in reality, he was stalling for time, looking for a chance to turn the tables. While he no longer feared Whitebeard, he was wary of the mysterious young man on the deck. If another planetary devastation came his way, even the dark fruit might not save his life.
Damn it! Whitebeard's attack was blocked.
Group leader, please help.
It's not my place to interfere in others' affairs.
Whitebeard is more than capable of handling Teach, don't worry. Though Baisu said this, he secretly unleashed an illusion. Whitebeard was old and gravely ill. Even if he fought to the death and defeated Teach, it would not be worth the cost.
Tsukuyomi.
Teach, in the midst of a life and death battle, suddenly found the space around him distorting. He was dragged into a strange world, bound to a torture pillar, enduring endless torment.
Where is this?
He looked up to see a pair of cold, merciless eyes in the sky. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Encountering Baisu meant his fate was sealed, and he would die here today.
Boom!
The rocky plates shattered, the illusion restricted the fruit's abilities, and Whitebeard's full-force strike hit Blackbeard Teach, erasing him from the world forever. The Navy fell into the sea one after another, none daring to resist. The tide had turned, and even the hero Garp was left disheartened.
After the battle, the Whitebeard pirates held a grand celebration. The adventure team gathered together, having rescued Ace and secured victory. Whitebeard filled everyone's cups with wine.
To our great victory, and to the group leader, cheers. Whitebeard drank heartily, his wine bowl astonishingly large, leaving everyone exchanging glances.
Brother White, you're not drinking? I'm not good with alcohol. Shaoluan, drink one for me. Gush Shaoluan was helpless. The wine bowl was so large it could be used for swimming. Though he possessed the power of the galaxy, it hadn't optimized his drinking skills.
Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Medusa raised a giant bowl and downed it in one go. She was born into the desert snake tribe, bold and straightforward, sharing a kindred spirit with pirates.
That was exhilarating. If I had met you earlier, we could have gathered countless top-tier experts to drink and chat freely.
Whitebeard laughed heartily. Despite his frail body, he still raised his cup and drank with gusto. Surviving the Summit War and sitting here was already a miracle. Everyone understood in their hearts that life and death were unpredictable, and today's victory did not guarantee tomorrow's safety.
Whitebeard, don't worry. I've shared the enlightenment function and the Great Tao Furnace with everyone. I suggest you try the enlightenment function first. If I can break through my realm, my lifespan will naturally extend. Once I adjust my condition, I will definitely visit you. There are renowned doctors below. They might be able to cure your illness. Then you wouldn't have to rely on 4 drips every day. Baisu comforted with a smile, his gaze firm. The adventure team had just been established, and he was preparing to traverse the vast world. He would never give up on this Whitebeard, who had limitless potential. Brother White, was that chat group created by you? Or has your technology already advanced to the point of breaking through dimensional barriers? Gus Xiaoluan asked while drinking rum, his eyes teary. This liquor is so strong, not tasty at all. Who said it was fragrant? No, it was created by a powerful being. I was just bound by the system as the group leader. For future battlefield missions, I'll lead everyone to earn points, but you must be cautious, dangers lurk everywhere, and the risks are high. Bai Su shook his head. As for who created the otaku system, I have no clue. The chat group is just one of its functions. My strength has greatly increased through enlightenment, far surpassing Whitebeard. The group livestream was fully online, and Bai Su's words instantly caused a stir within the group. Sajiri Izumi exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! The group leader said he'll take us on missions. Butterfly Shinobu, will you join next time? You might gain superpowers." The mistress of the butterfly estate chuckled lightly, an enticing proposal. Group leader, if the mission isn't too difficult, please include me. As a reward, I'll allow you to make any request. Bai Su was drinking when Butterfly Shinobu's teasing almost made him choke, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with guilt. To stand shoulder to shoulder with gods as a mortal quipped, this group has so many shady dealings. How many innocent girls does the group leader plan to exploit? Ding. Muted for 5 minutes. Ding. Unmuted. At the celebration banquet, Bai Su had just unmuted Tony, and the guy immediately started courting death. Bai Su, repeat what you just said? Tony obediently replied, the group leader is mighty. Eternal glory, ruling the martial world. Tony has gotten smarter, figuring out the group owner's temperament, daring to walk the edge of being muted, and playing skillfully. Sajiri Izumi, Butterfly Housemaster, and Uncle Ling said in unison, can you please stop licking, okay? Marvel Universe. What exactly is the purple potato essence the group owner mentioned? My new battle armor will take another half-month to debug. Hopefully, no one bothers me during this time. Tony locked himself in the villa, focused on creating the strongest armor. After the kidnapping incident, he took Bai Su's words very seriously, contacting astronomers to investigate the alien overlord. Unfortunately, no evidence of the purple potato essence was found. Pirate World. Bai Su enjoyed the company of 2 stunning beauties, one cold and noble, with a fiery heart, the other petite and cute, seemingly pure but hiding madness. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Kurumi Tokasaki. Since she stepped onto the deck, her behavior had been unusually well behaved, almost too good to be true. The problem was, she was acting too normal. Where was her Yandere nature hiding? Lord Bai Su. Kurumi seemed to sense something, turned her head to meet his gaze, and smiled sweetly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Bai Su quickly averted his eyes, silently chanting in his heart, women are like tigers, don't look. At this moment, Medusa spoke up, does this battlefield victory prove that the future can be changed? She was unwilling to accept a future without her sister, but when facing the high priest of her tribe, she lacked confidence. Lord Bai Su, if I encounter difficulties, may I seek your help? For my sister's safety, I am willing to give everything. The flames of future war were quietly igniting. Bai Su had just received a private message from Medusa. Clad in fiery red armor, her aura was overwhelming as she straightforwardly declared her willingness to fight for her sister's future with all her might. When a top-tier beauty says something like this, who wouldn't be moved? You're absolutely right. Ultimate power is the key to controlling destiny. The lightning tribulation in your world is the most brutal test of life and death. Those who survive it are reborn from the ashes, those who fail are reduced to mere dust. The principle is the same. Joining the adventure team is the beginning of reversing fate. Whether it's Whitebeard, Shinobu Kocho, or your sister, the future can break free from the shackles of destiny. If the Snake People tribe encounters any problems, feel free to come to us. That high priest? I have countless ways to make him disappear from the desert completely. Bai Su's attitude was firm. Last time, when Gus Xiaoluan ended up in trouble, he used a boundary-breaking talisman to forcibly rescue him. Medusa had also made significant contributions to the adventure team. Visiting the Dochi continent during free time would be absolutely fine. Thank you, group leader. With your support, I feel much more at ease. It is said that the High Priest's companion spirit beast has reached the 7th rank and hasn't appeared in over a decade. As for my companion, the purple netherflame snake, a 6th rank magical beast with the bloodline of an ancient beast, it may revert to its ancestral form in the future, but its short-term growth is limited. Medusa's lips finally curved into an icy smile, stunningly beautiful. When snake people are born, a secret technique is used to infuse the soul of a serpent-shaped magical beast. As they grow, the soul merges with their body, eventually becoming one.
After the fusion, they can summon their powerful true form, causing their strength to skyrocket. This is the ultimate trump card of the snake people.
Medusa's purple nether flame snake carries the bloodline of an ancient beast.
Once the opportunity arises, it can awaken its latent bloodline and evolve into its ancient ancestor, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, capable of rivaling Dosane powerhouses. In the storyline, Medusa once obtained the inheritance of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python at the bottom of the nine-nether yellow spring. She later acquired an 8-colored stone at a spatial trade fair, which evolved into a 9-colored stone, ultimately transforming her into the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, a being comparable to the ancient sky serpent king, a legend decades in the making. Baisu said, in the Tagore Desert of the Jiama Empire, there is a type of heavenly flame called the fallen heart flame. If you can tame it, your strength will soar, and even the bloodline of your companion's soul could evolve.
I've seen your future.
You have the potential to ascend to the ranks of the top powerhouses on the Do-Chi continent.
Work hard. Heavenly flame? That thing is extremely violent. Can it really be tamed?
A flash of amazement crossed Medusa's eyes. Although she didn't understand why Baisu suddenly brought up the heavenly flame, if such a flame truly existed in the Tagore Desert, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many forces, and the snake people might not even get a share. On the Do-Chi continent, there exist heavenly flames born of heaven and earth. Some are sparks brought by meteors, while others are flames from millennia-old lava deep within volcanoes.
The power of heavenly flames far surpasses ordinary fire.
When used in alchemy, they can greatly enhance the potency of pills. However, they are extremely violent and incredibly difficult to control. Many alchemists spend their entire lives searching for one, only to come up empty-handed.
To control a heavenly flame, one must draw it into their body.
However, every heavenly flame is wildly destructive, capable of melting even the hardest metals.
For a fragile human body, it is akin to self-immolation.
Only a very lucky few can refine a small wisp of heavenly flame and nurture it into their own flame seed. These individuals are without exception the elites of the alchemy world.
Heavenly flames are immensely tempting to alchemists.
The alchemy world of the Do-Chi continent has even published a heavenly flame ranking, listing a total of 23 types of heavenly flames.
The fallen heart flame ranks 14th.
It is transparent and colorless, appearing milky white when intense. It is a cheat for cultivation, born from the heart, capable of tempering chi and refining bones. Once successfully refined, it continuously generates heart flames within the body, providing constant assistance in cultivation.
A rapid surge in strength would be just around the corner.
With Do-Chi burning like flames within the body, the continuous tempering makes the body seem to be in a perpetual peak cultivation state.
The effects far surpass ordinary training, and strength increases at an astonishing rate. This extreme training is several times more effective than normal cultivation.
Medusa is not an alchemist and is not particularly drawn to heavenly flames. However, Baisu firmly believes in the unparalleled power of heavenly flames, though she is more inclined to seek other ways to enhance her strength. Baisu calmly said, heavenly flames are difficult to tame, but there is a cultivation technique that can devour heavenly flames to upgrade. Though it carries immense risks, it allows one to ascend step by step, even breaking through to the Do-Di realm. It is not impossible.
Do-Di? Medusa was so shocked she nearly cried out.
Do-Di is synonymous with the pinnacle of power on the Do-Chi continent. Among countless geniuses, only a very few can reach this level.
How could it be so easily touched? But thinking of the wonders of heavenly flames, she couldn't help but believe. Devouring heavenly flames to upgrade?
She had never heard of such an extraordinary technique. Baisu said firmly, devouring heavenly flames is extremely dangerous.
When I have time, I'll visit the Do-Chi continent and ensure your safety along the way. Your promotion to Do-Zone is just around the corner. Do-Zone.
In the vicinity of the Jiama Empire, this is already the pinnacle of glory. If Medusa advances to Do-Zone, her status will be unshakable. She could drive out the high priest, abolish the old doctrines, and usher in a dual queen era for the snake people.
Medusa was overjoyed, grabbing Baisu's arm and pulling him into her embrace.
The elasticity made Baisu's heart race.
Medusa, let go of the group leader's arm. Lord Baisu is mine.
Tokisaki Kurumi suddenly hugged Baisu's other arm and whispered.
When did Baisu become yours?
We joined the group together and cooperated to complete battlefield missions.
No one should monopolize him.
Medusa refused to back down, her words carrying the aura of a queen.
Because we are a natural pair,
Medusa said confidently. He also has time powers in his body. In the entire group, only the two of us have the closest strength.
Kurumi continued to cling persistently.
Bai Su tried to break free but to no avail. Strangely, she hadn't used her time reversal skill during this battlefield mission, yet Kurumi had seen through her ability at a glance. Could it be that her insight was just that strong? Izumi Sajiri exclaimed, "Wow, the group leader is so charming. Two beauties fighting over him. This group is going to be full of drama in the future." I won't argue with a child. Medusa finally conceded. After all, her opponent was petite and adorable, and fighting over a man felt like snatching candy from a child, leaving her filled with guilt. Besides, Bai Su had promised to take her to the Dochi continent in the future to ensure her sister's safety and peace of mind. Gu Xiaoluan sat silently, giving Bai Su a thumbs up when he lowered his head. After several rounds of drinks, the banquet finally ended, and everyone prepared to return to their respective worlds. Whitebeard said heartily, "Today was amazing. Looking forward to gathering again and fighting for our dreams together. I'll sign up for the next battlefield mission." Even though crashing headfirst into the execution ground hurt, it's way more meaningful than sitting in class and listening to lectures. "Group leader, take me next time." Gu Xiaoluan was full of passion. As a super gene holder, he had just begun to show his potential and would undoubtedly shine on the battlefield in the future. Suddenly, the sky split open with countless golden portals, and a vast energy swept across the pirate world. The onlookers were bewildered, unsure where to seek refuge. This was the signal for the system's forced teleportation to begin. With the battlefield mission time pressing, they had just finished dining at Whitebird's place and were immediately swept into the space-time vortex, leaving no chance to miss it. There was only one option: to spend their own money to buy a boundary-breaking talisman. Tokisaki Kurumi smirked coldly, "I'm leaving first. Don't forget to miss me." With a wave of her hand, she disappeared into the portal. After returning to Tango City, she would undoubtedly stir up more chaos. The massive amount of time power she had just seized from Marineford would be enough for her to squander for a while. Medusa cast a cold glance without saying a word, turned around, and walked straight into the portal. Bai Su's gaze fell on the public screen. Ding! Jin Ichuan has exited the live broadcast room. The battlefield mission had just ended. Jin Ichuan silently exited the livestream and lay in his dormitory, drenched in cold sweat. He was dressed in a luxurious Feiyu robe, made of cloud brocade, patterned gauze, patterned silk, and patterned satin. The design of the python-shaped fish fins and fishtail exuded an aura of majesty and dominance. At his waist hung a standard-issue embroidered spring blade forged by the Ministry of Works, gleaming with a cold light. What the hell is this? Flying through the sky, burrowing through the earth, moving mountains, and filling seas. There are actually mortals hiding in this chat group. Scared me to death. He coughed repeatedly, his body weak. Years of hidden injuries combined with tuberculosis made him cough as if his soul was about to escape. At first, I thought they were just bragging and wanted to join in the banter. Luckily, I was cautious and discovered the truth. The group is full of big shots, and I'm the only nobody. From now on, I wouldn't dare speak in the group even if I were dead. I'll just collect red envelopes and lurk quietly. Last time, he snatched a red envelope from Iron Man Tony Stark and unexpectedly became the luckiest winner, receiving several kilograms of gold bricks in one go. This is one tael of gold, which can be exchanged for 20 taels of silver, or even more if you're lucky. Take it and use it for business, and stop bothering me. The moment Jin Ichuan heard it was about money, he immediately pulled out one tael of gold from his pocket and handed it to Ding Xiu. In the world of the embroidered spring blade, gold was scarce and difficult to mine. Over time, its value increased, and no one would easily exchange it for silver. Jin Ichuan, who had just become wealthy from snatching red envelopes, was previously a wandering thief. Now, gold meant little to him. You. Ding Xiu glared angrily at the gold in his hand, which gleamed brightly in the night, almost blinding him. Senior brother, don't push your luck. This is my second brother advancing me a year's salary. If you don't want it, forget it, but give it back to me now. Jin Ichuan, impatient, tried to snatch the gold back. The winds shifted, the storm gathered, and under the golden glow of the night, a storm was brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. Ding Xiu moved swiftly but repeatedly missed. That brother Shin Lian, the banner commander of the Jinui, was Jin Ichuan and Lu Jianqing's sworn brother. Ranked second, his martial arts were unparalleled, his iron face impartial, and his reputation in the martial world was thunderous. His only weakness was the peerless songstress Zhou Miaotong in the pleasure quarters, for whom he would wait all night just to catch a glimpse. Such deep affection was truly astonishing. Listen carefully, gather 100 taels of silver within 7 days, or don't blame me for being ruthless and exposing all your dirty secrets. Ding Xiu sneered coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This amount of money was enough to support an ordinary family for a lifetime.
Jin Ichuan understood that this was no ordinary fortune. Ding Xiu's relentless pressure left him breathless. In the past, his martial skills were no match for his senior brother, and with his persistent lung disease, he was utterly powerless to fight back. If you knew the big shots backing me, you'd be scared out of your wits. Jin Ichuan mocked inwardly. If only I could roam the heavens and earth like them, splitting mountains and rivers with my fists, how amazing that would be. Every time he recalled the heroic moments on the battlefield, his blood boiled. That was the pinnacle of martial arts his master had pursued his entire life. A true man should kill enemies, stain his hands with blood, and shake the heavens and earth. Yet reality left him deeply frustrated. His fate was full of misfortunes, and compared to those legendary heroes, he was nothing but an ant. Just as he stepped onto the street, Jin Ichuan didn't expect Ding Xiu to have already been blocked by someone, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, riding a white horse. It was none other than Zhao Jingzhong, the illustrious governor of the Eastern Depot, adopted son of Wei Zhongxian, and a rising star in the capital. I heard you are highly skilled in martial arts. Kill this man, and I'll pay you 100 taels of silver up front. Once the job is done, you'll get the remaining half, Zhao Jingzhong said coldly, exuding an air of dominance. Who do you want me to kill? Ding Xiu asked warily. The junior officer of the Northern Town Bureau, Jin Ichuan. Sir, do you know our relationship? Ding Xiu frowned deeply. I've already investigated thoroughly. Although you both come from the same master, you are like fire and water. Helping me eliminate him will also free you. You've got it all wrong. He's my brother and closest friend. If you want him dead, you'll have to pay more. Ding Xiu's anger flared. His master had been biased, favoring Jin Ichuan, teaching him martial arts while leading Ding Xiu to a life of thievery. Fine, even if you become an official, you won't escape this calamity of mine. In the world of Naruto, Baisu stepped out of the golden portal as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! For significantly altering the One Piece storyline, you are rewarded with 3,000 points. 3,000 points. With Whitebeard's death, the entire One Piece era has ended, leaving a profound impact. Baisu's heart surged with excitement. Including battlefield missions and daily accumulations, his points had reached a staggering 14,600, enough to unlock the Rinnegan. The divine artifact of ascension was now within reach. He quickly confirmed that there were no major issues in Konoha, gave instructions to Makoto, and entered a secluded state to activate the Great Tao Furnace, ready to unleash unprecedented potential. The future battlefield was full of unknowns, with gods, demons, and monsters everywhere. He had to become stronger to sweep through everything and stand above all. Each skill activation cost 1,000 points, with no free perks whatsoever. The consumption was enormous, but for Baisu, it was nothing. Should I enhance the Rinnegan first? Or go for Sage Mode? He quickly deliberated. Suddenly, he remembered the recently acquired Tremor fruit said to cause earth-shattering earthquakes and even tear through space, a weapon worthy of being called the ultimate artifact. Although the devil fruit had many drawbacks, such as its unpleasant taste, vulnerability to seawater, and the limitation of only consuming one, none of these were issues for him. Why not give it a try? Without hesitation, Baisu threw the Tremor fruit into the Great Tao Furnace, silently chanting in his heart, "Explode for me." Amidst the scorching flames, time seemed to stretch. Baisu was both nervous and expectant. Finally. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the treasure has been successfully upgraded. The quality of the Tremor fruit has been enhanced to perfect grade. Perfect grade. What did this mean? Baisu picked up the fruit, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Quake fruit perfect. A paramecia-type devil fruit with no side effects. After consumption, the user can freely adjust the power of vibrations, capable of shattering the atmosphere, splitting the seas, shaking the skies, and triggering massive tsunamis. It can easily topple an entire island. Even more astonishing, it grants a trace of spatial law power, allowing for void traversal at its peak potential. Skill list. Shatter Space Rift Extreme Burst, releasing a white pressure shield with one or both fists, instantly shattering everything in contact. The longer the charge, the greater the destructive power, splitting even the air and violently shaking space, as if the apocalypse has arrived. Sovereign of the world, a fusion of the Quake fruit and Conqueror's Haki, creating intense spatial vibrations, resonating with heaven and earth, like a king surveying the land with boundless dominance. Spatial Traversal, initial mastery of spatial laws, enabling time-space travel. Warning, the void is fraught with dangers. Do not attempt boundary breaking before the physical body reaches Tier 2. This is called an upgrade? It's practically reforging a god-tier devil fruit. Baisu was ecstatic. Sovereign of the world? This name is practically tailor-made for me.
He teleported to the outskirts of Konoha, effortlessly annihilating enemies of the Quake fruit, marveling, the taste is way better than red dragon fruit. Crack! With one stomp, the mountain shattered for thousands of meters, and the peak collapsed with a thunderous roar. System notification: due to consuming the Quake fruit perfect, you have gained vibration abilities and the skills Shatter Space Rift, Sovereign of the World, and Spatial Traversal. 1,000 points, totally worth it. Baisu immediately asked the system, what is Tier 2 physical strength? What tier am I at now? The system calmly replied, the hostess' overall strength is at Tier 1 Advanced, with slightly weaker physical strength, barely reaching Tier 1. Baisu was shocked, even with the Rinnegan, Sage Mode, and the perfect Quake fruit, he was only at Tier 1 Advanced. This vast world is far more profound than imagined. What peak could he reach if he poured all his points into it? A crazy thought surged in his mind: the Great Tao Furnace is his pay-to-win system, and points are the currency. From enlightenment to the furnace, his luck was unparalleled. Achieving a perfect grade upgrade in one go was no coincidence. In that case, why hold back? With boundless ambition, Baisu decided, pour all the points in. Who cares about the Ninja World's big boss or the main storyline? Ascend to immortality and reign supreme. In the future, wouldn't he everything be at his command? One word, do it. The Great Tao Furnace has 5 slots, and Baisu unhesitatingly threw in all his strongest abilities: Quake fruit, Spatial Law Fragment, Sage Mode, Rinnegan. Blow it up for me. Ding. Promotion failed. No problem, what's 1,000 points? I've got plenty of money. Blow it up again. Ding. Promotion failed. No big deal, I can handle it. Blow. 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 Baisu's face grew darker and darker, this broken system failing 10 times in a row. Those points were hard earned, and now I've thrown in 10,000 points just to hear a sound? He recalled the days before his transmigration, playing pay-to-win mobile games. Luck at first, then nothing, 8 consecutive draws without even an SSR. He was so angry he maxed out his credit card limit in one night. Looking back, he deeply regretted it. But now, having come this far, buying regret medicine? Not an option. With 3,000 points left, he threw them all in. Victory or defeat would be decided in this moment. Take a gamble, turn a bike into a motorcycle, what's there to fear? Blow it up for me. The Great Tao Furnace lit up with dazzling golden light. Golden characters floated out of the furnace, forming an incomparably profound scripture. The Tao is like a measure, the origin of all things, blending light and dust. A grand voice resonated through the universe. In Baisu's mind, scenes of high-level powerhouses battling across the galaxy and destroying entire planets flashed by. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Before him, half a scroll of scripture floated, with bold golden characters prominently displaying Void Scripture. Void Scripture? It sounds extremely familiar. Could it be left behind by that legendary figure? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining half a scroll of the Void Scripture. The study of space, the unparalleled ancient scripture of the void, is an immortal classic capturing the eternal laws of the universe. The essence of the Tao is the void, with infinite applications. The void scripture can erode the sharpness of all things, resolve conflicts, harmonize brilliance, blend with dust, and remain as the eternal void itself. According to legend, the Void Emperor achieved enlightenment through infinite void, mastering the ultimate space, undefeated in his lifetime. He quelled the dark chaos, suppressed the undying mountain, fought against the gods beyond the realm, and in his later years staged his own death, buried within 9 coffins, drifting through the starry river. The Void Sutra is an absolutely top-tier technique. Just half of it can help me break through to the Saint King realm. In the future, I'll be able to shatter star veins with a roar and roam the vast world with confidence. Just as Baisu was reveling in his triumph, the system delivered another shocking message. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing a skill across levels, triggering a rare special mission, the Emperor's Karma. The Emperor's Karma, half a broken mirror buried in the void. During the dark turmoil, the Void Emperor resurrected from a stone coffin, carrying the imprint of life and fragments of the Great Tao. Wielding the immortal mirror, he battled the Stone Emperor, severed the arm of the Lord of Reincarnation, and was ultimately besieged by the Supremes. He sacrificed his Tao bones to halt the dark turmoil. In the end, the Emperor's bones shattered, the immortal mirror broke, and only half of his imperial body remained. Half of the broken mirror and his remains were buried in the boundless void. Mission requirements. 1. Find the half-immortal mirror buried in the void. 2. Quell the dark turmoil and clear at least 3 forbidden zones of life. Mission deadline: 50 years. Failure penalty: deduct 30,000 points, and your strength will drop by 1 realm.
Do you accept the mission? Once accepted, it will be bound and cannot be cancelled. What the hell? How vast is the boundless void? Where am I supposed to find half a mirror? And the dark turmoil is nearly extinct. Am I supposed to deliver myself to the forbidden zones as fodder? 3 forbidden zones of life?
The primordial ancient mine, the divine ruins, the undying mountain, the desolate ancient forbidden zone, the immortal tomb, the burial sky island.
Which one of these is an easy target? Bai Su was utterly exasperated. The penalty was too harsh. Losing 30,000 points made his heart go cold. But since there was no turning back, he gritted his teeth and swore to defy fate. His strength was forcibly reduced by 1 realm by the system. At this rate, he wouldn't even count as 2 realms strong. 50 years later, if his strength were cut by another realm, it would be like falling from the Saint King realm straight to the Dragon Transformation realm. System, I don't want the Void Sutra anymore. Can you refund my 13,000 points? He shouted anxiously. Hey!
System, stop playing dead, he roared, but there was no response. The situation was unbearably awkward. The system had gone completely silent, as if forcing him to deliver takeout. Charging into a forbidden zone of life alone, he'd have to brazenly tell a Supreme, your delivery has arrived. The forbidden zones of life were created by the Supremes themselves, places where ordinary beings couldn't even set foot. A single misstep meant certain death. The creatures there were either immortals or demons, and every time they appeared, it brought endless bloodshed and chaos. The dark turmoil swept across the human lands, revealing the cruel truth that the Supremes, in their quest for eternal life, mercilessly harvested human lives. The human race is weak, yet it has never lacked heroes. Generation after generation of emperors vowed to quell the chaos of darkness and destroy the forbidden zones of life, but until the era of the Void Emperor, the situation remained unchanged.
Bai Su finally conceded.
Danger and opportunity coexist, and he dared not give up on this half-step void scripture even if there was only a 0.00046% chance. It was an opportunity others could only dream of.
Fine, I'll go to the forbidden zone of life. Who knows, maybe I'll even bring back a goddess to be my maid.
Damn you, system, he cursed, taking the half-step void scripture.
The golden characters transformed into light and merged into his body.
The forbidden zone of life is not only incredibly dangerous but also hides endless treasures, divine medicines that can bring the dead back to life, peerless goddesses sealed within divine sources, all waiting for the one who can ascend to emperorhood.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Void Scripture, Part 1.
Skill unlocked. Great Void Art, Void Severance of 2 realms. Great Void Art, unfathomable and mysterious. When mastered to the extreme, it allows one to traverse the void, conceal their form without a trace, and dominate the battlefield with absolute initiative. Void Severance of 2 realms. A forbidden secret art. The right arm burns like molten fire, slicing through space, with cracks spreading to divide heaven and earth. The Void Emperor once used this technique to tear apart the body and soul of a supreme being, trapping them in eternal void, utterly terrifying.
Ding! Strength upgraded to Tier 2 Advanced. Wishing you an exciting adventure in the dimensional world. Hypocrite! Just now, when I asked you to return my points, why didn't you say a word?
Bai Su sneered, completely seeing through the system. He wasn't sure if the system had consciousness, but it clearly followed its programmed instincts, forcing him to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die during missions.
Could the half-step void scripture really elevate his strength by an entire tier? He hadn't even started cultivating yet. Bai Su quickly opened the attribute panel and was shocked to find his stats had skyrocketed. Name, Bai Su. Gender, male. Birthday, August 6. Health, 15,687. Mana, 6,006. Physical damage, 3,543. Magic damage, 5,614. Defense, 2,300. Speed, 754.
Available skills.
Nintaijutsu, Lightning Plow Hot Knife, a secret taijutsu from the land of lightning. By gathering lightning-style chakra throughout the body, it delivers a high-speed collision and a fatal blow.
Complete Sage Mode, absorbing natural energy to create Sage Chakra, significantly enhancing the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu.
Upon activation, the body undergoes a transformation, and the appearance of eyeshadow signifies the complete mode.
Kekkei Genkai, Rinnegan, one of the 3 great dojutsu in Naruto, the supreme ocular power that controls life and death. It can manipulate 6 chakra natures, capable of both creation and destruction, and is the only divine technique that can counter infinite Tsukuyami. Sage Art, Planetary Devastation, is Sage technique driven by the Rinnegan, creating a black sphere that attracts everything around it, forming a massive rock to trap and crush enemies. It is said to be the divine technique used by the Sage of Six Paths to seal the 10 tails. White Su's eyes shone with fervent light as he clenched his fists. The gate of destiny had opened. His journey to defy the heavens had just begun. With a gentle wave of his hand, White Su astonishingly summoned a radiant moon, imprisoning all enemies within it forever, never to reincarnate.
This is the legendary complete Susanoo.
Only a genius with the ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan and immense chakra can unlock the true complete Susanoo.
At this moment, Susanoo's form is as massive as a mountain, its chakra surging like a torrent.
With a single effortless strike, it can cleave towering mountains, shatter meteors, and even fly through the air, unleashing the caster's ultimate techniques with unparalleled power. White Su then unleashed the time reversal technique, expending his magic to reverse time by up to 3 minutes within a range of 1 kilometer. Everything within the area, including life and objects, instantly reverted to their past state, catching enemies off guard. Next, he performed the Grand Void technique, a mysterious forbidden art of gods and demons, allowing him to traverse the void and vanish without a trace. On the battlefield, he became invincible, holding absolute control. Even more terrifying was his ultimate skill, Void severing 2 realms. His right arm burned like flames, slashing out a beam of light that tore through the heavens and earth, splitting the entire space and utterly annihilating his enemies. This move once caused the bodies and souls of supreme-level powerhouses to be devoured by the void, a terror beyond imagination. In terms of equipment, White Su wielded the Demon Blade Muramasa, granting plus 200 to both damage and magic power.
It also possessed the ultimate active skill Tenkafubu. Enemies slain by the Demon Blade could never reincarnate, their souls locked within the blade.
White Su could even summon a samurai army from the Sengoku era, unleashing a bloody storm at the cost of 500 magic points, unstoppable in its might. Even so, White Su sighed helplessly, this demon blade can't keep up with my pace anymore, I need to upgrade my equipment. He knew that within 50 years, he would undoubtedly break through his limits, sweep through forbidden zones of life, and achieve an invincible legend. Just as he was immersed in his battle plans, his phone notification chimed. Sajiri Izumi had sent him a private message. Opening it, he nearly had a nosebleed. The heroine's beauty was stunning, and the work's quality was off the charts. Group leader, I got my hands on private photos of Sister Huang Rome, 600 points per set, no bargaining.
There's a whole series coming, absolutely worth it. Sajiri boldly advertised, leaving people speechless.
White Su smiled wryly, I've spent all my points, I'm broke.
Can you give me a discount? No way. You're a big spender. Last time, you earned 10,000 points from a mission. 600 points is already too cheap. Creating content and losing hair isn't a joke. Sajiri pouted in protest.
White Su sighed, I spent all my points on the Great Dao Furnace.
I'm really penniless now. I'm doing this so I can join missions one day.
I've even thought of a name for my ultimate move, Raijin, Annihilation Sword, a single slash to vanquish all evil.
Sajiri exclaimed adorably. White Su was speechless, that name is pretty catchy. The battlefield is cruel, the mission perilous, and the slightest mistake could lead to death. Bai Su understood in his heart that failure was not an option this time. Let's negotiate. 300 points, how about that? Bai Su tentatively offered. Deal.
Sazuo agreed readily, swiftly sending over the entire set of brilliant manuscripts, clearly having anticipated Bai Su's counteroffer. Bai Su smiled wryly, fine, 300 points are well spent. This spiritual nourishment is truly a feast for the eyes. He paid the points and returned to his secluded residence, eagerly immersing himself in this visual feast. The path to future glory was beckoning him step by step. Bai Su lay on the bed, flipping through a delicate booklet in his hands. Every chapter was extraordinarily captivating, showcasing the painstaking efforts of a genius girl. Husband, what are you reading? A soft, coquettish voice came from behind. Bai Su abruptly looked up, only to be locked in place by a pair of deep Sharingan eyes. It was Uchiha Makoto. He thought to himself, he had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed when she entered. Although his mental strength was formidable, he never let his guard up around those closest to him. Makoto and Itachi could freely enter and exit his secret space. Ahem, nothing, just a comic book I bought while shopping today. Is that dessert you brought? It's delicious. Bai Su hurriedly covered up, hiding the booklet behind him, confident in his acting skills. Makoto's gaze was sharp. Husband, don't forget, I also have the Sharingan. A mischievous smile played on her lips. You've been too exhausted lately. As your wife, I feel a bit guilty. She twisted her waist slightly and straddled Bai Su's lap. Beneath the slit of her cheongsam, her graceful figure was fully revealed. Itachi is at school, no one can come in, absolutely no interruptions. Makoto leaned down and whispered softly in his ear. The physical prowess of a professional ninja was astonishing, soft yet carrying a deadly allure. My dear, let me explain. Baisu had just started when Makoto's fingertips gently brushed against him. Hiss, softer. That night was destined to be sleepless. Makoto entwined herself like a serpent, fully intent on conquering this peak-level powerhouse. Unfortunately, Baisu's body was indestructible, and after 300 rounds, she finally relented, falling into a deep sleep in his arms. Baisu, however, was full of energy, his strength having transcended the main world of Naruto, far beyond his former self. You've worked hard managing the household lately, Baisu said tenderly. A few months ago, he was just an unnoticed drifter in Beijing, wasting his days away. Now, having traversed into the Naruto world, he is accompanied by a beauty and leads an adventure team to explore the vast multiverse. He neither sleeps nor feels tired, replacing rest with meditation, and advancing his cultivation to new heights in his dreams.
This month's free enlightenment opportunities still have 2 left.
Let's use them together and see how much of the Void Sutra I can master. He activated the enlightenment system, instantly entering a state of void wandering and stepping into a brand new realm. At the same time, in the root of Konoha, this hidden underground dark organization, Shimura Danzo sat in a secret chamber, confronting an elder. Light and shadow converged, and a tense atmosphere filled the room.
Danzo, stop this. You are no match for the Uchiha.
Baisu is already the 4th Hokage. For the greater good, nothing must go wrong here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely, unable to resist revealing Baisu's plan to Danzo.
Danzo coldly replied, submit to a mere Uchiha brat? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that is absolutely impossible. Though the Uchiha clan is strong, Danzo harbors deep hatred and refuses to bow down.
The winds are shifting, and a storm of power struggles is about to erupt in the Naruto world. After Madara's death, the 2nd Hokage implemented an iron-fisted isolation policy, completely marginalizing the Uchiha clan and turning them into mere tools of Konoha. Danzo Shimura originally planned to use Baisu to control Konoha, but unexpectedly, Baisu proved to be exceptionally cunning. After rising to power, he immediately turned against Danzo, refusing to allocate even a single position in the Umbu as promised. I'm telling you this out of old friendship. Do you think I want to go against my principles? Baisu has already decided to purge your forces. I advise you leave Konoha and protect the village in secret. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke gravely, seeing this as the only solution. After all, Baisu's strength was overwhelming, and even he dared not challenge him lightly.
Danzo Shimura was no match for Baisu, let alone anyone else. What did you say? You want me to defect from Konoha?
Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're old, don't say such childish things.
My life is tied to Konoha.
The 2nd Hokage gave me life, and I would rather die than let my ideals burn out.
Danzo resolutely refused.
Having undergone Orochimaru's would release cell modifications, he had also mastered the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. This ocular jutsu could instantly turn death into illusion, making him nearly invincible, even against Kage-level opponents.
Izanagi, the Uchiha's ultimate genjutsu, could transform all damage into a dream, leaving the user unharmed.
However, the cost was the blindness of one eye.
Despite years of research, the 2nd Hokage failed to replicate it. Only Danzo, possessing both Sharingan and wood release cells, could wield this forbidden technique. Are you really going to walk this path of no return? Baisu is the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. He doesn't even need hand signs to perform ninjutsu.
Back when he killed the 3rd Raikage and 10,000 Iwagakure troops, he still had many terrifying abilities left unrevealed.
Don't act recklessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi warned in a deep voice.
Though the two were both rivals and allies, Danzo's pressure made Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule more stable. If Baisu truly targeted Danzo, it was likely that Danzo would vanish without a trace, leaving no one to witness his final battle. I have fought and bled for Konoha, I will never defect. If the 4th Hokage wishes to judge me, he will bear the consequences.
Danzo declared firmly.
Escort the 3rd Hokage back to rest. He knew well that once he became a rogue ninja, there would be no turning back, and all his efforts would be in vain. The village could be sacrificed, but his dream of becoming Hokage would never waver.
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion shook the ground. Everyone in the Root Division immediately became alert.
In the darkness, a storm was brewing. Lord Danzo, there's been a sudden anomaly in the Uchiha clan's territory. We can't control it and urgently need your instructions.
2 Root elites rushed in, panting and kneeling to report, disregarding Danzo's previous orders.
Something happened to the Uchiha clan? Follow me. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and his heart tightened. Baisu had acted so quickly, choosing to strike in the dead of night. Truly extraordinary. With a flash of the body flicker technique, they instantly arrived at the center of the anomaly.
The night sky was shrouded in countless golden clouds, glowing as brightly as day. In the heavens, a colossal, immovable phantom stood tall, piercing the clouds like a celestial pillar, commanding awe and forcing all beings to kneel as if a god had descended. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens.
This extraordinary phenomenon stemmed from Baisu's cultivation of the Void Sutra.
Though it had no direct destructive power, it carried an oppressive force capable of tearing the heavens apart.
No one in the world of the Hokage could withstand such an aura. Upon closer inspection, the phantom was none other than Baisu himself. Radiant and unparalleled, he suppressed the ancient skies.
His gaze pierced through space, landing on 2 small figures, containing infinite laws, the mysteries of the universe, and the cycles of life and death. Danzo felt as if his soul had been laid bare, his mind shattered, as though Baisu could end his life with a single thought. The phenomenon quickly dissipated, and the Uchiha territory returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened.
The Akatsuki? That rogue ninja organization the 3rd Hokage mentioned? Danzo gritted his teeth. I must act personally. This shadowy group of S-rank rogue ninjas will inevitably threaten Konoha. He fled overnight, not even taking his belongings. In the face of true power, all schemes and plots crumbled instantly.
Meanwhile, another group of witnesses fled in panic. A petite yet fierce young woman, accompanied by the medical ninja Shizune, dashed across the borders of Konoha. She bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade, like a miniature version of the legendary Sannin. Lady Tsunade, we've shaken off the pursuers, Shizune said nervously while planning their route.
Although those chasing us are only Chunin, their movements are swift. Just a little longer, and we'll be safe.
Tsunade was in a dire state after suffering a massive loss at the gambling table this time. She even lost her underwear.
The casino owner, with a powerful background, sent professional ninjas to hunt them down. Disguised and fleeing all the way, Tsunade and Shizune finally managed to escape.
Suddenly, the two stopped in their tracks, staring at the awe-inspiring celestial figure above Konoha, rendered speechless by the sight.
What kind of jutsu is this? Such overwhelming chakra, even the tailed beasts wouldn't dare challenge it.
Tsunade's expression was complex, her eyes slightly red, and an inexplicable shyness arose in her heart.
Is it Uchiha Shiraisu?
I heard he has become the 4th Hokage, his reputation unmatched.
Shizune whispered. What? That pervert actually became Hokage? Tsunade exclaimed in shock and resignation.
As the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, she had always harbored a dislike for the Uchiha clan, yet she found herself surprisingly less averse to Shiraisu. The information is absolutely accurate, Shizune confirmed. The flames of war had been ignited. The true storm was only just beginning.
Why does Lady Tsunade call him a pervert? Could it be? Shizune wondered, puzzled.
She hadn't expected Tsunade, who usually showed little interest in Konoha's affairs, to be so concerned about the Hokage.
It's nothing, nothing. The village is just ahead, let's hurry. Tsunade laughed to cover up, pulling Shizune along as they quickly slipped into the village. At dawn, Shiraisu received shocking news. Danzo Shimura had defected, taking the elite of the route with him.
According to protocol, Konoha would dispatch a pursuit team to retrieve the rogue ninja's corpse and deter others.
What do you all think of this matter? Shiraisu asked, frowning at the mountain of documents piled on his desk. He was deeply annoyed not by Danzo's defection, but by the endless paperwork requiring his signature and seal.
He hadn't anticipated that being Hokage would be so exhausting, leaving no time for training, leading teams, or going on adventures.
Danzo must have caught wind of something and fled.
That old fox poured his life's work into the route, and abandoning it now shows he has a clear understanding of his own strength, Shiraisu analyzed calmly.
The elite of the Umbu must be deployed to capture this old fox alive and lock him in the special interrogation unit. The secrets and S-rank jutsu he holds must not fall into enemy hands. The eyes of Uchiha Tetsuka and other Umbu elites burned with fervent admiration.
They, too, had witnessed the celestial phenomenon last night.
With Shiraisu, the Uchiha clan's strength had returned to its peak. Just the rumor of his power had sent Danzo fleeing in disgrace. This was a feat even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, might not have achieved. The pursuit can be relaxed for now. First, scatter the remnants of the route, assign them menial tasks, and recruit those who can be won over.
For those who can't, strip them of their status and let them fend for themselves, Shiraisu instructed with a wave of his hand.
Danzo has Kage-level strength, enhanced by Orochimaru's technology, with would-release cells and Izanagi at his disposal. He won't be easy for Tetsuka and the others to handle. The real challenge was finding someone to take over the mountain of trivial tasks in the Hokage's office. Shirase still yearned for a life of poetry and adventure. How could he be bothered with such mundane matters? Although Uchiha Makoto was a capable partner, he couldn't bear to burden her with these responsibilities. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking came from the door. Princess Tsunade, you can't go in.
The fourth Hokage is in a meeting. The guards tried to stop her.
Out of my way. I want to see him. How dare you block my path? Do you want to lose your place in Konoha? Tsunade responded domineeringly.
The guards retreated in fear. Tetsuhi and the others nervously reached for the kunai at their waists, remaining on high alert.
Ha! Tsunade's back? Why would she appear in the Hokage's office?
Baisu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After the Summit War, he had promised to find a reliable doctor for Whitebeard. Tsunade, the medical genius of Konoha who established the ironclad rules of battlefield medicine, might just be able to cure Whitebeard.
Don't be nervous, no one can kill me.
Quickly let Tsunade in, I have something to discuss with her.
Baisu ordered.
The door opened, but only Shizun appeared, looking apologetically at everyone.
Didn't you say Lady Tsunade was outside?
Where did she go?
Did we mishear?
Impossible, the three of us heard her voice at the same time. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, overlooking the little girl in the corner who had reached her limit. She suddenly jumped up and gave them a sharp knock on the head.
Is this the extent of the Hokage's guard's perception? You don't even look down?
The Uchiha clan really is getting worse with each generation, the little girl scolded angrily.
All of you, get out. I need to talk to the fourth Hokage, a childish voice rang out. Everyone was deeply embarrassed.
They had assumed Tsunade was a tall woman, but she had turned into an adorable little girl, barely tall enough to reach their knees in a fight. 2 minutes later, Tsunade jumped onto the chair opposite the Hokage's desk, crossed her legs, peeled an orange, and tilted her head to look at Baisu with a provocative expression. This woman, pretending to be a little girl, was truly a master of disguise.
Tsunade was hooked.
She hadn't dispelled her transformation jutsu all day, leaving everyone guessing what she was up to.
Isn't this the Scarlet Princess Tsunade, one of the Sannin? What brings you to me?
Baisu's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes glinting mischievously. There was a hint of expectation in her gaze. She must have caused trouble again. The legendary fat sheep wasn't gambling in the casino but had returned to Konoha, surely burdened with gambling debts and an empty wallet.
Humph, a pervert like you becoming Hokage?
The old geezers in Konoha must have lost their minds, Baisu snorted coldly.
Tsunade's gaze wavered as she waved for Shizun to hand over a document. Just stamp it for me. Shizun, give the document to the fourth.
Shizun, startled by the command, quickly pulled out the document, covering the title with one hand and only showing Baisu the section requiring a stamp. But Baisu brushed her hand aside, took the document, and read it carefully. Loan agreement, requesting 70 million gold coins, to be repaid in the future.
Want to borrow money? Not a chance.
Baisu slammed the document onto the desk, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, this contract is absurd. No interest, no repayment deadline.
It's clearly a scam.
The third Hokage didn't manage things well. This gambling addict Tsunade, spoiled since childhood, developed a bad gambling habit. Her luck was terrible, and she lost every time she gambled. Whenever she was chased for debts, she would come to the Hokage to borrow money.
Even though Konoha was strong and wealthy, it couldn't withstand her constant trouble.
The third Hokage, upon hearing about Tsunade's debts, simply avoided her altogether.
Baisu, don't go too far. Konoha was founded by the Senju clan. Can I really bankrupt you by using a bit of money? Sign it quickly, don't embarrass yourself.
Tsunade threw a tantrum, acting shamelessly, her face still showing that of a little girl. She owed too much debt and even planned to take Shizun to travel to other countries. Being chased for debts every day, she was utterly miserable.
Sorry, but Konoha is under my control now.
The money here is public property, not a single cent can be touched. Baisu's lips curled into a devilish smile.
Tsunade clenched her fists in anger, wanting to pounce on him and bite him. Lord Fourth, don't be so cold-blooded.
Name your condition, and I might just agree. Seeing Baisu's firm stance, Tsunade changed her strategy. She undid her transformation jutsu, and with a puff of white smoke, a stunning beauty with a voluptuous figure appeared in the office. She leaned on the desk with both hands, her red lips exuding irresistible allure.
Could this woman instantly transform from a little girl into a mature goddess?
Baisu looked up, and a pair of 36 peaks swayed like mountains, almost making his nose bleed.
Fine, as long as you behave, the money is negotiable.
Baisu leaned back, forcing himself to look away.
Then tell me. I'll agree to any condition.
Tsunade's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she slowly lifted her right leg, placing it on the desk, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin under her cheongsam.
Tsunade-sama, Yoshizun was stunned.
She had never seen Tsunade act so brazenly. Their relationship wasn't even that close, yet she dared to use her charms. Blushing, she moved to the door to stand guard for the two. If news spread that the Uchiha clan leader and the granddaughter of the first Hokage had sparks flying, the ninja world would explode.
Then I won't hold back. Baisu grabbed Tsunade's delicate hand and pulled her closer. She was an S-rank medical ninja with limitless potential. Speak quickly. A glint of triumph flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Men were indeed fools, losing their minds at the sight of a beauty. Gambling addict Tsunade running away from debts was a common occurrence. Whatever Baisu wanted, she would agree to, but once she got the money, she'd disappear immediately. Today, you'll first finish all of Konoha's work. Konoha needs to expand 3 residential areas, and buy. Before tonight, prepare the plans, budget, and materials list for me. Baisu ordered coldly, showing no mercy. Once you finish these, I'll tell you the next step. Don't worry, the money won't be short. He exuded dominance, directly vacating his seat for Tsunade to sit. Such an obedient and free labor force was something Baisu would never let go of. Although Tsunade usually acts carefree, her talent is absolutely astonishing. Being one of the Sannin as a woman, handling these documents is a breeze for her. This pile of documents is way too much. Tsunade sat down, her head starting to spin. Is this man crazy? Not following the usual rules. I'm not doing it. Only a fool would take on this lousy Hokage job. This princess will never give in. Tsunade was furious, wishing she could use her monstrous strength to teach Baisu a lesson. If you don't do it, you won't have any money. The 7 major casinos in the Land of Fire have issued a joint bounty on you, and debt collectors are already coming to the Hokage's office. Baisu sneered, if you really don't want to do it, you can openly escape from Konoha. But don't forget, elite jonin have long been stationed around Konoha. Leaving empty-handed? Don't be foolish. Tsunade gritted her teeth but had no choice but to sit back in the Hokage's chair. She was an S-rank medical ninja but suffered from hemophobia, cutting off her income from missions. Now, she could only rely on Baisu's intervention to save her. Lady Tsunade, let me help. Shizune hurried forward. The documents were piled up like a mountain, all old cases left behind during the 3rd Hokage's transition. The two quickly got into the zone, working like spinning tops, not even having time to drink water. Baisu leaned back on the sofa, smugly watching the 2 women busy at work, occasionally scrolling through group chats, living the life of ultimate comfort. The group chat was buzzing with activity, with the big shots hyped up after their battlefield missions. It's great when the group leader isn't around. My steel battle armor is complete, and rescuing people feels amazing, someone excitedly checked in. My enlightenment ability has awakened. My strength now crushes the Marineford War, and I can rewrite destiny, a big shot boasted. Envious of those who can control destiny. My destiny seems to be doomed, someone lamented. Want to compare who's worse off? I'm the worst. The group leader even personally told me my future, another replied with a bitter smile. Suddenly, ding! Jin Ichuan started a live stream, shocking the entire group. Jin Ichuan? Who? A newbie, someone scoffed. Not a newbie, joined in the second batch. I've seen him during red packet grabs, someone reminded. Tsunade was busy in the Hokage's office, but her face couldn't hide her happiness. Ever since her brother and lover died in battle, she had developed hemophobia, numbing herself with gambling and alcohol, and hadn't worked seriously in a long time. Now, Baisu had brought hope, and everything was changing. While reviewing documents, Tsunade suddenly had a hallucination of that capable and strong Sannin, Jiraiya, making a powerful return, almost bringing her to tears. Idiot! If it weren't for the money, who would want to do this exhausting work, she roared. 4th Hokage, listen up. If I finish this job and don't get paid, I'll tear down your office building. Tsunade was fuming with rage. While she and Shizun were working themselves to the bone, that guy Baisu was lounging on the sofa enjoying himself. She really wanted to kick him flying, but alas, her strength was limited. Got it, work hard, and the rewards will be plenty. Baisu yawned, her eyes drowsy, almost falling asleep. Recently, with nightly battles, Uchiha Makoto was no longer a little girl and had become drowsy even during the day. Tsunade couldn't rest easy after all. Konoha was the domain of the Senju clan. Since the time of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan had been the strongest ninja clan in Konoha. Unfortunately, fate played tricks, and the clan dwindled, with even male heirs becoming scarce.
In the storyline, Tsunade is the fifth Hokage, the only female Hokage, and a top-tier medical ninja in the ninja world. After the Great War, she retired and passed the Hokage title to Hatake Kakashi. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade's names originate from the Japanese legend The Tale of the Gallant Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a toad summoning master and heir to the Kyushu tribe. Tsunade is beautiful and controls slugs. Orochimaru specializes in snakes and once poisoned the other two. Tsunade has terrible luck in gambling, earning her the nickname the legendary sucker, but she possesses the Senjo's monstrous strength and top-tier medical ninjutsu, making her the medical saint of the ninja world.
Disliking signs of aging, she often uses medical ninjutsu to disguise herself as a young girl to evade debts.
When Pain attacked and her comrade Jiraiya died, she was heartbroken but quickly adjusted, arranging for Naruto to train with the Toad Sage and decipher Jiraiya's coded message.
As Pain's 6 paths bombarded Konoha, Tsunade summoned slugs to heal the injured.
Upon learning of Kakashi's death, she was so enraged that she kicked down a pillar. In a fierce battle with Pain's Deva Path, she burned with anger, vowing to fight to the death, but Naruto arrived just in time to protect her from being killed. Meanwhile, the livestream room was packed, with big names flooding in to watch the spectacle.
Ding! Joining as a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Ding! Uncle Ing is online. Ding! Izumi Sajiri and the Butterfly Mansion Master entered one after another. They were instantly stunned by the livestream's built-in 5D virtual world. In a room with an antique charm, 3 Jinui in flying fish robes, with embroidered spring knives at their waists, sat around a table piled high with gold. Izumi Sajiri exclaimed, "Oh my god! It's all gold!
The gold Tony gave me last time sold for a lot of money. I could live lavishly for a year without drawing doujinshi."
Uncle Ing calmly analyzed, "Starting with the Jinui is no small matter. Is this livestream about flaunting wealth or something major happening? Where exactly is Jin Ichiwan?"
The Butterfly Mansion Master praised, "If this money were given to the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be enough to sustain the army's supplies." The mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods said indifferently, "It's just a few dozen kilograms of gold.
Why make such a fuss?" Tony didn't care about the gold.
As the world's richest man, he only had one principle for making friends: strength is king. Jin Ichiwan chuckled inwardly, "It doesn't matter how much money the other side has, they definitely don't have more than me." He had accidentally triggered the livestream switch, causing an uproar revealing the 3 Jinui brothers gathered together.
Now all secrets were exposed, and any hope of secretly observing the group's dynamics was completely dashed.
The eldest brother, Lu Jianqing, was loyal and honest but had no hope of promotion due to poverty, vowing to kill Wei Zhongxian to restore honor. The second brother, Shen Lian, was cold and ruthless, highly skilled in martial arts, but betrayed the court due to treachery. The third brother, Jin Ichiwan, came from a humble background, was audacious but lived idly due to lung disease. In the live stream room, Baisu made a dazzling entrance, and the group members were fired up. "The group leader is here.
The exciting plot is about to unfold." The bullet comments exploded, and the atmosphere was electric. Lu Jianqing roared, "Shen Lian, where did these 400 taels of gold come from? Your annual salary is only 60. Betraying the court and accepting bribes." His fist thundered down, striking Shen Lian hard.
The 3 brothers fought fiercely, every punch landing solidly, blood splattering everywhere. Jin Ichiwan hurriedly rushed forward to pull his elder brother away, while the livestream audience screamed in excitement, "This is the real deal."
Every punch lands, pure adrenaline. The conflict unresolved, Lu Jianqing calmed down, "Prepare tonight. Leave the capital before noon tomorrow. What happens after that?"
Shen Lian, spitting blood, smiled faintly, "I just want to be with Miaodong, to find a place where no one will disturb us." Jin Ichiwan whispered, "I also met a girl, but unfortunately, I can't take her away." The winds shift suddenly, brotherhood and enmity, intertwined interests, and betrayal. The fate of the Jinui hangs by a thread. This is a life and death escape amidst flashing blades, and the ultimate test of brotherly bonds. The live stream chat exploded, with viewers spamming comments, "Big Brother is going berserk.
This plot is on fire. Quick, 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 don't blink."
Jin Ichiwan covered his bleeding nose, but silently vowed in his heart, "In this stormy world, I will live a brilliant life. If she is willing to wait for me." Jin Ichiwan lay on the ground, grinning foolishly, then lowered his head and mocked himself, "I'm just a sickly man with tuberculosis, can I really bring her happiness?"
"Big brother, what are you planning to do next?"
"Maybe go to the frontier to herd horses, take my mother along, she's never seen the scenery there." Lu Jianqing's eyes shone with determination, having resolved to walk the path of self-destruction, all for the unyielding ideals and brotherly loyalty in his heart. After imagining the future, the 3 had to face the harsh reality, parting ways from then on. Whether they would achieve wealth and honor depended on whether they could survive tonight.
At this moment, Jin Ichuan finally had time to deal with the big shots in the group. He cleared his throat and forced a flattering smile. Sorry, everyone, I accidentally entered the live stream. I hope I didn't disturb your rest? Gush Yaluan, no worries, brother, your outfit is absolutely stunning. The Jinyui's reputation is legendary. The ancient Hanfu we have here are all replicas, nothing like yours. Izumi Sajiri, ha, you joined the group but didn't chat? We thought you were a newbie. The moment you started streaming, even the group leader showed up. Your charm is off the charts. Jin Ichuan, I come from humble beginnings and am in dire straits. I dare not cause trouble. I apologize for the disturbance today and hope for your understanding. Su, don't feel inferior. The dimensional group encompasses everything, and everyone is actually on the same starting line. The key is to communicate more, otherwise, how would I know you're about to die? Jin Ichuan, big brother, can you not joke like that? My tuberculosis is severe, but I haven't fallen all these years. Recently, I've even taken a liking to the girl at the pharmacy. She's pure-hearted. I don't want to leave so soon. Jin Ichuan, group leader, are you joking? Su, a gentleman's word is as good as a whip. When have I ever joked? Tonight, you will die from a barrage of arrows, and your big brother won't escape either. See for yourself. Ding. Su uploaded the memory replica Brotherhood of Blades, please check it out. Izumi Sajiri, Gush Yaluan, Jin Ichuan, mortals standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, all received the replica. No, why is this happening? Jin Ichuan's face was ashen. What he hated most was not death, but implicating that kind-hearted girl. His feelings for his senior brother were complicated, but in the end, he still shielded him from the rain of arrows. To rival the gods with a mortal body, that Zhou Miaotong is truly a calamity. If it weren't for Xin Lian's corruption and bribery, how could such a tragedy have occurred? Izumi Sajiri, I actually think Zhou Miaotong is pitiful. Her father was Xin Lian's master, yet Xin Lian led the raid on her family. The men were beheaded, the women reduced to government courtesans. Such a sea of blood and hatred, how could a delicate woman bear it? Madame Gui, beauty is powerless to protect oneself. It's better to learn martial arts. At least you can wander the martial world and avoid the fate of a courtesan. Zhou Miaotong had no emotional ties with Xin Lian, it was more about mutual benefits. She loved young Master Yan, a second-generation official and wealthy heir, a match in status. Though she entered the courtesan house, her spirit remained unyielding, unwilling to fall into depravity. Xin Lian climbed from the bottom, relying on martial prowess and recognition to become a Jinyui. Ultimately, he betrayed the Zhou family to ascend to the position of general banner. After the raid, he completely lost himself, becoming a killing machine, his will confined by his environment. His care for Zhou Miaotong was his greatest rebellion against fate. Uncle Ing, a single thought of anger opens the gates to a million obstacles. Everyone has their destiny, you can't escape it, nor avoid it. To be heartless is to be invincible. The world's strongest man, you're all too one-sided. Jin Ichuan felt a familiar yet powerful force surge into his body, as if the gears of fate were restarting during the Summit War. Every coincidence had long been predestined. He sent out a plea for help in the dimensional group. Masters, please guide me. My two brothers and I have sworn a bond for 3 lifetimes, sharing trials and tribulations, never regretting life or death. But Miss Zhang Yan is innocent. I owe her a great debt, and I want to repay it with all my might. The group members were all amazed, but Jin Ichuan's heart grew colder. Fate had been too cruel to him, frail and sickly since childhood, his master passed away early, and his senior brother bullied him daily. Silent tears streamed down his face. In the live broadcast, he became the only man crying out for help. Su couldn't help but tease, alright, what's a grown man crying for? Now that you're in our group, even dying will be hard. Jin Ichuan, you're in big trouble tonight. Masters, any solutions? Before Su's words had even faded, the experts in the group began to assist. Uncle Ing threw out a secret prescription. The medicine from your pharmacy is all useless junk. Not only is it ineffective, but it might even harm you. Your senior brother's cruel hand might be due to your prolonged illness. Jin Ichuan's lung disease was severe. Though his martial arts were strong, his illness limited his strength, reducing him to a minor role. Uncle Ing, with decades of medical experience, prepared a good prescription for him, hoping he could save himself. The owner of Butterfly House calmly said, I'll teach you the breath of insects. This breathing technique can greatly enhance your physique and help you break through your limits. Even in a land without demons, it has miraculous effects. The breath of insects, originating from a top-tier ninja school, could turn an enemy's attack into one's own strength, striking swiftly and lethally.
It once allowed Butterfly Shinobu to dominate a region, and now it was passed on to Jin Ichuan to help him defy fate. At this moment, to rival the gods with a mortal body offered the ultimate gift: I'll send you the latest battle armor, impervious to blades and bullets. Combined with your martial arts, your enemies will tremble in fear. Ding! A futuristic mech descended. This was an artifact on par with Iron Man's suit, made of indestructible alloy, capable of causing a storm in the martial arts world. Izumi Sajiri also sent her blessings. Although I'm just an ordinary person, I fully support you. Be sure to save the one you love. Good luck. Jin Ichuan was deeply moved, vowing to repay the kindness of group leader by Su. Even if he was useless, he would never betray this trust. Equipped with his gear, he rushed to the pharmacy. Before nightfall, he happened to encounter his senior brother Ding Xiu, who had come to claim his life. Oh? Coming to court death before nightfall? Someone paid a hefty price for your life, is it worth it? Ding Xiu sneered coldly. Jin Ichuan calmly responded, since death is inevitable, why not settle it tonight? Ding Xiu originally planned to destroy the clinic first, but unexpectedly, Jin Ichuan discovered the clinic's malicious intent against him and was furious. Despite his disdain for his junior brother, he vowed to protect his prey at all costs. Senior brother, stop being so stubborn. I want to change my fate on my own. Tonight, I'll take the brothers and leave the capital. Come with me. Jin Ichuan shouted resolutely. The memory copy uploaded by Su made him re-evaluate his senior brother. Deep down, the two had always shared an unspoken understanding, but misunderstandings and silence had severed their bond. Tonight, the winds and clouds shift, and the chessboard of fate is reshuffled. Jin Ichuan is embarking on a path to defy destiny. The night grew darker and deeper. Tonight, not only would he face a life and death crisis, but the fates of his two sworn brothers were equally perilous. He had to race against time to turn the tide and could not afford to linger for even a moment. Change your fate? Foolish delusion. Your destiny is to be my prey. Accept it. Ding Xiu sneered, charging forward with murderous intent. How does this mech even work? Jin Ichuan held the black tech gift from Tony Stark but had no idea how to operate it. Under Ding Xiu's relentless attacks, he nearly stumbled. Jin Ichuan. Zhang Yan burst out of the clinic, her heart in her throat as her beloved faced imminent danger. Humph. Love and sentiment make heroes weak. I'll send you two lovebirds to hell together. Ding Xiu leaped high, his blade swinging down with the force of a mountain, its power earth-shattering. With Jin Ichuan's current strength, there was no way he could block this fatal strike. But in the next second, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Crack! A piece of dark red mech suddenly attached to Jin Ichuan's arm, and Ding Xiu's blade shattered upon impact. This mech was made of top-tier alloy from the Marvel Universe, impervious even to artillery shells, let alone Ding Xiu's weapon. Let me show you some real power. Jin Ichuan focused his thoughts, and a metallic fist shot out, striking Ding Xiu with immense force. You used a hidden weapon, fighting dirty. Ding Xiu saw stars, disoriented, and fell heavily to the ground. How could ordinary martial arts compete with futuristic technology? The group chat exploded. So awesome? Mechs truly are every man's ultimate dream. Chasing 10 campus bells. Mechas are also a girl's dream. Tony, big boss, hurry and send me a set. Izumi Sajiri acting spoiled. This set of mecha is equipped with a new weapon system, capable of destroying an army with one punch. It automatically adjusts body temperature, priced at 1,000 points, but group members get a 90% discount, only 100 points. Tony Stark transformed into an enthusiastic salesman. Points are hard to come by, even a top-tier war-level mission might not earn them. Without protection from a big boss, recklessly joining in is certain death. Top experts return, hotly discussing the Enlightenment feature and the Great Tao Furnace, with skyrocketing power making everyone itch with envy. Tony, that profiteer, one mecha costs 1,000 points. Do you know how hard it is to earn points? The strongest man at sea said helplessly. Whitebeard and others fought bloody battles, earning only 1,500 points. Enlightenment cost 1,000 points, but with the Tremor Fruit's Great Awakening, their combat power soared. It's too expensive. Besides the group leader, who else can afford it? The Butterfly Mansion owner complained, while Shinobu Kocho eyed the mecha greedily. If all Demon Slayer Corps members were equipped, the death rate would drop significantly. Can it be cheaper? Izumi Sajiri pleaded softly. 100 points is already the lowest price. The composite metal comes from meteorites. Tony explained. Then 50 points per set, no haggling. Izumi Sajiri decisively sent a red envelope.
2 minutes later, a pink mecha made a dazzling appearance, soft and cute, full of girlish charm.
She took a selfie and uploaded it to the group, instantly grabbing everyone's attention.
Selfie.jpg, super fast delivery, amazing texture, 5-star review for Tony. Izumi Sajiri proudly announced.
Where did you get the points?
You didn't participate in any missions, a group member asked curiously. The group leader gave them to me. He's the richest person in our group, and you can make deals with him.
The word deal carried an ambiguous meaning, sparking wild imaginations. The youthful and alluring Izumi Sajiri, the handsome and dashing Baisu, could it be? Sparks flew, and a trading war was on the verge of breaking out.
The Butterfly Mansion owner stared directly at Baisu. Lord Baisu, what exactly are you after? Can we make a deal? With a mortal body and a godlike presence, Baisu roared angrily, what the heck? Beastly instincts unleashed. Even a little lowly like Izumi Sajiri isn't spared. May I boldly ask, group leader, how about me? I can do all kinds of poses.
Baisu looked awkward, not expecting Izumi Sajiri to sell him out so quickly.
The content of this deal was simply unfit for public disclosure. How could the group leader's serious image survive? Ding! Baisu has been muted for 1 hour.
In the Marvel world, Tony was so frustrated he almost coughed up blood. He worked hard on technology to earn points, but the girls in the group could just cozy up to get points.
He was bitter.
Baisu hurriedly clarified, everyone, don't misunderstand.
How could I be that kind of person? Guxiaoluan, back me up, will you? At Chasing 10 Campus Bells this year. Chasing 10 Campus Bells this year quickly liked the comment, Brother Bai has no interest in women, ironclad proof, may lightning strike me if I lie.
Guxiaoluan panicked and jumped out to swear, but the more he explained, the worse it got.
Even Baisu's sexual orientation became a mystery. Madame Gu sneered, not interested in women? Could it be the group leader has a preference for men? Tony might have a chance. Izumi Sajiri laughed so hard she spat, Xiaoluan, you're too talented. The group leader is probably going to hate you to death.
Baisu, helpless, directly left the group to retreat into seclusion. Taking advantage of these exhausting nights, he lay on the sofa in the Hokage's office, his mind wandering through the heavens and earth. In the world of Brotherhood of Blades, Jin Ichuan reversed his fate with a battle suit. The 3 brothers, who were supposed to die, successfully escaped. The court surprisingly didn't pursue them. Emboldened, he returned to the capital to continue his idle days, but a fire ignited in his heart. One day, he too would become a battlefield legend. Baisu was resting with his eyes closed when suddenly it went dark outside. Tsunade stood imposingly in front of him, her hands on the sofa, exuding an overwhelming aura. When this woman took off her coat, her charm was off the charts. The undefeated #1 beauty of Konoha, who could rival her? 4th Hokage, get up. I've finished all my work. Hurry up and transfer the money from the treasury to me. Tsunade had reached her limit. Last time, Baisu had peeked at her bathing and even rambled about the will of fire. And now? The so-called will of fire was just him lying on the sofa sleeping? What's the rush? This sofa is too soft. I haven't even slept well for a moment. I don't know why the 3rd Hokage never replaced it. How about a bet? If you lose to me, I'll give you the money and set you free. If you lose, you take over the daily affairs of the Hokage's office, and I'll pay your salary. Baisu lazily got up, stretched, and almost bumped into Tsunade's mountainous figure. What? You promised to pay me after the work was done, and now you're reneging and tricking a woman? Tsunade glared angrily, thinking to herself that she was shameless enough, but she didn't expect to meet the rogue Baisu. He actually wanted one of the legendary Sannin to be his secretary. Was this guy still dreaming? Scared? Understandable. I always win my bets. No matter how skilled you are, you wouldn't have been chased by the casino all the way to the edge of Konoha, right? Baisu set his sights on Tsunade's talents. How could he let her go? Konoha is the Senju family's legacy, and Tsunade was meant to take the helm. Who's afraid? My title as the gambling saint is well known. You name the bet. Tsunade was furious, almost smashing the sofa with a punch. Here we go again. Lady Tsunade, could you consider the actual situation? Shizen slapped her forehead helplessly, unable to believe that Tsunade actually agreed to Baisu's wager. Baisu, the Uchiha clan leader, was exceptionally intelligent and overwhelmingly powerful. Tsunade's chances of winning were slim. Tsunade sneered, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Go ahead, name the bet. Compete in strength? You? If you can overpower me with sheer force, I'll gladly pay this money myself. Baisu smiled disarmingly, but his gaze was razor sharp. He had already surpassed Tsunade in several achievements. To break through the ceiling of Konoha's ninja village, he had to leave and face truly formidable challenges.
Well, this is interesting. It's the first time I've met such a confident man. Don't disappoint me. Tsunade smiled. Her innate monstrous strength, combined with years of rigorous training, could easily demolish an entire building. Last time, she was tricked by the Sharingan's genjutsu.
This time, she vowed to fight back and show this fourth Hokage the true meaning of power.
Come with me.
Baisu wasted no time, leading Tsunade directly to a nearby training ground. At a massive stone table, the two took their positions, with Shizen acting as the referee.
Begin.
At the command, Tsunade's entire body erupted in golden light, her monstrous strength surging. The massive stone table began to crack inch by inch, and even the ground beneath them split open for hundreds of meters.
The fissures spread rapidly, leaving everyone in awe. No way. Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength was actually blocked?
The man who killed the third Raikage's power is truly astonishing. Just his raw strength alone surpasses that of a tailed beast. Shizen was so shocked she could barely speak.
Everything was clear to the onlookers.
Tsunade was giving it her all, while Baisu remained relaxed, occasionally glancing around, showing no signs of being on the verge of losing.
The Uchiha clan isn't just about the Sharingan? I've never heard of them mastering monstrous strength. This chakra control, even Lady Tsunade would have to admire it, Shizen thought to herself.
The outcome of the match was decided from the start.
As Tsunade's stamina waned, Baisu's overwhelming advantage became undeniable. You've already given it your all, haven't you?
To be honest, your strength has reached the pinnacle of Kage level. But you've encountered me a being beyond Kage level. Baisu's strength suddenly surged, and the massive stone table shattered with a thunderous crash.
Tsunade's hand was pinned amidst the rubble, unable to resist. I actually lost. You're truly strange.
The Sharingan is already so powerful, yet you still painstakingly study monstrous strength, Tsunade said with a complex expression.
But don't expect me to sit in the office every day. I have more important things to do. At most, I'll help you for a month.
Tsunade smirked, already planning her escape the moment an opportunity arose.
No problem. After a month, you'll grow to like it here.
I'll appoint you as the fifth Hokage and ensure the will of fire burns forever. Baisu smiled, looking at his newly achieved goal, his eyes brimming with boundless ambition. His main mission was to become the strongest boss in the ninja world, but the world before him was far broader than he had imagined. He yearned for adventure, for freedom.
The constraints of Konoha could no longer hold him back. Ding!
Due to the significant rewriting of the Brotherhood of Blades storyline, 200 points are awarded, the system notification sounded.
Only 200 points? Wasn't it at least 500 before? Baisu frowned.
It seemed the gap in strength was too vast, no one could compare to a Four Emperors level powerhouse.
At the same time, the points for Brotherhood of Blades were credited. Jin Ichiwan successfully rewrote the inevitable death ending and even saved his two sworn brothers.
By the way, go pack the medical kit and come with me to see a patient, Baisu said calmly, aiming to maximize Tsunade's value.
Although Whitebeard had awakened his devil fruit ability, his illness remained.
Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the Naruto world, might be able to help.
I'm no longer a medical ninja. Organizing information is already my biggest concession. Don't expect me to treat just anyone.
Tsunade crossed her arms and shot Baisu a cold glance. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin of the Naruto world, far from being a weakling to be ordered around.
Ha, I see you don't need to prepare.
Baisu's lips curled into a confident, cold smile. The battles of the future were just beginning.
Shizen, you go back first. Don't worry about us. We'll be back soon.
Baisu dismissed the woman's protests without hesitation. The gambling debt she owed were enough to bankrupt a small country for a year, and she had no intention of giving up easily.
Hey! What are you doing? Let go of my collar. My patience is limited. Tsunade roared angrily, trying to break free.
But Baisu pulled her into his arms, his strong chest pressing against Tsunade, exuding a uniquely masculine aura.
Tsunade's cheeks instantly flushed.
Though she was usually bold and carefree, deep down, she was still an inexperienced girl. Having faced life and death on the battlefield, she had since immersed herself in the life of a gambler and hadn't been this close to a man in years.
Lord Hokage, please let go.
Shizen shouted anxiously, only to be suddenly pushed back by a fierce gust of wind.
Looking up, she saw a massive golden portal radiating divine light appear above them. Space-time ninjutsu? Damn it! How can you open such a portal so recklessly? Are you trying to send me drifting into an unknown dimension? Tsunade's face turned pale.
She understood the dangers of this technique. Once in an alternate dimension, without coordinates, living beings were highly likely to perish.
Even Kage-level ninjas would struggle to escape such a fate. Don't worry. I'm taking you on a grand voyage. Hold on tight.
Baisu laughed wildly, pulling Tsunade through the portal, disappearing in an instant.
After the commotion, Shizen stood stunned for a long while, muttering to herself, what was that portal? Its aura was so divine that I couldn't even gather my chakra. Where on earth did Tsunade and the others go?
Unable to find an answer, she hurriedly ran to the third Hokage's residence, hoping for assistance.
In the pirate world, on the deck of the Moby Dick,
Whitebeard held a large ham in one hand, his sea bowl filled with rum reflecting his hearty smile. Suddenly, the sky changed, thunder and lightning roared, and a golden portal descended onto the ship's deck, emanating an overwhelming divine pressure.
Is that Haki? Could it be the arrival of a Four Emperors level existence?
The division commanders frowned deeply, and many crew members fainted under the pressure.
The aura even surpassed that of the Four Emperors, making it unbearable for them. Only Whiteboard could remain unfazed. Ha ha ha.
The group leader has arrived.
Let's start a live broadcast to celebrate.
Whitebeard laughed heartily, his haki stirring up 1,000-meter waves.
As the storm subsided, two figures appeared on the deck by Baisu and Tsunade. Ding! The live broadcast began, instantly attracting countless fans. Izumi Sajiri has entered the live room.
This year, chasing 10 campus bells entered the live stream room.
The owner of Butterfly House entered the live stream room. With a mortal body, rivaling the gods entered the live stream room. The chat area exploded. Izumi Sajiri exclaimed excitedly, wow! Whitebeard Daddy is actually live streaming. Ha! Lord Baisu is here too. And this one. Oh my god, she's so big, I really want to know her. As a professional manga artist, her favorite thing was studying various body proportions.
This live stream was simply a perfect live model session.
The owner of Butterfly House curiously asked, Gushaluan, didn't you say the group leader isn't interested in women? Then why did he bring an whom?
This year, chasing 10 campus bells chuckled, I believe Brother Bai and this girl are purely platonic.
What's a hug? Don't you have this kind of etiquette over there? With a mortal body, rivaling the gods teased, Shaluan, your thick skin even impresses me.
You should switch to sales as long as your face is thick enough, resources will naturally come rolling in.
The live stream room was filled with laughter and joy. The appearance of Baisu and Tsunade instantly ignited the passion and anticipation of the entire pirate world. $1 million annual salary? Easy. You bastard. Let go of me. Where is this? Isn't this supposed to be the world of summoning beasts? Tsunade was overwhelmed by Baisu's intense aura, leaving her weak and powerless.
Seeing the deck surrounded by people, she was furious and bit Baisu hard, finally breaking free. She suddenly opened her perception, and before her was an endless raging sea, surrounded by countless ships, with pirate flags bearing skulls fluttering on the masts. This was the realm of professional pirates. This chakra energy, it's 10 times more terrifying than a tailed beast. She scanned her surroundings, and her gaze finally locked onto the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Unable to help herself, she took 2 steps back, leaning closely behind Baisu. Just the unintentional release of his haki made the waves roar violently. Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja of the Naruto world, had never encountered such an awe-inspiring power. The semi-god level Hanzo of the salamander from back then was utterly insignificant in comparison.
Whitebeard, long time no see.
And to all the big shots in the chat group, this is Princess Tsunade, a top-tier doctor here specifically to treat you. Baisu gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, reassuring her not to panic. The teleportation for the two of them had cost quite a few points this time. For the safety of the group members, Baisu spared no expense.
I am Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates.
Whitebeard extended his massive, iron fist-like hand, a hand larger than half the body of an adult, exuding an overwhelming aura.
Hello? Tsunade seemed a bit uneasy. Baisu, give me an explanation. Where is this? I've never seen this sea area on any map, and I've never heard of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tsunade and Whitebeard exchanged a brief handshake.
To her, this place was completely unfamiliar.
If such a figure existed in the Naruto world, she would definitely know.
Whitebeard's strength likely far surpassed the Kage level, making him a true ruler of the seas. If he were to land, even the establishment of Konoha village would have been extremely difficult.
Baisu calmly replied, didn't you already recognize that I used space-time ninjutsu? This is an alternate dimension, similar to the Shikatsu forest, but there are no sages here, everyone is just an ordinary human. You already had coordinates for an alternate dimension? Who exactly are you?
Looking at the calm expression on Baisu's face, Tsunade was deeply shocked, her worldview completely overturned. Crossing into an alternate dimension was something even the legendary Sage of Six Paths could hardly achieve. Jiraiya was able to enter the Toad Sage's sacred land because there were many commonalities between the two worlds.
Baisu smiled and said, Princess Tsunade, I'll explain everything later. For now, could you take a look at my friend's condition? You mean the patient is him? Someone whose aura alone can cause tsunamis? How could he possibly be sick? Tsunade was utterly surprised.
But after a careful examination, her brows furrowed tightly. This body has been overexerted, with accelerated organ aging. His years of piracy have pushed his life force to the limit multiple times.
It's a miracle he's still alive. Doctor, please, you must save Pops. He's the hope of all of us. A division commander, Marco, looked at her with great anticipation.
I cannot directly replenish life, only delay aging through surgery, but I am no longer a medical ninja.
Tsunade's expression darkened.
She developed hemophobia due to the deaths of her loved ones, becoming completely powerless and even unable to stand at the sight of blood.
Baisu encouraged, don't be so lacking in confidence. You are the top medical ninja in the land of fire. It's just a bottleneck, get through it, and you'll be fine. Even if I weren't afraid of blood, my chakra isn't enough to complete this surgery. Tsunade shook her head. Chakra? Then there's me. I'll lend you my power, use it as much as you want.
Baisu's lips curled into a confident smile. His strength had long surpassed the limits of the Hokage world, even the legendary Ten Tails was nothing more than dust in his eyes. He placed a palm on Tsunade's back, and golden chakra erupted like the sun, selflessly pouring power into her.
Is this a miracle? Tsunade was stunned, feeling the blazing heat behind her like the sun.
All darkness and inner demons instantly dissolved, and the shadows that had plagued her for years vanished without a trace.
Whitebeard couldn't help but murmur in awe, Lord Baisu's power is unmatched. Back during the Summit War, we couldn't even break through the Navy headquarters blockade. Thankfully, you destroyed the Navy headquarters with a single move, turning the tide.
Now, the balance between the Navy and pirates had been completely shattered. The Navy admirals were swallowed by Chibaku Tensei, their fates unknown, and a global storm was about to erupt. Tsunade focused on performing the surgery, her golden chakra condensing into sharp blades, precisely repairing Whitebeard's long overstrained heart and cervical spine.
3 hours later, the surgery concluded perfectly.
Aging is inevitable, but with proper care, you can live much longer.
Tsunade smiled.
The miraculous power of the golden chakra had completely freed Whitebeard from the constraints of the ventilator.
Thank you, Princess Tsunade. Thank you, Lord Baisu. I feel reborn.
Whitebeard was moved to tears, his body unscathed.
Tsunade's mitotic regeneration, creation rebirth technique could even reattach severed limbs with bare hands.
Once you accumulate enough points, you'll surely break through your limits, evolving your body to the divine stage and completely resisting aging. In our group, Goshioluin has already achieved the third-generation divine body with a lifespan of 10,000 years. As time passes, as long as luck is on your side, immortality will no longer be a dream. Baisu nodded firmly, the future full of promise.
What? A lifespan of over 10,000 years. Goshioluin has actually mastered divine power, others exclaimed in shock. Immortality is terrifying. We will all grow old, but Goshioluin will endure alone.
Strangely, this thought brings me peace, a wise man reflected.
Speaking of super genes, I just awakened mine. During my last epiphany, a pair of black wings grew from my back.
I can fly freely, but they look so strange, a young warrior shared.
Black wings? That's the awakening of angel genes. You are the sword that shatters fear, the ultimate trump card. What's the latest from the super seminary?
Baisu raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Tens of thousands of years ago, the three kings, including the heavenly blade King Kisha, led their armies to overthrow the celestial palace, banishing male angels to the edges of the universe.
The angelic civilization was left with only females, selecting the strongest through a reincarnation ritual.
The power of the galaxy was born, nurturing the perfect male angel.
The combat power levels in the super god universe are extremely high.
The holy body created by divine Kisha is nearly immortal, destroyed only by a supernova explosion. Sacred atoms can locate each other, and given enough time, the sacred body can reunite and resurrect. Baisu is determined to delve into the super divine universe to uncover its mysteries and challenge the main god of the universe.
The genetic code is ultimately just a vast conceptual dataset that can be recorded, preserved, and recreated. Sacred Keisha was the first to crack the super gene code, spreading the eternal seed across the universe. As long as there is sufficient energy and matter, life can be reborn. Immortality is no longer a legend but an imminent reality. The battlefield of the future awaits them to write a new legend. The secret technology belonging to the ultimate mysteries of civilization has never been disclosed by the Angel clan. Neither Keisha nor any other angel has ever revealed the truth behind their eternal life. Outsiders only know of the so-called eternity but are completely unaware of its origins. Keisha considers herself the primary lifeform ruling the universe, while those void and intangible existences are merely secondary beings, drifting outside the mainstream world. Nevertheless, she has not given up on researching void matter and has instead achieved groundbreaking progress. She successfully created 3 super warriors equipped with secondary lifeform engines. However, these engines do not activate at will. Even with a powerful divine body, the heart cannot withstand the radiation impact of the secondary lifeform engine. Keisha ingeniously designed it so that the engine only passively activates when the heart stops beating, unleashing earth-shattering power. Super God Academy? Sounds so familiar. Oh, right, Lu Chuan, the guy who fought me last time, went to that mysterious academy after getting out of prison, Guxioluan muttered to himself. He had initially thought Super God Academy was just an ordinary vocational school, but after hearing the rumors, he realized its extraordinary background. Last time, Bai Su gave Qianwei a harsh lesson. After receiving the news, Du Cao hesitated and decided to secretly observe Guxioluan to determine which faction had set their sights on him. The power of the galaxy would not stand idly by, and once the danger was resolved, they would undoubtedly extend an olive branch to Guxioluan again. Bai Su said, "The secrets behind Super God Academy can't be explained in just a few words. I'll take you someday to witness real angels and demons." At Chasing 10 Campus Queens this year, Izumi Sajiri was surprised. Angels are real? Guxioluan is no ordinary guy. No wonder the group leader went to the station to save him. The Butterfly House owner sighed. Guxioluan's world is far from peaceful. To attract the group leader's attention, his enemies must be anything but ordinary. Challenging gods with a mortal body, I saw his abilities during the Summit War. His physical strength surpasses the hardest alloys in the universe, and he almost shattered Buddha Sengoku with a collision. Chasing 10 Campus Queens this year replied, "Brother Bai, are you coming? Alright, I'll wait for you, and we'll have a good drink together." Guxioluan felt uneasy. Despite being battle-hardened, he longed for a simple and peaceful campus life, playing around with classmates, writing love letters, skipping classes to surf the internet. He couldn't imagine how chaotic the world would become with the appearance of angels and demons. He could only hope that Bai Su would protect this land he deeply loved. Pirate World. Hey! How much longer are you going to delay? You remember the way back, right? Tsunade crossed her arms and glared sideways at the man beside her, clearly impatient. Space-time ninjutsu crossing world barriers is extremely dangerous, and a single mistake could lead to eternal loss. She had just completed surgery on Whitebird and could no longer be of help. She was eager to return to Konoha, completely unaccustomed to the pirate lifestyle here. Just a little longer. Let me finish this bowl of sake with Whitebeard, and then we'll leave, Bai Su said boldly, drinking large gulps of sake, completely ignoring Tsunade's complaints. The bowl of sake was enormous, enough to overwhelm an ordinary person, but it was effortless for him. TCH. Even the 4th Hokage is just a drunkard. I really feel bad for Uchiha Makoto. Tsunade scoffed disdainfully, turning her head to see a group of pirates playing dice. Each roll of the dice drew exclamations, and the familiar rush of excitement stirred her blood. She couldn't resist walking over. "Hey beauty, want to play around? A little gamble for fun. Here's 20,000 belly as your starting capital." The pirate greeted with a grin. "Tell me the rules, I actually want to see how you play here." Tsunade's eyes sparkled, suddenly not wanting to return to Konoha. Being hunted by multiple casinos, she hadn't even had time to gamble. This place, on the other hand, felt like a new home. 5 minutes later. Big. 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 Damn it. Your currency is called belly? Exchange another 2 million for me, put it on the tab of the guy drinking over there. Small. 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 Damn it. The alcohol was taking effect. After finishing his drink, Bai Su's gaze became resolute, and the next step of his plan was about to unfold. At the gambling table, the woman's eyes burned with a fiery madness, only to be doused by a harsh dose of reality. She had already lost over 1 billion belly, a figure that could surpass the bounties of countless top pirates. And this massive debt was entirely recorded under your name.
Whitebird's face grew serious, and the members of his pirate crew around the table had all stopped drinking, focusing intently on their bets.
Beside Tsunade, the gambling frenzy escalated.
Some were making fortunes from this game, and if not for their strong self-control, they would have rushed to buy Su to cash out. The top players in the group watched intently, their blood boiling.
Who would have thought the female doctor Baisu brought along could be so bold? Izumi Sajiri calmly spoke. I bet on small, 100 points. Anyone joining? I bet 200 on small.
This year's chaser of 10 campus bells didn't hesitate. I'll put 1,000 points on small.
A flying dragon's face-off, lose? Don't be ridiculous. The butterfly house owner was brimming with confidence. Group leader, bet on big and give everyone a treat. A voice as if challenging the gods with mortal strength rang out. Baisu was speechless. Tsunade, let's go. Aren't you worried about Shizen being anxious?
Uchiha Tetsuka and the others have fiery tempers, something might happen. Baisu tugged at her arm, but Tsunade seemed like an extension of the gambling table, not even turning her head. Shizen is already a top-tier ninja, capable of handling things on her own. Even if I don't go back, she will manage Konoha's affairs properly.
Deal's a deal.
Catch 8 twos, and the 2 million belly debt is waived.
I've already caught 7.
Tsunade skillfully handled the cards, her smile brimming with confidence as solid as a mountain. She had a peculiar quirk. Despite losing more than winning, she firmly believed in making a comeback.
Was this madness or courage? Whitebeard, my companion is too much of a hindrance. I'll leave this matter to you. We have other things to attend to, so we won't stay long. Baisu finally erupted, grabbing Tsunade by the neck and standing up.
If no one persuaded her to stop soon, she might lose 100 billion berries, more than the combined bounties of the 4 emperors.
Hey! Don't be so heartless. Let me finish this round. At worst, I'll help you win it all back. Take it easy, I can barely breathe. Tsunade's struggles were futile.
The gambler's madness was all for the thrill of the process. Indifferent to winning or losing, the more she lost, the more exhilarated she became.
Gorarara, don't worry, you are honored guests of Whitebeard. This little trouble is nothing. Boys, clear the card table. Let me personally take over. Whitebird's voice thundered, shaking the very waves.
The pirates swiftly tidied up the card table, standing at attention, not daring to mention the billion-berry debt.
Farewell.
Baisu waved his hand and led Tsunade through the golden, radiant gate. This mission was a great success. Whitebeard no longer needed a respirator or 4 drips. In the future, he might even have a few epiphanies, reaching a whole new level of power, and his lifespan would be significantly extended. As Baisu exited, the live broadcast ended, leaving the audience brimming with curiosity about the group leader's world. Though Tsunade was skilled in medicine, she was far from being a top-tier combatant. Baisu, on the other hand, was a being who surpassed countless powerhouses in the main world.
Ranjia Town. Lam Qingying turned off the live broadcast and let out a long sigh.
The group leader's ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth was something to envy. Born in Maoshan, he was only a registered disciple and had never truly entered the inner circle. It was said that the Maoshan founder could summon wind and rain and walk on air. Lam had always looked up to the founder as a role model, traveling the land to punish evil and promote good, earning a reputation far and wide within a 300-mile radius. Battlefield mission points are too tough for these old bones, but snatching red envelopes is much easier. With this group, I might even live a wealthy life, maybe even become a tycoon. He took a puff of his pipe and locked the pouch filled with gold bricks into a drawer. These were from a red envelope generously sent by Tony Stark, whose extravagance had directly showered him with glittering gold bricks. Over the past few days, Lam Qingying had finally calmed his mind.
Master, we're back. We've bought the ink lines and glutinous rice. But isn't this just a grave relocation? Why such a big fuss? Wen Kai called out anxiously.
The door suddenly opened, and 2 young men stepped in. Wen Kai and Xiao Shang. They had followed Lam Qingying since childhood, learning martial arts and becoming his trusted right-hand men.
Good, as long as you've bought them. Keep everything safe. Better safe than sorry. Tonight, we're heading to Ranjia Town. The Yin energy there is heavy. If nothing happens, that would be surprising.
Lam Qingying checked the materials while puffing on his pipe, recalling the earlier situation. This mission is to help Old Master Rin relocate his grave. Old Master Rin offended a feng shui master, turning his burial site into accursed ground. Fortunately, it was discovered in time to remedy the situation.
Going to Ranjia Town? I haven't been out in a while.
I heard there's a stunning foreign beauty there, curvy and gorgeous. Perfect chance to check her out. Wen Kai's eyes darted around, fixated on the thought of the beauty, completely ignoring the matter of zombies.
Xiaoxing sneered, "What's in your head? You think all foreign women are like that? Stop dreaming." Miss Rin said foreigners are generally bigger.
I heard it from Run Tingting, and she studied abroad. Wen Kai grinned smugly, having recently seen Miss Rin at the market and dreaming about her every night.
Run Tingting? You're delusional.
If she even glanced at you, you'd be on your knees begging for mercy.
Xiaoxing mocked, unable to hold back his laughter. Wen Kai flicked his hair dramatically, full of pretense.
I'm dashing and charming, a perfect match for Miss Rin.
Master Lin cleared his throat, and the two immediately composed themselves. Master! Master!
At noon today, we'll select a new burial site for old Master Rin's father. The workers are ready, so prepare to set off. Master Lin instructed efficiently. Wen Kai, load the supplies onto the cart. Wen Kai dashed out, feeling nervous. He feared his master but couldn't suppress his lively and restless nature.
Master, do you need anything?
Xiaoxing stayed behind to help, noticing his master's gaze lingering on him, as if hesitant to speak.
Master Lin suddenly asked, "That foreign woman, is she really big?"
Xiaoxing froze, clueless about such matters, and stammered, "I heard it's due to their physique. Foreign women are generally larger, but their shelf life is shorter."
Master Lin nodded, "I see."
The conversation abruptly ended, and the master and disciple continued their work.
Not long after, Master Lin emerged from the room holding an antique wooden box.
Opening it revealed a sword made of copper coins.
"Master, this is just a grave relocation. Why bring such a powerful weapon?" Xiaoxing asked in surprise.
Master Lin's gaze was resolute. Old Master Ren's grave has turned into accursed ground.
The danger cannot be underestimated. Though this copper coin sword isn't a real blade, it holds great spiritual power and can ward off evil spirits.
The copper coin sword was strung together with ancient coins using red thread. The red symbolized good fortune, and the more coins, the stronger the spiritual power.
Master Lin gripped the sword, exuding an imposing aura. "Tonight, we're not just relocating a grave.
We're severing the darkness and eradicating all malevolent forces." The storm rises. In the depths of the shadows of Rinjia town, darkness awaits to be cleaved apart. The copper coin sword, a fusion of heaven, earth, and man, possesses boundless power.
This sword was born in the year, month, day, and hour of Wu, the strongest reliance of Master Ring when he descended the mountain.
With one strike, his master beheaded a corpse, its power shaking the world. The martial world is treacherous. Only with proper weapons can one travel safely.
I've been feeling uneasy these days, so I must be extra cautious.
Master Ring wrapped the copper coin sword in yellow cloth, carried it on his back, and a mysterious aura instantly spread.
Why is Rinjia town so desolate? Where has everyone gone? The three of them stepped out of the inn.
The autumn wind was biting, and even Master Ring shivered.
Having cultivated for years with true energy protecting his body, how could he feel cold? Isn't there a market nearby?
It's supposed to be bustling at this hour, so why is no one setting up stalls? Xiaoxing and Wen Kai frowned deeply. Having encountered countless strange events over the years, the eerie atmosphere of this town and its desolation sent chills down their spines. Let's head to Master Ren's mansion first. The safety of our patron is the top priority. Lam Qingying unsheathed the sword, gripping the copper coin sword tightly, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Renjia town was shrouded in heavy yin energy, with blackness clouding the faces of passers-by, a sign of impending death. This shadow, covering the sky and blocking the sun, harbored terrifying monsters. Master Ring, a disciple of Ma Shan, had countless legends to his name, but this disaster was unprecedented, with thousands of lives hanging by a thread. The three quickened their pace, and as they neared the Ren mansion, the crowd on the street suddenly awoke and fled in panic.
"Old man! What's happening? Why is everyone running for their lives?"
Xiaoxing grabbed a blood-stained old man and urgently demanded the truth.
"Zombies are wreaking havoc in the Ren mansion. Run, or you'll lose your life."
The old man, terrified, struggled to reveal the dire news.
"Don't worry.
My master subdues demons and banishes evil. Zombies are nothing and can be dealt with in no time."
Wen Kai, full of confidence, pointed at Master Ring. "Oh no! Miss Rin is still in the mansion. I must save her immediately." Wen Kai took off running, disappearing around the corner.
"Young man, don't throw your life away." The old man sighed, knowing this disaster was beyond the power of one person to stop.
"Sir, you should leave first. We will do our best."
Master Ring signaled to Xiaoxing with his eyes, letting the old man go.
"Xiaoxing, tonight Rinjia town faces a great calamity, one I cannot face alone.
Master Ring removed his gray robe, donned a yellow Taoist robe, and gripped the copper coin sword, his expression grave.
No matter how perilous the road ahead, I will ensure your safety, he declared firmly. Master, I understand.
Determination ignited in Xiao Shang's eyes as he prepared to face this life and death trial. Dark clouds gathered, and Rinjia town was enveloped in a deathly stillness. Master Ying's brows furrowed tightly. He knew that tonight's outcome was uncertain, but he was determined to save his master and senior brother from this ghostly gate of death. In their world, cultivators were divided into innate and acquired realms. Only by breaking through the acquired realm could one wield mysterious powers. Master Ying, a registered disciple of the Maoshan sect, possessed the ability to sense spiritual energy. The Maoshan sect, known as one of the three mountain talismans, stood alongside Longhu Mountain and Gezhou Mountain. True cultivators, like the legendary Maoshan patriarch, could defy fate and ascend to become earth-shattering human immortals. The path to becoming a human immortal was fraught with difficulties and countless tribulations, yet those who remained steadfast could master the five elements, become immune to evil poisons, and extend their lifespan.
However, most faltered halfway. Only the resolute could achieve greatness. Run! Zombies are coming!
The crowd screamed, cries and shouts rising and falling.
Mom, save me! A child cried out. Don't push me, I have a child.
Despair gave way to endless panic. The closer they got to the Ren mansion, the more crowded the throng became. Amid the chaos, a stampede broke out, and those who fell were on the brink of death. A little girl fell to the ground, unable to move, her fate uncertain.
Make way! A figure dashed forward, his robe billowing.
A middle-aged Taoist priest used his body as a bridge, lifting several people and rescuing the little girl.
Thank you, Master. Thank you for saving my child.
The girl's mother sobbed uncontrollably.
Master Ying smiled faintly, waved his hand, and continued moving against the flow.
Master, the Ren mansion is just ahead. Xiao Shang gritted his teeth and caught up, only to find the surroundings eerily empty. To his shock, dozens of zombies were slowly closing in. These newly transformed undead were slow but ferocious, their bloodthirsty eyes locked onto them. When Kai had entered the Ren mansion earlier, rescuing Ren Tingting but sustaining serious injuries. Scratched by a zombie, he was being consumed by corpse poison. Without a mysterious cure, he would inevitably become the next zombie.
Kai! Hold on, Master and I are coming to save you. Xiao Shang roared, charging into the horde of zombies with his fists. But the zombies, with their iron-hard bodies, felt no pain, and his attacks were as futile as throwing a stone into the sea. Forget about me, just take Miss Rin and go. Kai declared resolutely, determined to protect her at all costs. He would rather die and become a ghost than fail to leave a legacy of honor. At that moment, Master Ying walked steadily, chanting under his breath. The profound sect of heaven and earth, the root of all energy. Through countless trials, I attained divine power. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body is cloaked in golden light, shielding me. A dazzling golden light burst forth from his body, striking all it touched as if hit by lightning, sending them flying several meters. The Maoshan golden light spell, the ultimate manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Master Ying wielded his sword, breaking through the formation, swiftly weaving through the zombie horde, and forcefully rescuing Kai and Ren Tingting from danger. Boom! Thunder roared, the ground trembled, and a life-and-death battle for redemption began. Just as they were about to retreat, a wall of the Ren mansion suddenly collapsed. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, leapt out, slashing down with a massive claw. Kai spat blood and fell to the ground instantly. Lam Qingying's pupils shrank sharply, and he exclaimed, "Flying Jiangshi." Zibuyu records that there are 12 types of Jiangshi, with the flying Jiangshi being one of the most ferocious. It evolves from a regular Jiangshi, capable of flying with the wind, battling cultivators, leaving no grass where it passes, and turning vast lands barren. It is known as the King of Jiangshi. Master Rin has only been dead for 20 years. How could he possibly become a flying Jiangshi? Unless someone used dark arts to catalyze it. Lam Qingying's heart tightened. Someone performed a blood sacrifice on the Jiangshi, forcibly breaking the heavenly restrictions and activating the flying Jiangshi form. This is a major taboo in the cultivation world. It provokes heavenly tribulation and guarantees destruction. For 100 years, no one has dared to openly challenge this boundary, yet the Rin family has recklessly taken this risk. Xiaoxing, quickly take Kai and Miss Rin and retreat. Lam Qingying's eyes were sharp as he realized the situation was more severe than expected. There might be an even greater darkness hidden deep within the Ren estate. Although the flying Jiangshi had not yet fully matured and its flight time was limited, its incredible speed was enough to pursue Xiaoxing and the others. Master! Stop talking and go quickly.
Zhou carried the barely conscious Wen Kai on his back, grabbed Rintingting, and sprinted in the direction of retreat. Roar! The flying Jiangshi roared furiously, spread its wings, and chased with a speed that was suffocatingly fast.
Lam Qingying's expression was grave as the purple talisman in his hand suddenly radiated divine light.
It was the heavenly god talisman taught by his master, capable of summoning deities to subdue demons and exorcise evil. Slash! With a commanding shout, the copper coin sword, imbued with righteous energy, slashed at the flying Jiangshi, severing its steel-like right arm instantly. Just as he was about to press the attack, he saw Xiaoxing surrounded by a group of Jiangshi. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit and rush to the battlefield to provide support. In the world of Naruto, night had fallen.
Baisu and Tsunade landed on an ordinary residential building in Konoha.
The ninja forces, led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, were already on high alert, and the atmosphere was extremely tense.
Lady Tsunade, what is this?
Shizen's cheeks flushed red, and the surrounding ninjas and civilians were all shocked by the ambiguous scene before them, whispering among themselves.
Could it be that the fourth Hokage Uchiha Baisu and Princess Tsunade were secretly meeting late at night and were caught in the act?
This news, once spread, instantly caused an uproar throughout Konoha. If the media in the Naruto world were more powerful, the intimate encounter between Baisu and Tsunade would top the trending list within 10 minutes.
Mom, why is Lord Baisu holding Princess Tsunade's neck?
A child's voice broke the surrounding murmurs, like a pebble causing ripples in a pond.
The young couple turned pale with fright at their daughter's question and quickly took her away.
In the Naruto world, ninjas hold a revered status, especially someone like Baisu, a top-tier existence.
Who would dare speak recklessly in public?
You bastard! I could have won 10 million berries in that last round.
If it weren't for you, I'd be rich by now.
Tsunade, consumed by her gambling addiction, glared with bloodshot eyes, shaking off Baisu's untimely hand, vowing to return to the pirate world to reclaim her lost money.
You gamble recklessly, don't blame me for not helping you. My friends only lent you money because of me, and this debt will take you a lifetime of work to pay off. Baisu scolded angrily. A gambling addict is a gambling addict, bad luck and no remorse. Tsunade refused to back down. What's 100 million berries? Do you think surgeries I perform come for free? With your petty attitude, you think you can manage Konoha? Enough! Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly appeared, his brows furrowed, glaring at the two troublemakers.
Their identities shocked everyone present. One was a mysterious powerhouse who had slain the Raikage, the other a descendant of the first Hokage's bloodline.
Come to my office, the rest of you disperse. Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed the chaos with a sigh, silently cursing that if this incident spread, Konoha's reputation would be in shambles.
Inside the office, smoke swirled as Hiruzen Sarutobi sternly lectured, "You need to act discreetly.
Don't behave outrageously in front of everyone.
You're adults with heavy responsibilities, you can't mess around like this." Baisu responded calmly, "Don't worry, third Hokage, I have no interest in the gambling addict."
Tsunade was furious. Who are you calling a gambling addict? Baisu, you ungrateful jerk. You even spied on me while I was bathing. Let's see how I expose your true face. The atmosphere exploded instantly. A clash between two top-tier ninjas. This was just the beginning of the storm in the Naruto world. Fury surged like a tidal wave as Tsunade pinned Baisu to the ground, as if she wanted to crush him with her entire body. That was all a misunderstanding. Third Hokage, don't leave. Stay and be a witness. Baisu panicked, afraid of hurting Tsunade, and refrained from resisting. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head inside. The world has changed, young people are truly reckless. With that, he turned and left, the door slamming shut with a bang, completely giving up. Let me go. A real man doesn't fight women. If you dare hurt me, I won't hold back. Baisu, lying on the ground, faced the overwhelming pressure like a mountain, his eyes flashing with helplessness and frustration, and somehow ended up wrestling. Their breaths intertwined, and Tsunade felt a long-lost surge of passion and excitement. After years of bloodshed and battles, she had long forgotten her identity as a woman. Baisu's face, subtly altered through void cultivation, now bore a hint of handsomeness, resembling a dashing young man. Who exactly was this Baisu? With Uchiha blood, mastery of space-time ninjutsu, the ability to traverse two worlds freely, and camaraderie with Whitebeard-level powerhouses, his laughter could shake the heavens and the earth. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? Shizen rushed in, panicked, finding the Hokage's office turned into a battlefield. Humph. The Whitebeard pirate's gambling debt will offset my payment. You have no objections to that, right? And don't forget the extra fees, you better honor your promise. Tsunade sneered, straightening her clothes, standing up like a formidable figure, and pocketing the bounty.
Baisu coughed lightly, remaining calm and composed.
I'll sign the money for you.
He secretly rejoiced in his heart. This girl staying in the Hokage's office as an assistant, with Shizen also staying, would make work much easier. Just as he was about to fulfill his promise, the group chat on his phone suddenly exploded.
Everyone started tagging him, and the live stream room instantly boiled over.
Uncle Ing has started a live stream, come and watch.
Izumi Sajiri has entered the live stream.
With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods has entered the live stream.
The world's strongest man is online.
This year's guy chasing 10 campus bells is here too. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and the intense and thrilling scenes were breathtaking. The wind stirred, people screamed, zombies howled. It felt as if one were right there in the action.
Is this a zombie siege? Uncle Ing, run. The zombies are about to bite your butt. A virus outbreak? The plague is spreading, the town has become a purgatory.
Renjia town had turned into a dead city, with dark clouds looming and starlight completely gone. Uncle Ing wielded a copper coin sword, cutting through blood and chaos, leading Rin Tingting and his disciples in a desperate escape. Uncle Ing is in danger, group leader, save him.
At Baisu. Baisu is online.
Summoning spell successful, the group leader has arrived.
Hello, brother Bai. Greetings, group leader. Madame Gui is here too.
Baisu stared at the live stream, his heart racing. Uncle Ying's heroic figure captivated the entire audience. This life and death escape was destined to rewrite fate. Renjia town had fallen, and the zombie horde surged like a tide.
Though the purple talismans were powerful, they couldn't withstand the catastrophe.
Uncle Ing, with only 3 people, fought through the chaos, carving a bloody path to escape. Strangely, the zombies stopped at the town's edge, as if locked by an invisible barrier. All life within the town was lost, and the survivors, terrified, fled in all directions. Uncle Ing panted and said, "Everyone, as exciting as this is, my true energy is almost depleted. I fear I won't last much longer." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! With the body of a mortal, the host is granted a set of first-generation mecha.
Lam Qingying's thoughts stirred, and an iron mecha appeared out of thin air, its power surging like a tide.
Instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty war god, he led the 3 of them in a mad dash out of the town.
Marvel World. Tony Stark sighed, I'm becoming less and less like a businessman.
By rights, this armor should sell for 300 points, and now I'm giving it away for free. Lin Zhengying hid in a small grove, searching for a refuge. One Kai had been severely injured by a flying zombie, the corpse poison was fierce, and the wound was rapidly rotting. His condition was critical.
Lin Zhengying anxiously adjusted his breathing, trying to use tools to treat him, but repeatedly failed.
Suddenly, a strange noise came from the center of Renjia town. The zombies abruptly stopped their pursuit and uniformly leaped toward the town center, their target being the Ren mansion. The Ren mansion was littered with corpses, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. Inside a dimly lit room, a bloody feast was taking place.
Blood stained the floor, and vitality was fading away. Is there a fish that slipped through the net?
A cold laugh echoed. A thin young man in white slowly stepped out. His face was pale, his eyes narrow, and his entire being exuded a chilling aura.
A disdainful smile hung at the corner of his mouth.
Pathetic creature, crawl over here. He waved his hand coldly, and the flying zombie instantly turned into a kneeling, obedient cat, missing an arm and looking utterly miserable. The flying zombie I painstakingly tamed was ruined by you.
Lin Zhengying, do you think a disciple of Ma Shan can fight me? The young man roared. System, how many points are needed to repair this flying zombie? Hello? The strongest zombie system at your service. Detection result, the flying zombie is severely damaged and requires replacement of most parts. Cost, 300 points. Are you kidding me? It's just missing an arm, why replace most parts?
A low-level zombie is worth at most 150 points.
If you keep scamming me, believe it or not, I'll file a complaint.
The young man was furious. The system responded coldly, ding.
Host's disrespect detected. 100 points deducted. Eliminating bad breath is everyone's responsibility.
Please adhere to clause 1067 of the contract.
Damn it, the young man cursed and his points were instantly deducted. Ding. 100 points deducted.
The young man was helpless. The system is supposed to assist the big boss, but this operation is such a scam.
I don't even have enough points to buy underwear now.
System, repair the flying zombie for me, thanks.
Ding. Command received. 300 points deducted. Repair will take 5 minutes. Please wait patiently. 5 minutes later, the flying zombie was reborn.
A fierce glint flashed in the young man's eyes.
Lin Zhengying, just you wait.
My zombie emperor is about to rise, and 30 million souls will become my sacrifice. He had finally found a zombie with rapid growth potential and planned to cultivate it into an invincible zombie king.
The next step was to sacrifice an entire city. By then, there would be no one in this world who could rival him. By the way, I just thought of something. If I turn that stinky Taoist into a zombie, wouldn't that be thrilling?
A strange smile appeared on his lips. Taking advantage of the system's repair of the flying zombie, he stretched his body. Around him, rows of ordinary zombies stood silently like statues, creating an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Luckily, I saved the most delicious prey. A long, dark night is perfect for some fun, he murmured softly, changing his hand gesture to prepare for a special technique. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Ren Tingting had escaped.
As a transmigrator, he knew everything about Renjia town like the back of his hand.
Ren Tingting was a rare beauty, and her escape was completely unexpected.
I'm truly angry now. Lam Qingying, we will definitely meet tomorrow, he said coldly, his smile vanishing instantly.
Raising both hands high, all the people in Renjia town floated into the air, and the blood sacrifice ritual began. A crimson beam of light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds, its destination unknown. At this moment, the chat group exploded with activity system messages suddenly appeared for all online members.
Ding!
Hidden condition met, triggering special mission: the change in Renjia town.
Eliminate all zombies in Renjia town, kill the mastermind outer realm demon, reward 10,000 points. Participant limit 5 people.
Group member Lam Qingying was the first to trigger the mission, earning 1,000 points.
Sajiri Azumi exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Lam just earned 1,000 points and triggered a special mission. This won't be easy. Chasing 10 campus bells this year, wondered, outer realm demon? Could it be an alien force? Humans could never do something this evil. With a mortal body, rivaling the gods, was thrilled. Group leader, I must join. These zombies aren't very strong, my mecha can handle them easily. This is a great chance to earn points.
Madame Kwok humbly said, good luck, everyone. My martial arts are too weak, so I won't participate.
Huang Rong cautiously added, the mission has a participant limit. I won't compete for a spot.
Even if I go, I'd just be dead weight. I'm no match for flying zombies.
Sajiri Azumi pouted, fine, I won't go.
I'll just trade with the group leader instead.
Who wants to use a pink mecha for this kind of work anyway?
Bai Su frowned deeply. The mission notification he received was different from the others, only he knew the true objective. Mission objective: kill the strongest zombie system host, Su Chao, recover the system, and earn an additional 5,000 points for leading the team.
The ultimate zombie system? The opponent turns out to be a transmigrator. Now the real show begins.
The strength of the transmigrator is immeasurable, progressing at lightning speed, and even gaining the Rinnegan after a single enlightenment. No one knows just how powerful he truly is. Everyone, let me reiterate, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. Only teammates with true strength should join, prepared to face death.
Renjia town is far more complex than it appears, choose wisely. Bai Su did not reveal the true objective.
The system set up 2 versions, clearly hiding some deeper mystery.
He warned of the danger, feeling the pressure himself. The opponent is a transmigrator. A chosen one. He felt like a caged insect in a survival battle, where only the strongest could thrive and grow. But he was unafraid. This is life: cutting paths through mountains, building bridges over waters, always moving forward. Ding! Bai Su has joined the adventure team 1-5. The world's strongest man laughed heartily, count me in.
Ever since my tremor fruit awakened, I haven't found a worthy opponent to spar with. I hope that extraterrestrial demon can satisfy me.
Ding!
The world's strongest man has joined the adventure team 2-5. The confident man chasing 10 campus bells this year, count me in. Brother Bai said I could smash a cosmic battleship with my head. I want to see whose head is harder.
Ding!
The man chasing 10 campus bells this year has joined the adventure team 3-5. The one who dares to rival gods with a mortal body declared boldly, just look at my name, you know I'll rival the gods sooner or later.
What's danger? Without danger, where's the challenge? Ding!
The one who dares to rival gods with a mortal body has joined the adventure team 4-5. The butterfly housemaster smiled confidently, I'll take the final spot.
I won't hold back the pace of you big shots. Shinobu Kocho could no longer hold back.
She knew that staying behind the scenes would never lead to a breakthrough.
The Demon Slayer Corps was at a critical juncture. Though they were hailed as the strongest generation, whether they could fulfill the legacy of their predecessors remained uncertain. Ding! The adventure team was successfully formed, and the countdown to transmigration began. 3, 2. In the Naruto world, Baisu held a pen in his hand, then suddenly put down the document, his gaze resolutely fixed on the window where the supreme aura of the system's portal emanated. Baisu, are you planning to back out? You can't just go back on your word. Tsunade glared at him angrily, worried he might break his promise. After all, that funding was crucial to her, and she even dreamed of one day secretly escaping from Konoha. Don't worry, I have something to do. I'll be back soon. The Hokage office matters are in your hands. Before Baisu finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared out the window, leaving no trace of his departure. A golden portal tore through the air, and Baisu stepped inside, disappearing instantly. Space-time ninjutsu? Could it be that Lord Baisu's body is stronger than a tailed beast? Ordinary ninjas can't possibly withstand the tearing of space-time. Shizun covered her mouth with both hands, afraid to cry out. The fourth Hokage had too many secrets, and she began to believe the rumors. Perhaps the third Raikage and the massive Iwagakure army were truly buried by his own hands. Who would be curious about his secrets? Tsunade sneered. With her limited abilities, she couldn't even begin to guess where Baisu had gone. Whitebird's condition had greatly improved, so there shouldn't be any emergencies. Could it be that he had gone to another unfamiliar world? Where on earth did this guy get the spatial coordinates? On the outskirts of Rinjia town, intense energy surged from the golden portal. Baisu, Whitebeard, Goshialuan, Tony Stark, and Shinobu Kocho descended almost simultaneously, forming an explosively impressive lineup. My goodness, am I seeing things? A celestial being has descended to the mortal world. Xiao Shang's eyes widened. Living in this era, he couldn't comprehend the concept of crossing worlds and almost knelt down in reverence. Idiot! These are your master's friends. Stand up straight and don't embarrass yourself, someone roared angrily. Lord Group Leader, and all the esteemed masters, I am deeply grateful. Lin Zhengying stood up, his eyes slightly red. At the brink of life and death, the group leader had brought 4 top-tier powerhouses to aid him. Their timely assistance was far more precious than any gesture of goodwill in times of peace. Moshi, are you okay? Let me see the wound. Shinobu Kocho carried an exquisite medical kit, her medical skills exceptional, especially with a unique expertise in demon pharmacology. After applying herbs to Kai, the black aura quickly dissipated, and his complexion improved instantly. Miss, your medical skills are remarkable, my apologies for any offense. Lam Qingying bowed deeply. As a martial artist dedicated to punishing evil and promoting good, he shared a deep bond with his apprentice. If Kai were to die, no amount of merit points would matter. This time I'm just here to play a minor role. My strength is the weakest, but I'm absolutely skilled at detoxification. Shinobu Kocho brushed her bangs aside, her snow-white skin stunning everyone. Xiao Shang stared in awe, completely forgetting the mysterious aura she had upon arrival. Immortal, please save my father. He's trapped in the Ren residence, taken by that demon. I'm afraid he... Ren Tingting knelt and pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes. As the daughter of a wealthy family, her sharp gaze instantly recognized these people as extraordinary. Your father is no longer alive, my condolences. Baisu calmly surveyed Rinjia town, where blood sacrifices ran rampant and malevolent energy surged. That Ren Tingting survived was already a miracle. My fate is so bitter. Ren Tingting wept like rain, her sorrow overwhelming. While Goshialuan appeared somewhat helpless, the others remained calm, having witnessed too many tragic life and death scenes. Their hearts had become as resilient as steel. Baisu's heart was as steadfast as iron, and the next step of his plan was rapidly forming in his mind. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. Baisu squinted slightly, discerning that the newcomer was an elderly Taoist with a long beard, dressed in golden robes, flying on a sword with an imposing aura. This world's cultivation levels are not weak. Though there are no supreme masters, many strong individuals have already glimpsed the great Tao. Soon, the Taoist flew above them and spoke sternly, I am a celestial master of Mount Longhu, specializing in subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Leave this place at once to avoid calamity. Upon hearing this, Lam Qingying trembled with excitement, a celestial master of Mount Longhu. I, Lam Qingying, a disciple of Ma Shan, humbly pay my respects to the celestial master. After years of Ma Shan cultivation, Lam Qingying had never had the fortune to meet such a powerful figure. His heart was filled with awe. Indeed, the blood sacrifice of an entire town by an otherworldly demon had alarmed such a peerless master, making the future battle unpredictable.
At this moment, a lazy, mocking voice rang out, "Old man, don't meddle.
Don't think you can handle this.
Your darkened forehead suggests a great calamity is near." Bai Su calmly said, "There have already been heavy casualties here. There's no need for another celestial master to fall. Though I don't know the strength of the Traverser, relying on the system, it's definitely beyond the combat power of this place." The celestial master remained unperturbed and replied indifferently, "Insolent child, leave at once." He nodded to Lam Qingying and flew his sword directly toward Renjia town, ready for battle. He knew the path ahead was perilous, but as a cultivator, what was there to fear about life and death? Bai Su silently praised, "This man is admirable, not quarreling with me. In that case, I don't need to hide either. I'll follow the celestial master and witness this firsthand." The celestial master of Mount Longhu is here.
Demon, surrender now.
A thunderous roar shook the center of Renjia town. The old Taoist, relying on his extraordinary cultivation, broke through the black clouds and summoned thunder. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around him. After chanting his incantation, heavenly thunder descended, instantly reducing ordinary demon zombies to ashes. The thunder technique of Mount Longhu, a force to be reckoned with in the cultivation world, truly awe-inspiring.
Uncle Ing admired.
This technique is primarily offensive, and thunder is the bane of all evil, making it highly effective for subduing demons.
The thunder technique originated from the Xinqiao sects Wang Wenqing and Lin Lingsu, combining inner alchemy cultivation with talismanic incantations. Based on the principle of the interaction between heaven and man, it commands wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, capable of summoning storms and overturning seas, all under one's control. The thunder technique once reigned supreme atop all techniques, the pinnacle of Taoist magic, embodying the essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Damn it!
Bai Su frowned deeply. This old Taoist is too careless. If I hadn't followed closely, tonight might have ended in disaster. Bai Su led the adventure team forward steadily, only to find that the celestial master had recklessly provoked a system-enhanced transmigrator. The flames of war were about to ignite, the winds and clouds stirred, and an earth-shattering battle was imminent. For a transmigrator to act so rashly is far from wise. This blood sacrifice ground conceals endless dangers. To dare conduct large-scale rituals here is no act of an ordinary person. If you can't even see through this, how could the system ever favor you? Cuckoo, quite a few distinguished guests have arrived tonight. A chilling voice echoed from the darkness.
Perfect timing.
I'm short on materials for refining zombies, and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. Just what I need for my experiments. Su Chao's eyes suddenly snapped open, blood-red light burning in his pupils. The earlier blood sacrifice had caused his power to surge dramatically. Even the strongest celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain would struggle to match him now.
Thunder technique? Childless play.
Su Chao sneered coldly. With a wave of his hand, black mist rose and transformed into thunder. The Yin 5 thunder technique surged like a raging sea, striking without any hand seals, directly blasting toward his opponent. The thunder struck repeatedly, leaving the celestial master unable to defend and instantly vanishing without a trace.
Damn it! I lost control of my power and wasted top-tier materials for nothing. Su Chao frowned. His rapid power surge left him unable to fully control his abilities. What was meant to be a probing move ended up instantly killing the celestial master. What kind of technique is that?
So bizarre, I doubt we can withstand it. Gush Yoluan was shaken to his core, his back drenched in cold sweat.
Their mission, to kill the extraterrestrial demon.
Just hearing the name was terrifying enough, and now even the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain had been instantly killed.
The danger was evident. System, how strong is this guy?
Bai Su calmly teased, waving his hand to revive the injured but not dead celestial master in the forest. Though defeated, the celestial master still retained some residual power to help test the transmigrator's strength. Assessment: First tier advanced combat power, not yet at full strength. May possess secret techniques for sudden bursts of power.
Host must proceed with caution. The system issued a calm warning.
A system-enhanced individual like this had boundless potential.
If he escaped, the consequences would be dire. Who knows if he might refine himself into a corpse god and disrupt the Naruto world. The original plan was for the team to grind monsters and level up, accumulating points. But seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, recklessly joining the battle could lead to life or death consequences. This round, Bai Su could only rely on himself to face it head-on. Tony, how about I leave taking down this boss to you? Special mission, solo challenge. Success will earn you 10,000 points, enough to exchange for top-tier equipment.
Bai Su patted his shoulder, smiling as he issued the challenge. The former Marvel Playboy Tony Stark responded with a playful tone, "Oh, great group leader, don't joke around. How could I possibly solo an extraterrestrial demon? Only you, the wise and mighty, you possess such unparalleled courage. You are the light in my heart, my admiration flows like the endless Yangtze River, like the flooding Yellow River, unstoppable. You are the dragon among men, the king of beasts. You've ignited the flame of hope in me, saving my cold heart." Tony's tone shifted dramatically, nearly dropping to his knees. Asking him to solo an extraterrestrial demon was practically a death sentence.
Quan Sazamu, please, stop being a simp, will you?
Chasing 10 campus bells this year, please, stop simping.
Madam Gui, for heaven's sake, stop simping.
The group chat exploded, with the big shots all calling for a halt. Tony's eloquence was unmatched, leaving Gush Shiluan feeling inferior.
Alright, enough joking.
You guys go clear out the ordinary zombies in Renjia Town, and don't let that flying zombie escape.
Make sure to annihilate them completely.
Baisu waved his hand, the battle horn sounded once more, blood-boiled, and the thrill was overwhelming.
I'll handle that extraterrestrial demon.
Baisu's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. Though Tony moved quickly, with so many big shots present, he couldn't act rashly. With the tasks assigned, Baisu's figure rose like a phantom, heading straight for the center of Renjia Town. His eyes locked onto Su Chao, who appeared ordinary on the surface but exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, like a lurking venomous snake ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment.
Warning! Anomalous power detected, likely exceeding 2 levels.
Proceed with extreme caution.
Su Chao's ultimate zombie system issued a rapid alert. The aura emanating from Baisu was extraordinary.
The system detected the presence of a similar kind, and an intense system battle was about to erupt.
Devouring and slaughter were imminent. Another transmigrator? Su Chao sneered. As expected, not simple.
I've seen the white-bearded great pirate by your side, and that butterfly shinobu.
Ha ha ha, I will make sure you die spectacularly.
Ever since obtaining the system, he had challenged higher levels countless times. The flying zombie by his side was exceptionally powerful and unwaveringly loyal. Together, their combined strength was far greater than a simple sum.
System, transfer all remaining points to my flying zombie. I want to see just how tough this new enemy is. At Su Chao's command, over 3,500 points were instantly infused, a desperate gamble. Enhancement complete.
Power level increased, the system responded calmly.
The flying zombie roared thunderously.
Under the full moon, starlight gradually converged, and its body was strengthened by a mysterious force, its aura surging dramatically. Corpse King howls at the moon. The Taoist master of Mount Longhu, meditating with closed eyes, suddenly heard the piercing howl. His wounds burst open, spraying blood, and he was filled with dread. If this power isn't stopped, Renjia Town will be utterly destroyed. The Corpse King is no match for the group leader. But that extraterrestrial demon likely has hidden techniques. Still, the group leader's power is unparalleled and will surely prevail, Lam Qingying muttered softly while tending to Manchoi.
Group leader? Who is that? So powerful?
The Taoist master of Mount Longhu asked in shock.
Lord Baisu, the young man with the blonde hair just now, Lam Qingying replied. Incredible.
The Taoist master gazed at the sky, where a young man stood in mid-air, surrounded by swirling purple energy, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth.
He was filled with admiration. A hero truly emerges in youth. At the center of Renjia Town, Su Chao's zombie system repeatedly scanned Baisu, finally determining the opponent's system level. Ding!
The system issued a 7-star god-slaying mission.
Target: kill the transmigrator Baisu and devour his system. Reward: 100,000 points. Failure: no penalty. Su Chao's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, demonic flames igniting. System, you're not lying to me, right? Can you really give 100,000 points in one go?
Respected host, as long as you successfully kill Baisu, the points will absolutely be sufficient, the system replied coldly. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and the fate of Renjia Town was being shaken by this group of transmigrators. Leave matters of emotions to me, and I guarantee the full 10,000 points will be delivered, with even extra rewards that will absolutely surprise you. The woman's voice was soft and alluring, like a spring breeze, gently tempting, as if coaxing a child to take medicine.
System calculations showed that as long as it devoured Baisu's system, it would achieve a qualitative leap.
This mission's difficulty had suddenly escalated, jumping from the usual 2 or 3 stars to 7 stars.
Oh! You've even learned to use honorifics. Looks like there's finally a day when you have to bow your head and beg me.
I'll take this mission, just wait and watch my performance.
Su Chao laughed proudly.
Ever since he obtained the strongest zombie system, it was the first time he had seen it so generous 10,000 points. This was a number that even the blood sacrifice of 30 million people couldn't match. As long as he took down this rookie in front of him, he could easily claim victory.
God slaying? A brat like you dares to call yourself a god? Kneel and become my slave, and maybe I'll spare your life. Su Chao sneered coldly.
In his eyes, Bai Su posed no threat at all. Before his transmigration, he was already a ruthless killer, with the instinct to hunt deeply ingrained in his bones, which was why he dared to blood sacrifice the townsfolk of Rinjia town.
God!
Bai Su instantly understood that the god the other referred to was not him, but the system within him.
There are countless paths to becoming stronger, must you choose this bloody one?
A trace of disgust flashed in Su Chao's eyes as he recalled the sight of Rinjia town being blood sacrificed to the point of utter desolation, with resentment soaring in endless wails.
Humph! What do you know?
In this world, the victor writes history. When a mortal emperor is enraged, 1,000,000 corpses pile up.
I merely blood sacrificed a small town, and you're already heartbroken? Su Chao sneered. You don't understand the significance of the system at all. Hand it over obediently, or you'll encounter someone even more ruthless, and you won't even be able to keep your life.
With a sinister smile on his face, Su Chao felt like he had hit the jackpot. Although the other party's system was top-notch, it was naive and soft-hearted.
On a battlefield of life and death, those with a saintly heart were destined to die inexplicably.
His past life's experience told him that only ruthlessness and cunning could ensure survival.
You seem to know quite a bit about systems? I'm curious, what other existences like us are there? Bai Su finally found a common topic.
Both were transmigrators, favored by fate, and their systems could even devour each other, which made him wary.
Let's talk after we fight.
Since you won't hand over the system willingly, let me cripple you first and let you taste the pain of corpse poison refining your body.
Su Chao sneered sinisterly.
He had said enough, and his killing intent surged. He wanted to use this battle to achieve a leap in strength and become the ruler of this world. By then, even celestial maidens would have to crawl at his feet.
So impatient?
Bai Su shook his head calmly. Leave the ordinary zombies in Rinjia town to you all. Individual efficiency determines points, so hurry up. Butterfly Shinobu moved gracefully like a dream, instantly dancing among the zombie horde. A 5-strike thrust tore through decayed flesh.
Though the damage was light, the poison erupted, and zombies fell one after another.
Despite her lack of strength, she showcased top-tier skills with her unique insect breathing, butterfly dance, combined with poison.
For the points, I'm giving it my all. Stop arguing.
Gus Xiaoluan shouted, his voice booming. The power of judgment began to manifest, his momentum soaring as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. The head of a flying zombie let out a final scream before crashing heavily to the ground. As the inheritor of the power of the galaxy and a future main god-level powerhouse, he effortlessly activated the judgment program, instantly reducing enemies far inferior to him into atomic fragments.
Wow! A single zombie is worth 20 points.
I'll take this entire area. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, unleashed a barrage of laser fire, his points skyrocketing 15, 20, the numbers climbing rapidly, leaving him overjoyed. The Iron Man suit was being sold in the group for 50 points, but no one bought it except for the cute girl Azumi Sajiri. In the future, as more experts emerge, I'll have to rely on myself. Only when my mid-tier strength is solid can I dare to chat with the big shots.
Tony resolved silently.
Lord Bai Su, thank you for hiring someone to cure my chronic illness.
This punch is my token of gratitude.
Whitebeard, after awakening the Tremor fruit, unleashed his full power for the first time. However, he wasn't competing for points, he directly targeted the extraterrestrial demon Su Chao.
Does a firefly dare to compete with the moon for brilliance? Su Chao sneered disdainfully. He possessed the strongest zombie system, and his physical attributes skyrocketed along with the levels of his subordinate zombies. Flying zombies were impervious to water and fire, indestructible. What was the Gura Gura no Mi compared to that? Boom!
A lightning arc exploded as Whitebeard's punch sent Su Chao flying dozens of meters, crashing straight through the Rin mansion.
Is this the power of the Gura Gura no Mi? No, your fruit has awakened? When did that happen?
As the dust settled, Su Chao crawled out of the crater. Though not seriously injured, he was in awe of Whitebeard's earthquake ability. Space itself had nearly shattered just now. If the force had been stronger, even his second-tier body would have been in danger.
You deserve to die. Humiliated, Su Chao teleported above Whitebeard's head, descending like a mountain crashing down.
Though Whitebeard was powerful, he was not invincible. If struck, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries.
Boom!
At the critical moment, Baisu appeared. With a single step, an invisible ripple spread across 10,000 meters. All zombies within the range instantly turned to dust, black clouds dissipated, and a bright moon hung in the sky, dreamlike and mysterious. Conqueror's Haki, reigning supreme, all heavens bowing. A mortal body, defying the gods. The group leader's entrance is truly extraordinary. 106 points, no fear of you getting arrogant.
Tony marveled. The group leader is wise and mighty, a young hero rarely seen in the world. Lady Gua exclaimed in admiration. Group leader brother, kill that extraterrestrial demon, Wa. Izumi Sajiri pouted coquettishly. The system malfunctioned, and a warning suddenly appeared. Mission updated, leave immediately, escape the pursuit of the Traverser, reward 30,000 points. Su Chao's mind exploded. 30,000 points? The system must have gone crazy. Your strength has reached the 3rd tier? In an instant, his sharp mind understood the opponent, though seemingly weak, was hiding a trump card. If he made a move, he would surely die. 3rd tier? You could say that. It's been a while since I had a real fight. Let us have some fun. Baisu's eyes flashed coldly, as if he controlled the heavens and earth, his massive hand locking the void. Su Chao fled desperately, but he felt increasingly small and helpless. System, save me. The gap between the 2nd and 3rd tiers was like heaven and earth. A 7-star mission was so perilous, the damn system had completely screwed him over. Ding! Crisis response, recommending the forbidden talisman from the store, priced at 5,000 points. The system will lend it in advance, to be repaid double within a month. Deal. What's a few more massacred towns? Hurry up. Ding. Loan activated. The forbidden talisman has been delivered. In an instant, the strongest zombie system mercilessly deducted 10,000 points from Su Chao's account. This system was truly a profiteer. Points were like lifeblood, and its true motives were unknown. Su Chao was nothing more than a tool, one the system could discard at any moment. In a flash, Su Chao's body underwent a massive transformation. His fangs grew 2 feet long, and his deafening roar shook the heavens. Hundreds of transparent human figures surged toward the sky like a tide, only to be devoured by his gaping, bloodthirsty mouth. A single forbidden talisman consumed, costing 10,000 points. He had gone completely mad, his eyes blood red, devouring thousands of souls. His aura skyrocketed, while the surrounding vegetation withered, leaving no trace of life. My God! The drought demon has descended, plunging the world into chaos. Group leader, if this continues, the extraterrestrial demon will become the legend of the drought demon. Unless immortals or gods intervene, no one can stop it. From the Book of Poetry Major Court Hymns Cloud Han, the drought demon wreaks havoc, like a blazing inferno. Lin Zhengying's face turned ashen. The drought demon was an unnatural and malevolent being, with extremely harsh conditions for its birth. Yet the extraterrestrial demon had used perverse methods to compress 1,000 years of cultivation into just a few minutes. Spare me. When I reign supreme over the world, I will repay you. Su Chao felt the terrifying power within him, reigniting his confidence as he began bargaining with Baisu. He refused to accept his fate. For 3 months, the system's support had only left him slightly less fortunate than Baisu. As long as he had enough time. Fine, unbind yourself from the strongest zombie system, and I'll let you go. Baisu sneered. The system was the most valuable asset. Su Chao was nothing but trash, whether killed or spared. However, she would never let him roam free. A rampaging demon could not be tolerated. You're delusional. That's more cruel than killing me. Our fates are similar. Why not cooperate? Together, we shall reign over the dimensional world. Su Chao's voice was bewitching, causing the members of the adventure team to feel dizzy, unaware of his step-by-step approach toward Baisu. Baisu raised her finger and softly said, "Freeze." What kind of sorcery is this? Su Chao instantly lost control, unable to move. His pupils dilated dramatically as a wave of helpless terror engulfed him. Though the system was powerful, it was ultimately bound by the laws of physics. Baisu's move was nearly divine. In truth, Baisu had used a fragment of the time law, compressing Su Chao's time to zero, a technique effective only against the weak. So stubborn, what's the point? With the wrath of a king, the skies cleared, and Baisu's single sentence restored the bright and boundless heavens over Rinjia town. Golden light shone, dispelling all evil. The opportunity had been given, how could it be wasted? Su Chao was in a panic, sensing that the next strike would undoubtedly kill him. Even with the forbidden talisman enhancing his body, it was no match for Baisu's move. Baisu, you're too cruel. You care for the world's people, but why not for me? I'm just an ordinary transmigrator. What did I do wrong? Don't force me to self-destruct the system and take everyone down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar electronic female voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The contract for the strongest zombie system has expired. Auto unbinding in progress. 30%. 50%. 100%. Unbinding complete. Wishing you a pleasant life. System, you useless thing. Do you think you can escape? Without me, you're nothing. Get me out of here now. Su Chao went completely mad. Having experienced a stroke of luck once, could fortune always be on his side? At this moment, judgment descended. Bai Su threw a punch, tearing the space above Rinjia town, ripples spreading outward. Though Su Chao was strong, he ultimately could not withstand the power of spatial rupture. His body shattered into countless pieces. The mountain wind howled, and the enemy vanished without a trace in an instant. Ding! The strongest zombie system has been successfully recovered. Congratulations to the host for completing a special mission and earning 10,000 points. All team members have met the minimum contribution threshold and each received a reward of 1,000 points. The system recovery was complete. Although he didn't fully understand what the recovery truly meant, he had a vague feeling that the system had become stronger and more complete. The team members were shocked. Such a powerful enemy was defeated by Bai Su in just one move. 2 high-difficulty team missions were effortlessly completed under Bai Su's leadership, making the others feel like they were just earning points for free. Tearing through space. Bai Su is simply a genius. In such a short time, he has developed the tremor fruit to its peak. If I could achieve even half of his strength, I would have no regrets in this life. Whitebeard sighed deeply. If Bai Su hadn't stepped in earlier, he would have been instantly killed by Su Chao. In the adventure team, perhaps only Gu Xiaoluan could withstand Su Chao, but he had yet to awaken his super gene, leaving his attack power insufficient. Is it over already? Earning 1,000 points for doing almost nothing feels a bit embarrassing. If Bai Su leads the next mission, maybe we should let the girls in the group take the field. Gu Xiaoluan scratched his head, recalling the last summit war where he headbutted Sengoku. This time, however, all he managed was a clumsy chop at the flying zombie, causing negligible damage. 1,000 points. Should I use them for enlightenment or the Great Tao Furnace function? Masters, is the success rate of the Great Tao Furnace high? Tony, seeing his account flooded with points, was as happy as if he'd earned billions of dollars. But being an ordinary human relying entirely on his armor for power, he wondered what enlightenment could even do for him. Gu Xiaoluan wants to give up this opportunity? Be careful, the big shots in the group might surpass you. Ordinary zombies are easy to deal with, but this time the extraterrestrial demon was too strong. Without Bai Su's protection, we would all be dead. Butterfly Shinobu let out a sigh of relief, her face finally showing a long-lost smile. Having carried the burden of family vengeance for years, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Like Tony, she was torn between using enlightenment to elevate her realm or using the Great Tao Furnace to enhance her weapons and techniques. Tony, your physical condition is too poor. Use your points to buy basic cultivation techniques from the big shots. The enemies are getting stronger, and relying solely on your armor won't cut it. Bai Su calmly suggested, take Gu Xiaoluan, for example. With his indestructible body and a lifespan of 10,000 years, as long as he awakens his super gene, he can live by charging with sunlight. The Great Tao Furnace is powerful, but it carries the risk of failure. If it fails, your points will go to waste, so choose wisely. Bai Su recalled his own painful experience with the Great Tao Furnace, his face trembling slightly. That time, he lost all his points. Although he later obtained the half-step Void Emperor scripture, making it somewhat worthwhile, those with bad luck should avoid trying it lightly. Cultivation? I'm getting old and not sure if I can still practice. Tony hesitated. Having traveled the world in his youth, he knew that training required an early start. Now, at his age, he feared he might not be able to keep up. I have basic cultivation techniques. Tony, why not stay here for a few days? If you encounter any problems, feel free to ask me. There are many experts in the group who can surely help you grow. Lin Zhengying, seeing that the evil aura in Rinjia town had been completely eradicated, finally relaxed. Although he hadn't participated in the battle, he triggered a special mission and earned 1,000 points. After experiencing the enlightenment function, his strength might soar, potentially rivaling the heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain. No problem. Before the next team mission, I'll issue 2 boundary-breaking talismans daily, with no time limit. You can stay here with Uncle Ling and experience the wonders of Taoist techniques. Bai Su smiled, having fully returned to his natural state, ready to face the next challenge. With that overwhelming pressure just now, who would dare to challenge the group members? No one could withstand it. Everyone, follow me.
My humble abode may be simple, but it's fate that we can gather together. Once we cross the small hill, our destination will be right in front of us.
With your stamina, it should be a breeze.
Butterfly Shinobu quickly treated the injured, and Wankai had already regained consciousness and could walk on his own. Lin Zhengying immediately led the team to a quaint courtyard.
Madame Gua smiled. Heroes, you've worked hard.
Here are a few dishes I personally prepared, paired with 30-year-old aged wine.
We must celebrate this great victory. Ding! Madame Gua generously rewarded everyone with a beggar's chicken. This beggar's chicken, with its innards cleaned but feathers intact, was wrapped in clay and roasted over a fire.
When the clay dried, the feathers fell off with it, leaving tender, fragrant meat that amazed the taste buds.
Ding!
Stir-fried cabbage hearts with chicken fat and minced duck feet were served, offering a unique flavor.
Ding!
The appetizer, Three Friends of Winter, combined pine nuts, bamboo fungus, and sour plums in perfect harmony.
Ding!
Stewed chicken with shiitake mushrooms, made with wild mountain mushrooms and free-range chicken in a secret clay pot recipe, melted in the mouth and left a lingering aftertaste. Paired with roasted wide noodles and ribs, it was an absolute culinary delight.
Ding!
Roast rabbit, roast beef, flour fish, clam meat, roast lamb leg, one delicious dish after another was served, making everyone's mouths water. P.S. Thanks to Sundark for the support with 5 monthly tickets.
In the heat of the battle, Huang Rong rushed into the kitchen overnight.
Flames danced as a table of exquisite dishes lit up the scene. Her unparalleled intelligence was the very reason Hong Qigong taught Guojing the 18 dragon subduing palms back in the day.
Izumi Sajiri exclaimed excitedly, impossible. A group mission comes with such perks? This is too tempting, I'm drooling. With the body of a mortal, rivaling the gods, he laughed and said, want to eat? Just buy 2 boundary-breaking talismans. Little rich girl, let the group leader reimburse this small amount. At Izumi Sajiri.
Tony still remembered how generous Izumi Sajiri was. His first transaction in the group was selling her a set of Iron Man armor. Izumi Sajiri playfully retorted, Tony, you're being naughty.
The group leader is going to teach you a lesson.
With the body of a mortal, rivaling the gods. With the body of a mortal, rivaling the gods, sighed helplessly. Tony, scolded by the cute girl, dared not talk back, especially since the group leader was right beside him. Lady Gua smiled warmly, sister, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you.
Huang Rong and Izumi Sajiri chatted enthusiastically.
Busy preparing this table of dishes, Huang Rong was overwhelmed, leaving the other big shots to wait.
Izumi Sajiri grinned mischievously, really? Seeing Tony reminds me of pig trotters. Sister Huang Rong, can I have some braised pig trotters?
Lady Gua readily agreed, no problem. With the body of a mortal, rivaling the gods, blushed silently. Bai Su raised his glass, Lady Gua's culinary skills are exceptional. Let's help each other out in the future and solve problems together.
A toast to Lady Gua.
A toast to Lady Gua, the group cheered in unison. Huang Rong raised her glass high, bold, and heroic, downing it in one go, exuding the aura of a true heroine.
The wine was called Bamboo Leaf Green, fragrant and crisp.
Back when Western Venom Ouyang Fong invaded Peach Blossom Island, among the venomous snakes he brought was the Bamboo Leaf Green, extremely poisonous and lethal. Yet Huang Rong tamed it, turning poison into fine wine, a rarity in the world.
Guojing was astonished. My dear, who were you toasting? The dishes you just made disappeared in an instant. Could this be a secret technique from the South Seas?
He was puzzled. The couple had lived in seclusion for years, and he had never heard of such a skill.
Could it be something Huang Rong learned during her adventures in the martial world? Huang Rong smiled and said, Husband, I've made friends with a group of extraordinary masters.
They possess magical abilities, and if I stay with them long enough, I might gain some extraordinary powers too. She had just come of age, her face as radiant as a peach blossom, with unparalleled grace. As a young heroine of the martial world, her brilliance was unmatched, and she was destined to stir up even greater waves in the future.
The strength of the heavenly group is in no way inferior to anyone. How strong is the heavenly group? Could they really surpass Elder Hong, the leader of the beggar clan? Gui Jing's expression turned serious.
Ever since Hong Qigong taught him the 18 dragon subduing palms, he had wandered the world for years without a trace. If Huang Rong had befriended such extraordinary masters, perhaps they could uncover news about the clan leader. Hong Qigong, known in the martial world as the Northern Beggar, was a pinnacle of martial arts and one of the 5 greats of the world. His only direct disciples were Gui Jing and Huang Rong, though he had also taught Munianzi and Yanghua. As the leader of the beggar clan, he was righteous, clever, and bold. Once, due to his gluttony, he made a grave mistake and resolutely severed the index finger of his right hand, earning him the title Nine-Fingered Divine Beggar. Respected by both the righteous and the wicked, his dog-beating staff technique and 18 dragon-subduing palms were unrivaled in the world. His lifelong nemesis was Western Venom Ouyang Phone, who repeatedly schemed against him, nearly costing him his life. In his later years, during a martial arts contest on Mount Hua, the two finally reconciled and passed away together. Despite losing a finger, Hong Qigon's love for food remained unchanged.
He traveled the world sampling delicacies and had an unparalleled knowledge of cuisine. He could easily identify the ingredients in every dish Huang Rong prepared.
The beggar clan was divided into the clean clothes faction and the dirty clothes faction, which were constantly at odds. Hong Qigong managed to maintain harmony by alternating between wearing clean and dirty clothes each year. Huang Rong, with her exceptional culinary skills, won his favor and was accepted as his disciple. Gui Jing, due to his honesty and sincerity, was taught 15 moves of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, while Huang Rong learned the free and easy palm technique. How should I put it? The people I've met have martial arts skills that absolutely rival Master S. Some can traverse the air, some can move mountains and fill seas, and some are impervious to blades and swords. Huang Rong deliberately spoke vaguely, fearing that Gui Jing might find it hard to accept. Bai Su could tear through space with a single punch, reigning supreme over the heavens, far surpassing the limits of the Condor hero's world.
Traversing the air is lightness skill? Moving mountains and filling seas seems exaggerated.
The 18 dragon-subduing palms can move stones, but it's far from the power to move mountains. Gui Jing's martial arts had advanced rapidly. Though his aptitude was average, his perseverance had made him a dominant force. Even Hong Qigong had doubted his talent initially, only to later discover that Gui Jing was a martial arts prodigy.
Alright, don't worry about these things, Brother Jing. Leave it to me. It's getting late, so get some rest.
Although Huang Rong was clever, she couldn't bear to see her husband anxious and urged him to sleep. Gui Jing nodded, returned to his room, and sat in meditation to cultivate, fully focused.
By the way, have you been in touch with Tokisaki Kurumi and Medusa recently?
They didn't come for this mission, Bai Su asked with concern. The Yandere from Tengo City hasn't shown up lately, and Medusa has also been absent from the group chat for several days. I've been busy practicing flying with those black wings these past few days, so I haven't had time to chat in the group. Today, I happened to see the adventurer team recruiting, so I signed up, a member responded.
Izumi Sajiri is the most active chatter in our group.
She is probably going to privately message Kurumi and Medusa, said the owner of the butterfly house with a smile.
Butterfly Shinobu had spoken with Sajiri many times and knew she was even more flirtatious than the boys. With Kurumi and Medusa having such distinct styles, as an erotic manga artist, she would undoubtedly find them fascinating. No, I've been busy these past few days debugging the mecha Tony sold me. I've even delayed 2 chapters of my manuscript and haven't noticed them lurking, Izumi Sajiri replied. Maybe she really is busy. Bai Su blinked.
Within the group, the major figures each carried their own destinies. Tokisaki Kurumi had been framed and turned into a spirit, accidentally killing her friend, which led to her complete descent into darkness.
The winds of change surged, and undercurrents swirled.
The Jama Empire, Tagore Desert sacred ground of the Snake People tribe, or even top-tier Do Kings risked their lives stepping in. Inside a magnificent palace, the cold and stunningly beautiful Medusa glared angrily at the high priest.
Why is the Queen's coronation ceremony being held early? There are still several months left. Her long purple tail swayed, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance.
Beside her, the gentle and timid younger sister Qingwei whispered, "Sister, the clan rules cannot be defied. The Snake People tribe has been without a queen for too long.
Our people are being slaughtered by the humans. We can't stand by any longer."
The high priest, wearing a ghostly mask, spoke with an aged yet authoritative voice. Identical twins, only one can become the Medusa Queen.
Kill the other, and the survivor will be the rightful ruler.
3 days later, the grand ceremony proceeded as scheduled. The 4 elders and the high priest stood on a high platform, overlooking the 2 sisters in the formation.
The array was so powerful that even a Do Emperor expert would struggle to escape. Medusa's eyes burned with fury.
Though her strength was formidable, she had yet to break through to the peak. Facing the combined assault of the high priest and the 4 elders, her chances of victory were slim.
"How dare you! You haven't ascended the throne yet, and you're already so insolent," the high priest roared, his soul corrupted by power. He had laid a sinister trap, forcing the 2 sisters into mutual destruction. Only one could survive, leaving the desert under his control. "Sister, kill me! You are the true queen.
The younger sister, Dai, handed a dagger to Medusa, her voice resolute.
No. We will both live. Medusa's eyes blazed with determination, vowing to defy her fate.
Her entire body erupted with Do Chi, fiery red energy enveloping the dagger, crushing it instantly.
Drawing her bow, she let out a furious roar.
The fiery dragon-like arrow tore through the sky, heading straight for the high priest. The formation retaliated, causing a deafening explosion, but it couldn't extinguish Medusa's wrath.
The high priest was alarmed. A peak Do Emperor Medusa with such terrifying talent. If given time, she will undoubtedly overthrow the entire Snake People tribe.
This battle of power and destiny had only just begun. Medusa was on the verge of breaking through to Do Ancestor, a level of strength that would make her invincible. But this also meant her dreams would shatter throughout the Jama Empire. Do Ancestor experts were exceedingly rare.
Capture her.
Medusa dares to rebel and attempts to assassinate me and the four elders.
Arrest her and throw her into the dungeon.
The high priest was resolute, having already deployed death warriors in ambush, using the formation to besiege Medusa. The rest was simple: the timid Dai would ascend to the throne, taking control of the entire Snake People tribe.
Damn it!
Medusa roared, not expecting the high priest to move the queen's coronation up by several months, disrupting her plans.
Sister, I'll use spatial ninjutsu to help you escape. Dai shouted anxiously.
Her innate spatial ability allowed her to teleport instantly, but she could only take one person. If two went together, the risk would increase significantly.
Absolutely not. Medusa's eyes glistened with tears.
You haven't mastered spatial combat techniques yet.
Recklessly using them will bring disaster.
I will never let you get hurt. Memories of the future pierced her like a knife. If Dai activated spatial combat techniques, the energy conflict would cause her to lose her memory, or worse, die in the chaos of battle.
Was this the cycle of fate? No time left. Dai waved her hand, repelling the enemy forces. Outnumbered and outmatched, the situation was dire. No, Dai, don't be impulsive.
Medusa's heart ached as she watched her younger sister fall into a desperate situation, a wave of helplessness engulfing her. In the midst of despair, a private system message flashed by Sue.
By Sue, what are you up to? The big shots in the group are chatting away. Where did you go?
By Sue was a top-tier powerhouse.
The group was celebrating with drinks, the atmosphere lively.
Medusa's purple-tailed silhouette had left a deep impression on him, prompting him to show concern for her for the first time.
By Sue, I'm in danger. Save us. As long as my sister is safe, I'll give you anything.
Medusa replied urgently, fending off a Do King-level opponent while keeping her eyes fixed on the response. The high priest was furious, and the four elders reinforced the formation, suppressing Medusa's combat power.
Ding! A new private message, wait for me. A golden portal suddenly opened, shattering the formation.
The four elders spat blood, and thousands of serpent warriors collapsed to the ground, unable to move.
That is? Dai exclaimed in shock.
A man enveloped in golden light stepped out, his aura commanding like a sovereign descending upon the world, making Dai stand in awe.
You're here. Medusa's smile bloomed like a flower, rare tenderness showing on her face. As long as you're okay.
Bai Su nodded, tossing aside his wine cup and rushing over, a subtle concern lingering in his heart for this unique woman.
This is?
The high priest's face turned pale with terror, his ghostly mask trembling as he stammered, walking on air, a Do-sec powerhouse, terrifying beyond measure. Bai Su's aura erupted, silencing the entire border of the Jama Empire.
A Do-sec level powerhouse was almost a forbidden existence here. This remote region had never seen a resident Do-sect expert before. Human Do-sect, what do you intend to do? Have you forgotten the human serpent pact? This is an internal matter of the serpent race, not for you to interfere.
The high priest roared, his voice trembling with despair.
Medusa, you ambitious traitor. You actually colluded with a human Do-zone to conspire to usurp the throne of the Snake People tribe.
You deserve to die 1,000 deaths, he furiously accused, attempting to suppress her with authority. But at that moment, the high priest suddenly fell to his knees, his hands frantically pounding his legs, desperately trying to stand but unable to control himself. The Snake People tribe had an innate sensitivity to death, and he instinctively realized that if the Do-zone expert before him made a move, it would spell utter disaster. Bai Su glanced at him indifferently, his voice icy. I have no desire to interfere in your internal disputes.
Medusa, are you ready? Medusa lowered her head, her cheeks showing a mix of shame and complexity.
She had thought Bai Su would blame her for being reckless, but instead, he took out a deep blue gemstone from his arms, its glow hazy and as profound as the ocean. This is the heart of the ocean, a protective artifact condensed from a saint's power. You can harness its strength, but do not rely on it. Your talent is already strong enough, and you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. Baisu solemnly placed the gemstone around her fair neck. So beautiful, exclaimed Dai beside them, as the gemstone emitted a mysterious and sacred aura, instantly silencing the entire hall. A description of the gemstone appeared.
Heart of the ocean.
For those below Tier 2, wearing it raises their level by a small tier without side effects. Active skill protection automatically activates when severely injured, capable of withstanding a full force strike from an early stage saint. Medusa looked at the gemstone's description, her eyes flashing with excitement and shock. She was already at the peak of Do Huang, and wearing it allowed her to ignore the level barrier and step into the Dozong realm. Her body suddenly felt light and floated upward, the mark of Dozong appearing instantly.
High Priest, stop obstructing.
Medusa coldly swept her gaze, her commanding aura like a raging sea storm, sweeping across half the desert. All the snake people warriors immediately prostrated themselves, submitting to their new queen.
Baisu silently praised from the side.
Medusa's demeanor was unparalleled in its cold arrogance, her purple tail swaying gracefully, exuding exotic charm.
Dai shouted excitedly, "Sister has broken through to Dozone. Now this is a worthy queen. High Priest, do you still dare not kneel? Are you tired of living?"
The high priest's body trembled before finally collapsing to his knees, completely submitting to this unmatched powerhouse. The Dozong realm was a height even the previous queen had never reached, and Medusa's talent was astonishing.
"This matter here is yours to handle now."
Baisu withdrew his aura and turned to leave.
"Uncle Ying's world is waiting for me. This adventure has only just begun. You owe me a drink. Make it up next time."
Baisu smiled faintly, having perfectly resolved the immediate trouble, and was ready to depart.
He had no intention of returning to Uncle Ying's side to continue the banquet.
The responsibilities of Hokage had been handed over to Tsunade and Shizune, and it was time to return and assess the results.
"Don't go. Stay for my coronation ceremony. A queen's coronation is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope you can remain in this world." Medusa suddenly grabbed Baisu's hand.
This man exuded a sacred and mysterious aura that she couldn't resist. As the queen of the Snake People tribe, she had always been decisive, but at this moment, she found herself deeply drawn to this man.
"Yes. Stay. Although our land is a desert, it has countless delicacies. I'll personally take you to try them all."
The butterfly also grabbed Baisu's other arm, the elastic touch making Baisu blush and his heart race, afraid he might lose composure. With the two sisters flanking him, such temptation could shake even gods and demons. Baisu, who always prided himself on his steadfast resolve, unexpectedly found himself replying, "All right, let's go see the ceremony together."
The grandest queen's coronation ceremony in decades for the Snake People began.
The high priest secretly schemed against the Medusa sisters, but the ceremony remained magnificent and adhered to traditions without any compromise.
Thousands of Snake People warriors formed phalanxes to welcome the queen's inspection.
Though they dared not look directly into the queen's eyes, their hearts surged with excitement.
In the Dochi continent, where the strong prey on the weak, only the great queen could lead her people out of despair.
On the high platform, Baisu and the butterfly sat in the elders' seats, exotic fruits laid out before them, their expressions relaxed. The surrounding elders cast puzzled glances, but the two paid no mind.
"These desert fruits are so sweet. What is this one that looks like a dragon fruit? The taste is simply exquisite," Baisu exclaimed. "Dragon fruit?
That's cactus fruit, an extremely rare spiritual herb that takes 100 years to mature and is difficult to harvest." The butterfly gently shook her head, pushing her own fruit toward Baisu.
She and her sister Medusa were identical twins, sharing the same aesthetic tastes.
The butterfly had never seen the outside world, while Baisu, with his great strength and rich experience, naturally attracted her.
"No wonder he's the man my sister fancies. I wonder if she'll let me have half,"
the butterfly murmured softly to herself.
What did you say?"
Baisu looked up warily, unable to understand what have half meant, as the Snake People were not known for cannibalism.
Nothing.
"Try this too, it's a fresh spiritual herb." The butterfly quickly handed him a purple crystal grape. The ceremony lasted the entire day, during which Baisu tasted the rare spiritual fruits of the Snake People, particularly savoring the sweet flavor of the cactus fruit.
"Lord Baisu, why not stay here tonight? I'll have the maidens dance for you."
Our snake women's dance is unparalleled in the world, a rare sight even for Dozong experts. The two sisters led him into a lavishly decorated palace, pointing to a room with a gilded wooden bed, exuding luxury.
The waists of the snake people women were as flexible as blades, their movements mesmerizing.
On the Dochi continent, having a snake people maid was a mark of honor for the strong, and now Bai Su was like an emperor, enjoying the maiden's service.
Ahem, no need, thank you for your hospitality, but I should leave.
Bai Su was about to decline when a cold finger suddenly pressed against his lips. The Medusa Queen approached step by step, cornering him.
Can you really bear to leave now?
I told you, as long as you saved the butterfly, I would do anything for you. A purple tail slowly coiled around Bai Su's body, Medusa's stunningly beautiful face inches away at this moment. Fate was irrevocably changed.
The butterfly, seeing their intimate actions, blushed instantly and hurriedly slipped away. Though lively, she was timid and completely incapable of taking the initiative.
Bai Su's lips were slightly dry. Just as he closed his eyes, a cold sensation pressed against his lips. After 3 hours of intense battle, there was finally a brief ceasefire.
Medusa finally joined the group chat, and everyone happened to be online.
Uncle Ling excitedly said, "Thanks to Lord Bai Su for leading us to Rinjia town, otherwise, I fear today would have been disastrous."
Izumi Sajiri asked in confusion. Lord Bai Su left before finishing his drink, saying he had something important to do. Why is there no news? Could he have passed out drunk?
This year chasing 10 campus bells quickly clarified, impossible. Brother Bai never gets drunk, he must have just gone through a brutal battle.
Medusa suddenly said, he is asleep. The group chat exploded. Izumi Sajiri pressed on, who was asleep?
Medusa, your words are way too cryptic. Butterfly house owner complained, incomplete information.
This sounds like a cliffhanger. Evidence, please, at Medusa? Lady Gua slyly added, how about a photo to make it more convincing? Medusa's next words ignited the gossip. He refers to Bai Su? Didn't he even wait to finish his drink? Then, she sent a picture a deep blue, translucent heart of the ocean gemstone. The accompanying description left everyone in awe.
Heart of the ocean, condensed from a saint's power, currently in a sealed state. When worn by a non-saint, it can raise their level by 1 tier.
The stronger the individual, the weaker the effect. Uncle Ing exclaimed, ignoring levels to forcibly ascend?
This is practically a legendary treasure.
Medusa teased, who else but Bai Su? Honestly, didn't he even want to accept such an expensive gift? The group exploded, holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Damn!
Gush Yeluan gazed at the moon outside the window, sighing to himself, Brother Bai's skills with women are out of this world.
I said last time he wasn't into women, how do I explain this now? In the Marvel universe, Tony Stark dropped his iced cola, his heart shattered, damn group admin, why? I'm your most loyal one.
In Tiangong City, a mysterious schoolgirl in a uniform, with twin braids and one eye covered, her long black stockinged legs drawing every man's gaze, had golden clock-like light flickering in her eyes.
A mysterious smile played on her lips. Looks like someone has their eyes on Bai Su? He is mine.
She is investigating the mastermind behind DEM Corporation, vowing to uncover the conspiracy of Westcott and others.
Uncle Ling asked to borrow the gem again. Medusa, lend it to me for 3 hours to experience the next realm. It will make enlightenment smoother. Medusa cutely refused, no way.
Our snake tribe has rules, a woman's necklace cannot be lent out, or bad luck will follow, sob sob sob.
The queen acted cute, and the women in the group instantly fell silent. Uncle Ing helplessly said, with a mortal body, rivaling the gods, dog group leader, come out and explain. Didn't you promise to be each other's lackey? Forgot already? At Bai Su. The owner of Butterfly House, Bai Su, look at the sky. That cloud, could it be the legendary Heart of the Ocean?
Sajiri Izumi said in a delicate voice, I also want a Heart of the Ocean, sob sob, please, I beg you all.
The group exploded. A Heart of the Ocean is so valuable that even 3,000 points might not be enough to buy one. Why could Queen Medusa accept it so easily? There must be a secret behind this. What exactly happened?
Bai Su suddenly opened his eyes. After being in a trance for so long, he was bombarded with countless private messages, and his inbox was nearly exploding. 90% of the messages were from Tony, filled with all kinds of data about stunning beauties.
What is this guy trying to do? Bribe me?
Please, after experiencing the charm of the queen, who would still be attracted to these ordinary women?
Ding!
For challenging the gods as a mortal, Bai Su was muted for 1 minute. The owner of Butterfly House, the permission dog is online, everyone be careful.
Uncle Ing, the permission dog is online, be cautious. Sajiri Izumi, the permission dog is online, stay alert.
Bai Su cleared his throat, everyone, it's getting late, rest early, good night. At this moment, explanations were useless. The more he said, the messier it got. He glanced at Queen Medusa, who was laughing secretly on the side, and couldn't help but slap her with a crisp smack.
Awake? My dear husband.
Medusa lazily leaned against him, her long purple tail coiled around. Baisu finally understood just how fortunate Su Xian truly was. The fierce battle erupted once again, with the only pause being a halftime break. The system notification sound fell completely silent. Neither of them expected that when they woke up, 3 days had already passed.
Your Majesty, greetings. The serpent tribe's maids knelt on one knee.
Dai, knowing their secret, had specially assigned female guards to protect the area. Fortunately, Baisu had already used his magic to seal the space, preventing outsiders from intruding.
Summon the elders to discuss the new rules for the serpent tribe. Medusa remained cold and proud, exuding an imposing aura when silent. Yet, her gaze occasionally fell on Baisu, instantly overflowing with tenderness.
Having been familiar with the serpent tribe's rules since childhood, she had long wanted to reform them. Now, with the authority to command her people, she vowed to transform this place into a beautiful home where both Do kings and Do emperors, as well as ordinary tribespeople, could live happy lives.
Kalen,
Baisu had no mission in this world and should have left long ago. But with their relationship taking such a significant step forward, he found himself at a loss for words.
Be good. Let Dai take you out for a walk and get some rest. Leave everything else to me.
Medusa gently patted his shoulder and left with her guards. Since ascending the throne 3 days ago, she hadn't stepped outside. Today, she had to handle tribal affairs and likely wouldn't have time to accompany Baisu.
She cast him an apologetic glance before hurrying away. Be good.
Baisu stood there in a daze, feeling like a little puppy. As a third-tier powerhouse, barely reaching the Saint Realm and impervious to blades and spears, he was now being told by the queen to rest more.
Is this what it feels like to be pampered by a queen? It was exhilarating. Baisu, let's go for a walk. There's a secret base in the desert that only my sister and I know about. Dai appeared, bouncing with excitement.
Over the past 3 days, she had tried multiple times to approach, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Even with Do Emperor level strength, she couldn't get close. She ordered the guards to stand watch day and night, and to report immediately at the slightest disturbance.
All right, let's go. Baisu nodded.
Dai was too naive, actually mistaking him for some young Dozone from the nearby area. At his current age, if he were a Dozone, there must be a powerful force backing him, likely far surpassing the Snake People tribe.
With his strength, a Dozone wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Without further explanation, the two mounted their tamed beasts, officially beginning their desert adventure. I've been in seclusion for 3 days, right? How are those guys in the group doing? Baisu sent his thoughts to the mental platform and typed, Hey, little ones, a day without me feels like 3 years, doesn't it? You must miss me a lot. The group members retorted, You're not Zhao Jiayu's eldest daughter, why should we miss you? Stop being narcissistic. Baisu? Oh my god, these guys are truly outrageous. Who changed this ID? It couldn't be you, Tony, you idiot. I've spoiled your bad habits for too long this year, I must fix them. Fuming, he scrolled through the chat history and discovered that this ID was truly something else that had insulted almost every big shot in the group. Except for a few silent lurkers Jean Ichuan, Medusa, and Tokasaki Kurumi, no one was spared. Tony Stark, the group's old joker, was so furious he laughed and shouted, I'm contacting the group admin. This person has to be kicked out. Baisu counted the group members and was shocked to find that there was actually a mysterious new member. He clearly hadn't summoned anyone new in the past few days. System, are you there? How did the dimensional chat group suddenly gain a new member? Could it be some transmigrator sneaking in with a system? Ever since the battle with the strongest zombie system, I'd been particularly sensitive to these things. I feel like this is just the beginning. Ding! Chat group activity level has met the threshold, triggering a random summoning event. The host was notified 3 days ago, but the message was filtered by you. Filtered? Baisu smiled bitterly. The battle was intense at the time, so he hadn't noticed the message, and it was still sitting in the information list. Zhao Jiayu, this name sounds so familiar. The voice too. Could it be the Bright Sword Big Shot, Independent Regiment Commander Li Yunlong? No wonder all the big shots in the group were insulted. Li Yunlong, after a few drinks, doesn't see anyone in his eyes. He even called his direct superior a dog. At this moment, in the Marvel world, Long Island, Tony Stark spat out a mouthful of cola. Is this guy crazy? Daring to go against the Supreme Being, doesn't he fear the group admin tearing through space to have a chat with him? Newcomer, watch your words and actions. The person who just spoke to you is the group owner, the Supreme Existence, got it?
After Tony finished speaking, a sly smile appeared on his face. At critical moments, it still takes me to personally step in and save the day. Although the girls in the group outnumbered the guys, Tony was full of confidence. In the future, he was certain he would be the one closest to the group owner. What as a group owner? I'm the commander of the independent regiment. Everything I say is the truth. The newcomer was brimming with arrogance, prompting the big shots in the group to chime in. Ing Shu, brother, making enemies everywhere like this isn't a good idea. This group is full of top-tier big shots from all realms. It'll be hard to get by in the future. Sajiri Izumi, I can smell the alcohol even across dimensions. This newcomer must be drunk and can't sober up. Madam Gui, stop arguing. The group owner rarely shows up, so keep the channel quiet. Sajiri Izumi, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality. You little brats, do you know Hirata Ichiro, the gendarmerie captain of Pinyin County? I took him out with one shot. Who can top that? Pinyin County. Hirata Ichiro. Brother Yulong, long time no see. Bai Su's heart trembled. Though far removed from that world, the emotions remained unchanged. He vaguely remembered Li Yunlong's classic line. In one sentence, when enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. The spirit of drawing the sword is the soul of our army. Wherever the blade points, nothing can stand in its way. Unexpectedly, the independent regiment commander Li Yunlong had joined the dimensional chat group. What a miraculous twist of fate! His words revealed that the plot had reached the Zhao Jiayu stage, the critical juncture for the independent regiment, where Li Yunlong's troops were nearly wiped out by Yamamoto's special forces team. You punk, who are you? Daring to call me brother? Let me tell you, aside from Chu Yunfei, the 358th Regiment commander of the Jinsui army, I look down on everyone else. The world of drawing the sword, Zhao Jiayu. Li Yunlong, dressed in light blue workwear, was dozing off with a bottle of erguatu in his arms. Half asleep, he recalled last night's escapade with Chu Yunfei, the 358th Regiment commander of the Jinsui army. They had infiltrated Hirata Ichiro's birthday banquet in disguise and caused a ruckus in Pinyin County, killing with flair. Heroes admire heroes, and thus began the entanglement between him and Chu Yunfei. This time, invited by the dimensional chat group, he groggily clicked confirm, and a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Li Yunlong loves to brag, and this time he managed to provoke all the big shots in the group, causing an uproar. The arrogant Tony Stark was left speechless after being roasted. Just as he was about to retaliate, the group leader Bai Su made a dazzling entrance and mercilessly fired back. Bai Su sneered, Li Yunlong, still stuck in Zhao Jiayu? Any progress on marriage? I foresee a rocky road ahead, with a major disaster looming. Li Yunlong was furious, marriage? What kind of joke is this? The independent regiment is full of bachelors, so why should I, Li Yunlong, get special treatment? The war isn't over, I absolutely won't marry. He downed the erguatu in one gulp, the alcohol fueling his boldness. Exuding dominance, he mistook Bai Su for a subordinate and angrily pulled off his belt, ready to act. Bai Su calmly responded, Brother Yunlong, don't be impulsive. You're about to fall into a big trap. Let's talk another day. Immediately, Li Yunlong was muted for 10 hours, and the group finally quieted down. No one dared to provoke this battlefield legend, not even Tony, who could only bow his head in submission. Sajiri Izumi couldn't help but mutter, this newcomer being singled out by the group leader must be something special. Tony secretly grew wary. Bai Su's unusual attitude toward Li Yunlong must hide a big secret. Group leader Bai Su continued to reprimand Tony, stop flattering. You're still far from being strong enough. Advanced technology is useless, true strength comes from within. Have you started practicing Uncle Ying's techniques? Don't forget, the enemies in your world are far stronger than you imagine, like that purple monster who snaps his fingers and wipes out half the universe's life. He's waiting for you. Tony's heart tightened, and sweat soaked his back. He originally just wanted to be a righteous Iron Man, but now he was dragged into an earth-shattering cosmic war. This is insane. Tony muttered to himself, realizing he must grow quickly, or he wouldn't even survive. Group leader Bai Su swept a cold glance, don't be afraid. Follow me, and the future will belong to the truly strong. An earth-shaking reversal, a cosmic-level battle is about to erupt. Tony, Li Yunlong, Bai Su, this group of superheroes, fearless in the storm, are determined to rewrite destiny and dominate the stars and seas. Ouch! The world of drawing swords, Zhao Jiayu. An hour later, Li Yunlong suddenly jolted awake, clutching an empty wine bottle as he tumbled off the con with a thud. The fall was solid, wine spilled everywhere, but his mind instantly cleared. Damn it, so it was just a dream. Dreaming of bragging with a bunch of people. Li Yunlong rubbed his calloused forehead while laughing and cursing. Who is afraid of me bragging? I had them all running scared. The scenes from the dream were vivid, yet so real that he doubted whether it was a dream or reality. He even felt that if he concentrated, he could find that mysterious dimensional chat group and pull up the chat logs. Good grief, how can it be this creepy in the middle of the night? Just as Li Yunlong was pondering, a sudden waft of fragrance came his way. He looked up to see a young woman with 2 braids, wearing a floral jacket, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Oh my! Sister Xiaoyin, what brings you here so late? Come in, come in. Li Yunlong's eyes almost popped out, but he quickly steadied himself, warmly inviting her to sit down, his tone so gentle it made one wonder if he was a different person. Xiaoyin was a women's cadre in Zhaojiayu and widely recognized as a beauty. Suitors from miles around were countless, but her heart belonged to one hero, Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong's name was known far and wide in the army. He once stormed into a Japanese officer's birthday banquet alone, showing extraordinary courage, and overnight his fame spread throughout the county. Xiaoyin had tossed and turned, finally making up her mind to visit him under the cover of night, bringing 2 bottles of good wine and a basket of freshly steamed cornbread. She saw Li Yunlong unconsciously picking at his foot and quickly exclaimed, "Oh no, Commander, that blister is huge. Does it hurt to walk? Let me pop it for you so the pus can drain and it heals faster." As she spoke, she took out an awl and carefully pricked the blister, her face full of concern. Li Yunlong instantly froze. Usually bold and straightforward, he found himself speechless in the face of this tender moment. He could only symbolically struggle a bit before silently accepting it. Having faced countless life and death trials, he suddenly felt that having a woman like this by his side was what made life truly complete. "Commander, what do you think of me?" Xiaoyin suddenly blurted out. Not bad, not bad. You work diligently, have high awareness, and make great shoes." Li Yunlong's voice grew softer and softer as the brilliance in Xiaoying's eyes deeply captivated him. At this moment, he actually had the thought of starting a family. No, it's not possible. After the war, maybe. As the commander of the independent regiment, he couldn't easily set this precedent. "Commander, what's wrong? A man over 5 feet tall, and you can't even speak your mind? I'm a mountain girl, I don't beat around the bush." Xiaoying straightforwardly said, "I like you." In this war-torn era, Xiaoying dared to love and hate, yearning for pure love and willing to bear any cost. "Xiaoying, now is not the time. We're still at war. Who knows, one day I might." Li Yunlong, who had fought and killed enemies for years without fear, was truly afraid at this moment. He feared letting down this pure and kind woman, and even more, he feared losing the courage to lead the charge by indulging in tenderness. "Don't say such things," Xiaoying said firmly. "You're a hero. How can a hero not have a wife? As long as you're willing to accept me, I'm ready to be your woman for life, to care for you and love you." Li Yunlong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. On this war-torn night, the sparks of heroism and love were ignited. "If one day something really happens to you, leave the child to me. I'll make sure they inherit the bloodline of fighting against the invaders." Tears welled up in Xiaoying's eyes as she threw herself into Li Yunlong's arms. For the first time, Li Yunlong felt a woman's tenderness. His defenses crumbled instantly, and he almost couldn't control himself from holding her tightly. "Ah! Ouch! My foot got pricked by a needle." Li Yunlong suddenly stomped his foot. The pain brought him back to his senses, forcing him to let go of Xiaoying and sit several steps away. "Xiaoying, I really can't agree to this," he said, panting. "This is wartime. I can't afford to be selfish." Xiaoying's eyes reddened as she said emotionally, "Fine. If you don't dare to make the decision, I'll find someone who can." She was a determined woman, showing up in the middle of the night with unmatched resolve. After Xiaoying left, Li Yunlong sat on the Kong bed, feeling conflicted. He opened the war memory replica in the dimensional chat group. What he saw completely overturned his understanding. Humanity could become as powerful as gods and demons. My goodness! The group is full of experts, capable of shattering the sky with a single punch. Compared to them, Wei Hashang is ridiculously weak. Li Yunlong muttered to himself in shock. As long as I pull the trigger, the group will be filled with big shots, he thought excitedly. He realized he had missed out on too much. The group leader, Bai Su, kept mentioning marriage and the impending disaster. Bai Su's strength was unbelievably powerful. Perhaps he really could predict the future. If fate could be changed, the damage from the disaster might be minimized. Time ticked by, second by second. Li Yunlong stayed lurking in the dimensional group until dawn, only then barely falling asleep. Days of intense battles had left him utterly exhausted.
Even as the sun rose high, he still hadn't gotten out of bed. However, last night's greed quickly brought its retribution. Li Yunlong! Get out here! A furious roar jolted him awake from his dreams. Who's yapping over there? Oh no, it's Zhao Dez. Li Yunlong's heart skipped a beat.
Zhao Gang's face was dark, his aura oppressive. It was clear he wasn't going to let this go.
Li Yunlong, you shameless scoundrel! What exactly did you do to Miss Xiuqin? Zhao Gang roared.
Zhao Gang, a graduate of Yinjing University, was upright and righteous, definitely not someone to mess with.
Xiuqin's complaint immediately ignited Zhao Gang's temper. Li Yunlong guiltily glanced out the window. If this got out, he wouldn't even dare to walk down the street. I didn't do anything. Li Yunlong stammered. Didn't do anything? Miss Xiuqin came to complain herself. Did you hug her or not? Just hugged her once. I really didn't do anything else. Hugged her and already thinking of doing more? For the first time, Li Yunlong showed a pleading look in front of Zhao Gang.
Zhao Gang, we've been through so much together.
You have to help me this time.
Zhao Gang pondered for a moment before decisively saying, easy, get married.
Li Yunlong, if you don't even have this bit of responsibility, I truly look down on you.
Zhao Gang's face was stern, his gaze sharp as a knife, showing no mercy.
Get married? Absolutely not. That would ruin her. Li Yunlong shook his head vehemently, panic written all over his face. Alright, I respect your opinion. All the consequences will be borne by you alone.
Zhao Gang said coldly, his voice like thunder.
Don't do that, brother. Our independent regiment has just started to improve, can you bear to ruin it all?
Li Yunlong jumped off the Kong in a hurry, his heart burning with anxiety.
Stop pretending, you're just a peasant, unworthy of Miss Xiuqin.
Zhao Gang showed no mercy, hitting Li Yunlong's sore spot directly.
Enough talking, today is the wedding day, use all the confiscated canned food in the kitchen.
Zhao Gang issued the final ultimatum, exuding an imposing aura.
Li Yunlong was stunned into silence.
Zhao Gang said coldly, when it comes to life matters, I make the decisions. This was the first time Zhao Gang had been so imposing.
Li Yunlong couldn't help but laugh, but deep down he understood that marrying Xioping was his good fortune. What is going on here? How did I suddenly end up with a wife?
Li Yunlong felt flustered but powerless to resist.
The prophecy has come true. I'm getting married, and there's a great disaster. My right eyelid keeps twitching. Is it a bad omen?
Li Yunlong's heart was shrouded in dark clouds. In the Naruto world, Baisu finally escaped the gentle trap of Queen Medusa and returned to the main world.
The Dochi continent was full of excitement. Queen Medusa had just ascended the throne and was busy with affairs, so the two decided to part ways for now.
Baisu had plenty of points and could set off to break through the realms at any time.
Lord Baisu, you're finally back. Madam has visited multiple times but couldn't find you.
Shizen looked up from the pile of documents, her gaze complicated. In recent days, the entire ninja world was abuzz with headlines featuring photos of Baisu and Tsunade. Rumors were flying, and public opinion was in an uproar.
Even Makoto Uchiha had sent word. Although she hadn't taken any extreme actions, she stared at Tsunade every day with full hostility, suspecting that Tsunade was hiding Baisu. You bastard! Where have you been? Ignoring all your work, are you the fourth Hokage or a travel enthusiast? Tsunade grabbed Baisu, her anger sky high.
This woman exuded dominance, completely disregarding her image. Baisu vaguely caught sight of her impressive curves, and his heart raced.
Behave yourself. What's new these past few days? Spill it.
Baisu gave her a light pat, teasing her.
You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Tsunade exploded, grabbing Baisu and sending them both tumbling to the ground, shaking the entire Hokage office building. Crazy woman, don't push me to act. Baisu shouted. Try me. My reputation's already ruined, let's go down together.
Tsunade roared, her aura fierce.
Where are your hands? Stop messing around.
Baisu's face flushed, his heart pounding as the scene grew intense. The Hokage office building instantly boiled over, with everyone turning their heads. The storm at the core of the battlefield was just beginning.
The entire Konoha was in an uproar. Oh my god, this is too thrilling. We're still on duty, are we supposed to pretend we didn't hear anything?
Lord Baisu really knows how to play. Princess Tsunade, who used to roam the world as a strong, independent woman, has now been completely tamed by Lord Baisu, obediently working as Konoha's little secretary.
Lord Baisu's methods are absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Princess Tsunade be at his mercy in broad daylight?
Everyone guessed that this storm was caused by the fourth Hokage, Baisu, and Princess Tsunade, but no one expected them to start competing during the day. After a few minutes of intense battle in the Hokage's office, peace was finally restored. Baisu helped Tsunade pay off her gambling debts as promised and even advanced her a sum equivalent to the reward for an S-rank mission. He cursed inwardly, if this woman loses too quickly, even if I mortgage the entire Konoha industry, I won't be able to pay it off. Just as he walked out of the office building, Baisu casually bought 2 boxes of tri-colored dango for Itachi. He knew this kid often trained late and couldn't get his favorite snacks. Today, he was lucky the shop still had some in stock. Lord Baisu. Quick, report. Lord Baisu has returned. Back at the Uchiha clan grounds, a few ninjas froze for a few seconds upon seeing Baisu, and then someone immediately used the body flicker technique to report the news.
What's going on?
Such a big commotion. I was only gone for a few days.
Who are you reporting to? Baisu frowned.
Being away for a few days on a mission was perfectly normal. There was nothing to make a fuss about.
Lord Baisu, don't misunderstand. This is Lady Makoto's order. She instructed us to report to her the moment we see you. We're just following orders. The ninjas stood at attention, nervously explaining. Most of the clan members didn't approve of Baisu's relationship with Tsunade. Tsunade was from the Senju clan, and the Uchiha and Senju had been at odds for centuries. There were even rumors that Tsunade was using her beauty as a ploy to seize Uchiha's power and prevent an Uchiha from becoming Hokage. Makoto, what does she want with me? Baisu instinctively shrank his neck, thinking, I haven't done anything wrong. How could she catch me across dimensions? We're not sure either. In any case, my lord, please return as soon as possible. Lady Makoto is very worried.
The ninjas shook their heads and urged him. Since Baisu took office, Konoha's security had been well maintained, and their status had risen accordingly.
Alright, continue your patrols. Don't overlook any suspicious activity.
Yes, sir. As Baisu stepped out of the courtyard, Uchiha Makoto rushed toward him, tears streaming down her stunning face.
Baisu was dumbfounded.
He had only been gone for a few days. Why was she crying like this?
My lady, don't cry.
Whatever it is, tell me, and I'll make it up to you.
My husband.
Itachi, his eyes.
Eyes?
Baisu followed Makoto to Itachi's room, only to see little Itachi sitting quietly, as if his soul had left him.
What is wrong, Itachi? I brought you 2 boxes of tri-colored dango. Let us have this for dinner, mom. 1 tea mind. Baisu handed the dango to Itachi.
Suddenly, Itachi's eyes turned blood red, with 3 spinning tomo gleaming in his pupils, exuding a mysterious power.
The Sharingan, when did it activate?
Baisu's face changed drastically. The Sharingan was the Uchiha clan's most powerful Kekkei Genkai, requiring immense emotional stimulation to awaken. He had thought that by altering Itachi's fate, the child would grow up healthy and free, and it wouldn't matter even if his strength was slightly weaker. Unexpectedly, the disaster was only beginning. The Sharingan was a double-edged sword, bringing power while also consuming the soul. Not to mention the dangers on the battlefield, Uchiha clan members who obtained the Sharingan often fell into self-doubt, bearing the darkness of the world on their shoulders.
And Uchiha Itachi's fate was completely rewritten from this moment on.
Uchiha Itachi's heart felt as if it had been torn apart by a sharp blade. He was a double agent, burdened with endless pain and loneliness. Brainwashed by the will of the Hokage, he chose extreme self-destruction, all to temporarily ensure Sasuke's safety.
Father, what is the meaning of life?
His eyes were filled with confusion and despair, his voice trembling. The boy who once admired the genius of the Sharingan now only wished to trade his own light to turn back time and prevent all the tragedies from happening. A trace of sorrow flashed in Baisu's eyes as he gently embraced Itachi. Stop asking these unanswerable questions. Life has no meaning. Dwelling on it will only bring you more pain.
He knew that Itachi's spirit had suffered a heavy blow.
Such cruelty was far too harsh for a 4-year-old child, and falling into the quagmire of despair would be hard to escape. Uchiha Makoto said softly, the child said he encountered a mysterious man with a swirling mask during the mission. Itachi, who shouldn't have been involved in missions, had by chance gained an internship opportunity but was obstructed by the mysterious masked man.
During the mission, only Itachi returned alone, and his Sharingan awakened.
Makoto searched everywhere for Baisu because she believed this man was no mere rumor.
Baisu sneered coldly, that masked man dares to target the Uchiha clan? Truly a reckless fool courting death.
He was never afraid of any power, but the people around him were not strong enough. Once they encountered a true boss, they would all be plunged into crisis.
Itachi, let us eat first. From now on, we can have tri-colored dango every day to keep you happy.
Baisu ruffled Itachi's little head. The most important thing was to help him out of the shadows and prevent him from going to extremes. When psychological energy is exhausted, only the warmth of family, friendship, and love can heal.
There's not just dango, there's also mom's delicious cooking. Let us eat together. Makoto wiped away her tears.
Baisua's presence was the backbone of this family. No mountain was too hard to climb with him around. Seeing her son in such pain tore at her heart, but she was powerless to guide him alone. The weasel finally nodded, his blood-red eyes gradually regaining calm. Feeling Baisu's warm, sun-like power, he tightly held his hand, and the gloom dissipated. The three of them sat around the dining table, enjoying a long-awaited warm dinner.
An hour later, the weasel fell into a deep sleep.
Those nightmares, sudden awakenings, and fear of the night vanished with the return of his father.
Husband, will the child be all right? Makoto was still worried.
The pain of awakening the Sharingan could only be understood by those who had experienced it. Baisu said firmly, he'll be fine. He awakened the Sharingan at the age of 4, showing exceptional talent. After overcoming this hurdle, his state of mind will greatly improve.
He could have used his powerful soul to erase the painful memories, but life's hardships must be personally experienced to truly grow.
During my last mission, I bought 2 gemstones, one for each of you. They are said to carry the blessings of the gods, so keep them close to you. Baisu took out 2 deep-sea blue ocean hearts, formed by the power of a saint, incredibly precious.
So beautiful, thank you.
A long-lost smile bloomed on Makoto's serene face. This storm was not over, but with Baisua's protection, Uchiha Itachi's future would surely turn the tide and shine brilliantly. The moment the 2 gemstones sparkled, her heartbeat suddenly quickened.
The cold necklace on her neck instantly emitted a warm power, as if she were in her husband's embrace, safe and secure. Madam, rest early. I still have an Umbu mission to handle and need to head out. Baisu gently stroked Uchiha Makoto's smooth hair, his voice tender. Yes, my lord husband. Makoto nodded obediently.
As the wife of the Hokage, her only wish was for her husband and Itachi to grow up healthy and happy. Recently, Baisu had been busy adventuring across different worlds, neglecting his family's safety. Even in the world of Naruto, hidden dangers lurked everywhere. This time, he left a trump card. Even if Kagaya Otsutsuki were resurrected, she wouldn't withstand a Saint's strike.
Obito still dares to wander around Konoha? Threatening my eldest son? Did Leon Jingru give you the courage?
Baisu said coldly, instantly appearing in a quiet corner on the outskirts of Konoha. In his perception, a familiar presence was quietly lurking, attempting to hide.
Baisu, what are you doing here? Wait for me. A surprised female voice rang out.
The curtain was gently lifted, revealing a gentle and beautiful face.
Who would have thought that at this moment, Baisu was standing right below Kushina Uzumaki's building? Before long, Kushina opened the door, wearing a warm coat.
Her chestnut-colored long hair fluttered in the wind, making her look stunningly beautiful. Long time no see, Lady Minato. Baisu's expression was calm, but he understood why Obito was lingering here. It must be because of the 9 tails.
Long time no see. Every time I see you, I feel a sense of peace.
Now, I can't even sense your presence. Your strength has clearly increased significantly.
Kushina blushed slightly.
Although it was the outskirts, people still lived there.
Baisu's recent reputation wasn't great, with rumors of his close relationship with Tsunade.
If someone saw the 2 of them together, it would surely spark gossip. Little did they know, all of this had already been observed by a pair of blood-red eyes. Despite the bone-chilling cold, outside was a man consumed by hatred, staring intently at her residence, making her sleepless night after night.
The Hokage actually appeared here.
I see, this generation's Hokage is truly a lecher, even coveting his teacher's wife. Poor Minato-sensei, wholeheartedly focused on training, only to have his wife stolen away.
Uchiha Obito sneered, this secret is known only to me in Konoha.
Tomorrow, I'll expose it to the biggest newspaper, and it will surely cause an uproar. Obito had originally come to Konoha to monitor in secret, but he accidentally uncovered a shocking secret. The 4th Hokage was having an affair with the wife of the genius ninja Minato, and Kushina was even pregnant.
It was utterly outrageous.
A few days ago, he had read rumors in the newspaper about Baisu and Tsunade.
Now, with solid evidence in hand, he had already drafted the exposé. With the Akatsuki's ample funds, hiring internet trolls was no issue at all. He muttered to himself, his venomous words completely overheard by Baisu. Speaking ill of others behind their backs would never end well. Another nightmare? Actually, this time, I've come to ease your worries. From now on, you won't have to be afraid anymore.
Baisu's lips curled into a sinister smile, though he couldn't help but find Obito's naivety amusing. That kid thought he could stir up scandals with money, yet he had no idea that his sinister aura had already seeped into every word he spoke.
Really? What do you want as compensation? You know, my body is not in the best condition. Kushina looked up, both excited and fearful, not daring to meet Baisu's gaze.
She wanted to protect herself and her husband while also preserving her dignity. Her instincts told her that Baisu, who had only recently become Hokage and was already entangled with Tsunade, was a dangerous man. Once involved with him, her reputation would be ruined.
Compensation? Use the 9 tails inside you as collateral. We'll discuss the details later.
Baisu smiled faintly.
Next, I'll show you a wandering soul in Konoha. He happens to be your husband's disciple. He had secretly learned that a Jinchuriki's sealing power was at its weakest during childbirth.
He fixated on this flaw, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Baisu turned around, coldly staring at the forest behind him.
His perception covered the entire Konoha.
Uchiha Obito's extraordinary abilities were nothing more than child's play in front of him.
He hadn't acted before because it was uninteresting. Now that the other party had come knocking, how could he not retaliate? Are you saying, could it be him? Uzumaki Kushina furrowed her brows.
As clever as she was, she instantly guessed the mastermind but found it hard to believe. The third Hokage had led the entire village in holding a funeral for Obito.
How could someone dead come back to life? Damn it!
Obito thought he had hidden flawlessly, but he hadn't expected to be discovered by Baisu.
Though supremely confident, now was not the time to confront the fourth Hokage head-on. Retreating was the wisest choice. Kamui. The Mangekyo Sharingan's unique secret technique, a space-time teleportation. Obito used it to traverse alternate dimensions, allowing him to teleport instantly and evade attacks.
His intangibility was an invincible weapon, but its duration was limited 5 minutes in a single-eye state before it would break.
Did I say you could leave?
Baisu sneered coldly, his aura oppressive, directly suppressing Obito. Obito desperately activated Kamui, only to find himself unable to move, as if separated by a vast galaxy.
This is... Kushina felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Baisu, and the 9 tails within her instantly shrank back, trembling.
The tailed beast's keen senses told it that this power was far from simple. On the surface it was enough to destroy everything. A strange mask, a man with the Mangekyo Sharingan.
Itachi described you this way.
Baisu strolled up to Obito, tearing off the swirling mask in one swift motion, revealing a pale, terrified face.
It's really you, Obito. Kushina watched from afar, her heart filled with shock. Minato's disciple was actually alive, yet he had become a ghostly figure, secretly plotting to kill her. Who are you really? Is this the power of the Sharingan? Obito panted, filled with doubt and confusion. With just a glance, Baisu sealed him. This wasn't an illusion, time itself seemed to slow. Go to hell and ask the Reapers yourself. A small fry like you isn't even worth my effort. You walked right into the trap. Tsukuyomi.
A flash of blood-red light appeared in Baisu's eyes, and a powerful mental wave tore through Obito's defenses, dragging his soul into a strange execution ground. Cruel punishments struck him relentlessly, a torment no ninja could endure.
Ah! Obito screamed in agony, unable to move in reality.
Though only a minute passed in the outside world, he experienced an endless purgatory, his spirit on the verge of collapse. But at that moment, Obito thought of that gentle face Rin Noara. She was the last light in his heart, giving him boundless strength, enough to resist the onslaught of Tsukuyomi. This pain is nothing compared to even a fraction of losing Rin. Faith is invincible. Uchiha Obito, a genius among geniuses, stood out among countless Mangekyo Sharingan users in history, reaching a realm few could achieve.
Come on. Aha!
Uchiha Obito's body seemed to be torn apart and reassembled, countless waves of pain exploding within him. Yet no one could fathom the torment he endured. He gritted his teeth and persevered, the blood-red glow in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a mysterious and noble purple light.
The Tomo transformed into rippling patterns. The Rinnegan? How could this kid awaken the Rinnegan? Could it be because of those would-release cells?
Baisu frowned deeply. The Rinnegan was the inherited power of the Sage of Six Paths, and theoretically, the Uchiha clan only inherited half of it, making this level unattainable. But years ago, after Uchiha Madara faked his death, he stole Hashirama Senju's cells. The fusion of these two pinnacle powers nearly touched the limits of the sage's abilities.
Pay the price for your foolishness, fourth Hokage.
Obito sneered, his eyes glowing with purple light as he summoned an enormous summoning, the Geto statue. Its size far surpassed that of the tailed beasts, shaking the heavens and earth. This ghetto statue was the husk of the 10 tails, once sealed on the moon by the Sage of Six Paths. After countless years, it had finally returned to the mortal world.
Rin, wait for me. I will create a new world just for you. Obito's gaze was resolute as he locked onto Kushina Uzumaki.
He intended to use the 9 tails to seal the 10 tails, revive the divine tree, and launch the infinite Tsukuyami, putting the world into a dream where he could rebuild a world with Rin.
Obito, don't drown in hatred.
Rin's death is a responsibility we all share, but don't harm the innocent.
Kushina pleaded earnestly, but her voice fell on deaf ears. Obito had become a demon.
Only by killing his master's wife and seizing the 9 tails could he satisfy his insane ambition. Having dreams is nice, but the rules of this world are not yours to dictate. Baisu sneered coldly, lightly clenching his right hand. Space began to distort, and the space around the 10 tails suddenly contracted, trapping Obito and the 10 tails in a cage.
This space is cut off from the outside world? Obito was terrified.
The massive arm of the 10 tails struck the edge of the space fiercely, but it vanished as if hitting air.
Even Kamui couldn't be used.
All the rules here were under Baisu's control.
No matter how powerful the Rinnegan was, it had to bow down.
Over time, Obito and the 10 tails would eventually turn into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world.
No! Baisu, I beg you to let him go.
If you kill Obito, Minato will surely collapse.
He's just lost his way, give him a chance. Kushina Uzumaki suddenly rushed forward, tightly hugging Baisu's neck, tearfully pleading. Are you crazy? Let go of me.
Baisu coldly refused.
If the spatial power just now hadn't been controlled, Konoha would have been destroyed in an instant.
To avoid hurting Kushina, he had no choice but to stop his attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Obito, like a startled bird, desperately fled toward the land of rain, vowing never to look back.
You're courting death. Baisu was furious. Beautiful women were always the ones to mess things up. Obito wanted to kill Kushina, yet this woman risked her life to shield him, leaving him speechless. Sorry, I can't let my husband's regrets accompany him for life. He's a ninja who pursues perfection. Give him a chance to bring his disciple back to the right path. Kushina said, her spirit nearly collapsing, her body swaying unsteadily. Namake's Minato? You're letting him persuade Obito? Aren't you afraid for his life?
You might not know, but his bloodline limit has evolved to rank among the top 3 in Konoha.
Baisu sneered and shook his head, unwilling to say more.
He secretly resolved to uproot the land of rain when he had the chance. As long as Obito existed, the world would never know peace.
On the way back, Baisu curiously opened the group chat.
The chat was bustling, and the number of participants instantly surged to 99 plus.
With a mortal body, rivaling the gods, hahaha, can you perform that show again?
Where the sword points, nothing can stand in its way. I am a pickled fish, sour, weak, and unnecessary.
Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed continuously, blending battle and joy.
The fate of the world had only just begun.
Omega? Ha ha, you've changed your dish again. Did you know?
I have a high threshold for humor, but you truly have talent.
Go to Hollywood, and I guarantee you'll become a star.
Where the sword points, unstoppable, hee, oldly, I'm not bragging. Back in the day, the Capitol's theater troupe specifically wanted to make me a big star, but I had grand ambitions and wouldn't just go with the flow.
Mastering, having ambition is good, but so what if you're great at acting? Ding! Baisu is online. Baisu, what a lively night. A mortal body, rivaling the gods, worshipping the master.jpg. Uncle Ing, worship the master.jpg. Sajiri Izumi, worship the master.jpg. Chase 10 campus bells this year, worship the master.jpg.
Where the sword points, all obstacles are swept away, oh my. The wise, mighty, and dashing group leader makes a dazzling entrance, leaving everyone stunned.
Marvel Universe.
Tony saw this message and felt a pang in his heart. I underestimated this person. How is he even better at stirring things up than I am?
Baisu, huh? Isn't this the regiment commander Li Yunlong? A pleasure to meet you.
Baisu had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Old Li seemed to have figured things out, amusing the big shots in the group into hearty laughter. When Li Yunlong first joined the group, he was drunk and, fueled by alcohol, lashed out at the heavens, the earth, and even the air, sparing not even the group leader. Where the sword points, all obstacles are swept away. Group leader, Old Li admits his mistake and apologizes here.
Alcohol truly is the root of all trouble. If you are angry, feel free to punish me. Even if you cripple one of my arms, I won't resist. Baisu, it's a trivial matter, no need to make a big deal out of it. As the group leader, I am magnanimous. As long as you sincerely repent, it's fine.
Uncle Ing, exactly.
Crippling an arm is too harsh. Our group leader is a transcendent expert, not some mountain bandit. Sajiri Izumi, without a limb regeneration skill, it's better not to play such tricks. You're just a mortal, right?
Where the sword points, all obstacles are swept away. Worship the master.jpg. Thank you, group leader, for giving me a chance to be reborn. Tony silently raised his iced cola, thinking that this Li Yunlong is truly remarkable, smooth talking, saying the right thing to the right person, and even managing to smooth over his mistakes.
A master among masters. Zhao Jiayu. Oldly, it's so late already, how about we?
Xiaoyin had a grand wedding today, becoming the most beautiful bride in Zhaojiayu, her face tinged with a shy blush. She is beautiful and serves as the village women's director. Despite her excellent conditions, she has rejected all the matchmakers from the county who came to her door.
She is not a weak woman.
The first time she held a gun, she took down 2 enemy soldiers. She disdains those people and only wants to find a capable man. The independent regiment commander, Li Yunlong, enforces strict military discipline.
On the battlefield, he sets up formations and annihilates the enemy's Yamazaki unit.
A lone hero, he causes chaos at Jushian Tower, sending all the enemy soldiers at Captain Hirata Ichiro's birthday banquet to their graves. In her eyes, Li Yunlong is the truly capable man. That's why she dares to say, "I'll bear you a son. If you die, I'll raise him to continue fighting the enemy."
Li Yunlong, I just heard some rumors saying the regiment commander got soft after getting married and doesn't dare to fight the enemy anymore. At a critical moment, I can't afford to lose face.
Tonight, I'll set an example for the whole regiment.
Xiaoyin, you rest early. He put on his coat, gave a brief reminder, and walked out without looking back.
Hey! Old Li. Xiaoyin quickly looked up, only to see Li Yunlong's figure disappearing, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, rain after a long drought, a wedding night, and success in the imperial exams. Li Yunlong, born a peasant and illiterate, might not understand the 4 great joys of life, but he understands the warmth of a wife, children, and a heated bed. Xiaoyin's feelings are clear to him, but at this moment, he leaves resolutely because the burden on his shoulders is too heavy. Where the sword points, there is no resistance. Oh, by the way, I got married today. Resources are scarce, so please accept this small gift with a smile.
Ding!
Where the sword points, there is no resistance. Sent a red envelope. Please check it.
Izumi Sajiri received the red envelope. Master Ing received the red envelope.
A mortal body rivaling the gods received the red envelope.
Bai Su received the red envelope.
What Li Yunlong could offer was only the canned goods he had seized. Today, he specially brought a big bag from the warehouse.
Uncle Ing, Oldly, this gesture is absolutely amazing. This is the most glorious day for Li Yunlong.
The small golden lock contains a mysterious magic array, not only warding off disasters and misfortunes but also enhancing his destiny, blessing him with early offspring and long-lasting fortune. Sajiri Izumi excitedly said, I didn't expect Li Yunlong to get married so soon, truly a tough mouth but a soft heart.
Wishing you happiness. I happen to have a luxurious ice cream cake here, I'll send it as a wedding gift.
Also, let me teach you a trick: host a wedding livestream so the big shots in the group can share the joy, and you'll get plenty of red envelopes. She took out the expensive ice cream cake and directly sent it to Li Yunlong using the red envelope feature. Although she is a top-tier manga artist, she knows how to be frugal, exuding generosity without losing her wisdom.
Li Yunlong's eyes lit up. Live streaming? Great idea. Old Li's first wedding, let's give it a try.
He knew it was inappropriate to ask for red envelopes right after joining the group, but the independent regiment was struggling, and the villagers of Zhaojiayu were also in crisis.
With the support of the big shots, the situation could definitely turn around. Ding!
The live stream started, and Li Yunlong shouted boldly, seize the moment and enjoy life to the fullest. Big shots in the group, come and share the joy. Izumi Sajiri, Butterfly House owner, chasing 10 campus bells this year, the world's strongest man, Bai Su. The big shots flooded into the live stream, and the atmosphere instantly exploded.
The wedding scene was full of joy.
A group of children in tattered clothes circled around Miss Xiaoqin, singing a nursery rhyme.
Happy magpie, long tail, marries a wife and forgets his mom.
Carries mom to the mountain ditch, hugs the wife to the bed.
Rolls out pancakes, wraps sugar, wife, you taste first, I'll go check on mom in the ditch.
Xiaoqin blushed, her heart sweet and full of happiness. Marrying the one she loved, her dream was about to come true.
The world's strongest man sighed, so this is Li Yunlong's wedding? It's as simple and pure as my hometown. Though I'm unmarried, I feel the warmth of family. No regrets in this life. A mortal who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods joked, so the one with the red flower is brother Yunlong? He looks mature and steady, marrying a young and lovely wife, what a dashing man. Someone asked in confusion, Brother Bai, what kind of calamity is Li Yunlong facing? He looks so happy now, like nothing's wrong. Gu Xiaoluan reminded, he asked earlier, but Bai Su didn't he answer. Bai Su's predictions are terrifyingly accurate. Many big shots have avoided disasters because of him. The butterfly house owner urged, Group leader, why haven't you spoken? Is there something you can't say? Everyone held their breath, waiting. A minute passed, and still no response. Butterfly Shinobu urged again. Bai Su finally spoke, I planned to say it after the wedding ceremony, but it might be inappropriate now. However, danger is imminent. Group leader, don't be afraid. Old Li has endured hardships and can withstand any storm. Li Yunlong's eyes sharpened, exuding a murderous aura. He was a soldier, a veteran of countless battles, and no revenge could withstand his iron fist. This morning, he had already ordered heightened vigilance. How could he be careless about such a major life event? Although the independent regiment's forces were scattered, Zhao Jiayu had only 80 men, but the terrain was treacherous and easy to defend. He firmly believed that with 80 warriors, they could hold off a regiment's attack until reinforcements arrived. Bai Su calmly stated, Yamamoto Ichiki, a Japanese special operations expert, leads 80 operatives, all graduates of the Munich Special Forces School in Germany. They are rigorously trained, with unparalleled individual and team combat capabilities. Tonight, they will launch a surprise attack on Zhao Jiayu to carry out a decapitation operation. The result was tragic. The independent regiment suffered heavy losses, with only the commander breaking through, and none of the hundreds of villagers in Zhao Jiayu survived. Bai Su's tone was calm, as if recounting history, but for Li Yunlong, it was a reality filled with blood and carnage. Impossible. What kind of special expert? If someone really took Zhao Jiayu with just 80 troops, I'll cut off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Li Yunlong's eyes widened in fury, vowing to defend his homeland to the death. As for believing this, though Li Yunlong came from a humble background and was illiterate, his talent for warfare was absolutely extraordinary. The terrain of Zhao Jiayu was naturally easy to defend and hard to attack. How could he have suffered such a devastating defeat in his lifetime? Ding! Bai Su transmitted a memory copy. Bright Sword, Zhao Jiayu chapter. Were the sword points, invincible in 100 battles. Chasing 10 campus bells this year. With Sajiri Izumi assisting. The world's strongest man lending a hand. Zhao Jiayu, this blood debt was deeply etched in Li Yunlong's heart. He failed to protect the people of his hometown, and even his newlywed wife, Xiuqin, tragically perished in the flames of war. When the war ended, a lonely grave stretched for miles, with no one to mourn its sorrow. On the battlefield, Li Yunlong descended like a god or demon, commanding the winds and clouds. The commotion at Jushan Tower in the county town enraged the enemy commander, Shinazuka Yoshio. Burning with anger, Shinazuka dispatched his strongest special forces personally led by Yamamoto Ichiki, vowing to annihilate the independent regiment's leader. Yamamoto Ichiki, a military genius with exceptional courage. His special warfare theories had been overlooked by the military, but he had been waiting for a chance to prove himself. Finally, the opportunity arrived. He infiltrated Li Yunlong's troops and led his team straight to Zhao Jiayu. Li Yunlong, fire the cannon. In life, I am your woman. In death, I will be your ghost. Xiuqin, in my next life, I will marry you again. A piercing female voice tore through the skies above Pingan County, turning to ashes amidst the cannon fire. Thud. At the wedding banquet, Li Yunlong appeared dazed and accidentally fell to the ground. Old Li, are you getting too emotional? His comrades teased and laughed. Old Li has been a bachelor for half his life. He was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep, and now he's weak in the knees seeing the bride. The room erupted in laughter. The iron-blooded tough guy, Li Yunlong, was actually amused by his own nervousness over a woman. Thank you, everyone. Li Yunlong slowly stood up with the help of the crowd. A true man should remain unshaken even if Mount Tai collapses before him, and not blink an eye at the rise of deer to his left. But just now, he had seen the future, his wife's tragic death. How could he remain indifferent? Old Li is even starting to act refined. When have you ever seen that? Zhao Gang joked, and everyone burst into laughter. In these chaotic times, without good conditions, a wedding blessed by hundreds of people is already a rare warmth. The wedding continued, and Li Yunlong, like a puppet being arranged, caused quite a few jokes. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. The group members watched this scene, feeling deeply distressed. Knowing the future might not be a good thing, unable to change the harsher reality. Li Yunlong already knew that Yamamoto's special forces were approaching Zhaojiayu, well equipped and outnumbering the independent regiment by tenfold. How could they resist? Even if they abandoned the area and relocated, if they were pursued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Izumi Sajiri sighed, "Old Li is so pitiful. He must be thinking of Xiuqin, that outstanding woman. Fate is too cruel."
The world's strongest man sneered, "Reversing the future isn't hard. I could go over there casually and take out Yamamoto's agents with one punch." This year's confident pursuer of 10 campus bells declared, "Old Li, don't be afraid.
Leave this to us. What are a few devils? I'll buy a boundary-breaking talisman tonight and head over." The big shots in the group offered their strategies one after another. Although Li Yunlong's combat power was strong and his guns and cannons were formidable, relying on these alone was far from enough. The future war was destined to bring about an earth-shattering reversal. In this era where superpowers run rampant, guns and cannons are no longer the strongest weapons. Really?
Esteemed big shots, I, Li Yunlong, solemnly swear that as long as you help me survive this life and death ordeal, in the future, wherever you need me, just let me know, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation.
Li Yunlong's eyes sparkled with resolute determination.
His life had just begun to show a glimmer of hope, and he would never allow it to be destroyed. He also couldn't let down the woman who was willing to follow him for a lifetime. As a warrior, he was willing to trade his life for her safety. Unexpectedly, the big shots in the group were truly like heavenly soldiers and generals, akin to legendary immortals descending. Joining the dimensional chat group was like stumbling upon a priceless treasure. This year I'll chase 10 campus bells. I still have 500 points, enough for a round trip.
Leave this task to me.
The world's strongest man, Gu Xiaoluan, the future star in the group leader's eyes, points are incredibly valuable to you.
Let me handle this. Butterfly House owner, this is so thrilling.
I haven't even used my points yet, and a small special forces team can't harm me in the slightest.
Baisu couldn't help but say, "Wait, everyone is so enthusiastic, I'd feel bad not participating." Ding!
Baisu has issued a task: deploy troops to Zhaojiayu. Task objective: help Li Yunlong achieve absolute victory, change the fate of Shoyun and the villagers of Zhaojiayu, and ensure 0 casualties.
Task reward: 500 points. Baisu directly released the task.
To him, 500 points were insignificant, but to ordinary members, it was a fortune that could change their destiny.
Ding! With a mortal body, rivaling the gods has accepted the task.
While everyone was still in a daze, Tony Stark had already snatched the task with ease. Seeing the success notification, he let out a long sigh of relief.
Izumi Sajiri, wow, Tony, you're so sneaky. Others would need multiple trades with the group leader to earn 500 points. The world's strongest man, as expected of the man I admire. Tony, why don't you become my son and carry my name on the new era's adventure route?
This year I'll chase 10 campus bells. Tony, your hand speed is insane. I just opened the task interface and was already a step too late.
Those 40 years of being single weren't wasted.
The big shots in the group were a step too slow, but Tony was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As Marvel's biggest arms dealer, his arsenal boasted ultra-modern destructive power. To him, the Yamamoto Special Forces team was no more than primitive men wielding stone spears.
With a mortal body, rivaling the gods, 500 points, easily in the bag. Li Yunlong, get ready to witness some real equipment. Tony gnawed on the last slice of pizza while clapping his hands. On the screen, a flurry of clicks activated the arsenal in an instant. This was top-tier equipment that even the US military envied. High-ranking officials wanted to collaborate with him, but he refused them all under the pretext of loving peace.
Ding!
Rewarded 500 AK-47 automatic rifles.
AK-47 automatic rifle, extremely reliable in chambering, highly durable, adaptable to extreme environments, precise in shooting, simple structure, and easy to disassemble.
Although it has a muzzle rise issue, its overall performance is outstanding. The ragged guns snatched by the brothers of the independent regiment were completely outclassed.
They had never seen such standardized weaponry before.
Ding! Rewarded 500 new bulletproof vests.
New bulletproof vest, made of titanium alloy, corundum, and polymer materials, it effectively absorbs the impact of bullets, protecting the wearer's chest and abdomen, significantly reducing injuries.
Ding! Rewarded 1 electromagnetic cannon.
Electromagnetic cannon uses electromagnetic force to launch metal projectiles at high speed, far surpassing the power of traditional artillery, with devastating destructive force. Tony's generosity stunned the entire audience, and Li Yunlong's fate was completely rewritten from that moment on.
Tony Stark swiftly transmitted 3 sets of super-enhanced equipment to Li Yunlong.
The electromagnetic cannon followed closely behind. No matter how strong Yamamoto's Special Forces team was, they couldn't withstand this devastating blow.
Thank you, Big Boss Tony. Thank you, Group Leader. You are my saviors. Li Yunlong was more excited than seeing a beautiful woman. 3 large red envelopes arrived instantly, the equipment materialized immediately, and his strength skyrocketed. The Independent Regiment's Guard platoon, which originally stood no chance against Yamamoto's team, now held a cannon in their hands. Brimming with confidence, Li Yunlong declared, "Give me enough troops, and I can take on an entire Japanese regiment." Tony humbly replied, "These pieces of equipment are expensive, but they're nothing compared to the group leader's generosity. The electromagnetic cannon is the most valuable, the rest are just freebies." At the banquet, Zhao Gang jokingly shouted, "Send them to the bridal chamber." Laughter erupted as everyone gathered to celebrate Li Yunlong's wedding. Li Yunlong raised his glass and boldly promised, "Brothers, follow me to fight the Japanese, and I guarantee everyone will get a wife." The drinking was merry, and the villagers brought out their homemade wine and delicacies, creating a lively atmosphere. But Li Yunlong, ever meticulous, quietly instructed Zhao Gang to control the drinking and prevent any spies from infiltrating. Zhao Gang, though half skeptical, nodded in compliance.
The soldiers of the Independent Regiment and the villagers feasted heartily, slaughtering pigs and hosting a grand banquet, their spirits soaring. In the distance, Li Yunlong, a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, brimmed with confidence. "Rest assured, with weapons this solid, Yamamoto's Team 1T survive even one shot from the electromagnetic cannon." As night fell, Li Yunlong stood alone outside the bridal chamber, his heart filled with happiness and determination. Marrying the beautiful and radiant Shoyun felt like a blessing from his ancestors. He vowed to protect her and cherish this hard-won happiness. As the red veil was slowly lifted, an astonishingly beautiful face came into view, and the legendary story had only just begun. A trace of guilt flashed in Shoyun's eyes, but she nodded firmly. "Oldly, you're a soldier, the commander of the Independent Regiment. You can't let your brothers suffer in the cold while you enjoy comfort in bed." Li Yunlong's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he scanned the team preparing for action. "You stay here and wait for me to return. The situation outside is tense, you must not leave this room." Time was running out, and Yamamoto's Special Forces team was about to launch their assault. Li Yunlong exuded a murderous aura, his presence so commanding that no one dared to meet his eyes. Shoyun, dressed in thin clothing, showed no complaints, her eyes full of understanding. She knew that marrying a hero meant loneliness and danger, but she was willing to accept it wholeheartedly. "I'll be back soon." Li Yunlong gazed at her deeply, then turned and disappeared into the night. The battle horn was about to sound. Li Yunlong had already secretly instructed Zhao Gang to uncover the traitor's identity. At this moment, he took out the weapon sent by Tony, the electromagnetic cannon, radiating a technological brilliance far surpassing the power of the old Italian artillery. He piled the equipment on the open ground, his fingers gently stroking the AK-47, feeling its agility like a dancing performer. What excited him the most was the electromagnetic cannon, simple to operate, incredibly precise, and practically a divine weapon on the battlefield. "Where's the switch?" Li Yunlong tentatively pressed a red button. In an instant, a blaze of fire shot into the sky, and the shell roared past like a meteor, striking directly beneath the enemy's hidden cliff. The Yamamoto Special Forces team was caught off guard. The explosion triggered a landslide, burying half their troops under the rubble in an instant. Yamamoto Ichiki, furious beyond measure, shot the traitor on the spot without even giving him a chance to explain. "Retreat! Retreat!" Yamamoto Kazuki roared. The plan had completely failed. The speed of the railgun far exceeded expectations, leaving the enemy utterly powerless to counterattack. Li Yunlong smirked coldly. The power of the railgun shook the entire Zhaojiayu. The soldiers quickly donned their gear and, following his command, charged into battle. "Kill them all," he roared. The railgun thundered once more, and the sound of explosions shook the heavens and the earth. In the livestream, Tony excitedly introduced, "This is a C-class railgun, with incredible power. An A-class weapon could destroy an entire city. Need a custom order? Stark Industries is always at your service." The storm of war had already begun. Li Yunlong led the Independent Regiment, armed with futuristic technology, launching a devastating counterattack against the enemy. Extreme expansion. Push the arms trade across all realms. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't even need to step onto the battlefield in the future. Just by selling weapons, he could continuously earn points, achieving both wealth and power. The owner of the butterfly house calmly said, "These weapons are indeed useful, but at most, they can only deal with low-level demons.
Against masters of blood demon arts, relying solely on weapons won't work. Strength is the key."
Mastering nodded, "That's right.
When cultivation reaches its peak, even flowers and leaves can kill.
Forge a flying sword, and you can slit a throat from thousands of miles away. Across the 3 realms and 6 paths, you can go wherever you please."
Medusa smiled, "I believe that thought is the strongest weapon.
Metal will eventually decay, but thought can endure for millennia, never fading."
The mortal Baisu was speechless. Why make it so philosophical? Even a railgun can be tied to thought? I just want to sell arms and make money. Is that wrong? Doing business with you people is really tough.
Suddenly, Baisu received a message from Queen Medusa. "The clan affairs are mostly settled. That child, Butterfly, has been pestering to see you.
How about letting her go over to help you out for a while?" Baisu was stunned. Medusa actually wanted to send her sister to the Naruto world for a vacation? If Konoha doesn't blow up, I'll admit defeat.
Tsunade would probably use this as an excuse to extort a huge sum from him.
The group chat exploded. Sajiri Izumi, wow, this is getting interesting. Group leader, make your move quickly. I like Sister Medusa too.
Chasing 10 campus bells this year, take it back.
I support the group leader being interested in women. Sword's Edge, sister-in-law has arrived. Little brother pays his respects. Everyone jeered, leaving Baisu helpless. Actually, it's fine if Butterfly wants to visit Naruto. Konoha is big enough to hide one person, right? Baisu, if Butterfly wants to come and play, that's fine. I treat her like a sister and like her too.
Tell her to come find me after she breaks through to the Dohuang realm."
Medusa agreed, "No problem, I'll let her know."
The desert of the Jama Empire, Medusa smiled under her veil. Baisu agreed, "But there's a condition: Dai must break through to the Dohuang realm."
Dai was both excited and anxious. Still need to cultivate? So boring. I've been keeping an eye on him for you, sis.
If I go, I can fend off those little vixens.
Am I great or what?
Medusa smiled indulgently. "Silly girl, whether he's faithful or not, we must grow stronger.
The peak of Do Wang is too limited.
In the future, our snake people tribe must produce 2 Do Di."
Ambition burned in her eyes.
Accumulating points to reach Do Di was no longer a dream.
Across the heavens and myriad worlds, they would rise to dominate. What? Do Di? That would take hundreds of years of cultivation.
Dai rolled her eyes and collapsed into her sister's arms, secretly making up her mind. "Starting tomorrow, I must break through."
She was already on the verge of Do Huang, only lacking a deep understanding of spatial power. The breakthrough was within reach. The battlefield of Liangjian, command post of the 358th Regiment of the Jinsui Army.
Report. Intense fighting has broken out at Zhaojiayu, with artillery fire everywhere.
A squad of retreating Japanese soldiers is passing through our area. Should we intercept them?
The communications officer's voice was firm, delivering urgent intelligence. The soldiers of the 358th Regiment were impeccably dressed, their boots shining, and the room warmed by coal fires.
The chief of staff frowned deeply. Zhaojiayu is Li Yunlong's territory. Even heavy artillery is in use. Can Li Yunlong hold it with his small force? Commander, what is our next move? Should we send reinforcements? Regimental Commander Chu Yunfei stepped forward.
He was tall, with sharp features and eyes as piercing as a hawk's. A graduate of Jiangdong Law and Political Science School, he was known on the battlefield as the Living Guanyu, commanding with an imposing presence. According to regulations, the 358th Regiment could not casually assist the independent regiment, but the situation was urgent, and hesitation could mean total annihilation. No matter who is fighting the Japanese, the 358th Regiment will support them to the end, he roared.
1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, unleash full firepower. Give the enemy no chance to breathe. Although Chu Yunfei and Li Yunlong belonged to different factions, they shared mutual respect.
At Zuishan Tower, the two had fought side by side, laughing as they slew countless enemies. If Yamamoto Ichiki dared to use his superior equipment to annihilate Li Yunlong, Chu Yunfei would be the first to avenge his brother. Yamamoto Ichiki's troops had been fleeing since dawn, with artillery fire roaring again. His subordinates, like startled birds, scattered in all directions, with several killed. He barely managed to break through with fewer than 10 elite soldiers. Despite the Japanese commander's boastful claims of being the world's strongest decapitation unit, they were completely wiped out in less than half a day.
Chu Yunfei is truly loyal. I must treat him to a drink someday. That artillery fire left Yamamoto and his men crying for their mothers. Li Yunlong said with a laugh. Now that we have Chu Yunfei's 358th Regiment assisting, we can easily take Ping'an County. Ambition gleamed in Li Yunlong's eyes. Once it's done, we'll split the spoils 70-30. Will Brother Chu agree? Upon reaching the battlefield, Li Yunlong saw Yamamoto's defeated remnants and the 358th Regiment's superior equipment, calculating in his mind. Brother Yunlong, long time no see. I heard there was heavy artillery fire at Zhaojiayu and thought you were in trouble, Chu Yunfei rode up, his gaze full of respect. Ha, that artillery is from my collection. To think it scared you, Brother Yunfei, that's my fault. I promise to correct it in the future. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. The electromagnetic cannon, equipped with automatic targeting and navigation systems, delivered precise strikes on enemy forces. It was cutting-edge technology from the Marvel Universe, not something money could buy. The independent regiment even has heavy artillery now? Your future is limitless. I hope we don't meet on the battlefield someday, Chu Yunfei sighed. Who can say? If Brother Chu strikes first, I won't hold back either. Li Yunlong laughed boldly. Ding! Due to your alteration of the Liangjian world storyline, you have been awarded 300 points. Please check your account. Baisu left the livestream, and his system message popped up. Cross-dimensional plot intervention brings generous rewards. Rewriting higher worlds yields even more points. Baisu, you finally appeared. I have an important mission request. A figure with chestnut-colored long hair descended from the sky, exuding an imposing aura. The story was just beginning. Dressed in black ninja attire, valiant and heroic, Kushina Uzumaki descended like a war goddess. Kushina? Why are you here? A trace of surprise flashed in Baisu's eyes. Usually gentle and graceful, tonight she donned the black uniform of an Umbu ninja, her aura instantly overwhelming. Minato. I heard that Obito Uchiha is still alive. He broke into the forbidden area to chase him, and I'm scared. Before Kushina could finish her sentence, her eyes were already brimming with tears, a mix of fragility and determination. Chasing Obito alone? Courageous indeed, worthy of the yellow flash. Baisu sneered and was about to leave, but she blocked him firmly. As the fourth Hokage, can you just stand by and watch Minato die tragically? He gave everything for Konoha. I beg you to help me, I'll agree to any condition. Kushina pleaded anxiously. Baisu sneered coldly, the little fox in your belly is already mine. If I want it, I'll take it. What other bargaining chip do you have? Kushina's heart tightened, knowing how perilous this situation was. Yet Baisu said mercilessly, Minato is an adult, he must take responsibility for himself. If you refuse, I can only seek another way. In despair, Kushina blew the whistle, then instantly tore her clothes apart, revealing her snow-white shoulders as she clung tightly to Baisu. Let go. Harassment. I'll call the police. Baisu struggled but dared not use force, knowing she was pregnant, and the power of the nine tails suppressed him. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar as a team of ninjas rapidly approached. Target spotted. Fourth Hokage-sama. He's still alive. Konoha's hope reignites. Quick! Protect Lord Hokage. Baisu's heart tightened. Although the space technique could conceal him, with a pregnant woman by his side, he couldn't act recklessly. When the ninjas rushed into the forest, they were greeted by the awkward scene of Kushina with her shoulder half exposed, pressed closely against Baisu. Baisu! What are you doing? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shouted angrily, puffing smoke from his pipe. The monster that was once more terrifying than a tailed beast had disappeared. Only two people remained confronting each other in the forest. The winds shifted, and Konoha's fate hung by a thread. What is this? The energy of young people is truly astonishing. Could it be that no famous woman in Konoha can escape your clutches? Are you some kind of Casanova? Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing this scene, couldn't help but want to give up talking to Baisu. But Konoha had no one else capable of countering the Rinnegan, so he had to endure and continue giving orders. Listen up, disperse. Yes, sir. The Umbu ninjas vanished instantly. These members of the Hokage's guard were long accustomed to the dirty dealings of the upper echelons. Seeing Baisu and Kushina entangled, they remained unfazed. Baisu, an urgent mission. Bring Minato Namikaze back safely. He's pursuing Obito Uchiha. He can summon that level of summoning beast, which means he's already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. His goal is clear, to strike while the Jinchuriki is at her weakest and throw Konoha into chaos. Understood? Any issues with the mission? Hiruzen Sarutobi, experienced as he was, had long learned the secret of the Jinchuriki's weakened seal from Kushina Uzumaki and had been prepared. Leave it to me. I'll head to the land of rain immediately. Wait for my good news. Baisu nodded and struggled to pry Kushina Uzumaki's hands off him. Otherwise, this woman clung to him like a koala, refusing to let go. Thank you, fourth Hokage. If I offended you, please forgive me. Kushina Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Baisu exchanged glances for a few seconds before urging him. Alright, I'm leaving now. Don't let everyone see me upset. Baisu raised his hands in surrender, knowing he couldn't afford any delays, and set off immediately. Alone, carrying out a Super S-level mission. The entire Konoha knew he was a great inventor, and if he succeeded, it would surely cause a sensation. Late the next night. The time spirit Tokasaki Kurumi lazily and coquettishly spoke, Group leader, did you miss me? Since the mission ended, she had been lurking for several days, activating the enlightenment function. Her abilities greatly increased, easily crushing the flame spirit Kotori Atsuka. The Butterfly Mansion's owner mocked, the group leader is so busy, how could he have time to miss you? Suddenly, Baisu received a private message. He opened the image, and his blood surged. Kurumi was wearing a school uniform, pure and picturesque, with the hem of her skirt just over her knees. The most fatal part was that she lifted the corner of her skirt, revealing a pair of smooth, fair legs, with a hint of something more scenic. This Yandere dared to send me private photos? Doesn't she know my heart is as hard as stone? Baisu snorted coldly, casually saving the picture as evidence. Want to see more? Another private message came, the atmosphere sizzling. What conditions? Baisu was helpless, it was all obsession. Back in the days of Date Alive, when had such a scene ever been witnessed? Simple, an ocean's heart. Damn! Is this a robbery? Baisu considered that the heart of the ocean was extremely rare. He had only refined 2, and if he distributed them to the group members, he would be exhausted. No, he couldn't set this precedent. 100 points. At least 500. 100 points. Deal. After some bargaining, he exchanged 500 points for 5 pictures, instantly feeling that everything was utterly dull. In Tiangong City, a gothic-dressed girl stood at the edge of a skyscraper, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Baisu, you are mine, and no one can take you away. Take away? Stop dreaming. Thanks to Yulm and Shindu Zalanki for their monthly ticket support. Thanks to Killing God for the generous reward. No money, just one life. You decide. Baisu instantly became alert. Tokasaki Kurumi's tone was just like an old fox tricking a gentle lamb. Someone was using schemes to swindle countless points from him. The spirit of time playfully said, oh? As expected of the man I fancy, such strong self-control. Here's a reward for you, these photos are all free. Ding! A compressed file quickly arrived. Baisu opened it and was pleasantly surprised to find over a dozen selfies of Tokasaki Kurumi from tricky angles. This Yandere actually had a selfie obsession. This benefit was amazing. Thank you, Kurumi, but I have to go. I heard the battle has already started. Let's talk later. Just as Baisu was immersed in the benefit selfies, a strong chakra fluctuation came from the border of the Land of Fire. The battle between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha had erupted. Era, I won't disturb you then. Come to Tiangong City when you're free. What did you do to Medusa? Maybe I can help. Hanging up the phone, the blackened Kurumi turned into a bloodthirsty hunter, setting her sights on Baisu, refusing to let go easily. What she did to Medusa? What does this girl mean? Baisu's heart stirred as he thought of those photos. Could this be a temptation? In the dimensional chat group, who didn't know about his relationship with Queen Medusa? Yandere types are really troublesome. Looks like I need to cultivate my state of mind further. Forget it for now, Minato Namikaze is a talent after all. I can't let him die at the hands of his disciple. Baisu shook his head, took a step forward, and instantly traversed space. His speed was even more terrifying than the flying thunder god technique, arriving at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The master-disciple deathmatch erupted fiercely. The disparity in strength was evident, yet neither of them noticed Baisu's presence. Obito, what happened to you? Come back to Konoha with me, and everything can start over. Minato Namikaze's eyes were filled with sorrow. Seeing his former disciple fall to such a state pained the Yellow Flash deeply. Although the Battle of Canopy Bridge successfully stopped the enemy, it came at a heavy cost: Rin Nohara's death, Obito's descent into darkness, and Kakashi's spiral into the ANBU. If he could start over, Minato would rather give up his dream of becoming Hokage, just to ensure the safety of the three of them. Start over? Ha ha ha. Sensei, you're too naive. Rin is dead, how can she come back to life? I only want to create a new world with Rin in it.
Anyone who stands in my way will die, including you. Obito laughed maniacally, his soul twisted by pain, incomprehensible to anyone.
His madness was something Minato Namikaze could deeply empathize with. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha. Susanoo. Obito unleashed the Rinnegan, summoning a Susanoo as massive as a mountain peak.
Its armor sprouted wings, and its twin swords gleamed, capable of soaring through the skies.
This isn't the Mangekyo Sharingan? This power is terrifying. Facing such a formidable enemy for the first time, Minato Namikaze was utterly shocked. Obito's strength had skyrocketed 100-fold, as if the Uchiha's innate talent had exploded.
Opening his eyes had already surpassed what others could achieve through a lifetime of arduous training, reaching a pinnacle unattainable by most elite ninjas.
Die! The Susanoo raised its longsword high, slashing down like a blue reaper.
Mountains crumbled, the land of fire trembled in the distance, and the earthquake rippled across half the nation.
If this continues, the land of fire will.
As a Kage-level master proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze easily dodged the strike.
However, the power of the Susanoo was truly overwhelming. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch.
The power of Uchiha Obito is terrifying to the point of suffocation. If he doesn't deliberately restrain himself, he could wipe the entire land of fire off the map in a single night.
There's no choice but to use this final move, the incomplete ultimate ninjutsu giant Rasengan.
He frantically gathered chakra into his palm, swirling chaotically and rotating irregularly, compressing it into a massive, 3-meter diameter ball of non-elemental chakra.
Any enemy struck by this ball would have their chakra system thrown into instant disarray. Even if they survived, they would be instantly paralyzed, completely losing their ability to fight. This technique was inspired by the tailed beast ball, a semi-finished ninjutsu he spent 3 years of blood and sweat creating. Although its stability was not yet perfect, he had a premonition that once perfected, its power would surpass that of Kage-level ninjas. Boom! Reappearing, he suddenly emerged behind Susanoo.
The overwhelming power he exuded forced the mighty war god to kneel on one knee.
Yet even so, Susanoo's strength could not break through Uchiha Obito's defense. His chakra had surpassed human limits, rivaling that of a tailed beast. Is this all your strength? The yellow flash is nothing more than this. Kamui Shuriken. He infused the power of Kamui into the shuriken thrown by Susanoo.
The shuriken instantly transformed into the shape of a Mangekyo Sharingan, and any target struck by it was instantly swallowed into another dimension.
The sheer number of shurikens was overwhelming, and even Namikaze Minato, using the Flying Thunder God technique, could only narrowly evade them. Boom boom.
In the distance, mountains crumbled and the earth split apart. The citizens of the Land of Fire stepped out of their homes, gazing at a towering giant locked in fierce combat.
Each strike was powerful enough to destroy an entire mountain. You two are going too far.
If this continues, the Land of Fire will truly be finished.
Do you not regard me, the Hokage, at all?
Baisu originally intended to stay on the sidelines, but was enraged by the dire situation before him and intervened to stop it. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Kamui Shuriken thrown by Uchiha Obito suddenly froze in mid-air, firmly controlled by an invisible force, and instantly turned to ashes.
White Su, it's you again. Fear flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes.
He had just narrowly escaped his deadly attack, but unexpectedly, he was entangled by the Hokage again.
He hurriedly released Susanoo, preparing to scout the situation and flee at any moment.
I originally didn't plan to hunt you down, but Namikaze Minato is, after all, one of Konoha's top forces.
If you were easily taken down here, where would that leave my reputation? Blame your master. If he hadn't been chasing after you relentlessly, you might have lived a little longer.
Baisu pointed coldly, and the law of time was instantly activated, pinning Uchiha Obito in place. Although his Kamui space had been activated, his movements were as slow as a snail, completely unable to escape Baisu's time domain.
That move again. How could your power be this overwhelming? It's even more terrifying than the legendary god of the shinobi world. Uchiha Obito loathed the feeling of being bound by time.
Despite possessing vast amounts of chakra, he felt as if he were trapped in a quagmire, his thoughts sluggish and his actions slow. He looked at Baisu, who was floating mid-air, and even within the absolute defense of his Susanoo, he felt a chill that signaled that extreme danger was imminent.
Break! Baisu struck with a single palm, shattering Susanoo with a thunderous crash.
Uchiha Obito collapsed heavily to the ground, gravely injured, blood gushing out, his former might completely lost.
Lord Baisu, please don't kill him. Let me handle this. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer.
Namikaze Minato stepped forward, his words filled with pleading. He wanted to make up for past regrets, but the rift between master and disciple had already grown too deep to mend.
Hand him over to you? Minato, do you truly have the resolve of a Hokage? This behavior is a serious overreach of authority. You're not a leader in the Umbu, nor do you have interrogation experience. What makes you think I should entrust such an important criminal to you? Go back. This is not something you can interfere with.
Baisu shook his head, showing no mercy. This was his first time taking on such a mission, but he had his principles.
Namake's Minato's request had severely crossed the line.
He did not kill Obito because the hidden dangers in the world of the Hokage extended beyond just Obito. There were even more insidious threats.
For instance, Zetsu, the embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will.
To resurrect Kagaya, he extracted ancient humans immersed in the infinite Tsukuyomi from the demonic statue of the Outer Path, creating Kagaya's army, the White Zetsu. While the White Zetsu had limited combat power, they were extremely effective for reconnaissance, and among them were powerful individuals like Fei.
A peerless powerhouse descends.
He instigated the ultimate battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, helped Madara activate the cells of Hashirama in his body, awakened the legendary Rinnegan, altered the mysterious information left by the Sage of Six Paths, and redirected the secret to saving the Uchiha clan toward the terrifying infinite Tsukuyomi. Disguising himself as the Zetsu personally created by Uchiha Madara, he merged with the White Zetsu, founded the Akatsuki organization, and manipulated Obito to initiate the Tailed Beast recovery plan. Baisu discovered a dual-choice mission regarding Uchiha Obito in the system. Mission 1, show mercy, defeat Obito, and guide him toward the light.
Reward, 2,000 points, 1 achievement point. Mission 2, eliminate the root of the problem, completely destroy Obito.
Reward, a random celestial technique, 1 achievement point.
In an instant of thought, he made up his mind. Reveal yourself. The mastermind hidden in the darkness, you cannot escape my eyes.
Baisu waved a single hand, and a shadow was forcibly torn out from Obito's body. Obito's body, crushed by the boulders, had astonishingly been pieced together and repaired by White Zetsu's body.
Ah! Obito let out a heart-wrenching scream.
White Zetsu had become a part of his body, and now being forcibly torn apart, an ordinary person would have already collapsed.
Fourth Hokage, you. Namake's Minato was tense and anxious.
The powerful chakra fluctuations surrounded the two, forming an invincible domain, even preventing the Flying Thunder God technique from approaching.
This is the power of the fourth Hokage, practically godlike.
Baisu finally realized the vast gap between himself and his opponent, so immense that even the slightest misstep would plunge him into an abyss.
Damn it! You actually discovered me. Where does this power come from? Without consuming the chakra fruit, you've reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths? No, that's not right. Even the resurrection of the Six Paths couldn't achieve full control of the perfect Susanoo. Black Zetsu revealed itself.
The legacy left behind after Kagaya Otsutsuki's sealing, inheriting Kagaya's will, and dedicating its existence to breaking the moon's seal. But its power was weak, excelling in manipulating hearts, deceiving Uchiha Madara with the lies of the stone tablet, and attempting to create a new world through the infinite Tsukuyomi.
Look at this mastermind, utterly hideous. Don't be nervous, I know you want to save that rabbit on the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki's true form. But you don't know, with just a light strike, I can destroy the moon.
Baisu sneered, pulling Black Zetsu in front of him.
Black Zetsu broke out in cold sweat, trembling like a coward. For years, it had only dared to target children, otherwise, Kagaya's resurrection plan wouldn't have been delayed until now. My lord, you are. Spare me. I'm only acting on behalf of the rabbit, no, Kagaya Otsutsuki. I have no choice. Black Zetsu, with no fixed form, was on the verge of collapse from just 2 sentences by Baisu. As a creation of Kagaya, it knew deeply that this world was far beyond the understanding of the shinobi. Beyond the planet lay powerful clans. Kagaya was supposed to guard the divine tree but betrayed her mission, devouring the chakra fruit to gain immortality. She feared the reckoning of the Otsutsuki clan, frantically sacrificing the lifeforms of the planet to create the White Zetsu army, and was ultimately sealed by her own child. Uchiha Obito, this is your ultimate chance. I will seal your Kekkai Genkai, and from now on, you shall no longer commit evil under the name of Uchiha. If you do not repent, this will be your end.
With a light flick of Baisu's fingers, Black Zetsu turned to ashes, and the light in Obito's eyes gradually faded. Having lost his Kekkai Genkai, Obito's chakra sharply diminished, and his strength fell to the level of a chunin. Surviving in the chaos of the world was already a miracle. In the system's mission, Baisu chose merciful redemption of the demon, giving Obito a chance at rebirth. Not for points, nor out of sympathy, but because pitiful people often have hateful traits.
He secretly implanted Black Zetsu's knowledge into Obito's mind.
Those who understood the truth knew that Obito was merely a pawn, far from being comparable to Uzumaki Nagato. The true storm was only just beginning.
My eyes, what happened to my eyes?
Uchiha Obito collapsed to his knees, his spirit instantly shattered. His newly awakened Rinnegan, the legendary supreme dojutsu capable of moving mountains and filling seas, had disintegrated to nothing in an instant, like a bolt from the blue.
Obito. Namake's Minato hurried forward, only to be coldly stopped by Baisu.
Minato was the kind of man who would die for his beliefs, but this time, he had to stand down. Baisu, with the authority of the fourth Hokage, issued a stern command: return to Konoha immediately, and never have any further contact with Uchiha Obito, or you will lose everything.
But, Lord Fourth Hokage.
Minato was filled with unwillingness, the will of fire in his heart telling him not to give up on Obito. Yet the harsh reality was that he was powerless to guide this lost soul.
Not leaving yet?
Baisu coldly stared at Obito, who, once a top-tier powerhouse, was now powerless to resist. Obito slowly stood up and calmly said, "Thank you, Fourth Hokage, for sparing my life. That scene just now, I will never forget." He knew that his bloodline limit had been sealed, his vision was as if he were blind, but the ambition in his heart had not extinguished.
In an instant, he used his remaining chakra and vanished into thin air. His conspiracy had collapsed, his life's goal destroyed. Infinite Tsukuyomi could not bring Rin no Era back to life, so what was the point of all his persistence? He would never give up, vowing to find a way to resurrect Rin no Era. It was the promise he made to that girl in her final moments. His body is already broken, why can't he return to Konoha to recover? He is a hero of Konoha.
Minato lamented in pain, his heart full of regret. He wanted to personally guide Obito back to the right path, but was coldly interrupted by White Zetsu.
No! You can't possibly bear this responsibility.
Kushina has already told you the true face of Obito. He once intended to take advantage of Kushina's weakness, use the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, destroy Konoha, and ignite a world war among the ninja.
You just witnessed his power. If I hadn't arrived in time, would you still be alive? White Zetsu's words were like sharp blades, piercing through Minato's illusions.
Though Minato had the qualities of a Hokage, he was too naive, never having truly experienced darkness, brilliant like a shooting star, yet fleeting.
Is this redemption? Obito has already fallen into darkness, with no one to guide him. What will the future hold? Minato sighed helplessly. The opportunity has already been given to him. The outcome depends entirely on his own fate.
Baisu shook his head indifferently, unconcerned about Obito's future. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain would bring endless trouble, but what he released was merely a mouse. Even if Obito reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, he would still be nothing more than dust in his hands.
Ding! Congratulations, host. The group activity level has met the requirements, granting you an invitation opportunity. Can I invite new members again?
Baisu's lips curled into a smile. Just after resolving the trouble with Obito, the system message immediately brought good news. You go back first and report the situation just now to the third Hokage.
Don't try any tricks in front of me. If you dare to secretly look for Obito, I'll have you and Kushina move out of Konoha together. He turned and gave Minato a final order. Kushina was Minato's weakness, and once back, someone would surely keep an eye on him. Yes, fourth Hokage-sama. Minato nodded. A ninja's mission cannot be defied, so he could only give up on Obito and head back. As Minato departed, Baisu immediately opened the invitation interface, frantically summoning powerful figures to join. The group chat instantly erupted in excitement. Would you like to invite new group members?
Yes, sir.
A series of notification sounds echoed through the sky. Ding! Xiangba has joined the group chat. Ding! Shirai Kuriko has joined the group chat. Ding! Xiao Feng has joined the group chat. Ding! Jiang Ming has joined the group chat. Ding! Feng Baobao has joined the group chat. 5 top-tier powerhouses gathered together, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. Baisu beamed brightly, my luck is still off the charts. With them, the adventure team would now be brimming with vitality, an endless source of fresh strength. Who could rival them? The appearance of the Overlord shook the world. Unexpectedly, the strongest leader in the martial arts world had gathered here. This Xiangbo was no ordinary figure, a cunning hero in chaotic times, ambitious, ruthless, calm, and unfathomable. He is the legendary antagonist from Fengyun, a disciple of the Three Absolutes Elder, with unparalleled martial arts and an overwhelming aura.
Adhering to the creed, "Better I betray the world than let the world betray me," he embarked on a mad plan to dominate the martial arts world. The clay bodhisattva once gave him 4 prophetic lines. A golden dragon is no ordinary fish, it transforms into a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds, foretelling his rise to power with the help of Niafeng and Bujingyun. A dragon's roar in the 9 heavens shakes the world, and the wind and clouds meet as it swims underwater, hinting at his ultimate fate determined by the ever-changing winds and clouds. Meanwhile, Shirai Koriko from Academy City made her dazzling debut. The devoted junior of Misaka Makoto, possessing level 4 spatial teleportation abilities, this twin-tailed, tea-haired girl is obsessed with the thrill of extreme impact in her sexy swimsuits. She passionately calls Makoto Wani-sama, exuding an irresistible cuteness that leaves people utterly captivated. The legendary Qiao Feng from the martial arts world made a grand entrance. Of Liao bloodline, raised in the Song dynasty, with a true Khitan identity, he was a disciple of Shaolin's master Xuanku and the Beggar clan's leader. Brave and wise, he succeeded as the Beggar clan's chief, exuding unparalleled charisma and dominating the martial arts world. The North Qiao Feng, South Morong duo was invincible. Though not at the top of the dimensional power rankings, he fulfilled everyone's heroic dreams. Though thousands stand in my way, I shall press forward. I, Xiao, a great man, am honored to be mentioned alongside you all. A Zhu is a Zhu, unique for all eternity. His boldness and passion stirred everyone's blood. Jiang Ming? Bai Su felt he seemed ordinary at first, but an extraordinary aura emanated from him. After Jin Ichuan altered his fate and retired, he enjoyed a life of wealth and leisure, which was another kind of peak. Feng Baobao makes a stunning appearance. The female lead of Under One Person, a temporary worker in North China, a master of Qigong, with a stoic exterior, memory loss, searching for her origins, and shrouded in mystery. The dimensional group chat is exploding. Sajiri Izumi declares, newcomers must report their measurements, weight, and a revealing photo, or face punishment. Laughter echoes throughout the group, creating a lively and fiery atmosphere. Sajiri reveals she's hit a bottleneck in her artwork and seeks inspiration, with group members enthusiastically responding, eagerly anticipating her next masterpiece. A genius-level creation worthy of a collector's shelf is about to debut. Bai Su chuckles inwardly, spending 500 points to secure it, knowing it's a labor of love and absolutely worth every bit. At that moment, Xiangba boldly announces, "Heroes of the martial world, would you join my Tianxia Association to share in wealth and glory?" His voice booms like thunder, echoing for miles, leaving a profound impact. The Tianxia Association, a new era in the martial world, where heroes gather and storms rise again. With great ambition, he vows to dominate as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. For this goal, he is willing to sacrifice everything, even turning against his own son. The clay bodhisattva once prophesied, "A golden-scaled fish is no ordinary thing, it transforms into a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds." He clings tightly to this saying, having sought guidance from the world's top fortune teller in his youth, firmly believing he will soar to greatness. Now, he controls the Tianxia Association, with Niafeng and Bu Jingyun joining his ranks. His martial arts have advanced rapidly, conquering cities and expanding territories. As long as his 3 divisions return to 1 cheat improves a bit more, the position of Martial Arts Alliance leader will undoubtedly be his. Qiao Feng sneers, Tianxia Association? A new faction? I am Qiao Feng of the Beggars sect. Why don't you all show yourselves and join me for a drink? Xiangba snorts coldly, how arrogant. Bu Jingyun told me that a month ago, he wiped out a sect called the Beggars sect. Could it be you? Xiao Feng bursts into laughter, ridiculous. The Beggars sect is the largest sect in the martial world. Though it lacks the 1,000-year heritage of Shaolin, it is not so easily destroyed. I just parted ways with my brothers, how could it have been wiped out? Xiangba falls silent, sensing something amiss but unable to figure it out. Arguments are futile, only a direct clash will reveal the victor. Meanwhile, in the office of the Everywhere Courier Company, the young woman Feng Baobao lies on the sofa holding a bottle of erguoto liquor, her gaze empty and her expression dazed. She appears unkempt but is naturally beautiful, with an oval face, a stunning figure, and an undeniable aura of strength. "Susi, bring me another bottle of 55-degree erguoto," she calls out. Susi, the roguish head of the North China region, silently cleans up the empty bottles, feeling helpless. This girl drinks like water, practically possessed by the god of alcohol. On the surface, Everywhere Courier is a delivery company, but in reality, it is a secret agency responsible for controlling the activities of the extraordinary. Last month, when the leadership discovered thousands of empty liquor bottles, their operational budget was halved. He had no defense, it was all Feng Baobao's doing. "I don't care, Susi, bring me another bottle." That voice is back again. "They're all so talented, I love listening to them talk."
Feng Baobao smiles, as if immersed in another world. Su Si's expression turns serious. Sister Bauer, have you gone mad with cultivation? Be careful. Feng Baobao shakes her head, it's not madness they're guiding me. Listening to them is so delightful. Her expression was calm, but her soul had already drifted into the dimensional chat group, unable to hide her excitement. No matter how the situation changed, Feng Baobao, that mysterious girl, would stir up an unprecedented storm in this martial world upheaval. Shirai Kuriko accidentally joined a mysterious dimensional chat group. She initially thought it was just an ordinary group, but to her surprise, the group owner turned out to be a man named Baisu, whose elegant name made her suspect he might be a hidden perverted old man. She chose to lurk silently, observing the group's dynamics, as she was in a futuristic city, currently on patrol duty with her team, and couldn't spare much attention. Suddenly, from a distant corner appeared a senior with an overwhelming presence, Misaka Makoto. With her short brown hair, sharp eyes, natural beauty, and as the third-ranked Esper of Tokiwadai Middle School known as the Railgun, she was hailed as the strongest electromagnetic princess, instantly capturing Shirai Kuriko's full attention. Her heart raced wildly, and she secretly decided this romantic city was destined to witness the legendary story of her and her beloved elder sister. Kuriko Shirai quietly followed, unaware that Makoto was fuming with anger due to her obsession, her face almost exploding with rage. A roommate who's a love-struck fool. Misaka Makoto was utterly speechless. At the same time, Baisu from the Naruto world was also acting in secret. He had just dealt with the major threat of Obito, completing half of the main mission, and began observing the performance of the newly joined members. In the group chat, a heated debate erupted between Xiangba and Xiaofeng. Xiangba, the overlord at the pinnacle of the Xianxia realm, exuded an overwhelming aura that even the god Emperor Shirtian had to retreat from, while Xiaofeng, the king of the wuxia world, though powerful, found it hard to rival Xiangba in the Xianxia domain. Just as tensions were running high between the two sides, a mocking voice suddenly came through the group, the Beggar's Sect, the World Society, how ridiculous. What does it matter to fight for first place? Life is short, why waste time on meaningless conflicts? The voice belonged to the newly joined member Jiang Ming, whose aura was mysterious and unfathomable, clearly no ordinary person. Xiangba responded with a cold snort, exuding dominance, who do you think you are? How dare you speak such arrogant words to me? A hero commands the world, hiding in the mountains and washing clothes. What kind of hero is that? He was determined to dominate the world, even if it meant betraying his master and merging unparalleled martial arts skills. Xiaofeng was not to be outdone, sitting steadily in the tavern, calmly defending the dignity of the Beggar's Sect, his words exuding the boldness of a true martial hero. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, chanted ancient rhythmic incantations, his ethereal voice piercing through dimensional barriers. Everyone in the group could feel the overwhelming aura, as if the heavens and earth trembled, instantly igniting the group chat. This was a peak showdown transcending worlds, and an ultimate contest of fate and strength. The dimensional chat group, a true legend, was just beginning. Everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes converging. The righteousness of this brother is truly unfathomable. His strength is likely 2 or 3 major realms above mine, his talent comparable to the founder of Mao Shan in his prime. Lin Zhengying was holding his breath, focused on drawing a purple talisman, but upon hearing Jiang Ming's Taoist chant, his brush trembled slightly, ruining the talisman and wasting precious materials. Though he was not angry, he was deeply shaken, feeling a profound respect for Jiang Ming's immense power. The Sutra of Universal Salvation. So it's him. A gleam flashed in Baisu's eyes as she finally recognized Jiang Ming's identity, the most terrifyingly gifted disciple in the history of Shushan from the world of Chinese paladin. Jiang Ming, an orphan, was adopted by a former Shushan sect leader. However, that leader brought calamity to Shushan, nearly destroying its 1,000-year legacy. The so-called Sutra of Universal Salvation refers to the Supreme Lingbao Sutra of Infinite Salvation, a sacred text of the Lingbao sect in Taoism, consisting of 61 volumes. The first volume, the Sutra of Universal Salvation, is the foremost of the 3 Cabran scriptures, containing profound truths. The way of immortality cherishes life, saving countless beings. Reciting and practicing the sutra brings boundless merit, dispelling heavenly disasters above, protecting emperor's stability, and alleviating poisons below, blessing all living beings with longevity and prosperity. Your cultivation is unfathomable. Xiangba, seated on his throne, was utterly shocked. Though the words just spoken were difficult to comprehend, they seemed to transport him into a vast and boundless world. This was not even a formal confrontation, yet just a few words had shaken his spirit. If he were to truly face the other party, wouldn't it mean certain death? Is there truly such a terrifying existence in this world? Xiangba had thought that Nameless was dead, the Blade Emperor had retired, and the martial world was his to dominate.
But now, the sudden appearance of an immortal Taoist master left him flustered and uneasy. Feng Baobao laughed. Wow, your singing just now was amazing, even better than the mountain songs of Sichuan girls.
Jiang Ming asked, did you understand the true meaning behind my words, young lady?
Feng Baobao replied proudly, of course I did. Su Si and the others always call me a fool, but I'm actually super smart and clever.
Jiang Ming was speechless.
The world of Chinese paladin, Shushan. A young man in white robes was meditating on a solitary peak. After 20 years of cultivation, his skills had surpassed all other Shushan disciples, nearly equaling the sect leader. In the future, he was destined to soar to great heights, surpassing all previous leaders and stepping into the legendary realm of immortality.
Jiang Ming, come here. Your master has an important task for you.
A voice suddenly rang out, and the young man immediately stopped meditating, flying on his sword to the Shushan main hall. His master's kind gaze was like admiring the most perfect creation in the world. There is a plague ravaging the lands below, and the mountain gate is unsettled. As a disciple of Shushan, will you descend the mountain to save the people from disaster and uphold the great Tao? Disciple obeys the order, will fulfill the mission, save the people from suffering, and promote the true path of Shushan. Jiang Ming knelt respectfully, his vow resounding. The master saved him from desolation in the wilderness, and with infinite gratitude, treated Jiang Ming as his own child. Good, go quickly and return swiftly. The sect leader nodded in satisfaction, having placed the future of Shushan on him 10 years ago.
Jiang Ming packed his belongings and couldn't resist logging into the dimensional chat group.
Growing up in Shushan, though he lived a life of purity and restraint, he was filled with curiosity about the outside world. He had never told his master about the existence of the chat group. Although his master was experienced, their understanding of the Tao was not much different. A group leader appeared in the chat, sparking Jiang Ming's interest.
Bai Su spoke, welcome to the 5 new big shots joining us.
Don't doubt it, we come from different worlds, and it would be impossible to meet in our original worlds. The dimensional group will face countless challenges in the future, and you're welcome to sign up.
The challenge intensity can be referenced in the Marineford War memory instance, details in the group files. Different worlds? Celestial realm? Demon realm? What is a memory instance?
Jiang Ming, puzzled, browsed the group files and found the Marineford War memory instance. When he saw Whitebeard shatter the sky with a single punch, he couldn't help but gasp. Such a level of power was hard to find a match for in Shushan.
Several extraordinary beings gathered. Feng Baobao sneered, you're also outsiders? Luckily, you're not in our world, or all the employees of Na Dotong would be out of a job. This kind of power simply cannot be restrained.
Xiao Feng's fist exudes dominance, a punch that shakes the heavens, truly a god among men. So all of you are divine-level experts.
And I dared to boast about the world society before?
Truly, I brought this humiliation upon myself. Xiangba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, shouting in his heart, masters are everywhere, there's always someone better out there.
Looking at a row of mysterious IDs in the group, Xiangba felt suspicious. Could these big shots be the strongest in their own worlds? The sword's edge pointed forward, unstoppable. What were you doing earlier? Only now you know how to flatter? Let me tell you, it's too late. Remember this, follow the group master, and we'll live the high life.
The group master can see through everyone's fate. As long as he takes a liking to you, with just a light move, even calamities can be resolved.
By then, you'll find it hard to die, understand? Li Yunlong finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Just now, the newcomers were all aggressive, scaring him into silence for a long time.
Now it seems, they're nothing special.
Whitebeard's battle footage was awe-inspiring, but the group master's strength is the true legend. Li Yunlong whispered, the group master's strength far surpasses Whitebeard's. That's what you call a true god.
Jiang Ming flew with his sword, his heart filled with doubt, able to see through the future?
The heavenly Tao has its patterns, even immortals find it hard to comprehend.
Could the group leader have surpassed the limits of immortals? The sword's edge pointed forward, exuding arrogance. What are immortals? The group leader can shatter the heavens with a single punch. Even immortals can't withstand one strike. Forget it, I won't say more.
The group leader's time is precious. If you're not sincere and want him to predict the future, stop dreaming. Li Yunlong shifted his tone, a few harsh words instantly subdued the arrogance of the new group member. A seasoned veteran of the battlefield is indeed different.
My goodness, you're even better at this than me.
Tony Stark put down his welding torch, his face full of displeasure. Ever since Li Yunlong joined the group, he could only settle for second place, unwilling to let anyone take his throne.
Ding! Xiangba sent an exclusive red envelope. Hurry and claim it. A red envelope? The new group member is quite polite. Bai Su blinked and clicked it open, instantly releasing 3 dazzling beams of light. Ding! Acquired the Heavenly Frost Fist.
One of Xiangba's 3 supreme techniques, Qin Shuang's signature skill, consisting of 10 moves and 14 forms. Frosty energy spreads under the fist, freezing everything within 5 zhang.
Ding! Acquired the Cloud-Piercing Palm. One of Xiangba's 3 supreme techniques, unpredictable in every move, with astonishing power. Ding! Acquired the Wind God Leg.
One of Xiangba's 3 supreme techniques, incredibly fast, sharp, and unmatched, as if stepping on the wind and leaving shadows.
These 3 supreme techniques are Xiangba's ultimate skills.
When combined, their power is boundless, further enhanced by the 3-point Divine Finger and 3-point Origin Chi, which only he can fully unleash.
Xiangba sincerely asked, "Group leader, the clay bodhisattva once predicted my fate. A golden carp is no ordinary fish, it transforms into a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds. Now that I have the help of wind and cloud, what does the future hold?" Only then did the group members realize he was seeking insight into his destiny. However, these techniques were meaningless to the group elites like Bai Su, completely unremarkable.
Bai Su said indifferently, "Your martial arts are decent, but your destiny is extraordinary.
Even if powerful enemies attack, they will inexplicably fail or miss the duel. Success comes from wind and cloud, but so does failure. Your ending is tragic, almost irreversible. The winds shift, the clouds change, the fate of heroes who can control it? The group leader, master of all. Thanks to Dashi Maya-san for the 5 monthly tickets, deeply appreciated. Success comes from wind and cloud, failure too? What does this mean?" Xiangba sat on the throne of the world society, his brows tightly furrowed.
The group leader's words struck him like thunder, awakening him. He began to doubt his entire life. Sometimes the winds and clouds surged in his favor, other times he fell into defeat and despair.
Could the heavens truly be playing such a cruel joke on him? One moment smooth sailing, the next plunging into the abyss. Was he destined to spin in this cycle of fate for his entire life?
Bai Su said calmly, "Because you are arrogant and self-serving, full of suspicion, and you schemed against your own disciples. In the end, you turned against each other and lost everything. But this is all the arrangement of fate, like the surging river, unstoppable." Xiangba dug pits step by step for his disciples, and also for himself. His fate twisted and turned several times, and in the end, he failed to realize his ambition of dominating the world. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. Some say his downfall was due to his character, but isn't character also a part of destiny? Xiangba, the old fox, was deeply scheming. Qin Shuang's wife lay in Bu Jingyun's arms, yet she professed her love for Niefeng. This plot was sheer torment to the extreme, and he could come up with so many conspiracies and tricks.
My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Thank you for your guidance, group leader, but I do not believe in destiny. Xiangba's face changed drastically. Having pursued the position of martial arts alliance leader all his life, how could he resign himself to being defeated by the intangible and elusive fate? Someone! Summon Qin Shuang to see me! He slammed the table in anger, his voice shaking the heavens. Not long after, an ordinary-looking young man entered the room. Seeing Xiangba's displeased expression, his eyes were full of concern. "Master, you summoned me." Qin Shuang, dressed in plain clothes, exuded a gentle demeanor. He was the senior disciple of Bu Jingyun and Niefeng. Though his martial arts were mediocre, he was upright, sincere, and as gentle as water. "Go quickly and bring the clay bodhisattva to see me. If he cannot determine my future fate, I will not feel at ease even if I ascend to the position of martial arts alliance leader." Xiangba waved his hand, the authority of the leader of Tianxiahui pressing down on everyone, leaving them breathless. A recluse like the clay bodhisattva must be made to serve him. "Master, your disciple has heard that the clay bodhisattva suffered retribution for revealing heavenly secrets. He has shut himself away, wandering aimlessly, and no one knows his whereabouts." Qin Shuang's face showed difficulty. He had inquired in many ways but to no avail. When the clay bodhisattva first predicted Xiangba's fate, he had already made a complete prophecy. However, to avoid disaster, he only revealed half of it, yet he still could not escape Xiangba's grasp. "Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Complete this within 3 months, or the position of hallmaster will be given to someone else." Xiangba snorted coldly. Only grand ambitions and dominance were his true desires. "Yes, master. Your disciple swears to fulfill the task." Qin Shuang bowed and turned to leave. "Interesting. Can you predict my future? If it truly comes to pass, I am willing to teach you the Shushan Immortal Wind Cloud technique." Jiang Ming smiled, his eyes showing disdain. Xiangba, Xiao Feng, and the like were mere mortals, trapped in the web of fate. But he was different.
From the moment he began cultivating in his youth until now, he had never been hindered. His master called him a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, born for the Tao. How could mere fate bind me? Bai Su smiled and said, "You're quite an interesting fellow. I'm even more intrigued by you now. What have you been busy with lately?" Jiang Ming replied, "A plague has broken out at the foot of Shushan. My master sent me down the mountain to save the people from disaster and to spread the teachings of Shushan." Oh? So this young man is still stubborn and has yet to face a major setback. But the plot tells us that Jiang Ming's tribulation is about to descend. Even a once-in-a-millennium prodigy cannot avoid calamity if he has not achieved the Tao. Bai Su calmly said, "After you descend the mountain, you will face a tribulation of love. The trial of refining your heart will destroy your cultivation, leading you to go mad and almost destroy the entire Shushan, committing an unforgivable mistake." Nonsense! Did you hear that from those deceitful fortune-tellers at the foot of the mountain? Jiang Ming angrily retorted, "I will inherit my master's mission, carry forward Shushan, and will never commit such a grave mistake." As Jiang Ming's anger flared, the great wheel of fate was rumbling forward. Fiery challenges and conspiracies were step by step pushing him to the edge of both the peak and the abyss. Bai Su coldly interrupted Bai Su's words. His pride was extremely high, and he regarded Shushan as a treasure, but he did not anticipate the painful truth of the future. After killing all his fellow disciples, he imprisoned his own soul for 100 years, unable to attain enlightenment, unable to vanish, and could only live forever in endless pain. Izumi Sajiri mocked, "Confidence is good, but being overconfident in front of the group leader, don't blame others for laughing at you. There are already precedents in the group. Brother Bai, don't force it. If they don't buy it, just let it go. Don't end up suffering and crying later." This year's pursuit of 10 campus bells hurriedly advised, "By the way, I recently heard a terrifying piece of news. An entire mountain village's residents mysteriously disappeared, and there are even monsters appearing nearby. Do you have a photo? Send it to me quickly." Bai Su frowned deeply. He had been closely monitoring the developments in the Super God world. While he was already invincible in the main Naruto world, the Super God world had the presence of main God-level beings, making it an excellent place for cultivation and possibly a source of earth-shattering opportunities. Ding! Chasing 10 campus bells this year uploaded a photo.jpg. In the photo captured by Gush Yellowan, a humanoid monster with wings on its back, sharp fangs, an ugly and ferocious face, and a menacing aura was depicted. A demon? Gush Yellowan, send me the location, I'll head over immediately. Bai Su's heart sank. The vanguard of the demon civilization had already arrived. They possessed genetic reincarnation technology, allowing fallen warriors to parasitize human bodies and resurrect, an utterly terrifying capability. So exhausting. 3,000 words in one chapter, and I still owe tens of thousands of words by the end of the month, with only 3 days left. Bai Su smiled bitterly. Outside, the rain turned to snow, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. He reminded everyone to stay warm. He admitted that his procrastination in writing was severe, and it had been a long time since he experienced the kind of passion that made his whole body tremble while writing. Perhaps he was truly getting old. Writing required youthful enthusiasm, and many people only managed to create one work in their lifetime that could be considered a classic. Being a group leader is so hard. Just turned around, and now I have to go on a business trip to another world. Luckily, I have enough points to buy a boundary-breaking talisman, which gives me peace of mind. Bai Su calculated silently. The points he earned from the Uncleling world last time were still unused, and now traces of demons had appeared near Giant Gorge City, hinting that the war in the Super God universe was on the verge of breaking out. If he didn't start building his forces early, it might be too late when the myriad worlds converged. The demon civilization is one of the top-tier civilizations in the Super God universe, with a history tracing back 30,000 years. A major split erupted within the angel civilization, as Liang Bing foresaw the inevitable downfall of Kesha's civilization due to its arrogance in denying the existence of the Pango civilization. Liang Bing, leveraging the knowledge of the Super God Academy, established the ultimate fear agnosticism, that no civilization in the universe surpasses the angel civilization in advancement, and the ultimate limit of any civilization will inevitably succumb to ultimate fear. Kesha regarded this as heresy, adhering to the laws of cosmic physics and believing that the angelic civilization was unique and the supreme existence in the universe. After the two parted ways, Liang Bing, relying on her angelic abilities and unparalleled charm, quickly conquered the demon civilization, established the demon civilization, swept through the nebula, and built the demon nebula base. As the leader of the angelic civilization, Keisha tolerates no betrayal, commanding the strongest angel army in the super god universe, equipped with top-notch technology and genetic advancements.
Female angels are standardly equipped with second-generation divine bodies, with the strongest reaching the third generation.
They have repeatedly eradicated the demon civilization, with wars raging for tens of thousands of years. The beautiful yet extreme Liang Bing has grown increasingly irritable and insane. Despite the disparity in power, Liang Bing relies on genetic reincarnation technology to continuously resurrect fallen warriors, prolonging this divine war for tens of thousands of years. Although the angelic civilization possesses similar technology, Keisha regards resurrecting the dead as a desecration of the order of justice, a ruthless law under theocratic dictatorship, the ultimate judgment determining the fate of lower civilizations and beings. In the Chiwu star system of the super god universe, above Earth, the flagship of the demon civilization quietly descended. Queen Liang Bing calmly observed this ancient and mysterious land, knowing that an unprecedented war was about to erupt. The enemy was not only the Angel Legion but also top-tier forces such as the Styx civilization led by Death God Karl and the Sunlight civilization. The battlefield was filled with main god-level powerhouses. Facing such formidable foes, the demon civilization held no absolute advantage, but Liang Bing possessed the most precious treasure: endless care and loyalty to her comrades. She knew that even if victory seemed slim, she would fight alongside them to the very end.
Your Majesty, the gene rebirth plan has been fully activated. Should we first expand our forces and reclaim the entire planet?
Beside her, Ado, a 3-meter-tall demon warrior clad in black armor, respectfully suggested.
Ado was Liang Bing's most trusted warrior, having fought bloodily on countless battlefields and even been personally resurrected by her, his loyalty unwavering. Absolutely no use of plagues to destroy a single blade of grass on this planet. Liang Bing's gaze was resolute. The value of this place far exceeds your imagination.
The eyes of the main gods of the heavens are all focused here, and it is no coincidence.
Ado lowered his head, secretly admiring this demon queen known as Morgana. Her aura and presence were utterly captivating.
The commander of the South Sea Giant Gorge, Dutsao, is a madman from the Dino Star System War. First, eliminate his forces and collect the super genes on this planet. This battle will undoubtedly bring earth-shattering changes.
As soon as Liang Bing finished speaking, in the dark universe, countless demonic gazes burned like sparks. Their oath was singular for the Queen: for the future of this universe, they would give their all. Facing the ultimate showdown between light and darkness, Queen Liang Bing was fearless. She was the hope of the demons, the most dazzling existence in this universe. Even if the angelic armor shone like gold, it could not dispel the fear in the hearts of demons for the future. Because with her presence, even darkness could radiate the brightest light. Baisu, once one of the 3 angel kings, had fallen to become a demon, enduring millennia of trials to become unyielding. No longer clinging to the glory of the past, she instead used a bewitching appearance to conceal her natural beauty, coldly observing the conflicts of the mortal world. The South Sea operation plan is activated, target locked on Dutsao. Baisu ordered coldly.
The demons swiftly launched their actions, relying on gene rebirth technology to resurrect countless times, achieving unparalleled teamwork. They easily infiltrated the South Sea Fleet's database, instantly uncovering secrets such as the Super God Academy, the Black Great Wall, and the Black Armor Project, as if the secrets of a naked beauty were laid bare. The Super God Academy, once the pinnacle of the universe's civilizations and the legacy of the Shinha civilization, was now effortlessly crushed by the Dino star system technology brought by Dutsao.
The might of the demon civilization left lower-tier spacefaring civilizations far behind. At this moment, Huang Village in Giant Gorge City had been devastated, its once lush and scenic landscape turned into a desolate wasteland filled with resentment.
Gus Xiaoluan nervously said, "This place was sealed off a week ago. The officials claimed it was a meteor impact, but I feel something's off." Baisu sneered, "Who believes the lies of those so-called experts? The abnormal light above Giant Gorge City is not spatial refraction at all, it's the work of alien forces." Just as the two were investigating, several heavily armed special forces quickly surrounded them, exuding an imposing aura.
"Raise your hands. What is your purpose for coming here?" the leading officer shouted sternly.
Gus Xiaoluan was so nervous that he wanted to run away and whispered to Baisu, "Bro, these people are not to be messed with.
Let's retreat for now, and I'll treat you to hot pot when we get back." Baisu smiled calmly, "Don't panic, we are experts sent by the Municipal Bureau to investigate the Huang Village incident. Do you know Qi Lin? She's nearby." Hearing the name of the sniper champion Qi Lin, the soldiers immediately relaxed their guard. The Rose Sniper, renowned for her unparalleled precision, was a legendary policewoman in Juxia City.
Bai Su pointed into the distance. Look, she's over there. Shilin, dressed in a white uniform, walked over gracefully and said warmly, sorry for not notifying everyone in advance.
We are the experts here to investigate.
The misunderstanding was instantly resolved. In the storm-clouded Juxia city, a shocking storm was about to unfold.
Sister Chi, no need to be so polite. We're all comrades here, it's us who were nervous.
The leading soldier smiled and signaled everyone to put away their weapons, his tone smooth. As they were leaving, he gave Bai Su a deep look, as if sensing that Qilin had some special feelings for Bai Su. Bai Su teased Qilin, tisk tsk, the treatment for beauties is indeed different. A few words and it's all settled, and their attitude was so good.
Looks like you're doing quite well in the municipal bureau.
As soon as he stepped into Huang village, he sensed an unusual aura around Qilin.
Gu Xiaoluan, on the other hand, was only thinking about escaping and didn't notice any of this.
Qilin crossed her arms, her expression serious. To be honest, why are you two in a place like this?
I guess you both have super genes, right?
As the national champion female sniper, Qilin had encountered countless strong individuals, but Bai Su was an enigma to her. Bai Su had once barged into the municipal bureau to plead for a thug involved in a fight, and the order had come directly from the South Sea, shrouding him in mystery. Later, she learned that Lu Chuang had also joined the South Sea forces and possessed super genes, with a rank even higher than hers.
Bai Su and Gu Xiaoluan's identities puzzled her even more. You actually know about super genes? Looks like you've grown quite a bit. You have a super gene from the Shinha civilization in your body. Although it's just a first-generation divine body, it's enough.
Bai Su's tone was relaxed. I'm here to find something to do, starting with catching the culprits behind the Huang village incident and giving them a good lesson.
Qilin had a good first impression of Bai Su. She was clear-headed and knew her limits. As a first-generation super gene from the Shinha civilization, she was destined to become a super war sniper in the future. With the right weapon, slaying gods and hunting spirits wouldn't just be a dream. Shinha's civilization? Bai Su, I'm warning you, the Huang village incident is extremely sensitive.
Many high-level officials are watching this place, so don't cause trouble, or else.
Qilin still didn't fully trust him.
She had grown up as an ordinary human and couldn't possibly have such a thing in her body. To be honest, she wouldn't have even bothered with Bai Su today if they hadn't run into each other.
His identity was just too mysterious. Still don't believe me?
You're so beautiful, and despite all the harsh training, you don't have any scars.
That's all thanks to your super gene. Ordinary bullets can hurt you, but they won't be fatal, just slower to recover.
Bai Su chatted casually while flipping through the system tasks.
The tasks in the Super God universe were even more abundant than in the Naruto world, with achievements aplenty.
Just by explaining super genes to Qilin, he had earned the achievement chatting with a goddess.
Truly a dream come true for any homebody.
His eyes lit up as he discovered a task related to Liang Bing. Task 1, Queen Terminator subdue the 3 angel queens. Each one subdued rewards 5,000 points. Task 2, defeat Apocalypse King Liang Bing, grind Apocalypse King Liang Bing into the ground, reward 1,500 points.
Task 3, destroy the demon civilization, reward 10,000 points.
The strongest demon only has a 3rd-tier divine body.
Although the demon civilization possesses genetic reincarnation technology, warriors above the 3rd tier cannot be resurrected. With only one main god-level powerhouse, once the main god is killed, the demon civilization will collapse completely.
The tasks are rich and varied. Bai Su picked the ones with the highest rewards, completed a big job, and his points skyrocketed. Although Liang Bing is a main god, Bai Su obtained the Void Sutra, putting him in an invincible position.
Even in a sneak attack, he could easily complete the mission. Let's go, Qilin. We'll chat again if there's a chance.
Bai Su decided to leave first, calculating in his mind how to locate the demon queen Liang Bing and catch her off guard. Although he had obtained half of the Void Sutra, he had no time to cultivate.
If his realm improved, he might directly sense the hiding place of the demon's main battleship. Wait, if you really can find the culprit's location, can you take me with you?
Qilin suddenly called out to him, her eyes resolute. Following this man, the truth was right in front of her. Bai Su had been a JC for a long time, and the truth was his faith. Even if it cost his life, he would uncover the mystery.
Are you ready?
You can only observe from the periphery with binoculars. The core battlefield is off limits. I don't have time to protect you, the man said coldly.
Bai Su pondered and nodded.
Taking Qilin along wasn't bad. He could train her into a super war sniper, capable of taking down a cosmic-level main ship with one shot. Absolutely epic. I'll go grab my gear and be right back.
Qilin dashed off.
Not long after, Shilin returned, holding an L-115S6 Super Sniper rifle hailed as the world's best, worth as much as a luxury car. Bai Su looked up and noticed Gu Xiaoluan's strange expression.
What's wrong? Nothing. With Qilin here, I feel super safe, Gu Xiaoluan stammered.
In truth, he had a bit of a psychological shadow regarding Qilin's uniform. Now, seeing her walking over with a gun, he felt a little uneasy.
Where's the next stop? Do we have transportation? Qilin asked. No need. Let's head back to the company first.
We'll go together, Bai Su said confidently.
She touched her nose.
This weapon was sufficient for ordinary battles, but far from enough to deal with demons.
Demon warriors were equipped with first-generation divine bodies, and someone like Atto, who had evolved to a second-tier divine body, would be hard to injure even slightly. Without further ado, the three of them arrived at a secluded spot. With a stomp on the ground, a complex formation lit up, instantly transporting them to the center of Giant Gorge City.
Holy crap! This is the most luxurious area in Giant Gorge City, 10 million per square meter.
Gu Xiaoluan was stunned.
They were in an ancient castle, surrounded by no neighbors.
Outside the windows was an endless garden, such luxury in the heart of a city where every inch of land was worth a fortune. I bought this house. Forgot to tell you, I might be one of the wealthiest people on this planet now.
Bai Su lay on the sofa as a robot maid brought over coffee, the ancient castle brimming with a futuristic vibe.
What? You've only been to this world twice, where did you get the money? Gu Xiaoluan was shocked. Dukeo and the others don't care about money.
Tony gave me a set of initial AI equations, and in a short time, I accumulated so much wealth, Bai Su said.
Jarvis, are you there?
Bai Su snapped her fingers, and a virtual figure appeared. Jarvis, full name just another rather very intelligent system, the most powerful AI of Stark Industries, infiltrates planetary networks and evolves naturally.
Hello, sir.
Your assets rank as the third largest wealth power, following Angel Fund and Super God Academy.
Jarvis's screen flickered, with assets spread across the entire planet. Damn! Tony is awesome, no wonder he can dominate as the richest man in the Marvel Universe. Gu Xiaoluan was utterly convinced. The accumulation of wealth is faster than robbery.
Angel funds control half of the planet's wealth, becoming a faith, and it is shocking that Bai Su can approach them. I want to see if I can evolve Jarvis beyond the astronautical level and use it to locate the demon civilization.
It's a gamble, but how will I know if I don't try?
Bai Su's eyes were resolute. She had accumulated over 10,000 points.
Super God Universe technology was the key productive force. The technological gap was too vast.
The demon civilization secretly stole intelligence on the Giant Gorge, turning it into a target.
Dukeo was instantly killed by the god-slaying wormhole technology. By bro, you. Using the Great Tao Furnace?
It consumes 1,000 points each time.
No one in our group has dared to use it yet.
Gu Xiaoluan exclaimed, immediately thinking of the ultimate move that could upgrade equipment across levels.
But the risk was enormous. One wrong move, and everything could be lost.
At the time, he had hesitated for a long while and ultimately chose the safer path of enlightenment enhancement. After all, enlightenment genuinely improved strength, and he didn't have any weapons urgently needing an upgrade.
Upgrading a third-generation divine body with 1,000 points was far from enough. You just don't get it. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Young man, how can you go on without a bit of ambition? Bai Su chuckled lightly, exuding a powerful aura that made Gu Xiaoluan give him a thumbs up in admiration.
When it came to spending points lavishly in the group, Bai Bro was undoubtedly second to none. No one dared claim first place.
What are you guys even talking about?
Shilin, holding a sniper rifle, sat on the sofa, a bit confused by their profound conversation. But she knew one thing: this luxurious castle was Bai Su's private property. She often patrolled the city and passed by here, always thinking it was part of the Greenbelt. She never imagined it was a private mansion, so extravagant it left her speechless. After eating a few bites of snacks, she couldn't be bothered with their argument and quietly admired the castle's beauty, enjoying the unique tranquility.
Upgrade artificial intelligence? 1,000 points will be consumed.
The Great Tao Furnace upgrade has a failure rate, and the failure probability increases with each attempt.
Bai Su gritted his teeth and clicked confirm without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Artificial intelligence has successfully advanced. It has now reached astronautical level technology and can access information from any computer on the planet. Bai Su was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the upgrade to be so easy.
1,000 points had brought a massive breakthrough.
Cracking the firewall of the Giant Gorge in the South Sea was no longer out of reach, just a matter of time. Awesome. Spending a little to achieve a lot, this is exactly the kind of thrill I love. Let's go again, defying the heavens is just around the corner. He excitedly clicked to upgrade again. Ding. Upgrade failed. Try again. Ding. Still failed. Keep going. Upgrade failed. Baisu had mentally prepared himself, but when the failure actually happened, his face still darkened. This time was even worse. He had burned through 10,000 points and didn't even see a shadow of success. All the points were wasted. System, are you kidding me? Bro, did the artificial intelligence upgrade succeed? Gu Xiaoluan asked anxiously. Baisu stared at him coldly, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Do you believe in bro? Baisu asked calmly. I do. Believing in bro is the path to eternal life. How could I not believe? Gu Xiaoluan replied without hesitation. Alright, lend me 500 points. Once I have more to spare, I'll pay you back immediately. Brother Bai, you really dare to gamble? Gu Xiaoluan exclaimed. Everyone else in the group was frugal, spending their points only on critical needs. They didn't even dare to touch the Great Dao Furnace, but only Baisu dared to gamble. Is 500 points enough? I don't have more, Brother Bai. The points have been transferred, please check. Gu Xiaoluan didn't hesitate and directly contributed all his points. Ding. Special event triggered. Artificial intelligence advanced by 2 levels directly, probability 0.000384%. Current technological level, void level. Void technology surpasses the cognitive limits of the universe, capable of communicating with any civilized galaxy, even cracking main god-level treasure vaults and unlocking mysterious knowledge. Baisu looked at the result and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Jarvis had settled in his mind. A void-level AI was like the grand clock of the Xinhe civilization ruins, with an incalculable speed of computation. Brother Bai, did it really succeed? Gu Xiaoluan asked cautiously, afraid Baisu couldn't handle the blow of failure, especially after spending so many points. Baisu smiled, his eyes flashing with boundless fervor. This is what it means to defy fate. At the same time, Jiang Ming descended from Mount Shu, and an even greater storm was brewing. A plague was rampant, spreading at an alarming rate. Even without modern high-speed transportation, half the population of a state had been infected. What was even more terrifying was that the virus kept mutating, with the mortality rate soaring. In several villages, less than half the people survived. Old man, quickly drink this medicine. Jiang Ming traveled tirelessly, day and night, brewing spiritual medicine wherever he went. This mission was the ultimate test from the head of Mount Shu. If he could eradicate the plague, he would succeed as the next head and take control of the entire Mount Shu. Just as Jiang Ming was envisioning the glorious future of becoming the head, a villager rushed over in a panic. Doctor, someone is causing trouble, spilling the medicine. Come quickly. Jiang Ming frowned deeply and followed the villager to the scene. There, he saw a man lying on the ground, refusing to take the medicine, his anger boiling. I am a gentleman and will not accept charity. No one can persuade me to drink it. This man was the only scholar in the village. Though he had failed the imperial exams 3 times, he clung stubbornly to the teachings of books. Seeing him like this, his life was hanging by a thread. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. I'm saving you for free, and yet you're so ungrateful? Just as he was at a loss, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and a woman in white walked over gracefully. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, coupled with her unparalleled elegance, made her every move captivating. She gently pressed the scholar's chest, and he instantly fell silent, even willing to drink poison. The conflict was resolved in an instant. A woman's power surpassed 1,000 words. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. The woman called softly. Jiang Ming snapped back to reality, feeling a faint unease in his heart. His master had warned him that women outside the mountain were like tigers and should be treated with caution, but at this moment, he forgot all the rules. I am Jiang Ming. And you are? He coughed awkwardly, trying to hide his racing heart. My name is Nu Yuan. I've heard of Mr. Jiang's extraordinary medical skills and his heart to save the world, so I've come to assist. Her gentle gaze seemed capable of melting ice. Let me stay. I'm willing to face these challenges with you and accumulate boundless merit. Jiang Ming's heart was stirred. Even with a heart of stone, it was hard to resist this woman who resembled a jade bodhisattva. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? He asked. With you here, sir, how could I fear the plague? Nu Yuan smiled, exuding charm and grace. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With your help, I, Jiang Ming, will surely protect all living beings without worry. Jiang Ming, full of heroic spirit, vowed to carry forward the Taoist teachings of Mount Shu and sever the claws of the plague demon. From then on, Jiang Ming's life radiated brilliance.
No longer fighting for his master's orders, but for the woman in his heart, for this land, vowing to protect it to the death.
Dochi Continent, scorching desert.
At the border of the Jiama Empire, the serpent girl Dai was in seclusion, breaking through. Her green snake tail swayed lightly, and the fluctuations of Dochi distorted the space. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, green light surged from her pupils, and her powerful aura shook the desert. Hearing the commotion, the serpent warriors knelt down and called out in unison, "Your Majesty, Queen Dai has broken through to the Do Huang realm."
Queen Medusa, upon hearing the news, transformed into a crimson storm and appeared at the site of the breakthrough.
Seeing Dai regaining her aura, she chuckled softly, "This girl, if only she worked this hard all the time."
The Do Huang realm is extraordinary.
Many geniuses are stuck at the bottleneck for half their lives, unable to break through, yet Dai advanced with ease, her talent astonishing.
Ah, sis, I missed you so much. Now I can go on vacation to Baisu's world, right?
If that big jerk dares to make excuses again, you have to help me teach him a lesson.
Dai playfully shouted. Teach him a lesson.
Dai excitedly leapt forward, hugging Medusa's snow-white neck tightly and acting spoiled. If not for the desire to go on an adventure, she would never have delayed breaking through to the Do Huang realm. Indeed, people need pressure to unlock their potential.
All right. With this attitude, how are you going to blend into the human world? I bought you a transformation pill from the auction house. Take it, and then you can go. Queen Medusa's eyes were full of affection.
She cherished her sister deeply and had already made all the arrangements for her journey.
The transformation pill is no ordinary elixir. As the name suggests, it allows magical beasts to transform into human form. For the serpent race, breaking through to the Dozong realm eliminates the need for this pill, but Dai's strength was still insufficient, so she had to rely on the transformation pill to fully take on human form. Wow! A transformation pill, sis, I love you to death. Dai jumped for joy again.
Her sister was always her strongest support, and if necessary, she would go through fire and water for her sister.
Super divine world.
Baisu had just evolved artificial intelligence to the void level and began testing its functions. Jarvis, initiate scanning and locate the hiding place of the demon civilization.
Scanning initiated, please wait. 3, 2. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in Baisu's mind.
The void level scan brought an overwhelming flow of information, and if his level weren't high enough, he might have already crashed. The universe's phenomena, stars, and black holes instantly manifested in his mind. Void technology, which even troubled the main god of the angel civilization Holy Keisha, was mastered by only a few, and no one dared to equip the angel army with it on a large scale.
Baisu locked onto the demon civilization.
Originally, he only intended to locate the demon mothership on Earth, but Jarvis expanded the search to the entire universe, alarming countless main god-level beings.
Angel civilization. Who is peering into the Sky City? A secondary biological level scanning engine? Could it be?
Deep within the temple, an ancient goddess opened her golden eyes. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her fair skin gleamed, and her armor was engraved with mysterious runes. She was none other than the supreme leader of the angelic civilization, Divine Keisha.
Yen, come here, I have an important task for you.
She tapped the throne, whispering to herself.
Angel Yen was her loyal left wing guard, one of the 3 Void Engine warriors she personally transformed. Understood, coming immediately.
At the center city of the Angel Nebula, suspended at the pinnacle of the universe, there are only tens of thousands of beautiful angels remaining, among whom fewer than 10,000 warriors possess second-generation or higher super genes. The angel civilization spans galaxies, controls the cosmic galaxy tree, leads in advanced traversal technology, and possesses an eternal energy system, stellar energy, antimatter, and dark energy, ushering in an era of eternal life. Under the leadership of the Divine Keisha, the angels' footprints cover the super god universe, where justice and order reign supreme, and any violators are severely punished.
Stygian River Civilization. An interesting technology from the Chiwu Galaxy? The heavens have yet to descend, yet someone has acted in advance?
A ghostly phantom hovered above the Deathsong Academy. Though the Nether River civilization lacked a powerful military, it was ranked as a first-class civilization because the main god Death God Karl resided here. When the Super Seminary was established, Karl was a mentor who studied the Pango civilization from billions of years ago and proposed the ultimate fear theory.
Liang Bing participated in the research, sparking academic disputes in angel civilization.
Karl proposed the ultimate void, deciphered the super gene code, and shocked the academy. At that time, Karl proposed the concept of void matter in his report.
The academy split, Tianblade King Liang Bing was labeled as a deviant, and Carl faced an even worse fate, banished by a single sentence from Divine Kaisa.
After leaving the academy, Carl passed through the Styx civilization and conceived the idea of creating a first-class civilization, helping it become a powerful existence comparable to the angel civilization, with no one daring to oppose him. At that time, the Styx civilization was still in the era of tribal wars. Carl spent 3,000 years supporting it to enter the spacefaring era, turning it into a loyal army of the Dark Forces. He transformed the planet of the Styx civilization into the core of the Dark Empire. The Styx galaxy vowed to spread the radiance of death across the universe, just like the Shinha galaxy. However, the experiment ended in failure. The angel civilization dominated the universe because angels themselves were the most perfect beings in the super god universe.
In contrast, the Styx civilization had weak foundations and stagnated in development.
Carl left this galaxy for as long as 20,000 years, and the technology of the Styx gluttonous legion remained stuck in the spacefaring stage, with no breakthroughs. In despair, Carl turned to the Dark Nebula to conduct forbidden research. He cruelly brought the life of several planets to silence, all to capture mysterious substances from the void. Ordinary lifeforms could not harness the power of the void, so he chose to create the first batch of void warriors using mechanical bodies, and the experiment was a resounding success. The next step was to inject void substances into himself, achieving an unprecedented transformation and embarking on the path of becoming a supergod. The Liang civilization, a powerful branch of the Shinha civilization, possessed a branch of the Super God Academy and had formidable technological power. Under Kiran's guidance, they developed the ultimate weapon capable of driving stars, the Solar God. The Solar God project was a grand feast of god-making. To resonate the super genes with solar nuclear fusion, the Liang civilization consumed 9 stars, ultimately creating an invincible existence. On the surface, they claimed the Solar God project was to stabilize the sun, prevent disasters, and benefit all life in the universe. But Di Hongquan, the legendary ruler of the Liang, had ambitions far beyond his civilization. While he appeared to have retired, he was secretly plotting, sending his granddaughter Delena to Earth with boundless schemes.
Ding!
The main ship of the demon civilization has been locked, data reading in progress. The demon queen Liang Bing is fully preparing for battle, targeting the South Sea Fleet with the vow to slay Commander Dutso and unleash chaos in the divine realm. Bai Su, using artificial intelligence, quickly located the enemy and was shocked to discover that the Demon Legion had been lurking near Juxia City for a long time.
Gush Xiaoluan, let's go. I'll show you the demon civilization, and I guarantee it'll be incredibly thrilling.
Bai Su was full of passion, his desire for points and achievements igniting his fighting spirit.
Gush Xiaoluan frowned. Last time, the forum photos were all of muscular male monsters. Bai, don't lie to me. Are the demon female warriors really beautiful? Bai Su smirked slyly. Don't worry, I won't trick you. The truth was that the demons were all ugly men, except for one stunningly beautiful demon queen, Liang Bing, the former angel king. Where's the enemy?
Sniper Qilin coldly scanned the area, her killing intent rising before the gunshot. Beauty, this weapon won't be of use later, Bai Su said helplessly.
Jarvis, equip her with a god-slaying weapon. With void technology enhancement, the enemy's top-tier equipment was instantly teleported into their hands, the positioning device forcibly erased. With technological superiority, a wormhole opened directly in the enemy ship's cockpit, making the god-slaying operation unstoppable. This battle armor is so high-tech, it's comparable to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Bai Su exclaimed in awe. The battle between darkness and light has begun. The future of the super god universe will be written by them. Gush Xiaoluan's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the battle armor. This treatment is simply out of this world. The battle armor that Izumi Sajiri spent hundreds of points to buy was actually given for free this time. Jarvis precisely calculated his combat power and specially equipped him with a flame-level sniper rifle. This weapon could instantly kill second-generation divine bodies and was extremely rare even in demon civilization. Your technology is too strong. The City Bureau has never seen wormhole technology. Is this gun mine from now on? Gush Xiaoluan was bursting with excitement. Qilin, completely ignoring the two perverts beside her, put on the battle armor directly. The tailored fit perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, and the helmet was equipped with satellite positioning, making her an overpowered sniper. Even though she hadn't been trained, as long as she held the sniper rifle tightly, her aura immediately skyrocketed. In the original storyline, her codename was Heaven's Punishment, and at this moment, she officially awakened. Weapons? How many do you want? I'll give you as many as you need. Battle, begin.
Baisu sneered coldly, waved his hand, and a wormhole gate opened, instantly transporting them to the other side of Giant Gorge City, where a massive spaceship from Demon Civilization hovered in the sky, their main battleship. Sheelan, Jarvis will transmit the visuals to you.
Hold your ground. The demons are endless, don't lose your life.
Baisu patted her shoulder as a signal, then he and Gu Xiaoluan charged directly, ready to show Liang Bing what they were made of.
Ding! Baisu started streaming.
Izumi Sajiri, Uncle Ling, the world's strongest man, Shirai Koriko, Xiao Feng, Medusa, Tokisaki Kurumi, Jiang Ming, top-tier legends flooded into the livestream.
Izumi Sajiri exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my god, Gu Xiaoluan! Where did you get that battle armor? It's so cool! I want one!"
Netizens who had been following the 10 campus bells this year shouted, "Brother, buy gave it!"
Our trio is preparing to attack the demon main battleship. This flame blade in my hand can easily kill second-generation divine bodies. Gu Xiaoluan's blood boiled. After the last team battle, he finally had the chance to show his skills. He was determined to drive the evil monsters off Earth and protect his homeland. Thinking about the whole world enjoying peace while he silently bore the responsibility of saving it, he realized he was the true hero. Izumi Sajiri teased, "You two don't have some bromance going on, do you? The group leader is way too good to you. Even the steel battle armor I spend hundreds of points on can't compare." Ding! Uncle Ling tipped 3 purple talismans.
Master Ing humbly said, "This purple talisman is a work of dedication, as long as it helps." His cultivation sword, even the celestial masters of Mount Longhu could only draw purple talismans. He has truly defied the heavens. With a mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, he laughed and said, "My battle armor is exclusive to mortals, while Gu Xiaoluan's is for super soldiers.
It's useless for ordinary people to wear. Stop crying, I'll upgrade your weapon for free." Izumi Sajiri, free upgrades with lifetime maintenance? Otherwise, I really would cry. With a mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Ding! He lavishly threw down 30 kilograms of gold bars. Even Tony could only silently tip. Gu Xiaoluan's high-tech battle armor was fully equipped, his weapon at its peak. Money was the only key to clearing the level. Medusa reminded, "Stay safe at Baisu." Tokisaki Kurumi, "Hurry up and finish, I'll send you a reward at Baisu."
Medusa saw this and felt the provocation, but she remained calm.
No matter how strong Kurumi was, she couldn't compare to herself. Besides, Kurumi was a bit neurotic, and men didn't like that at all. Thanks for the reminder. The battle begins. Baisu announced coldly, and the flames of war were ignited. Gu Xiaoluan, are you ready? Immortal Art, Susanoo. At Baisu's command, the Susanoo avatar soared into the sky, towering and majestic, like a deity descending upon the world. In comparison, the main ship of the demon civilization looked as weak as a toy. Strike! The giant sword in Susanoo's hand slashed down with the force of thunder, shattering the demon main ship's defenses in an instant, as if they were made of paper. With a crack, the core of the main ship was completely exposed. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the skies. Baisu, like a god descending, slashed the demon main ship in half with his giant sword, instantly reducing its combat power by 30%. What the hell? What kind of move is this? Has Judgment Day arrived? Even that demoness Keisha wouldn't launch such a sudden attack. Liang Bing was stunned in the command center. She had just been planning a strategy against the angel civilization, but unexpectedly, the demon main ship was destroyed. When she traversed the wormhole to arrive, she saw the towering giant standing on the battlefield, and her emotions surged. "Bitch! Where the hell did you come from? I didn't provoke you, and you dare declare war on the demon civilization? Prepare to face the consequences." She found Baisu's aura extremely unfamiliar. Over tens of thousands of years, there had been countless main gods, but she had never encountered such a domineering and ruthless existence. Even the holy Keisha couldn't match this person's ferocity. Izumi Sajiri exclaimed excitedly, "The group leader has transformed into a supergiant. Who can resist this figure?" The butterfly house owner laughed and said, "Sajiri, you're too dirty-minded. There are quite a few veterans in the group. Where are the kids? This group is full of veterans. Just ask Hero Leader, you can't go wrong." Sajiri replied playfully. Hero Leader coughed and said, "It's the first time I've seen the group leader display divine powers. Truly unbeatable." In the dimensional chat group, Izumi Sajiri acted cute and playful, while the group leader's admiration for Baisu was evident. Hero Leader wiped his sweat and mocked himself, once thinking he was a big shot, but upon joining the group, he felt utterly insignificant.
Bai Su once said that hero leader did not dominate the martial world through martial arts alone, but rather by fate. None of his enemies survived, either brushing past him or never crossing paths. However, Bai Su also predicted that his later life would be fraught with misfortune, with both success and failure tied to Wind and Cloud.
Hero leader felt a vague unease. Should he prepare in advance for Wind and Cloud joining forces against him?
After all, he was a master slayer, and retribution was inevitable. The future seemed bleak and uncertain.
But if it was truly destined, all efforts would be futile.
In the end, he was merely a pawn of the heavens. That move just now was extraordinary. No wonder he is the group leader of the dimensional chat group.
To enable communication across endless space requires immense divine power.
Jiang Ming witnessed Bai Su's divine might, falling silent in shame. His confidence vanished, and he could barely hold his sword in the face of such an opponent.
Mr. Jiang, could you pass me the herbs? Mr. Jiang?
Suddenly, a soft voice called out. It was Nu Yuan, appearing behind Jiang Ming, so close that his heart raced.
Here are your herbs. Jiang Ming quickly responded, handing over the herbs.
Watching Nu Yuan cover her mouth and laugh softly, his heart was stirred.
Forget it, I don't need to become an immortal or a Buddha. As long as I can stay with Miss Nu Yuan, not returning to Mount Shu wouldn't matter. A voice of self-consolation echoed in his mind, jolting him awake.
He couldn't forget his master's kindness in raising him.
His master was old, how could he let him down?
He shook his head, silently reciting a mantra, and lowered his head to assist Nu Yuan by her side.
Super God World, Giant Gorge City. The entire city was shocked as a towering giant stood like a legendary titan, shaking the heavens and earth with every move.
The South Sea Fleet keeps a close watch on the scene.
The demon's main ship has been destroyed. That woman is Morgana?
Du Cao was shocked by the message sent back through the Danav satellite system. The moment the image appeared, his face turned pale. He had always believed that the enemy forces had not yet arrived. After all, the major civilizations were far from Earth, and it would take astronomical resources to open a spacetime wormhole to reach here, something that could never be accomplished overnight. Unexpectedly, the demon civilization has stealthily moved their main ship directly into Earth's orbit.
What does this mean? With just one command from the demon queen Morgana, Earth will instantly turn into a purgatory. Comrade Reina, the other side has even deployed a main god-level force. Do you think sending the Shangbing Company has any chance of success?
He couldn't suppress the fear in his heart and leaned closer to Delana, asking in a low voice. Delana was one of the 3 major god-making projects of the Super God Academy, a future main god powerhouse, and they had to rely on her.
Shangbing Company? Don't even mention those guys. Someone like Lu Chuan, how could he be a sharp axe cutting through thorns?
The main god of the demon civilization, Morgana, has come to Earth with unclear intentions.
We might as well wait and see, Reina calmly analyzed.
But the appearance of Liang Bing suddenly changed the atmosphere. She is a main god-level powerhouse, her strength overwhelming all others. Upon seeing Liang Bing, Delana immediately backed down. She originally just wanted to help repel the Gluttony Legion and wasn't prepared to go head-to-head with the demon civilization.
That makes sense. Let us first study countermeasures in the command center.
It's the first time I've seen someone who can go head-to-head with the Demon Queen, sighed Du Cao, as the old monster watched the live broadcast without even blinking.
Bai Su suddenly appeared in front of Liang Bing, smiling coldly. Hello, Liang Bing, I came to say hi. Surprised? Liang Bing responded coldly, surprised my ass. Attack! Kill them all!
She let out a furious roar, and the demon warriors surged toward Susanoo like a tidal wave, their weapons unleashing earth-shattering power.
Damn it! How dare you touch Brother Bai, courting death!
Gu Xiaoluan, burning with rage, spread his black wings behind him, instantly crossing 1,000 meters, and fiercely smashed his blazing sun-class weapon toward Liang Bing.
Clang!
The 3-meter-tall sword demon Ado leapt to block, using the second-generation divine body to withstand the heavy blow, creating a massive crater upon impact.
I won't allow you to harm my queen.
Ado roared furiously, launching a frenzied counterattack. Gu Xiaoluan forcefully parried, taking a few punches but relying on his indestructible body to endure, matching Ado blow for blow.
Who the hell is this black-winged kid? Wearing demon gear, it's infuriating.
Liang Bing was furious and about to make a move, but suddenly felt a deadly killing intent approaching. Turning his head, a bullet came speeding towards him.
Bang!
Liang Bing instantly tilted his head, but the bullet grazed him, causing excruciating pain.
Godslayer armor-piercing shell number 1. You dare play a beheading game with me? You're dead. Liang Bing was utterly furious.
Her main ship had just been sliced in half, and she herself had been shot in the head.
Who could endure such humiliation?
With a wave of her hand, a massive demonic claw roared as it flew toward Qilin.
If it hit, given Qilin's first-generation divine body defense, the outcome would likely be disastrous.
Liang Bing possesses a god-slaying arsenal, with her demon claws rivaling the strongest weapon of divine Kaisa. At this moment, fueled by rage, she activates the core computing engine, integrating natural energy, light energy, and dark energy, deploying the wormhole sniping tactics, appearing and disappearing like divine retribution. Wormhole sniping suddenly locks onto the target, delivering a precise strike and an instant kill. The pace of war accelerates abruptly, and Earth's fate hangs by a thread. The dead had no idea what had happened, where the bullets came from, or who was behind it all.
The demon civilization, relying on this deadly tactic, had dominated the universe for millennia. Lower civilizations were powerless to resist, and decision-makers could be instantly eliminated. However, Baisu's Susanoo wings swept across, instantly weakening the demon queen Liang Bing's combat power by more than 30%.
Liang Bing, don't get it wrong.
You're facing me,
Baisu said coldly.
Immortal art, Shinra Tensei. He lightly pointed, and a powerful force instantly shattered all attacks.
The demon with a top-tier divine body was struck, exploding into a mist of blood, while the demon's claw was pinned to the ground, unable to move.
Universal pull.
Baisu pointed again, and Liang Bing's body was forcibly drawn toward the Susanoo's giant sword, colliding heavily and instantly being sliced in half.
Damn it! That hurts like hell. If I don't kill you today, I'm not the demon queen.
Liang Bing roared in fury. She possessed a third-generation divine body, impervious to ordinary weapons, and summoned the demon claw capable of destroying everything, its power astonishing.
You think a third-generation divine body is unbreakable?
I'd like to see if sheer force can destroy it. Baisu sneered coldly.
Law of time.
Golden flames shot from his eyes, Susanoo disintegrated, and the flow of time around him slowed down by 10,000 times. Liang Bing seemed frozen in place.
This is the power of time?
Back then, the Super Seminary also attempted it but encountered a forbidden problem.
Could it be that you are?
For the first time, fear appeared in Liang Bing's eyes. She had spent 10,000 years cultivating spatial genes, only to encounter a formidable enemy upon arriving on Earth, putting her dreams in jeopardy.
Space. Baisu threw a punch, changing the color of the heavens and earth.
Spatial cracks spread like a spider web, black holes devoured everything, and even third-generation divine bodies could not escape the fate of destruction.
Queen.
Sword Demon Atto disregarded his life, blocking the fatal blow with his body. He vanished with a thunderous crash, ending his nearly 10,000-year career as a warrior.
Liang Bing fled, gravely injured, with only one thought in her mind: who could simultaneously control the laws of time and space?
Though she had injected super genes into her divine body, she had never dared to imagine fusing the two great laws. It seems that third-generation divine bodies are not invincible against fiery weapons. Baisu slowly withdrew his attack, victory in hand. This mission's objective was achieved. The demon wings were destroyed, and the demons could no longer wreak havoc on this planet.
Ding!
Congratulations on defeating Apocalypse King Liang Bing, earning 1,500 points.
Keep up the good work. Ding! Eliminated a demon plus 20 points. Ding! Eliminated 10 demons plus 50 points. Ding! Eliminated 100 demons plus 100 points.
With one strike, dozens of demons were slain. Achievements skyrocketed, points surged, and Baisu's path to becoming a strongman grew ever brighter.
Xiaofeng sighed, that woman can revive even after being cut down?
A world where gods and demons coexist is truly terrifying.
Master Ing lamented, the combat power in Guxioluan's world is too high. Only the group leader can hold the fort, anyone else would be useless.
Koriko Shirai exclaimed excitedly, Lord Baisu is so cool.
I'm becoming a fan.
But I still remain loyal to my elder sister, she is my true love.
Sajiri Izumi whispered, elder sister? I think I've discovered a big secret. Turns out it's a girl. This is so thrilling, my blood is boiling. What a perfect scoop, wahaha. The butterfly housemaster chuckled mischievously, the little pervert is fantasizing again. By the way, did anyone notice? There's an absolutely stunning girl in Lord Baisu's team. Her beauty would definitely rank at the top in our group.
With a cold sneer, the Sword's Edge declared, the group leader's heroic charm captivates women wherever he goes.
This is nothing, stay calm, stay calm.
With a mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, frowned and reminded, Brother Yunlong, don't be careless.
Queen Medusa's killing intent is no joke.
At where the sword points, all shall fall, be careful.
This battle ended before it even started? Could it be that Liang Bing hasn't recovered from Holy Kaisa's heavy blow? So fragile?
Bai Su's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where Liang Bing fled, too lazy to pursue. She is clearly an angel, yet for her beliefs, she fell into becoming a demon.
Her childish makeup cannot hide her angelic essence. Send a red envelope to everyone in the group. I'm in a good mood today. Ding! At Bai Su's command, the red envelope flew out. Please check and collect. Izumi Sajiri received it. Medusa received it. With a mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, received it. The world's strongest man received it. Where the sword points, all shall fall, received it. Everyone shouted in unison, "Thank you, group leader. May you reign for eternity and unify the martial world." Tony opened the red envelope, receiving 50 points.
His heart was thrilled, but upon seeing Izumi Sajiri's screenshot of 200 points, he instantly felt a chill to his bones.
The group leader sent out 1,000 points, and he only got 50?
Such bad luck was utterly despairing.
Medusa couldn't wait. "Bai Su, my sister has broken through to Do Huang. She's clamoring to see you. So fast? Let her come to Gush Xiaoluan's world. This is a modern planet, not Do Chi continent. I plan to stay here for a while."
Bai Su was slightly stunned.
The last time they met, she was already at the peak of Do Wang. With her extraordinary talent, her breakthrough speed was astonishing.
It just so happened that he wasn't in the main Naruto world, so bringing his sister-in-law here for a vacation would be relaxing and carefree.
Medusa, alright.
I'll send her over within 2 days.
Please take good care of her. Don't worry, Dai is also my sister. Taking care of her is my unshirkable responsibility. Bai Su patted his chest in assurance and even bought 2 boundary-breaking talismans for Medusa.
Bringing the little sister to the Super God world to play was definitely a brilliant idea.
However, the Super God world had been turbulent recently, so the little girl couldn't stay too long. Xiangba praised, "The group leader is wise and mighty. Queen Medusa having a husband like you truly makes her a winner in life."
Jianfeng Suoji, invincible wherever he pointed his sword, laughed and mocked, "Xiangba, you're really good at flattering. If you have the guts, learn something instead of just watching. At Jiangming, show yourself."
Li Yunlong, using borrowed authority, scared Xiangba so much that he almost choked. Despite his strong martial arts skills, Xiangba dared not talk back. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. "So noisy, I've been watching all along. So what if your martial arts are a bit better? My aspirations are no longer in martial arts. Martial arts skills don't determine character.
And one more thing, Queen Medusa should be careful. Men being fickle is not a good thing." He accompanied Mayuan in brewing herbal medicine, leisurely enjoying the sunset, living life to the fullest. The two worked seamlessly together, curing illnesses wherever they went, gaining widespread fame, and attracting a continuous stream of patients. They built a thatched hut and temporarily settled there, planning to move once the epidemic subsided.
Bai Su suddenly frowned. "From what you're saying, it seems like you've met someone related to Nvayuan. How do you know?"
"Well, with your level, you've long surpassed the realm of mortals, so calculating such trivial matters isn't hard. But I won't fall into depravity as you said, nor will I harm my senior brothers."
Jiang Ming frowned deeply. Could the emotional tribulation Bai Su predicted be related to Nvayuan? He didn't believe Nvayuan would be a calamity.
Now, he was living freely and happily, a kind of joy he hadn't experienced in 20 years.
Since childhood, he was an orphan.
Though his master took him as a disciple, he was as strict as iron. For 20 years, he lived in arduous cultivation, never feeling a trace of warmth.
Bai Su sneered, "You have no interest in the future? With your attitude, it doesn't matter whether I help or not. It's just a pity about your ending. If you had discovered the problem earlier, you could have reversed everything." Izumi Sajiri's eyes lit up. "My curiosity is piqued. Group leader, quickly reveal Jiang Ming's future." "He doesn't care, but we can watch it like a movie." Mastering gave a thumbs up. "The one above is right. Butterfly house owner, +1. Chasing 10 campus bells this year, plus 10,086. System notification, Bai Su uploaded a memory replica The Legend of Sword and Fairy, Shushan past chapter. Izumi Sajiri, Butterfly House owner, Medusa, Jiang Ming, and others received the replica. This story seemed like a cruel twist of fate. Jiang Ming and Nvayuan were destined to be star-crossed lovers. A human and a demon, yet they developed genuine feelings for each other, as if fate was playing a harsh joke. That catastrophe nearly destroyed the Shushan sect. Hundreds of disciples shed their blood at the mountain gate, leaving only a 4-year-old orphan behind. The tragedy was beyond words. Sajiri Izumi was shocked. "Oh my god. Is this plot actually real? Why would Nu Yuan massacre the disciples of Shushan? What is her true purpose in approaching Jiang Ming? Shinobu Kocho calmly analyzed. Nu Yuan's clansmen are imprisoned in the demon ceiling tower. She approached Jiang Ming to save her people. Unfortunately, her powers are limited, and even after killing the disciples, she couldn't break into the tower. Ironically, she ended up falling in love with Jiang Ming, utterly hopeless. Jiang Ming was furious. Impossible. Nu Yuan is a 1,000-year-old fox demon? That's slander. She's a saint who risked her life to save others. How could someone like her possibly be a demon? He couldn't understand that in this world, both humans and demons have two sides, with good and evil coexisting. The Shushan sword sect had captured her family. No matter how kind she was, she had no choice but to take desperate measures to save them. Could she openly beg the sect leader for mercy? That would be courting death. P.S. Today's update exceeds 12,000 characters. Thank you all for your patience. See you tomorrow. Feeling great, brimming with ideas, hoping for more interaction and integration to make life more exciting. Wishing everyone a happy new year in advance, with all the best wishes. Sajiri Izumi was excited. Why can't you just be honest with Nu Yuan? At worst, elope with her. Don't take her back to Shushan, that's a dead end. You must come clean with her in a few days. Speaking of elopement, her eyes sparkled. After all, lovers finally being together is the ultimate goal. How could one talk about elopement without mentioning Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai? At the end of the Eastern Jin dynasty, Zhu Yingtai disguised herself as a man to study and met Liang Shanhua. The two spent 3 years as classmates, developing feelings for each other, but were ultimately separated by societal norms. Their tragic love story ended with them transforming into butterflies, staying together forever. Uncle Ling sneered, how could it be that simple? Leaving aside whether Nu Yuan would agree, once you elope, be prepared to be hunted down by Shushan disciples to the ends of the earth. The sect leader is arrogant and conceited. He will definitely pursue you relentlessly. The story has just begun, and the storm of fate is about to sweep through everything. GD forced Jiang Ming onto the so-called righteous path. Ha ha ha, what even is the true righteous path? What did I do wrong? Was I born to be Shushan's disaster? Jiang Ming's voice was filled with despair and anger. He had witnessed the tragic future with his own eyes. He would transform into a vengeful ghost, trapped in the demon ceiling tower for 100 years, unable to move. His beloved Nu Yuan would die tragically, and at that time, she was even carrying his child. Jiang Ming, an orphan, was adopted by the head of Mount Shu from a young age. With extraordinary talent, he was destined to become a legendary figure. Yet in the end, he became the greatest calamity of Mount Shu. That boy Jiang Ming had everything going smoothly before, but his resilience is too weak. His Dao heart is about to collapse. Bai Su shook his head inside. The head of Mount Shu forced him to personally kill the demon fox of Maiyuan, taking an extreme approach that instead shattered Jiang Ming's heart. You still have a choice, Bai Su calmly advised. Your feelings are not deep yet. It's not too late to let go now. You can continue being the head of Mount Shu, while the demon fox of Maiyuan remains as she is, and the two of you will never meet again. The world is full of suffering, and all attachments are sins. This descent from the mountain is a test of your responsibility. If you can take it up but can't let it go, then you have failed. Jiang Ming remained silent and finally sent a red envelope, which surprisingly contained the unparalleled swordsmanship of Shushan sword control to subdue demons, and the immortal wind cloud technique. Just sending a red envelope without expressing his stance, he probably still can't let go, Bai Su thought to herself. In the world of immortal swords, humans and demons were at odds, and the demon suppression tower of Shushan suppressed countless demons. If Jiang Ming crossed the line, the future would undoubtedly be bleak and hopeless. Fate is unpredictable, follow your heart. When facing difficulties, the big shots in the group will help you, Bai Su advised. Jiang Ming left the group, disheartened, and collapsed to the ground. As an orphan with a strict master, only Maiyuan gave him a sense of familial warmth. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Maiyuan gently caressed his face, her deep affection like water, piercing straight into Jiang Ming's heart. Maiyuan, I have failed my sect and only wish to end my life, Jiang Ming said, overwhelmed by despair. But upon seeing Maiyuan, the resolve he had held for 20 years dissolved into nothingness. Love was an irresistible torrent. No! I don't want you to die. Maiyuan's eyes brimmed with tears. My heart aches so much. The 1,000-year-old demon fox, for the first time, was struck by love. Her emotions seeped into her very bones, vowing to protect this bond that transcended life and death. Breaking free from constraints was already an extreme challenge. In her panic, Maiyuan threw herself into Jiang Ming's arms.
For the first time, Jiang Ming felt the warmth of a fragrant embrace, and a wild thought surged in his heart. There was still 1 year left of the plague, so why rush to make a decision? This year, he would experience unprecedented happiness. The two stood side by side, enduring hardships together, envied by both immortals and mortals. However, he never anticipated that this choice would push him into an abyss of no return. The entanglements grew more complicated, and when the storm arrived, regret would be meaningless. Super God World, South Sea. Did you see clearly? Was that really the demon queen Morgana? A main god-level existence, how could she possibly be defeated by an unknown junior? Dukeo stared at the footage transmitted from the Dino satellite, his face ashen. Such terrifying power, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Back then, the war god of Nuwa was tempted by him, burning his life to split the blazing sun star. But after that, the Dino galaxy lost its top-tier combat power. Dukeo, commander-in-chief of the Xiangbing Company, former general of the Nuwa Star, once initiated the Dino Galaxy War, his achievements recorded in the annals of the universe, and his name sung even in the ancient angel civilization. In the year 1000 of the Shinha calendar, he brought Jarvan to Earth, planning genetic experiments and monitoring the growth of super soldiers. He originally thought that the remote Chiwu galaxy would not attract the attention of top civilizations, that the revival of Dino civilization would go unnoticed, and that Earth, as a pre-nuclear civilization, was far from its peak. Unexpectedly, major civilizations began deploying forces to Earth, aiming to carve up this planet. His super soldiers were not yet mature, and fighting head-on would only lead to their demise.
General Dukeo, you are not mistaken. That is Morgana, the most evil demon queen. Though I despise Death God Karl even more, who exterminates planetary life as if mowing grass.
The Light of the Sun, descendant of the Sun God, one of Principal Kirin's 3 god-making projects, contains the power of the Shinha and possesses an indestructible divine body powered by solar energy. The latest goddess of the blazing sun star, Rina, only 23 years old, young and naive, has not yet encountered the cruel and dark history of the blazing sun star, and governance rights have not yet been handed over to her. She often wears a black trench coat and a mini-skirt, her long boots exuding a sharp aura. Her silver ponytail ribbon resembles a knight's visor, her simple armor accentuating her alluring curves, with a red skirt as an accent, blending cold elegance with a unique charm. She understands her role, to lend a helping hand and avoid direct conflict with the main gods of other civilizations. Even the demon civilization's Liang Bing was defeated, and she was filled with curiosity about Bai Su's identity. Dukeo said in a deep voice, "The sword that pierces fear, the power of the galaxy has fallen into his hands. The situation is dire. Rina, in the name of the Light of the Sun, negotiate with Bai Su. As long as he spares Guxioluan, we will do our best to meet any other conditions. Leave it to me. That Bai Su may not give face to the demons, but he should at least give some to the blazing sun star." Rina waved confidently, though her heart was filled with tension. If Bai Su were to strike, she feared she might not return to the blazing sun star. Though she is one of the 3 god-making projects of the Super God Academy, the Light of the Sun, she is still a young girl, 1,000 years away from reaching the main god realm. With you taking action, I am reassured. Dukeo nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the blazing sun civilization schemes, he only needed to pull in this young empress. If something went wrong, they would perish together. However, their entire conversation was monitored by Bai Su. With over 10,000 points, Jarvis had been upgraded to the Void level, making surveillance inescapable. On Earth and even in the Super God universe, almost no one could evade Jarvis's detection. Dutsao, that fool, still dares to play tricks. I warned him last time, one day when I'm in a bad mood, I'll uproot the entire super seminary. Bai Su sneered coldly, too lazy to respond. Absolute power crushes all secrets. Right now, Rina can only control medium-sized solar flares, with higher-level skills still locked, making her completely incapable of threatening him. Rina was once controlled by Liang Bing, shockingly declaring herself to be the embodiment of doomsday. Her ultimate skill, Supernova Explosion, is the earth-shattering strike of a star at the end of its life. This explosion radiates dazzling light, with electromagnetic waves illuminating an entire galaxy for weeks or even months, releasing energy equivalent to the total radiation of the sun's lifetime. Massive amounts of matter are ejected at nearly 1/10 the speed of light, shaking the interstellar space and forming an invincible supernova remnant. Once activated, even a 4th-generation divine body would be reduced to ashes. But for Bai Su, none of this is a problem. A single boundary-breaking talisman easily reverses fate, with the system's channel being indestructible, immune to any force. How was the fight just now? Warmed up enough? Shilin, that shot of yours hit the Demon Queen right between the eyes, absolutely stunning.
If the god-slaying weapon were a bit stronger, it would have been a clean decapitation. Bai Su laughed as he put his arms around Guxialuan and Qilin. Guxialuan, as long as you have time, that ancient sword demon will eventually be worn down by you. Qilin, your sniping talent is off the charts. You're destined to be the top sniper on future super battlefields. That was awesome. With the equipment, it's a whole different game. That punch just now sent a 3-meter-tall brute flying. No way I could have done that with just my fists. Guxialuan gripped his blazing great weapon, his genetic awakening revealing the resilience of his immortal divine body. Anyone who dares to mess with him will die first. Qilin's eyes sparkled. This weapon is for me, right? Last time you asked if I wanted to join, and now I agree. When do we sign the contract? A mere weapon, of course it's yours. Alright, you've all worked hard today. Let's find a place to celebrate. It's on me. Bai Su waved his hand, exuding an air of finality. Qilin raised her hand first. I know a high-end nightclub. It's not cheap, but it's amazing. Want to check it out? Guxialuan was surprised. A nightclub? Qilin, you know about these things? Qilin said seriously, of course, this counts as research on happiness and stability. Nightclubs are actually shelters for unstable factors. If left unchecked, they'll explode sooner or later. The three of them smiled and teleported directly to the nightclub. A high-end venue during the day, filled with luxury cars, where assets below 50 million were not allowed entry. They ordered a premium bottle of wine worth 30,000, had a fruit platter served, and chose a quiet private room to prepare for the Victoria's Secret Angels runway show. Squeak! The door was pushed open. Bai Su turned his head instinctively, as if telepathically. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with fair skin stepped in. His golden hair draped over his shoulders, and he was strikingly handsome, a definite lady killer. But Bai Su's straight man instincts found him repulsive, especially with that golden earring, which was a bit too effeminate. What a small world, Somali actually showed up here. Isn't he supposed to be in seclusion on Earth? Bai Su recognized his identity: Hua Ye's trusted general, a top-tier warrior among the fallen, with overwhelming combat power and ruthless methods, known to the angels as the Ancient Godslayer. 17,000 years ago, during the Battle of the Furious Sea, Somali was surrounded by the angel squad led by Hishi but managed to escape unscathed, shocking the heavens with his strength. His appearance now foretold the outbreak of an even bloodier storm. Tens of thousands of years ago, the angel battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and Somali rose to fame in a single battle. However, due to his outdated genes, he was exiled to Earth. As a top-tier pretty boy, he was acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and the three angel kings, especially Hishi. Hishi, the goddess of war in the Battle of the Furious Sea, mastered cutting-edge technology and led the female angels to overthrow the tyranny of the male angels, becoming a sacred role model in the hearts of countless female angels. Although Somali once stirred Hishi's heartstrings with sweet words, the disparity in their statuses and the strict rules of the angels kept them forever apart. Hishi was the leader of millions of female angels, and any behavior too close to a male angel would be seen as betrayal. In the end, Hishi chose to exile Somali to the distant Earth, both as punishment and separation. Earth, a weak and chaotic planet, became Somali's playground. The fragile will of its humans was easily captivated by his charm. Once, in a luxurious hall, his gaze locked onto Qilin, a goddess on Earth with extraordinary genes. Somali sneered, I could smell your scent from the door. Come with me, and I'll show you real pleasure. Just as he reached out, an unyielding arm intervened, accompanied by a thunderous roar, I won't let you mess around. Earth warrior Guxialuan stood like an iron wall in front of Qilin, angrily rebuking Somali's arrogance. Somali remained calm, as if a deity had descended. No woman can refuse me. Look into my eyes. He unleashed the ultimate charm of his second-generation divine body. In an instant, Qilin felt her world collapse, leaving only him. This interstellar temptation and resistance intertwined the fates of Earth and the angels, and a legend was about to unfold. The moment his voice rang out, her heart trembled violently, and she almost stood up to follow him. With nearly perfect angel genes, she was Somali's chosen prey, and escape was nearly impossible. Pretty boy, today I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Guxialuan didn't notice Somali's extraordinariness, mistaking him for a playboy flaunting his foreign looks. He planned to teach him a lesson. Qilin was his friend, and he was ready to strike, but someone held him back. Interesting. As expected of the legendary ancient Godslayer. Once a figure who shocked the heavens, now reduced to seducing women on this remote planet. What a waste of talent. Guxialuan was about to lose his temper when Bai Su sneered coldly and lightly patted Qilin's shoulder. Qilin immediately snapped out of her daze and hid behind him. I was in a good mood, but your appearance has ruined it.
I'll give you a chance, kneel and kowtow to save your life. How about that? Bai Su's gaze was as cold as an icy blade.
The old stories of angel civilization were long past. Male angels were either dead or exiled to the edges of the universe.
He couldn't care less, but anyone who dared to touch his subordinates would meet a terrible end.
Ancient God Slayer? That name disappeared 17,000 years ago. Truly nostalgic.
Where did you hear that?
I can't sense your aura. First generation divine body? Survivor of the Dino civilization? Don't ruin my plans, I have a terrible temper. Somali took a step back, carefully examining Bai Su, convinced this person was extraordinary.
Having been exiled for nearly 20,000 years, it was normal for no one to recognize him. Back then, she had shown him mercy, only restricting his movements without stripping his power. His overall strength far surpassed Sword Demon Atto because he had stolen the 4th generation divine weapon, Silver Blade, from Ishii's arsenal. The Silver Blade is the sharpest weapon in the Super God universe, the only one mass equipped by the divine Keisha, capable of easily cutting through the super genes of 3rd generation divine bodies.
I'd like to see just how bad your temper can get, you sissy. Don't think being a lackey gives you the right to be arrogant. Even if Huai came, he wouldn't deserve a single word from me. Looks like you've given up your last chance. Time to send you on your way. Bai Su moved as fast as lightning, kicking Somali's knee. With a crack, Somali fell to his knees, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle. As a 2nd generation divine body, he couldn't even withstand a single move. Damn it!
Enraged, Somali flicked his fingers, sending out a silver flying knife, an exquisite creation of the Celestial King, the pinnacle of angelic civilization's technology. He hadn't expected Bai Su to play the fool while hiding his strength.
That strike was far more powerful than his own. Ding!
The sound of the silver blade slicing through flesh never came. Bai Su effortlessly caught the flying knife between 2 fingers, rendering all of Somali's struggles futile.
This is a weapon crafted by He? Impressive power. Shaoluan, show him what we're made of.
Bai Su casually severed Somali's connection to the silver blade, the intense backlash causing him to cough up blood on the spot.
Impossible. Even He wouldn't dare catch the silver blade barehanded. How did you do it? Somali was utterly shocked. He hadn't seen such a scene in millennia. The silver blade, forged by Angel King He, was the strongest weapon in the universe. Apart from him and Keisha, no one could withstand it. How could it be subdued in one move? Damn it, you're tired of living, daring to play with blades in front of brother by brainless slash. Mount Tai smash. Annihilation kick. Gush Shaoluan, burning with rage, watched from the side as this guy dared to attack Bai Su. Clearly, he was no good. This time, Gush showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving even the ancient God Slayer half dead. Don't kill me. Who are you people?
It's been 17,000 years, and the universe has changed so much.
If I'm not mistaken, you must be main god level beings? From which civilization? Somali wailed, beaten black and blue. Gush Shaoluan suddenly conjured a bring the blazing flame class weapon.
This great blade can sever his 2nd generation divine body in one strike, completely destroying the genetic sequence with no chance of recovery.
With one slash, his life is over.
Bai Su sneered, his gaze as sharp as a blade, looking down at Somali with murderous intent burning like flames.
He had already decided to personally end this person's life today. Wait, let's make a deal.
I know Tianji King Ishi, and I can help you arrange a meeting with her. Then you can subdue her and make her your woman.
Didn't you say the silver blade weapons are invincible?
She has a large stockpile, enough to equip several Lord Gods, which will definitely be a great help to you.
Somali swallowed hard, forced to bow under the eaves.
Facing a Lord God level powerhouse, he had no chance of turning the tables without leverage. He secretly cursed in his heart this planet was supposed to be mostly inhabited by mortals, yet even a rundown KTV hit a Lord God.
Are you sure He will heed your call, come directly to the Chiwu star system, and willingly let you subdue her? Don't bluff. If you dare deceive me, you can't bear the consequences. Bai Su questioned coldly, filled with doubt, could a pretty boy really have such influence? Tianji King He was not someone who could be easily manipulated. As long as you take me through the outer defenses of the angel civilization, I can contact He. By then, I can have whatever I want, and you can benefit from it too. Somali was brimming with confidence, believing his charm to be unparalleled.
If he could seduce He once, he could do it countless times. He prided himself on understanding women as hearts, and with his good looks, even an iron tree could bloom.
What did you say? You want me to take you through the outer defenses? I can go through directly, I don't need you at all.
Bai Su frowned, finding Somali redundant and troublesome. Killing him seemed like the safest option. She, a top scholar of the angel civilization, had mastered all technologies under the heavens and was hailed as the founder of the civilization's foundation. Not only was she a pure warrior, but she also wielded sacred atomic and solar flare technologies. The 9 stellar drive defense lines she developed were enough to repel invasions from any top-tier civilization. Her strength was undoubtedly at the Lord God level.
Don't act rashly. I still have my uses. Do you know my relationship with Hua Yi?
Back then, Hua Yi had countless beauties, yet I still held a firm position.
Because I understand men better than women.
Trust me, keep me by your side, and I'll make you even stronger.
Somali played his trump card.
His face, as sharp as a silver blade, was always deadly whenever it appeared. Bai Su finally lowered his hand, and Somali saw a glimmer of hope, only to be crushed by a cold remark in the next second. May heaven be free of sissies. A fist, as heavy as a mountain, came crashing down. The space before them instantly shattered and reformed. Somali had no chance to resist. His second-generation divine body turned to ashes, completely obliterated.
What just happened? It felt like the ground shook for a moment. Don't think about useless things. Keep dancing.
Under the night sky, the story was just beginning. In the meeting room, the intense battle went unnoticed. Bai Su had decisively sealed off the combat zone, confining the fight to just a few square meters, with power controlled to absolute precision.
Who was that guy? He looked like such a sissy, it was disgusting. Sister Qilin, are you okay? Gu Xiaoluan quickly regained his composure.
If Bai Su hadn't intervened earlier, he would have fought Somali to the death. But he didn't understand the ferocity of silver blade-level weapons. If a fight had broken out, he would have been the one to suffer.
I'm fine. Qilin shook her head, still shaken.
That guy's power was terrifying. He almost messed with my mind. She secretly felt grateful to Bai Su. As a first-generation divine body, she stood no chance against Somali in a one-on-one fight. That sinister aura was utterly chilling.
Don't overthink it, it's just a minor episode. Let's keep moving forward.
Bai Su waved his hand.
When he eliminated Somali, he used Jarvis to capture hidden information from the opponent. Although there were no surprises, he unexpectedly obtained a legendary silver blade. Silver blade. Attributes: attack power plus 1000. Origin: super divine universe.
A top-tier weapon of angelic civilization, capable of easily severing angelic divine bodies and instantly killing anything below a third-generation divine body. Passed down for tens of thousands of years, it is the masterpiece of Tianji King Yishi.
Attack power plus 1000, no other attributes. As expected, it's as rare as the demon blade Moramesa, which combines magic and martial arts.
Bai Su stared at the silver blade with satisfaction. Though it was as delicate as a crystal high heel, its attributes were astonishing. Next time, if there's a chance, he must visit the angelic civilization's armory to find an even more domineering weapon.
Far away in the angelic civilization's Merlot heavenly court, the silver-haired, blue-eyed archangel Hishi sat on her throne.
Draped in a deep blue cloak, she had once joined forces with Kisha and other angels to overthrow the old order, becoming one of the 3 kings. Now retired in the Sky City, she led a peaceful life.
Why did I feel a sudden unease just now? Someone used void-level technology to spy on the angelic civilization. Are these 2 events connected?
She gazed out the window, her heart in turmoil. Calm and composed by nature, she had spent tens of thousands of years meticulously researching the 9 major defense systems of the angelic civilization, which no one could breach. Now, sensing an ominous premonition, she chose to remain silent and wait, perhaps hoping fate would provide a better answer.
The angelic and demonic civilizations had waged war multiple times.
She had once controlled the Star Fate long-range weapon to pursue Morgana for years, witnessing the sacrifice of comrades, but ultimately chose to withdraw from the conflict and return to scientific research. She mastered stellar drive technology, cloning techniques, and developed the Holy Atom, standing alongside Kisha as one of the only remaining beings with a holy body in the universe. Her first disciple, Jishin, was destined to become the last holy right wing of Kisha's era. After the Fourth War, Kisha discovered Morgana's hiding place on Earth and resolved to eliminate her in one decisive move. Before departing, she entrusted Hishi with the responsibility of guarding Sky City and tasked her with testing the successor Angel Yen after her own fall. Hishi readily agreed. Faced with the current situation, Hishi was powerless to intervene directly.
Help Kisha defeat the demon army? Capture Liang Bing alive and punish her? Don't be ridiculous. Liang Bing's abilities would have been crushed by Kisha long ago.
Kisha's tolerance stemmed from the sisterly bond they shared tens of thousands of years ago.
Even after betrayal and scheming, Keisha still chose to forgive Liang Bing.
She deeply understood this profound bond. If it were her, she wouldn't have acted more ruthlessly. After all, they had once lived and died together in Sky City, overthrowing the dark heavenly palace and rebuilding the angelic civilization and the order of justice.
The iron law of the order of justice: the dead cannot be resurrected. Liang Bing.
She had clung to that bottom line for so long, believing that even if Keisha knew about genetic reincarnation technology, she would never use it.
Unexpectedly,